Boys, a little fired up for a Warriors Wednesday. Brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today, as well as a Comcast business text line. Hopefully you're doing well this morning. As we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're out there driving, please be safe. The rain has come back. It just won't go away. Good morning to all the overnight dancers, Shasky, Lubman, and of course, Bedoni in the building. Good morning to all the roasters out there, firefighters, carpenters, union workers, janitors, postal officers. You know who you are. Security, ushers. We've got a lot going on today. We got the Bucks and the Warriors. Bucks are coming into town to take on the Golden State Warriors as the Warriors have won 13 of their last 17. And the big story, of course, is Andrew Wiggins is back. He is back, folks. He was practicing yesterday after missing 4 games. He'll start tonight against the Bucks. And for the first time since early November, Shasky, the Warriors are at full strength. And the reason why I'm fired up, you can feel the playoffs around the corner. Celtics Cavs last night going down to the wire. Cavs coming all the way back. Nuggets and Suns last night in the riveting basketball game where the Suns win in overtime. Kind of get that March Madness feel now with the NBA as we get last 22 games of the season.
Boston going down. Couldn't have happened to a better fan base.
You love that fan base.
I can't stand that fan base.
You love that. You love the Celtics.
Top 3 worst fan bases in sports currently.
Ooh.
Hey, Joe.
Power ranking them. Give them to me, Bonte.
Eagles. Red Sox.
Really? The Red Sox? Okay.
Yeah, their fans stink.
Okay.
And Cowboys. Cowboy fans. No, you know what? Take back the Red Sox.
What about the Lakers?
It is the Lakers.
Thank you.
Lakers. The Lakers. The Lakers.
It's hard to be a Laker, Texas Ranger, Buffalo Sabre fan. I'm just teasing.
The Sabres haven't won anything.
I know. I'm just
a Cowboy, Laker,
I'm a
Yankee.
Duke, Lakers, Yankee fan.
Duke,
Barcelona.
Lakers, Barcelona FC. Who's the hockey team?
Avalanche.
The Avalanche.
And to everybody that's driving their kids around to school, or for those that went to these high schools. Let's give some shout outs. I know Midi women's team beat, I think, Clovis last
Clovis
night
West.
In the NorCal to win NorCal. I believe Oakland beat Oakland Tech, or was it the other way around?
Oakland Tech beat Oakland 73-66. Hold on, let me pull it up.
Yeah, pull it
we
up.
should get all this right.
And I know Salesians beat Reardon. They were down pretty much the whole game. Kid hit a 3-pointer late in the game to take the lead, and they didn't look back. Reardon with some turnovers, and shout out Salesian knocking off one of the top dogs in the entire state.
You know what, Salesian and Richmond, they've been a powerhouse for a long, long time, man. And those guys get their credit. They're both representing Northern California. Obviously, Reardon's in the city, but you got to give love to the East Bay. Salesian is a very good program. They beat Reardon twice this year. They beat Reardon twice, down 28-20 at the half. They win 49-44 in a really fun game at Contra Costa College. So, sucks for Reardon to have their season end in the NorCal final. Very good season. But shout out to Salesian for advancing to the state championship. And hopefully they can win that state championship and represent the Bay Area and represent Northern California. Really good win for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if you know this, but we're going to have a triple header at Oracle Park, Bonte, and it has nothing to do with the Giants.
Oh, my God.
I know. It's going to be incredible. I got it written down right here. Let me give you the details. All right.
Oh, shout out San Ramon Valley boys team.
There you
NorCal
go.
Division 1.
Division 1, yes.
They beat Granada, outlasting Granada, a tough Granada team. San Ramon Valley with an all-around great program. Football, basketball,
good call,
baseball. They are legit. Their football team really took De La Salle to the brink this season. So, shout out to them. And Oakland Tech beat Oakland 73-66.
So
The Bulldogs.
Okay.
The Bulldogs reversed fortunes from last season when Oakland beat them in this situation. So Oakland Tech Bulldogs going to the state championship.
A young man, one of the guards, scored like 32 points last night. I got to get his name. I had it written down somewhere, and I'm looking at my notes. But, that's just amazing. Oakland versus Oakland Tech. I believe they played multiple times,
that was the fourth time they played.
Fourth time? Wow, that's...
Fourth time they played.
You want to talk about a rivalry.
Right.
Wow, that's pretty incredible.
OAL, Oakland Athletic League. That's big
East
time.
Bay basketball is it's shining right now.
Yeah, no, it's been
you got to
shining
give it
for
their
a long
love.
time. No doubt about that. I want to get that kid's name, by the way.
Yeah,
Keep
please
going.
do. While you're doing that, let me let you know what's going on. So, the Benedetti Foundation is a group. Gino Benedetti, his grandfather, Dante, was a guy who rode around in the truck or in the car, and he had gear in the back all day, every day. No matter where he would go, he would pull the gear out, play ball with the kids, whatever. He just a consummate coach and someone who gave back. And, we were talking about my dad coaching last week, and, I coach, and I know you're always into giving back. I see what you've done with Mills. A lot of people that I've ran into are like just very appreciative of the fundraising that you were a part of. It's all about giving back.
We need to do more.
I know
honestly,
we do.
I think about that all the time. It's like, I want to do more for that. And I know Neighbor Dave is putting together a flag football game for the Washington Eagles. Some of the members of the 97 team, the 98 team, the 99 team, the 2000 team,
Very cool.
2001 team. We're going to play against those guys at some point in August. We'll share that information. It'll be at Washington High School.
Oh, awesome. You should get, UCSF or Kaiser to sponsor it to make sure that we have people on set.
Dr. Naran Padia.
Exactly.
Brian Feely, Dr. Feely. We need all of you here.
But the Dante Benedetti Foundation, Dante's boys, they set up this game every year for the Bruce Mahoney, and it's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. And so the third leg, or I guess technically the fourth leg, because they do volleyball now, baseball, right? They want to have it at Oracle Park, which is where the Giants are at. There's going to be a triple header, Bonte, on March 23rd, and I'm going to be out there definitely for the last game. But game one, University versus Piedmont at 11:30. Okay. Game two, Redwood versus Marin Catholic.
Redwood Giants. Redwood Giants and Larkspur.
And then game three, under the lights, SISH Bruce Mahoney at 5:30. Your boy will be out there announcing for that one for sure. At minimum, we will get we'll get tickets.
Written notes out now? Are you going to have written notes out now for that one?
This time, I definitely make sure that I get the right team with the right lineup, so we don't screw this up.
March 23rd is a Saturday?
Yes.
Ooh, I have that off.
Yeah, please come. I'll get you tickets.
Come by.
We'll be in the suite.
Look at you giving me tickets.
Yeah.
Look at that. About time you pay it back for me. About time you hook me
No,
up
but
with
honestly,
something.
like if you are into it, if you have a son or a daughter that wants to play high school sports, going to a high school game and sitting as close as you possibly can.
That's the best.
A, it's inspirational, right? B, it's very educational for someone. Let's say they're in 6th grade or 7th grade and they want to play at one of these schools. Like, getting a glimpse of how hard these young athletes are working and what it takes to get to that stage, and then just like rooting on your local area. I think it's a win-win for everyone involved, and I definitely would say to anybody who's got a child, whatever age that they're interested in playing high school sports, go check out those high schoolers and root them on.
I got to say that NFHS website, NFHS, that website that streams all these high school games have been a game changer. For people who can't get around to these high school games like me, my schedule getting a little tight. Chaz goes to bed a little early, so I'm thinking to myself, how do I watch these high school games? I miss going out there. I miss being part of the action. I've been doing it my whole life since I was a kid. And to watch those streams online and watch the games, it's pretty damn cool. So,
did you see where they were broadcasting last night?
Well,
the Dubliner had it on the television at the bar on West Portal.
That's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool.
That is pretty awesome. Man.
I mean, technology's come a long way.
Yeah, Midi pounded Clovis West, by the way. Archbishop Midi girls are like...
They've got two of like the top 5 players in the state.
They're so good.
I mean, McKenna might be one of the best players in the country.
So, Salesian plays Harvard-Westlake. Harvard-Westlake, which is a powerhouse down in SoCal. That game will be Saturday night at 8 p.m. Saturday night at 8 p.m. Go to One Center. LG Arco. Yeah,
I'm joking.
That's where it used to be.
Back in the day.
Back in the day. Cerebral Valley gets Granada. They'll play St. John Bosco. St. John Bosco. St. John Bosco has become...
a powerhouse.
They battle with Matter Day. Every sport. They're going to play Sarah next year in football.
Really?
St. John Bosco.
Where's that going to be at?
In San Mateo.
Oh, we're going to that.
Yeah, at St. John Bosco.
Wow, that sounds like a big powerhouse matchup.
So Oakland Tech's going to play Centennial. Centennial's good in basketball, football. Big. They'll play Saturday at 4 p.m. And then you get Santa Cruz. Shout out to Santa Cruz. They beat Bullard yesterday. Santa Cruz going to play Alameda for the state championship. How about Monterey? Number 14 seed, Monterey. Upsetting everybody through the bracket. They're playing for a state championship against Chatsworth. That game will be Saturday at noon. Shout out to Monterey, the Fighting Spinotis.
The Fighting Aquariums.
The Fighting Aquariums, baby. Let's go. San Domenico, unfortunately, lost yesterday. Division 4. Their season's over. Athenian is going to go to the state championship. And Napa Christian lost to Cornerstone Christian. The girls, Archbishop Midi, they blow out Columbus West 71-34.
I mean...
they're going to play Etiwanda, who's the number 3 team in the country. So you got number 1 versus number 3, Saturday, 6 p.m. That's a heavyweight game.
The head coach for Midi is, whether you want to call her the Tara Vanderveer, you want to call her the Dean Smith or whatever of women's hoops, of high school hoops, she is that. She is one of the greatest coaches in the history of this state. No doubt. I think she's got like 950 wins or something. She's just an incredible winner, and the program that they've built is outstanding. Every time I watch that team, freshman, JV, varsity, they're so buttoned up, and they all play such a beautiful brand of basketball, male or female, high school, college, and it doesn't matter. I love watching the Midi program play, and their girls team is fantastic.
Their program, all-around program, is awesome. Bishop O'Dowd, they won yesterday 48-47 against Carondelet, the classic.
Oh, yeah. Well, Carondelet's an excellent program,
They're excellent program. So Bishop O'Dowd outlasted them 48-47.
They had beat SI on their way there.
No doubt. No, Carondelet's been good for many, many years. Yeah. Pleasant Valley, unfortunately, lost. University got upset yesterday. But high school, look, we don't always do this. We don't always do this. There's no other show on the market that will give you some high school love. That break down some high school sports. We get the coaches on. We'll get some of the coaches on next week.
Yes.
Whoever wins or whatnot, whoever FC, you know what? We'll get the coaches on anyway, man, because they deserve some love here. We'll do that next week. But the big story in the Bay is Andrew Wiggins is back. We got the alert yesterday. I was actually listening to Steiny Guru, waiting for them to break the news.
Oh, Steiny was happy, huh?
Oh, yeah, he was very happy. Andrew Wiggins is back. He's going to start tonight against Milwaukee after a 4-game absence. Wiggins did speak yesterday, and he said it's always good being back with the team.
It's always good being back with the team, being around basketball. So I love here, support, so always good being back.
How's it going to handle the personal stuff?
Just taking care of, what I have to take care of, being present for what I have to be present for. And when I think it's, it's the appropriate time to, come back, that's what I felt like. So now I'm back here with the team and, ready to get to it. Yeah, not exactly. But, I just, take it day by day.
Take it day by day, Shasky.
I'm looking at Andrew Wiggins as a whole, and I think when you bring his name up, certain people they get triggered. Let's just call it what it is. Whatever it is, lack of energy, effort, dedication. These are things people question. I don't know if it's fair, but I will say this. They've got 22 games left. And we could talk about all the things that happened before the last couple of months. Hey, Wiggins is career low in points and attempts. His minutes are down. Like, all the numbers are telling you they're down. Free throws are up, but all the other numbers are like way, way down in terms of career lows. None of that matters in the final 22 games of the year. And I think he could salvage the season, not just individually for himself, but for the entire team, if we get a spirited, ready to rock, playing elite defense like we know he can, rebounding like we know he can, attacking like we know he can, Andrew Wiggins for 22 games. That's all we need. Yep. It could salvage the whole season, not just for him, but for the team.
You know, I'm glad you said that, because the first 3 months does not matter at this point. What's happened has happened. What has happened has happened. The injuries, the suspensions, Andrew Wiggins, it does not matter whatsoever with 22 games left. The Warriors are playing their best brand of basketball right now. And you know who else is playing their best brand of basketball? Is Andrew Wiggins. And yeah, we could look at the first 2. I've said it on the post-game show on television. We didn't know where this guy was the first 3 months. But over the last 16 games, it's like acquiring a player in a trade. You got a brand new player right now. And before he stepped away to handle his personal reasons, and they are personal, we're going to keep them personal. We're going to, hey, he's back. You embrace him, you support him on whatever's going on with his life. His last 16 games, Andrew Wiggins is averaging 15 points per game. Now, bake that in. Some people must say, just 15? He could score 19 to 20. But you have the ascension of Jonathan Kuminga, all right? You have the ascension of Brandon Podziemski. They're going to take shots away from you. Clay's now coming off the bench. You have Chris Paul. You got a lot of mouths to feed here offensively for the Golden State Warriors. So I'll take the 15. You know why I'll take the 15, Chasky? Because over those last 16 games, he's shooting 54% from the floor and 46.5% from the three-point line. So that tells me the efficiency numbers are up. They're up. 46% from three in his last 16 games. All right? And it's not like he's taking a ton of threes. And then you look at the free throw percentage, you mentioned they're up 81.5% for the free throw line. But the defense was back, Shasky, over the last 16 games. Being an aggressive defender at the point of attack. Now you get Kuminga and Wiggins, who figured it out together alongside Draymond Green. That defense, look, they were number 1 and number 2 in a lot of categories in the month of February. That was with the help of Andrew Wiggins. He has played some really good basketball. So let's not get it twisted here. Look, the first couple months, we didn't know who that guy was. That was a guy that we all thought, man, he may get traded. Boy, that contract doesn't look good right now. Well, you know what? The last 16, as the Warriors have rose and started to play their best basketball, Andrew Wiggins has been along for the ride, playing its best basketball. And I have seen it inspired Andrew Wiggins over those last 16 games. I've seen a guy who said, you know what? I got this guy. Let's play some defense here and let's go. So I don't care what happened the first 3 months. I'm with you. It's about these next 22 games and what have you done for me lately? And what Wiggins have done for the Warriors lately before he stepped away is he is balled out at a very high level. I don't give a damn what anybody says. I know what my eyes are watching here, and I'm seeing a very inspired Andrew Wiggins.
Don't you think the spacing on the floor with him is just better? And absolutely. I think guys like Kuminga, I think Draymond benefits a lot from having it. We talk so much about Steph benefits from having this guy or that guy on the floor. Draymond's such a willing passer. When you have another slasher and you have another guy who can spot up shoot at times, I think that opens the floor up for Draymond Green as a facilitator, and I think that really helps him, as well as I think a byproduct of that is Jonathan Kuminga. I think you're going to see an even more efficient Jonathan Kuminga with Andrew Wiggins out there.
No doubt. Now, a lot of people are going to say, what happens with Moses Moody? What happens with Moses Moody? Well, I think he's earned some minutes. I think Moses Moody is maybe catapulted Lester Quinones in that rotation. Okay. And look, man, it's going to be a feel thing from here on out. I don't know what the closing lineup's going to look like every single game. I don't know what the rotation is going to look like every single game. But I think Moody did enough on that road trip to prove that, you know what, I need to be 1 of the 10. He may not start. He may not see 25 minutes. But I definitely think he's earned some minutes here going down the stretch because he could spell some of these guys in Wiggins and Kuminga and be a spot-up shooter. Now I'll be intrigued to see Clay, CP3, and Moody with that second unit alongside maybe a TJD, a Sharge, a GP2 or whatever. But Moody has thrown his name into the hat as a guy who needs to play.
I think this is a really difficult stretch here for Steve Kerr because you're going to have so many different combinations and so many guys that are willing to contribute and want to contribute and have earned opportunities to contribute. Making sure you balance it out on a night-to-night and play the matchups, I think he's gonna be criticized a lot over the 22 games. I think it's a lot easier to criticize than it is to actually nail the combinations.
Right.
So I'm saying to Warrior fans, like, take a deep breath, allow Steve Kerr some grace here, because I think it is difficult. You just how many guys right now, just realistically, have earned what you believe opportunities in a rotation on any given night? GP2,
Yep.
CP3, Klay Thompson, Moody, Saric. Like, go right down the list.
Well,
Who am I missing?
Saric may be out of the rotation right now with his struggles, and he may have to earn some. But now he's going to play. He's played very well with Chris Paul, but the numbers for him, and I'll pull those up in a second, they have not been pretty for Sarge shooting-wise, but he's going to be needed at some point, no doubt.
But that's a lot of guys.
Right.
And I think it's really difficult to balance everything while trying to win, while trying to get the most out of Steph and Pajemski and Kuminga and Wiggins and Draymond. Again, all I'm saying is I think he has a very difficult balancing act ahead of himself, and I'm interested to see what it looks like.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what it looks like. And it starts tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks. I'm now fired up, man. The NBA has been on fire. You could start to feel like the playoffs are coming around. They're starting to come around here with the way these guys are playing. They understand. Phoenix understood last night. We need this game. We need to stay out that 7-8. We need to stay out the 8-9. Well, the Warriors have a great chance to still catapult into the top 6, but they have to handle their own business. And I don't care who's playing on the other side, whether it's Giannis, Dame. It does not matter. It's about what the Warriors are doing and how they play moving forward here. So Andrew Wiggins is back. We're going to discuss all about it. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. Let's get into it, man. Andrew Wiggins back with the Golden State Warriors. We've got more questions. We'll do all that on the other side. Brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Or excuse me, not Freeman's Appliance. Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
When back to the office means...
I know we want to talk Warriors, Monte. I do, and I want to get in on the Warriors, but we've got some baseball fans here. Just give me a minute for this. And Spadoni, you're an A's fan.
Well, you know what? Hold on, time out. I don't even like how you phrase that. Give me a minute to talk baseball.
No.
Like I'm anti-baseball.
No.
You know, because I saw something yesterday. Our boy Jason Missler was like, "Bonte, let him talk baseball." Guys, I got hired at 95.7 a game because of baseball. Greg Papa asked me when he first interviewed me. He goes, "Well, I know you. If I was doing a baseball show, I'll hire you right now. Do you know anything else?" And I told him, you know what I told him? If you want to talk boxing for an hour, we can do that.
I thought maybe you say, "Yeah, Pop." It's like you said.
No, dude.
That's an inside joke.
No, it's a very inside joke. I'm not, well, some people are roasters and listeners. They pick up on the inside stuff. So I'm going to leave that alone. But don't play me like I don't like baseball. Like I don't like talking baseball. I'm in the business of winning. And talking baseball doesn't actually result in the wins when it comes to ratings or whatnot. That's all I'm saying.
I don't pretend to be some Las Vegas expert. Okay, I'm admitting that right now. I'm not somebody who goes to Vegas routinely. I went to Vegas in early December. We went to Vegas as a crew and for the Super Bowl. All right. I know where the Tropicana site is. The Oakland A's have released renderings.
Yeah.
Everyone's ripping the renderings and saying what they are with it.
I kind of like the stadium.
I thought it looked dope.
I thought with the scoreboard.
I thought it looked incredible.
That kind of looks.
But we're not A's fans.
Right.
Spadoni, you're an A's fan. What did you think when you saw the renderings?
I mean, it didn't look realistic is what I'm just...
You're
I think
probably
that most
right.
people were saying, like, cool, it looks like the Sydney Opera House. Like,
Right.
wow, like architecturally it looks awesome on the outside, but it does not look realistic at all.
How old were you when they released the Pac Bell Park, now Oracle, renderings back in the day?
God, probably like, I don't know, a couple years old.
Okay,
right?
so I remember when they released them,
Right.
and the arches, the
Right.
way that the drawings were, it made it out like people could watch the entire
Right.
game underneath the arches
Right.
along the right
Right.
field side.
Right.
And so there were these artist renderings, and it didn't necessarily come to life that way. And they've done a lot of stuff to close that area off because of the wind and everything like that. Like, I don't take these artist renderings as like the gospel of what the stadium's going to look like. I just thought the design was cool.
Yeah, I did too. I
think it's going to, like, again, I'm not saying that I want the A's to leave. I'm saying that if I was running a baseball team, I understand wanting to be the appeal of wanting to be a big corporation on the Strip. We were just at the Strip. It's popping.
Right. It is popping.
It's
out there.
popping.
It is popping out there. So look, that stadium rendering was cool, but we'll see. Here's my my deal is until the shovel goes into the dirt,
I agree with you.
I don't believe anything. The shovel has to hit the dirt first. Once the shovel hits the dirt, then all of a sudden your stadium is getting built and we'll go off from there. But the renderings, it didn't look bad.
I thought it looked cool.
It didn't look bad.
I mean, yes, slightly unrealistic, but I thought it looked cool.
Well, in a place too, like, it was funny because I said Sydney Opera House because they have the Eiffel Tower there. They got the Statue of Liberty. It's like, hey, sure, let's get another monument or whatever. Just toss it in there. Why not?
I'll tell you this. When you get into Vegas, right, and you see Allegiant Stadium, it looks really cool.
It does look cool.
I mean, it looks really cool with the black, like, Death Star. I don't know. I think it looks cool.
Tell me about the Sphere. What's the deal with that
The
thing
Sphere
out there?
is wild.
Yeah, it is
Someone
wild.
was climbing on it when you guys got there.
Yeah, no,
too.
they were climbing on it. It's going to be more people climbing on it. It looks, I want to watch a concert there. It looks surreal. It looks absolutely surreal.
The amount of electricity or energy that's being sucked from that thing and used, like, it's a trip because it's changing. Like, the way Salesforce Tower has different things up top. Every time you drive in, sometimes it's people dancing. Sometimes it's like a wolf or a dolphin or something. Sometimes it's just like, ink blot images that are moving. This thing's on steroids compared to that. I mean, it's like a giant LED screen that's shaped in a sphere, right?
No, it is. It is pretty wild. It is pretty wild.
And you watch? I saw it from
I watched it all.
room.
It was just, it's always changing. It's always
it's trippy.
I heard the money that you spend to pay for an advertisement on that bad boy is like, it's in the millions, no doubt. Like,
it has to be.
It is. And it's just strange. Just Vegas is just a different. I used to think that I could live in Vegas. After the last Super Bowl trip, I was like, yeah, I don't know if I could live in Vegas.
Oh, I definitely couldn't.
It's just not enough out there.
We haven't talked about it. I found the saddest place on the planet.
What's that?
Well, the saddest place on the planet was 4 a.m. walking through the Excalibur floor on a Tuesday morning after the Super Bowl.
Well, the fact that Sam Lubbock thought he was going to see celebrities in the Excalibur, I'm like, Lubbock, do you understand what the Excalibur is and how long that hotel's been around?
In fairness, at the time, no, I did not. I am not a Vegas veteran. I am not a Vegas veteran at all. So no, I will absolutely take my that was a learning moment for me.
It's like I can't wait to see the celebrities. Hey, love it. No celebrities.
Found out it took maybe 3 steps into that hotel to realize, no, this is not the Vegas I thought I was getting.
We stayed at the Johnny Rockets show. The Johnny Rockets wasn't bad. Helped your boy out on a late or early Sunday morning, getting in after the Warriors Suns game on that Saturday night. So it is what it is, man. Vegas is. Yeah, I'm not.
We haven't even had a chance to digest that Vegas trip. I watched Sam Lubman put down a Guinness in 2 sips.
Damn.
He's Irish.
So I take my time with that one.
I actually had a beer with Lubman. Well, I had like a quarter of a beer, maybe a half a beer, and he chugged his entire Guinness.
By the way, I just looked at our emails. I was looking at our emails as we talk about Lubman. The boss man's out today, so now we can do whatever the hell we want. No wonder you're feeling spicy. You saw that email that the boss man's out. He's not listening. Look. I'm sick. Look. Hit the brakes. Look.
I mean, I'm sure he's still probably listening.
He sent the tweet out to try to play us like we're the only show that doesn't break on time.
Come on, dude.
I mean, everybody's always pointing the finger at us. You heard Draymond. The most, what is
shocked you talking to me.
No. Don't be shocked. Don't be shocked. What's the rejoin that he came in with? Hey, you can follow and the best Warriors coverage.
Nation. It's Draymond Green. Tip-off is coming later today with the great Tim Roy. And then tune into the Morning Roast tomorrow morning for the best Warriors coverage.
That's what needs to be said about our show. Not, we're hard on Draymond, we're the hard. Like Mark Miller was basically putting me and Joe in this box that we were the hardest on Draymond Green, and we were all trying to get Draymond Green out of here, and we were, those guys, emotional radio, yada, yada, yada. Leave us alone. We're staying in our own lane here, all right? We're in our own lane. And we've been optimistic about this basketball team throughout. And with 22 games left, and with them sniffing the playoffs, and the Kings are fading away, and the Suns are hanging off for dear life, it's go time. You heard Draymond Green. The best Warriors coverage in the Bay Area, okay? We're not ripping these guys left and right. We're not focused on the offseason with 22 games left to play, all right?
If Giannis wants out of Milwaukee, could the Warriors swing a deal by just trading Moses Moody? 888-957-9570.
We don't do that on this show. We don't do the narrative stuff. We haven't even gotten to the Niners all season, really. And Debo hasn't even gotten into it.
I mean, can we talk about that for just a second?
Here's Debo Samuel. Okay. I'm moving on from the loss with Kay Adams. Right. What is it? Up and Adams? Up and Adams. Debo Samuel.
It's kind of hard because, all we know is basically our job is football. So it's just all right, let's use this motivation when you get back in the lab just to put yourself in a position and try to do your best to, get back. Because people just say, it's always the next year. But I heard that in 2019 and it took 4 more years to get where we at. So, I mean, it's not that easy as people think to get to the Super Bowl. And, it takes everything. It takes me, the coaches, the guys, the people upstairs, and for them to bring people in to help and for everything just to play out right. It's just not going to snap your hands and you just back in the Super Bowl again. It's hard.
I so appreciate him having that kind of perspective this time around because I feel the same way. I love the draft. I love the draft. I love the draft.
Love it.
I can't even think about who the Niners should be taking because I still haven't gotten over the Super Bowl.
Here's Debo Samuel explaining the Super Bowl loss.
Kind of put it behind me. About to get back in the lab here in a week. About to take son to Disney World, and after that, get back in the lab. But 2 and 5 years, it's pretty rough. Being right there, the 2 that we've been in, is just falling short. It's just so heartbreaking, man. But I mean, at the end of the day, you got to move on, and it's the next year, and we're just gonna continue to grind and do what we set out to do.
We had a caller the other day saying, "Man, I can't even I can't muster up the energy to get ready for Niner football. By the time August rolls around, we'll be fired up for Niner football, but it's going to be a very, very slow process to get to that point. Because I'm with you. I love watching the combine. I love looking at the 40 times. I love the NFL draft. Niners have 11 picks. Free agency starts in 4 days. And I can't wrap my head around it because of what happened in Las Vegas. Because of what happened at Allegiant Stadium on Super Bowl Sunday. That was an absolute gut punch. I thought the Rams loss was bad a couple years ago.
No.
I thought the New York Giants loss was bad in 2011. We were there at the Super Bowl. We were at the Super Bowl, Shasky. We were in the stadium watching that play out. And from the third quarter on, I kept looking at you and Lundman, and I was looking at Whitney Sangiardo, and it just felt like, how are they going to lose this one? And why are they going to lose this one? And they lost in the most heartbreaking fashion possible, in my opinion, in overtime.
You know, the part of that really is tough to swallow isn't just the loss. It isn't just the walkout where I had to stop you from fighting other Niner fans.
Well, they kept telling me to shut the bleep up, and I told them to stop talking to me. I'm in a dark place. If you feel like you feel, leave me alone. They told me shut the bleep up about 15 times, walked up the block, came back and told me to shut the bleep up again, and that was that. It was like, all right, well, you got one more shut the bleep up.
And it isn't just that Popeyes was closed after and we waited in line for 20 minutes only to not get Popeyes when I really wanted fried chicken.
Or not having utensils for Chinese food in my room, and I basically ate Chinese food with my fingers in my hotel room.
No, the worst part about that day was that...
Wow, you guys were big down bad.
Oh, you have no idea.
You have no idea.
The worst part about that day was that you dancing on stage hasn't become more of a meme because I swear to God, that day could not have gone better. You talk so much about SoFi being one of the more perfect days ever, the NFC Championship game. And I think about it now that I don't have my dad with me. It is one of the best days of my life outside of, children and marriage and all that stuff. Like, it was one of the greatest days until the ending of the game. You and me on stage with cheerleaders, hyping up the crowd, and you doing God knows what kind of dance you were doing as Tyler Miller aggregates it every single time online. Tyler, send that video to me, please. I need it bad. And me fading to the background, knowing that Michelle's going to be on me, on my dome. You know what? Let's finish it on the other side because I know we're up against it.
Hey, listen, dude, I can't believe we're revisiting this on the day Andrew Wiggins comes back and the Warriors back on the floor. But we'll continue to talk about this. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. And it is the Warriors game day presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. I'm just well-rounded.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's GP2 here. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasty is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
All right, GP2, see you later on. Young Love, as this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Giants in spring training mode. There's not much to report right now. Let's see if they sign Blake Snell. They need some pitching. The 49ers heading into the offseason. What will they do at the trade deadline or the, not the trade deadline, but in free agency? Free agency, what are they going to do? Who are they going to move? What's going to happen there? Right now we're hot on Warriors, but right before the commercial break, we were discussing the Super Bowl and what we were doing beforehand and, talking to fans and dancing with cheerleaders and trying to be legendary, and then 4 hours later walking out sad. And I'm not going to say who.
I am shook. And Bonte got big time by a person who used to be a local media person.
Oh, no. It's just, I didn't get big timed. It's just I had to introduce myself for the 15th time to this person.
Which to me, once you do that, it's like.
Right. But hey, we did see Katie Box. I didn't even know it was Katie Box. Katie Box came up. Bonte, it's okay. And I hit her up 3 days later. It's like, I didn't even realize I was you. Thanks for saying hello. Because I was in a very, very dark place. I had people talk about Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy just said it. He just said it. That's the difference, B.
No, my favorite part was you and me doing a live video with a guy chiming in about how this loss wasn't as bad as
the one in Miami.
And you were like, they both are bad. It was hilarious.
I told the guy, I go, you're allowed to feel how you feel. But please don't tell me how to feel. And right now I feel like this is the worst loss of my adult life.
The game ended and we sprinted damn near out of that stadium. It was minutes after.
Hey, I don't think the confetti hit the turf and I was already down the stairs. And there was this little 19-year-old Kansas City Chiefs fan screaming at Niners fans.
That's right.
And I told him, I was like, hey, kid, be careful, man. You can't be doing that right now. Niner fans are down bad. Because I always think about the Filipino kid at SoFi Stadium. The Filipino kid at SoFi Stadium was only 5'2", about 110 pounds. But he was holding his girl's hand, and he had his Niner jersey on. And I remember him saying, if anybody says something to me, I'm knocking them smooth out. And you know what? I believed in 1 minute. He was only 5'2", 110 pounds, but I swear to God, I believed what he said. I said, yeah, you know what? He's probably going to knock somebody out if somebody speaks to him. But that's how it feels like. I'm not necessarily trying to be violent or whatnot. I wasn't trying to break nobody's jaw, but I'm like, why are you talking like this guy kept talking to me after the game and he was a Niner fan? You don't know anything about football. That was the worst loss. No. You're an idiot. I played college football. I was like, all right, dude, just keep it moving, man. Keep it moving. And by the time we got down to the hotel, one of the straps of my backpack was off and Shasky's grabbing me. You're on TV. You can't blow your career. I was like, nah, this guy got one more. Shut the bleep up in him. And no, we can't fight. I wasn't going to fight. But the cheerleader video was pretty.
Is it online? Loveman, did you post it online?
Yes, he did.
Okay. What did we caption it? The Bonte bounce?
The Bonte bounce.
Captioned, just how legendary does this moment seem now?
Oh, boy.
Okay, and it's Bonte dancing. Paint the scene for me as somebody who was not on stage.
Well, what I remember from it, obviously I was taking the video of all you guys. I don't know. I thought it was a really awesome moment in the time when you guys were doing it. It was just you guys were doing exactly what you guys do best.
Well, describe it for the radio audience because you're not even explaining anything.
Well, how did it happen?
Jesus, do you know how radio works?
I'm trying to give you a vote here. Love to give you some airtime. Jeez, this is not going to get you reps here. Listen, so we're walking around and we're saying what's up to feds and we're taking selfies or we're chopping it up with them. And then we see the cheerleaders up there on stage with the DJ. And then Lubman, I think, goes, you guys should get on stage.
Yeah, that's why I got the idea. It's like, you guys should be getting up there. You got all these fans here. And we've been talking to so many people who were listening to the show, and it's made me realize, like, we got a ton of roasters around here. Like, let's get these guys fired up here. And that's why, I went up to the DJ and I said, hey, I got Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky here with the Morning Roast and 95.7 The Game. We're basically like the authority for Niners fans in the Bay Area. Right. That was what we are the authority for Niner fans in the Bay Area.
Listen, I didn't know you said all that.
How many people on YouTube who are content creating say the same thing to their audience?
I know, but when I say it, it's actually true, though. That's the thing.
Well, I guess. Well, you say so.
Whatever. Yeah. But anyway, no. So to continue there. So, I told them, we're the authority, like big-time Niner fans, whatnot. Can we get them on stage to kind of hype up the Niner fans? And somehow, for some reason, this woman's like, yeah, sure, I love that. Let's do that. And like, I didn't think she was going to do it at all. I thought she was going to fight me. I thought I was going to have to
No, she was all about it.
I tried to hype you guys. The reason I said authority was trying to hype you guys up, make it seem like this. You got to have these guys on stage. They're big time.
Did we live up to the hype?
Oh, you absolutely did. Bonte hitting you, and then with the old baby, and then the bang bang Niner game, you had everybody.
But before we got on stage, because I could tell Shasky was like, I don't know about this one.
I was very
Shasky was like, I don't know about this one. You know how Shasky gets around when we start talking about strippers and, we talk about Scarface and we start talking about some of those things. And Shasky's like, I don't know. I go to church every Sunday. St. Cecilia's, we're really Catholic.
I am a volunteer coach.
I don't know if I should be on that stage. And I told Shasky, I looked him in the eye, I go, let's go be legendary. I can't, because I needed to pump myself up because I didn't have the gall to go up there. I was a little nervous about going up there. No lie. I was nervous as hell. I was petrified. I go, but to pump myself up, I needed to pump up Shasky. So I said, Shasky, let's go be legendary. Let's go be legends. And Shasky looked at me, and I know how to get him. And he walked on that stage.
Oh, I was ready.
And we got the mics going on now. I'm not going to lie. Once we got on the stage, I thought I was like Master P in a video.
You did.
I've always wanted to be in a rap video with girls dancing behind me, rapping.
Bonte was about it.
I wanted to. I've been about that life. I've always wanted to do that. And boy, did we do it ever. I don't know how I was dancing. I don't know what I was doing. But we had the crowd hyped.
Now, we're going to get back into the Warriors because I want to do an exercise with Bonte in a second. But Spadoni, you were at home, and I'm sorry we're sharing all of our Super Bowl experiences at your expense here. But
that's fine.
You're at home, you flip open Twitter, and what did you think when you saw the video?
Oh, I was like, these guys are having the time of their lives. You guys were getting after it. No, I was actually genuinely happy for you guys because I've always wanted to go to Legion, and Vegas was popping all week.
Yeah.
So you guys came there at the perfect time. And it seemed like a big, like Taylor Swift was coming.
That was
this was a Super Bowl of Super Bowls with who is like Usher's halftime performance.
That was incredible.
You guys were having I know it wasn't the ending you guys wanted, obviously. But throughout the game, you guys were having a great time. I can tell in the thread too.
Well, even Shasky's like, "Come on, B, come on, B." And then I look to my left as I'm in front of the stage with the cheerleaders bouncing behind me. Let me tell you, the cheerleaders were moving.
No, you moved the cheerleaders out of the way like you were Moses splitting the Red Sea, and you jumped to the front of the stage. And I was like,
you were hiding in the back.
Well, there was
you started hiding in the back
parts everywhere, and I couldn't get around.
No, he was hiding in the back. Shasky was. I grabbed the mic and I'm in front. I'm like, you know what? This is Bob. And the cheerleaders behind me were just moving. They were moving like great backup dancers. Like, you go to a Beyonce concert, you go to one of these concerts, like MC Hammer. Go pull up an old MC Hammer YouTube video, and he's got 150 background dancers. That's what I felt like. I had my background dancers. I was hyped up. And they were I could hear the pom-pom shaking too. Them girls were moving, man. They were moving. And then I look over to Shasky. Shasky's like, oh my God, we're going to get in so much trouble. He was sweating.
I was thinking about Michelle watching the video. Yeah, I'm like, I'm going to be in some trouble.
I already knew once he could dive in, once we hit that stage, there's no going back.
And then it got posted on Instagram. And the first comment I see posted is from your girl. And I go, oh boy, we're in some trouble.
We're in some trouble. And I was like, oh, that's what's going on out there? That was unbelievable. That was unbelievable. No, that was.
I'm not over the Super Bowl. Like, honestly, I'm not ready to turn the page to free agency. I don't want to trade Ayuk. I don't want to retinker a million things. I just want to wallow in the misery for a couple of more months before I can get myself excited. I'm down on the mat out right now. I'm like, it's like an 8 count, okay? Dude, I'm down.
I don't know if you think the losses suck in yet.
No.
I know we lost, and it's there, but it hasn't really sunk in yet. It hasn't. It really.
You haven't seen Star Wars.
No, the Chiefs are going to draft, right? The Kansas City Chiefs are going to go through the draft, and all the coverage will be like, well, the champs are at this guy. Oh, boy, the champs are at this guy. Oh, the champs, they're going to play with Patrick Mahomes. And then when it comes to our pick, it's going to be like, well, what can the Niners do to get over the hump? What can we do to get over the hump? What are we going to add? What are we going to do?
I love the mock drafts. It's Kool-Aid McKinstry late. I was like, I just love it for the name. Just get Kool-Aid.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
That was a one.
I'm going to be very authentic, okay? NBC authentic, if you will. And I'm telling you, dude, I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I love college football. I watched tons of college football games. I'm not ready to draft a right tackle. I'm not ready to trade up in the draft. I know everybody else is ready to turn the page and they want to move this guy and sign that guy and do this and do that. I don't know. I'm never going to get over it, but I'm not sure when I'm ready to actually have legitimate, sincere 49er conversations.
Damn. Even at the funeral, people were like, I ran into Rocco at your father's funeral. And he was just like, the Super Bowl came up and we went down that rabbit hole.
You just shake your head.
It's just like, damn. They threw 10 in the box at us and dared us to throw deep.
Again.
Damn. We dared to run the ball. Damn. We took the ball first in overtime. The Chiefs were laughing at us. Like, that's the one thing that it's not that we just lost. It's in the fashion that they lost in and decisions that went into the loss. Like, Kansas City prepared for overtime. And even in line, they were like, oh, yeah, we went through the rules. We had different meetings. Spags had meetings. Andy Reid had meetings. We were ready to roll. And we're like, what happens if we score first?
The more videos that come out. Hey, George, like all these different videos that come out. How is a camera, and I'm not getting conspiracy theory on you, but how is a camera looking at the players from the sideline running onto the field? The fact that they got the Greenlaw angle as perfect as they did is the most random thing I've ever seen.
Well, they have cameras everywhere.
No, I know, but you never see that happen.
You never see that happen. But you know what I'm thinking about that Super Bowl loss, and I'm thinking about the way the week started. And the week started with, quote unquote, Shanahan being drunk. Now, we don't know if Shanahan was drunk, if he was loose or whatnot, but a lot of people feel like that. And if that's the case, if he was loose and all that stuff happening, then it does have a Jim Harbaugh Super Bowl week feel to it where they were just tight. Culliver says what he says. You know, and if people don't remember what Chris Culliver said, go ahead and Google it. Chris Culliver's Super Bowl. And Ray Rattle was waiting for Chris Culliver at that media presser to say, what the hell do you mean? Yeah, Randy Moss walking around media day saying, oh, yeah, I'm the greatest, and they don't use me enough, and blah, blah. It was just a bad week. And when you think back to what Shanahan and company just went through, the field at UNLV, the turf was soft. You know, I heard people blaming the turf or blaming the Super Bowl loss on their practice facility. I'm not buying that. You know what I'm saying? Niners out and about. Whatever it was. It's just, man, the Chiefs looked professional, and the Niners looked like a team that was, oh, yeah, we're here, and we just assumed that we're going to win the game, and we can just bring our B-plus game. They didn't play well. They didn't play a four-quarter football game all postseason, man.
Look, I wasn't there at practice, so I don't know, but when I'm coaching with the kids, I always say this, like, practice isn't just practice. It's preparation and repetition for the game. You're simulating game opportunities as most and as often as you possibly can. Have you seen the part of the Patriot Dynasty
no, I haven't. I've only been 2 episodes in. I've been
when you get to the and I'm not giving away the nuclear secrets here, but when you get to the part where they're facing the New York Giants, they had a bad practice a couple of days during Super Bowl week, and Belichick addresses the team and goes, the Giants are ahead of us right now in terms of practice.
Right.
They're ahead of us this week. Mm-hmm. They are beating us. Like, this isn't the practice leading up to the Super Bowl.
They're ahead of us.
They're ahead of us right now. And, like, those things resonated with me. And I was thinking about, like, again, whether it's a bad look, whether they're not prepared, I don't know. But clearly, there's a lot of stuff. The field, Shanahan, like, there's a lot of things. Not knowing the rules, all these things. They were behind the Chiefs in preparation.
Yep.
And I think it played out in the details of the game. It wasn't the end-all, be-all, but it sure mattered when it was all said and done.
Decision-making, when to go for it on 4th down, when not to go for it on 4th down. Like, what would have happened if Kittle doesn't get that first down on 4th and 3? We were up there in that press box like, oh my, like I almost had a heart. I almost passed out. I was going to fake Chasky. No, I was going to fake because that one, when he went out there.
I couldn't believe it.
And they were saying, I'm like, Chasky, they're not going to call a timeout.
With no Debo on the field.
I was like I was getting queasy. Didn't know Debo on the field.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, he's really going to go for it. And they barely got it. And I was just like, you just kind of knew. You just kind of knew that it was going to play out the way it played out.
Well, and all the finger pointing on the offensive line in the subsequent weeks, and Feliciano throwing guys under the bus. I mean, Feliciano, throw your phone away and stop tweeting. I don't ever want to hear from you again.
Why is he tweeting so? He seen the quote tweet on Josh Allen? Did you see that quote tweet?
If I never hear from John Feliciano again, I'll be happy. You know, like, I don't ever. But here's the big, like, we could point fingers at all the offensive line. This is now multiple times, multiple seasons, 2 of them against the Niners. Chris Jones has found a way to dominate in key moments of a game. And our guy, Nick Bosa, who played an outstanding game, just didn't have that same moment. Now, you could say, Joe, the offensive line specifically game planned against him, and their quarterback made, an elusive play and okay. I seen Chris Jones close games multiple times.
And I've seen Bosa on the sideline on final possession.
So and Bosa's a great player. I mean, one of the greats, okay? But there's a difference between him and Chris Jones right now in these big moments. Also, their guy, Patrick Mahomes, finished the game and had key moments where he made plays. Purdy's awesome. He played great in that game at times. He didn't make the plays at the very end because of a lot of different things, and Mahomes did. And that, to me, is the separator. Their two studs made plays.
Somebody, 510, don't forget the fire alarm.
The fire alarm. The fire alarm.
The fire alarm. Forgot about that. Forgot about that as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Shout out to the Comcast Business Sex Line as well. It is a Warriors Wednesday, and I'm hyped for this game tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks. Brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. The Warriors with 22 games back, and Andrew Wiggins is back in the fold. Steve Kerr, where's he at physically? Here's Steve Kerr.
Yeah, we feel comfortable. We'll see how many minutes. I mean, you can't really simulate an NBA game, obviously. So we'll see how he holds up. But physically, he's perfectly fine to go ahead and play tomorrow.
Is he coming off the bench or is he going to start?
I will most likely start him. But yeah.
What about Moses Moody? A lot of people concerned about Moses Moody. Will he go from starting to DNP? Will he get minutes? Will he be in a rotation? Here's Steve Kerr on Moses Moody.
Yeah, Moses will continue to get time. He's earned it. He's really just been so professional about everything since the day he walked into this building 2.5 years ago. He's a pro, so excited to continue to get him some minutes, and hopefully we can bounce back from that last game. Tough one.
All right, so with 22 games left, Dub Nation, 22 games left, Roasters. What record do the Warriors need to produce in order for you to believe that they can make a deep run in the playoffs? 22 games left. Right now, the 10th spot, but they have a chance to move up here over the next week or two. What does their record need to be for you to believe that they can make a deep run with 22 games left? What do you need to see? What do you need to see the rest of the way? What do you need to see the rest of the way, Shasky? What is something that needs to pop for you in order for you to believe in the Warriors making a deep run?
Well, in about 7 minutes, I'm going to go through exactly wins and losses with you of where I think that they have to win certain games.
Right.
There are some that, to me, feel like they're losses, not saying that they can't win. And then I call some throw-up games, as in, I'm throwing it up, I don't know. Right. It's a tip-off. You pick them, if you will, if you're a better. What I need to see from them, I need to see the ball hopping on offense, and I need to see guys attacking the rim, so they have to have better balance in the half court. I think when they get 3-point happy and they get Steph reliant, they become very predictable. When I look at their defensive side, this is where Andrew Wiggins absolutely needs to come in ready to go. Talking about his shape and being prepared physically to play the rigors. Point of attack defense, switching. Not switching, going through some of these screens that are out there. They need to play a brand of basketball on ball and off ball that is much more aware than what they've played throughout the totality of the year. They need to rebound better because I think they are going to be undersized in a lot of these matchups.
They're top 2 team, though, when it comes to rebounding in the league, which is crazy, right?
It is crazy, but situational rebounding, would you agree?
Right. No doubt.
Situational rebounding is very important.
No doubt.
So I look at point of attack defense, and I look at the communication on switches. When they've gotten cooked, the ball's hopping, and guys are getting wide open looks. They need to contest those shots. They need to play a more communicated, buttoned up, help defense. If they're doing those things, I'll know they're engaged.
Yeah, the balance, they've been a lot better. They're 12-3 in the month of February. Why? Because the balance.
Yeah.
You only see about 43 points. 3-point attempts and about 100 field goal attempts. I mean, that balance there, when you're when you're shooting more than 50% of your shots from the three-point line, you're asking for a loss, especially if you're not shooting the ball well. But the Warriors have had better balance, better paint points, getting 2 feet in the paint, getting to the rim, and that's a byproduct of Jonathan Kuminga. Let's go to Marcus real quick in Pacifica. Marcus, what's happening?
Hey, Marcus.
You're on the roast.
Good morning. And
Good morning, Marcus.
pretty hyped up with Wiggins coming back. Good news to wake up to. Being able to get him back, I think, is going to make a big difference as far as, the Warriors' rotation. Boston was an anomaly. I don't think that's going to be something that we're going to see a lot. The legs retired. They went on a hell of a run leading up to that game. Played in some big games. The Toronto game, I thought, took a lot more out of them than people realized. But, coming up, seeing how Kuminga and Moody playing together. Of course, Wiggins and Kuminga will be starting. Moody's going to come off the bench, give them some spells. Kuminga and Moody being 21, they're going to log a lot of minutes. The rotation in the backcourt as far as, of course, Steph, and then you got Chris Paul, Podziemski, Quinones. I know you had mentioned that there's possibility his minutes might be going down, but, he's one of the few guys that can actually still, hit that three. That's kind of been the transition for our team, has been that we're not as good a shooting team as we had been in the past. And with the league, it's a 3-point shooting league. And if a team gets hot like Boston did, it's hard for us to keep up with them. Clay isn't able to do what he used to do. Still a good shooter, but he's not, the Splash brother, Klay Thompson.
Yep. Hey, good call, Marcus. Good call. That's a very good call there as we break down this Bucks game and what the Warriors will do with their rotation. What do you need to see over the last 22 games to make you believe that they are a contender, that they can make a deep run? Because that's what this is about here. It's about winning championships with the Golden State Warriors. They don't going to the second round doesn't do anything for this core group. Does nothing for Steve Kerr. Does nothing now for this fan base. So what do you need to see over the last 22 games for you to believe that they can make a deep run? I have some thoughts on that. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for their stock up sale and earn 4 times the reward points.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steve. Good to hear from you. Anthony Slater, 8 o'clock. Anthony Slater, 8 o'clock. Steven Watson, he's the Bucks pre- and post-game host for Bally Sports. He'll join us at 8:30 to give us some insight on Damian Lillard, whether or not Giannis Antetokounmpo will play as he's dealing with Achilles tendonitis. We'll see if he gives it a go. Chris Middleton is out. He hasn't been the same since having microfracture surgery on that knee or that meniscus injury, whatever it was a couple seasons ago, man. He got hurt during the Brooklyn series. He didn't play that Brooklyn series, I should say, in that second round. Or excuse me, it was Boston. I'm getting my facts mixed up here. Boston beat him in 7, and Middleton didn't play in that series. And Middleton just has not been the same player since. So he's out for the Bucks today as the Warriors are trying to get back on track after losing to Boston on Sunday. They have won 13 in their last 17. They had a great road trip going 3-1. We would have taken 2-2. They go 3-1 in the 4 games on the road. Now it's go time here over the last 22 games here. What do the Warriors need to do to make you believe that they could go on a run here in the playoffs over the last 22? Real quick, Shasky, Comcast Business Text Line 510-15-7. 415-16-6. 209. It's simple, Bonte. We just need to see consistency. Play your style of ball, play smart, and everything will be all right. Let's get it and go from there. That's Poncho out there in the 209.
Line them up, 888-957-9570. 22 games left. Is there a record you're looking for? Is there a style of play you're looking for? Is there a player you're pointing at?
What are you looking for?
I'll tell you exactly what I'm going to do. But first, when Spadoni's ready, he'll give me the thumbs up. We're going to do an exercise. I love this sound. All right, Bonte, you love looking at the calendar. So much so, I nicknamed you Binoculars Bonte. So let's look at the calendar. They've got 22 games left. I've got the schedule pulled up here. Now, in my notes, I wrote wins and losses.
Right.
And then I call it toss-up game.
Right.
All right? Let's go through. I want your analysis. You are Mr. Warrior. Bonte Hill. Just don't ask Draymond. Wednesday, March 6th, against the Bucks. Tonight.
It's always a fun game.
No Giannis.
Always a fun game against Milwaukee.
No Middleton.
Well, Giannis is questionable. He may play.
Well,
he may play.
I'm
We'll
assuming
see.
No. Win or loss?
This is a win today. They beat the Bucks at home. They've had some great games against the Bucks at home. Last year, Curry coming back. You were at that game against Milwaukee.
Yes, I was.
When Curry scored 80 points in the last 2 minutes a year before. Klay Thompson went crazy on a Saturday night against Milwaukee. Him and Jordan Poole. I got this as a win.
All right.
Coming back home off the road trip, they know they've got to get this one.
All right. Thursday, March 7th, Bulls. Win or loss?
Tomorrow's a win. Although Kobe White and company, you do not want to sleep on them.
No.
By the way,
you're not allowed to hedge, Steiny.
By the way, this is why they're going to win today. Bob Myers is coming back to Chase Center.
I know.
For the first time tonight. It's the first time he's been back at Chase Center.
Put a bookmark in that. We'll talk about that later. I'm doing the schedule with you, Binoculars.
Videos coming in the second quarter, so you want to be in your seats.
Oh.
Bob Myers is getting a standing ovation, a rousing standing ovation. Maybe a little news there.
All right.
But Bob Myers returned. I didn't even think about that. This is the first time Bob Myers has been back at Chase. Can't wait to see him, man. So he's back in the building. So you said tomorrow. Look, back-to-backs are not easy. They are not easy, especially at home. And you got some young, fresh legs at the Chicago Bulls. Very impressive win the other night against Sacramento, man. They came back from 20 down. They came back so hard that Kyle Draper during the postgame show was yelling, saying, the fans don't deserve this. However, the Bulls have had to go from Sacramento to Utah. They played today in Utah. They got to fly back to the Bay Area.
All right.
Warriors are winning the first 2 games on this real homestand.
All right. I'm glad we got that out of you. I mean, could you imagine Bonte doing pre and post for the Cleveland Browns during the Hugh Jackson era? I mean, you got to watch out for this Cleveland team. They're very dangerous. They could win a game. They're due.
Hey, they say I could sell water to a well, baby.
Boy. All right. What about the Spurs? We get Wemby. You're going to be at San Antonio. We know that the Warriors took, 5 decades to win in San Antonio, prior to this run that they've been on.
2 straight games against San Antonio.
Win or loss?
I'm hoping to get the split here because Wemby's playing so well. I do believe the Warriors will handle business Saturday night against San Antonio.
You want the split?
I would love to get greedy.
I'm saying win-win.
All right, win-win. Then win in San Antonio. They're going to be tough to beat down there. I've seen them beat the Lakers in San Antonio. Who they beat? OKC in San Antonio. Okay. They're playing well at home, man.
So do you want the split or do you want to win?
Just give me the split. I'm
Oh
cool with
my
that.
God.
If you go 3-1 over the next 4, you're good.
All right.
You're good.
All right, well, now you go at Dallas.
Yes.
At LAL.
No, you got to have these games. You got to beat the Lakers.
See, I got these as 2 losses.
Yeah,
You have to beat the Spurs,
right?
And I think these are 2 losses.
See, I don't think the Warriors have won against the Lakers in LA in a couple of years here. If I get my math straight, they've struggled down at Crypto.com Arena over the last couple seasons. So I do know that, that may be an L. The Lakers are they're a tough matchup for the Golden State Warriors. ABC Saturday night.
What about Dallas?
You could beat Dallas at Dallas. That's a win for me.
Okay.
That's a win for me against Kyrie and Luka. Look, Luka can score all the points he wants, grab all the rebounds he wants.
Okay.
The Warriors are playing a better brand of basketball right now. Dallas is starting to slide a little bit here. They're 34-28. You look at their schedule, what they've done over the last week or so, they've lost 5 of their last 6. So you may be catching them at the right time, although they play Miami today. Then Dallas has a couple. They get Detroit at home, and then they get Chicago. So I got that as a win.
All right, and then you go against the Knicks at home. To me, this is a toss-up game. What do you got?
Oh, it depends who's playing for the New York Knicks.
I mean, isn't that like everyone on the schedule?
Yeah, but I mean, is Julius Randle back? Is Mitchell Robinson back? Is OG Anunoby going to be back? Because they just have Jalen Brunson in that team that we just saw last week at Madison Square Garden. The Warriors are rolling them at home.
Do you know how to play this game? It's win or loss.
I'm telling you it's a win.
Okay, all
I'm
right.
breaking down why it's a win. You just want me to say win, or you want the analysis here?
A little bit of the analysis, but I'd like you to get off the fence, Humpty Dumpty.
No,
Hill.
I'm not getting off the fence. I'm breaking down why.
What about the Grizz? They're going to beat the Grizz?
Oh, they're going to smoke the Grizz.
All right, that's a win.
That's a dub. They already slept on the Grizz. They slept on the Grizz once. They got knocked out around Martin Luther King Jr. Day. They won't do that again.
What about the Pacers? I have this as a toss-up game.
It is a toss-up game. Now, they're going to go up and down in this basketball game. We know they get up and down and run. Benedict Mathurin is a baller. Tyrese Halliburton's a baller. Pascal Siakam's a baller. But you know what? The Warriors, they got to pay these guys back for what happened last year at Chase Center. Very good win in Indianapolis this season. They've got to win that game. It's a Friday night. You get a day off after Memphis.
The Nemhart revenge game?
And this is the last game before you go on the road before Minnesota. So you got to win this game on a Friday night. Not gonna be easy. Right. That is a W for the Dubs.
Wow. I had it as a toss-up. That's okay. And then in Minnesota, they'll be
Well, you want me to toss up? Yeah, it's a 50-50 game, but they got to win the loss,
well,
right?
I had
That's
2 toss-up games. All right. And it's all right. In Minnesota, they're going to still be vying for the number 1 seed, I think, at this particular time.
Yes.
This is the 10th game of the last 22. What do you think?
Look, we know about the emotions. We got the emotions. We know about the emotions that happened at Chase Center. Klay Thompson, Vanderbilt, Rudy Gobert, Draymond Green. The Warriors haven't beat Minnesota yet. They almost stole that game against Minnesota. Remember, Curry didn't play that one. They've got to send the message. Now, this road trip is treacherous because you go to Minnesota, then you go to South Beach. You can always get to South Beach, Miami flu. Then you go to Orlando, and I got to look this up. I don't know if the Warriors have won in Orlando since like 2018. Let me look that up here in a second. But I haven't got to my notes with Orlando. But just recall the one down there.
Paolo Bancheros.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, down to Harry Potter land, weird things happen at the Amway Center.
Harry Potter land?
Yeah, Harry Potter, Disney World, all that stuff. So, look, if I could get the 2-1 in the first 3 games, then play San Antonio and Charlotte, or Charlotte and San Antonio, I'll be good.
What? No, I didn't know that. What?
Yeah, Universal Studios has Harry Potter World now.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, they have Hogwarts there and everything. It's really cool. Come on.
They haven't won in Orlando since 2017.
Look, I'm learning something new. I didn't know that.
Bonte is a big Potterhead.
I know. Big pothead. So I look at it here. So you got Minnesota, Miami, Orlando, Charlotte. I got loss in Minnesota, a loss in Miami, because I know this team with the veterans and the young guys are going to party. I got Orlando.
I
got Orlando as a loss. I got Charlotte as a win. Okay, and then they go to San Antonio, and I got that as a win. Yes. So what do you got?
On that road trip, I got 3-2. Win at Minnesota.
Okay. Oh, win.
Win in Orlando.
Okay.
Win in Charlotte.
Win in Charlotte. Okay.
Travel day could be interesting in San Antonio.
So now you're with me on Miami being a loss. Okay.
No, well, they've always struggled down in Miami. With like South Beach, man. I know they had a couple wins there recently, but South Beach is tough.
No wonder you like Harry Potter. You love fiction.
No. 3-2. 3-2 on that 5-game host.
Okay.
5-game road trip.
Okay, and then they're winning in San Antonio?
I got that as a loss. I got them losing. I got them beating Charlotte Friday.
San Antonio.
Yeah, I could see them going 2-2
Wow,
against the
that's
Spurs.
not good. All right, and then they got the Mavs at home. They got the Mavs at home. What do you think there?
Tuesday night, TNT, you got to have it. This is got to have a game.
Win.
You got to have it.
All right, we've really stretched this segment out.
Yeah,
what about Houston? You got to win or
what
loss?
did you think? We're going through 22 games.
No, I want the best Warrior analysis possible.
You want the 2-minute? You want a 2-minute Q&A?
No, this is what I want. You're in your wheelhouse, dog. You're running a 2-minute drill right now, Joe Burrow.
This guy Shasky tells me it's a win or loss segment. Yeah, he has toss-up games. It's a toss-up game. So which one is it?
It's definitely a win or loss segment, I'll tell you that.
And we probably lost the numbers. All right, anyway. Oh, Dylan Brooks and company? Yeah, you got to win this game. You got to win this game, but it's going to be ugly, but you got to win.
All right. At Dallas.
This one might be a loss.
Okay, I got lost too. Okay. Jazz.
Win.
Okay, win. Yeah. All right. LA Lakers again.
Tuesday night, 7 p.m. This game could determine the 17, 8 seed, 9 seed, or 10 seed. And look, we know what happened last year with the LA Lakers. Hey, look up the last time the Warriors won against the Lakers in LA. So that could be an issue here.
You know what I'm calling this?
What?
This is equivalent to the Game 7 OKC game. LeBron will lose this game, but he's coming to the Warriors.
Oh, gosh.
So do you have a win or loss?
I got the Warriors winning this one.
Oh, my God.
They're still in this one.
All right.
And this is the game, that Tuesday, April 9th game, when the Warriors beat LA, in LA, the Lakers, that is. This is a game that's going to have Dub Nation believing they could go on a deep run.
All right.
Getting over that LeBron hump and the Lakers, all of a sudden people are going to look at the last 3 games saying, Portland, New Orleans, Utah, let's go, baby.
Okay.
We're humming. That is a springboard to a deep playoff run for the Golden State Warriors.
So you got winning the Jazz, winning the Lakers. Don't sell me on Portland. I don't even want to hear you try to sell Portland.
Listen.
Not sell Portland
to
me.
I'll tell you about this.
Get out of here.
No, I'll tell you about this.
Every accessory.
No. Let me tell you how I can sell Portland. I will sell Portland because they're going to be playing with house money. There's nothing they want more to upset the Golden State Warriors and to get them off track here. The PDX, the Moda Center, are going to be rocking and rolling. They're going to be sold out up there. It'll probably be some special bobblehead. They'll probably honor some legendary Portland Trailblazer like Lionel Hollins, maybe Michael Thompson, Clay's dad, to play a little head games there. Listen, Portland will be ready for that game. The Warriors can overlook the Portland Trailblazers. There you go. I sold the Blazers.
Bruce Bochy thinks you have cap all over your head.
Chauncey Billups. You gotta be
kidding me.
Will be fighting for his job in that game. They will win one. They will try to win one for Chauncey.
For my life, wearing the all black suit.
Chauncey will be fighting for his life. Be fighting for his job in that game. Come on.
It's one of the greatest.
Win one for Chauncey.
You are so. Oh my God. All right, Pelicans, you have a win.
Oh, they got to win that game. This is a tiebreaker. No, listen. This is a tiebreaker. They played 3 times this year. The season series right now is split. One game.
I thought God's to wins only happen in the NFL.
No, they happen in every sport. In my world, you got to have certain games, right? Listen, this game you got to have. It's a tiebreaker game. It's a tiebreaker game. No, I think you missed me.
I did.
Tiebreaker game. Look how red you are. Your cheeks are glowing right now.
I'm loving how you're selling me. Like, look at this bologna. I'm telling you, it tastes like filet mignon, but I know it's bologna.
Hey, listen, let me tell you, man. The Pelicans, we know what happened last year, chasing her late in the year. I watched Draymond Green single-handedly take every single one of their players out of their mental space. And Curry got rolling, Kuminga got rolling, Poole got rolling, and the Warriors rallied from a 20-point deficit. And what was the chatter after the game? Draymond Green flipped this basketball game. So you know what? They're beating the Pelicans, and then Sunday, April 14th, to take on the Jazz, 12:30 p.m. And the Jazz don't really want to be in the Bay. They're thinking about Cancun. They're thinking about Cabo. And the Warriors will roll, and they will be red hot. So what's the record that you got me at? What is the record?
22 games.
22
Monte predicted 17-5.
Oh, my God.
Now, I wasn't as aggressive as Mr. Warrior over here. 17-5. Now, again, it's absurd, your logic, and I love it.
So that means, hold on, it's 17-5. So that means after going 13-4 in the last 17 games, that means the Warriors would be 30-9 heading to playoffs in their last 39 games. 30-9.
How many wins would that be, Loveman, if they go 17-5? 17-5. Give me the wins.
That's 49 wins.
49 wins. Wow. Remember when they won 50 games and didn't make the playoffs?
Yeah, I do remember that.
With Don Nelson a year after, we believe. All right. So I had a little more conservative. I went 13 should-win games. Should win them. Should win them. I got 7 should loses, and then I got 2 swing games.
So you got 15-7, basically.
No, let's split the difference. Let's go
14-7.
And 8.
14-8. 14-8.
I got 14
I'm not mad at that.
I got 14-8. I think that's reasonable. I think that's reasonable because I think there's going to be a win that we don't account for, a loss that we don't account for. To me, I got them at about 46 wins. You got them 17-5? That would be the best basketball they've played in like 3 years.
They're playing some really good basketball right now. The 18-2 start. Well, the last Warriors win versus the Lakers in LA was opening night of 2021, the championship season. Damn, it's been a long time. So that means they've lost 1, 3, 6. They've lost 6 straight games against the Lakers in LA.
I think we would all agree. Bucks, Bulls, Spurs. That Spurs again, that to me, and then Dallas, you got to get Bucks win, Bulls win. You got to win both games against San Antonio. I'm sorry.
So who's with me?
You got to win both games against San Antonio.
Dub Nation, who's with me here? Let's swing for the fences, baby. I got championship mentalities all around the court, all around this roster, on this team. I got a championship-minded head coach. Bob Myers coming back to the building today. Chase Center, he knows what time it is. 17-5. Are you with me over the last 22? 17-5. I sound like Daryl the Guru Johnson right now. I'm optimistic. I'm open-minded. They're playing their best ball right now. They're healthy for the first time since early November. It's go time. You don't think they were sitting back on their couches last night, watching watching Denver and Phoenix go to overtime and Phoenix outlasted the Nuggets? That was playoff basketball. They know what time it is today. They know what time it is. Let's go. 17-5. Book it.
I'm going to pull a page out of the book of Bonte. What about the other teams?
The other teams going to come to play.
What about their prerogative?
Their prerogative is to beat the Warriors and to get to the playoffs. They are. But you can't. But listen, like champions do. You don't worry about the other teams.
Champions do.
You worry about yourself. How am I playing? Am I turning the ball over? Am I making a 3? Am I being balanced? Am I playing team defense? Am I getting after these guys? It's not about them. It's about us, right, Lubman? It's about what we do.
It is.
I told you, it was like the Super Bowl played out. It wasn't about the Kansas City Chiefs. It turned out to be about what the 49ers were doing.
Wouldn't you agree with me, though? Like, when I'm looking, I got about 14-8.
Maybe below. 16-6 is probably more, that's probably more realistic. 15-7.
Whatever.
14-8, whatever.
We're in the same vicinity, right? Like, whatever. But the way I look at it, like, you got Dallas and the Lakers, okay, multiple times on this
5
schedule.
times.
Okay?
5 times.
So, to me, like, Dallas, going 1-2 against Dallas, I think is good. Like, I know you say that, and I don't think
it's good, but they lose the season series.
No doubt, but
you have to go 2-1 against Dallas.
But I'm going to be honest with you. If this were a playoff series, I'm taking the Warriors. Regular season, I'm taking Dallas.
Right.
Because these one-off games against Luke are very difficult.
They are difficult.
He gets you into foul trouble. He dominates the game. He hits a lot of shots. It's different than a series where you're game planning and you're stopping them. The Lakers, until I see otherwise, I have a hard time giving the Warriors the benefit of the doubt. Now, one of the best games of the year was the double overtime game, Steph Curry versus LeBron. It was a great game.
They lost.
But let's call it what it is. They have a difficult time against Anthony Davis.
Yep.
And so that's why I'm looking at it like, can you get 2 or can you get 3 wins against Dallas and the Lakers?
Well, you're talking
about the 5.
You have to go 3-5 because I think you have to go 2-1 against Dallas and you got to split against the Lakers.
Okay.
It's simple. You go 3-2 against those teams, boom. Now, what do you do against New Orleans? You have to beat New Orleans. You have to win that game at Chase Center late in the season. You have to. That's got to be a win. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. You got to win.
Well, and B, you're talking about the San Antonio Spurs. If you want to be a team that's taken serious in the playoffs, as great as Wemby is, you can't be losing games in the Spurs. You've got, 4 against them?
There might be a clunker there. The end of a road trip in San Antonio.
Yeah, but you can't split against them.
No, you can't. You probably can't split. You probably got to go 2-1 against them and have 3-1.
There's no excuses.
Yeah, no excuses at all.
You got to handle business.
Now, if they do that, that means 18-4 for me. Because I got one of those losses in San Antonio.
Okay.
So, you know what I'm saying? Şengün and the Houston Rockets. That's not going to be an easy game.
Can we put the restrictor plates on my guy over here? You're going straight to nitrous like it's Fast and the Furious. My guy,
I'm fired up. Let's go.
I know.
Baby. I came San Antonio
You're asking
lost.
for like unprecedented clips of excellence over the last 2 months. Like I'm saying, like, hey, be above 500 and be a good team, not great team.
Hey, listen,
what you're saying is be great, and to me that's a little too far.
Shoot for the moon. Shoot for the moon. I got Stephen Curry. I got J.K. playing well.
If you miss the moon, you might land amongst the stars.
See, there you go.
Some question whether we even landed on the moon. Today's not the day.
I question that. You guys guys read me.
Wait, now I have to explore this. What do you question?
Oh, no. I just said, I don't know if somebody landed on the moon. You guys got all over it. Oh, come on, Bonte. You're ridiculous. I don't know. Some dude may have posted a photo in front of a green screen and said, hey, I landed on the moon. I don't know.
Stanley Kubrick, or what's the guy's name? What's the guy?
Yeah, this is the director, Stanley Kubrick.
Yeah, they claim that he doctored a bunch of photos and pictures.
How do you come back from the moon? How long does that take?
Takes about a week.
Really?
Yes. Shout out the planetarium out in Oakland. They'll tell you about it.
You learn a lot at those things.
I know.
All that
it's been
time
a
you
while.
spent at the museum with your daughter, and you haven't learned a damn
We haven't got to the planetarium
He's
yet.
too busy with the frolicking penguins.
No, the frolicking penguins
and
are
the
great.
kaleidoscopic fish.
Hey, Baby Chaz loves the penguins. Hey, Papa, the penguins, caca. I knew we both laughed. I knew we look at them. She loves the penguins. The penguins play with her, too. They play with her in the class. Hey, Papa, look at the penguin they're eating.
You're too worried being fearful of the Portland Trailblazers and the Chauncey Billups fighting for my life game. Then you're not paying attention to what's going on at the Science Museum when you go.
Listen, there's always these storylines in these games. Every single game presents a different challenge, man. This is the NBA, folks. The NBA. There's always some motivation here, whether you're 9-40, 40-9. There's always some little motivation.
Like when the Warriors were tanking to get the Harrison Barnes pick, there was motivation on the Warriors side to lose that game in an epic way so that they could keep their protected lottery pick.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, Chauncey Billups may be coaching for his life. He may be coaching for his tenure.
How many years has he been there? How many years has he been there?
His third year, right?
He's coaching for his life. What did they expect was going to happen when they traded away Damian Lillard?
Well, I'm just saying.
Like, God, I'm not trying to cape up for Chauncey Billups, but like, look at that team.
By the way, next year, Abu Dhabi, the Celtics and Denver Nuggets playing in Abu Dhabi. The Abu Dhabi games in 2024. That's going to be fun. Let's go to the lines. Coach Hall of San Diego. Coach Hall, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
I got a question for you guys. For me, what I want to see is positioning and consistency. I think we need to stay away from OKC, Denver, and the Lakers because we don't have a big, and they always kill us inside. And I'm kind of with you, Bonte. Maybe 17-5. If we can look at these next 7 games, you take care of business the next 4. And you can go 7-0 or 6-1, maybe drop that game against the Lakers or the Knicks,
right,
or Dallas. But you can't afford to lose all 3 of those. Then I think we got a chance to sneak in there and make a run. But it's for me. I'm just looking for that positioning because you can't play OKC in the first series. They're too young. Even if we do beat them, we're going to be like dog, dead, tired going into the next round.
Yep.
For some reason, I think the Lakers got a mental edge over us. And, of course, Denver, the champs, I'd rather play them in the Western Conference Finals. So that's what I'm looking for. What you guys think?
Yeah, now, you know what? I would rather play OKC. I actually don't fear OKC. I think the inexperience for OKC, look, they have a lot of talent. Chet is a problem. Jalen Williams is good. We know about SGA and Giddey, and they brought in Gayron Hayward. They're not an easy team whatsoever. But I look at the games that the Warriors played against OKC.
I mean, the first game was the play-in Friday night game. Well, one of the best games of the year.
Right, 141-139.
It was an incredible game.
The next game, all right, the first game, they had a baseball little doubleheader. Second game, they should have won. Chet hits the 3 to send it to overtime. There's a miscommunication on the defensive end there. And also, there was one of the games in which the Warriors blew a 15-point lead. You should have won that game. Then you go to OKC, and Chet gets fouled for 3 free throws. That can't happen. And you lose that game in overtime. So I feel really good about a matchup against OKC. Denver, yeah, they're a problem. They're a problem. It's a close game in half court. Jamal Murray and Jokic State, they give me headaches. But you know what? I'm sure the Warriors give Denver headaches. Those games were close. They could have went either way, right? Am I not?
No, they could have.
We all watched the games.
Yeah.
Those games could have flip-flopped either way. So
look, Denver is an awesome team. But it's all about matchups. Like, in a weird way, I know this is going to sound absurd. And so listen to what I'm saying. In a weird way, I like the matchup. Not that they're better or they're going to beat the Denver Nuggets in a 7-game series. But I like the matchup better for the Warriors against Denver than I do like the Lakers. And I don't even think the Lakers are anywhere near the Denver Nuggets.
I'm with you.
I'm going matchups for what the Warriors can do and what they can't do versus what Denver can and can't do versus what the Lakers do really well. And again, it's all about matchups. OKC, I give them tremendous amounts of respect. They are better than I thought they were going to be multiple years ago. They're an incredible watch. I think they're one of the more fun teams in the league.
Finally listening. I told you they were coming.
But I think they're beatable.
Yeah, I do too.
And I think our style of play does definitely match up with theirs.
Listen, man, FP Sanchangelo was here for you. He did a great job filling in for you, Shasky. We're having a conversation. Is there any team that you should fear in the Western Conference? And then 2 days later, Draymond's talking. He said, we don't fear any team in the Western Conference. I actually agree with them. I don't think there's a team. Now, the Lakers, they do present matchup problems.
Not Portland?
Not Portland. But in that game, in that one-off game, though, you asked me to sell Portland. I sold Portland.
Oh, you can.
Dude, come on, man. TV Bonte, man, is something special. I'll tell you, the Warriors pregame. Portland Trailblazers had a rough season, but boy, you cannot slip up on the road.
You can tell he's getting ready to do Giants baseball pre and post because he is in sell, buy mode.
Hey, I'll sell. Hey, baby. Hey, let's go. I'll set up that opening block when we do the seating at the Moda Center and kids are getting ready to watch the Warriors in Portland. Folks, Portland Trailblazers had a rough season, but the Moda Center and their season finale here at home, they will be rocking and rolling, and the Warriors cannot afford to slip up against the Blazers tonight in the PDX. Very important game. And do you think I know how to sell? Man, Bob Fitzgerald has been a hero for us all here in the broadcasting business.
Stop it.
You know, I want to hear from Fitz. Hey, before we get to Oscar and Softon, here's Fitz on if the Warriors have a postseason run in them.
If you take each series in and of itself and the Warriors get the focus on you and just you, and you've got Steph Curry and you've got Draymond Green and you got Klay Thompson and you got Chris Paul and you got Steve Kerr, and you go win the first game on the road, and then all of a sudden it's all that competition that's in their DNA and all that championship experience. Teams, there's a reason the Heat make the finals from the 7th seed. There's a reason the Lakers make the Western Finals out of the play-in. There's just something in a shorter period. What if guy rolls an ankle for the other team or this or that? Like, you never know. So, but are they, oh no, they're going to win 65 games and they're going to roll teams? No, those days are over with. The Durant era where they were just more talented than everybody, that's not here. But you think OKC and Minnesota, these teams are lining up to, hey, we hope we get the Warriors in round one? I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm with Fitz. Y'all can laugh at Fitz if you want to. I'm not laughing.
Yeah, I'm cool.
I'm not in agreement. Give me Minnesota. I want to see Nas Reed.
Don't love the Minnesota matchup.
You know what? Hey, I don't think Minnesota's Chris Finch. You think they would have first round?
Minnesota!
First round.
I love you do this thing. Chris Finch, Chauncey Billups, you go right to the coach. Nobody can name any of the coaches anymore. I love your memory.
Dude, the coaches.
What's the name of their arena?
It's the Target Center. Been up there forever.
Isn't it Target Field too?
I think it's still the Target Center.
Well, because Target's from Minneapolis. That's
there
where
you
they're
go.
headquartered at.
There you go.
I need a first-round series of A-Rod sitting next to Joe Lacob.
1,000%.
You may get that.
I love how Bonte was Mr. Jeter, and now he's all in on A-Rod.
No, I'm not all in on A-Rod.
Come to my side.
I'm not all in on A-Rod. A-Rod,
he's a great follow on social media.
The whole tanning thing where he's sitting there and he's got the tan and, you
have A-Rod tendencies.
I do have A-Rod tendencies. I have a lot of tendencies.
Yeah.
A-Rod tendencies, Derek Jeter tendencies. Like Howard Beck just wrote an article about Draymond Green. He's talking about alter egos or whatnot. And like a lot of people, oh man, alter egos. I have an alter ego.
Well, give it to me.
There's Radio Bonte, there's Television Bonte, and there's Family Man Bonte. They're all 3 different dudes. I'm just well-rounded. I'm trying to tell you, man. I'm trying to tell you, there's 3 different Bontes. When the light goes on with the radio, you got to perform. Like you saw me this morning when I walked in.
This guy thinks he's Split. You ever seen the movie Split?
Oh, yeah. I love the movie Split.
James McAvoy.
Yeah.
Dude, this movie Split is unbelievable. But seriously, I walked in this morning. I'm groggy. I'm tired. I did not want to get
Then the lights go on.
Dude, and then, you know what? The intro comes on and boom, you got to perform. You snap into it.
B, I can't argue with you.
Television Bonte. It's the same thing.
See, you've never seen Superman, but
I've watched Superman.
Superman 3, they put Richard Pryor in it. It's not as great. But Superman has this whole evil Superman thing because he gets this toxin in him and he starts being very jaded. He gets drunk. He's flicking nuts and breaking. peanuts and stuff and flicking and breaking glass and whatnot. Anyway, he ends up fighting himself. So Clark Kent fights evil Superman. That's Radio Bonte versus TV Bonte. TV Bonte is Clark Kent, super chippy and happy and dorky. Radio Bonte is a villain. And I'm telling you, it's like watching Al Pacino morph into Scarface. Now, Family Man Bonte, I can't speak on. I can't speak on that man. But I have seen the multiple personalities of you. You give me Brenda's Got a Baby, and you give me Hit 'Em Up.
It's there. Let's go to Oscar in Stockton. Oscar, what's happening?
Man, up here dying laughing at y'all, man.
We're out of control.
Hey, man.
We're out of control.
I'm sitting up here watching ESPN on silent, but listening to you guys. Hey,
thank you.
One thing, definitely that all day. Shasta, I'm glad you're back, man. Keep my spirits going, man.
Thanks,
you know, I got a feeling going on Saturday. But I want to say this, Bonte, when you guys just play Fitz, that's how I feel too. And just like you said, 17-5. And I love the way I love what Shasky is saying. We're from the Bay Area, man. And one thing about it, we got teams out there that we know that we got weaknesses. Mm-hmm. But guess what? When it comes down to a series, and the Warriors are coming, nobody wants to play us. Mm-hmm. And right now, I love what Steve Kerr is doing with Wiggins. He's telling everybody, this is what we're going to do. Wiggins is going to start. The Warriors are going to start rolling now because Kerr got his rolls down and he's coaching. He's going to win the Coach of the Year, man. I'm telling everybody right now, watch out for the Warriors. Even with Decky passing away, I'm telling you guys right now, we're playing the best basketball of the year. That's all I got to say, man. Have a nice day.
I like that a lot.
You know, Bonte, I've been thinking about this, and I'm looking at the final 22 games, and I wrote down 3 people that I believe to be the most important Warriors. 3 people. And I want you to have just a little thought on this. Most important Warriors last 22 games, Klay Thompson. I think Klay Thompson being efficient, effective, and really connecting second unit to first unit and working with Chris Paul. I think if Klay's rolling and he's setting his feet and he's hitting shots and he's feeling good, I feel like the aura of the entire team gets lifted. He is very important in terms of the spirit of the team on a day in, day out basis.
You're at Chris Paul Friday. We interviewed Chris Paul on the postgame show after the game, and Chris Paul, he was like, Klay's the heartbeat of this team. When he's rolling, he's getting in and out the gym, and he's rolling and feeling good about himself. And look, man, Klay, the whole bitch thing has always been overblown to me. It has been. You know this. I've been saying this for a long time. To me, it's always been about who's going to finish the game and who's going to be playing at crunch time, what's your best lineup down the stretch in a close basketball game, and then Steve Kerr is going to have some decisions to make. But come off the bench doesn't matter to me because if you get 28 to 30 minutes, those are the minutes you're getting anyway as a starter. But now you get to and Klay explained this to us, coming off the bench, he gets to relax, see how the game is played. Now he comes in with the flow. And so he's had perspective on this. And I'm looking at his game logs in those 6 games that he came off the bench, he's shooting over 40 from 3. He's scoring over damn near 20 points a game. So that move coming off the bench, now he's got a nice rapport with Chris Paul.
Oh, totally.
The gravity he could create. If Kuminga's in that lineup, he's cut to the basket. Now you get a little Moses Moody. And now you get one of the bigs rolling, whether it's TJD, Looney, or Saric. Klay Thompson's going to be fine. And to your point, he is important for this team.
I think
he's got to come with that firepower every single night off the bench. And even if it's not scoring, his playmaking ability coming off the bench, I think, has been really good. We highlighted his rapport with TJD coming off those pick and rolls, making extra plays for Kuminga or Chris Paul. Klay Thompson's also defending as a team defender with that second unit, taking on assignments there. Klay Thompson's been fine, but he is important, no doubt. They cannot get to where they want to get to without Klay Thompson being Klay Thompson.
Second most important Warrior final 22 games.
Maybe Jonathan Kuminga.
No, I got Draymond Green.
You have Draymond Green?
And the reason why I got Draymond
Absolutely incredible.
Draymond's got to be available. He's got to be locked in, and he has got to be the guy that we know he can be on both ends of the floor. If you've watched the Warriors for the last decade, you know how important this guy is. And an engaged, locked-in Draymond Green, playoff mode Draymond Green,
well, I feel like
he's one of the most impactful players in the league.
Well, I feel like we've gotten that Draymond Green since he's been back. You know what? Ever since he's been on the court, to be honest with you, and that's why we go back and forth on the suspension, and we were getting hot about that. And the problem was he wasn't on the court because when he's on the court, He's playing, and like people were laughing like earlier in the season when we were bringing up his on-court play because it was so tough to talk about his on-court play because of what was happening on the court in terms of the suspensions and the ejections. But when he's playing and he's rolling, Draymond Green the last 2 seasons has played really good basketball. And the three-point shot, you could say, hey, man, he doesn't make them in the second half. He doesn't take them in the second half. That's fine. He's shooting over 40 from 3. And he's engaged defensively with Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga. Remember there was a conversation, Kuminga and Wiggins can't play together. Well, Draymond comes back, and they can play together. He's connected that duo. He's connected that starting unit. And now when you get the starting lineup with Curry and Draymond anchoring that starting unit, you get Chris Paul and Clay anchoring the second unit. You got Hall of Famers anchoring both units here. Draymond Green on the floor has been fine. Draymond Green on the floor has played at an all-defensive team level this season. So I don't really worry about Draymond Green bringing the intensity. He's bringing the intensity on the court. He's bringing the intensity to me. Draymond Green's fine. I think the second most important player
who is it?
Is JK.
Okay.
Because JK is now going to be on Team Scouting Report, right? Moving forward. Teams know you got to take away JK's paint points. He's going to the rim with reckless abandon. He's dunking on everybody. He's finishing on everybody. He's getting to the cup. He's getting to the free throw line. Can JK be that bona fide second unit? Here's Fitz real quick. And I want to highlight this, what Fitz said about JK.
If Jonathan Kuminga on a short mid-range post-up can be your second best option, then the Warriors have all kinds of chances in the playoffs. I don't know if it's there yet, but if I have all that perimeter shooting, but I can ISO or cross-match and put JK on somebody and let him bulldoze somebody to the rim when I need to in crunch time, now the Warriors look real different than they have in previous years.
He gives them a dimension, Shasky, that they haven't had in quite some time. That midi from 10 feet out, if he can get that rolling consistently, which he has for the most part this season, especially when he started, that could take the Warriors to another level. Now you got a guy, hey, I need a basket real quick. Here you go. That was Kevin Durant, right? We need a basket right now. Katie, go get us a basket.
My number one and your number one most important player or person with the Warriors in the final 22 games, I'll give to you on the other side. Let's do the injury report.
Oh, we got Anthony Slater as well. All right, Anthony Slater in moments, our 95-70 game insider, and we have Giannis watch, folks. Giannis watch. Will he play? Will he not play? Bucks are in town to take on the Dubs tonight at Chase Center, and Giannis Antetokounmpo is officially listed as questionable with left Achilles tendonitis, with all signs pointing to him missing tonight's contest. Also out for the Bucks is Chris Middleton. He suffered a setback in his recovery from a left ankle sprain that has held him out since early February. He has not been right for a couple of years. And to me, Chris Middleton is that X factor for the Milwaukee Bucks in the Eastern Conference. We'll get into it with Slater here coming up. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. Helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Slater here on the roast.
Kind of like a mashed potatoes guy.
A legend, playing some of the best basketball in his Hall of Fame career.
Oh, Curry can feel it.
having some fun here on a Warriors Wednesday. Brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Comcast Business Text Line is rolling as well. We love the participation. Next 22 games. What do you need to see? What do you need to see from the Golden State Warriors over the next 22? I got them at 17-5 over the next 22. Maybe a little ambitious. Shasky has them at about 14-8. That's probably more reasonable. What do you have the Warriors going down a stretch here? Can they play their best basketball here as they are healthy for the first time since early November? Everybody's back. Injury report is clean. Nobody's on there. Clay, Wiggins, Draymond, CP3, GP2. Nobody's on this bad boy. It's full go, baby. Full squad. Hashtag full squad.
And, I did my top 3 most important Warriors. Klay Thompson 3, Draymond Green for me 2. You had who?
Who did I have 3? I
think you agreed with me on Klay.
Yeah, I agree with you on Klay.
But you had JK.
I had Kuminga at 2.
So if I took Steph off, Steph's obvious, right?
Right.
To me, it's Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr is the most important Warrior over the final 22 games. And the reason why I think it's Steve Kerr is because I think he's going to have to really play the orchestra perfectly here and utilize all the instruments that are in the band. Yep. And I think it's easier said than done. On any given night, someone's going to get shortchanged, and there will be an opportunity to critique a lineup, a guy playing X amount of minutes when he should have played less or more. I think it's going to be very difficult to balance all of these plates.
No, I like that thought process, and I'm with you there. I think the final 5 minutes, the final lineup, we heard Chris Paul saying, hey, Steve Kerr told us he's going to mess up at times. Because, look, Steph and Dre are going to be in that closing lineup. No doubt about it. We got Slater on the line. We're going to ask him in just a second. But there's 3 spots, and there's 5 other players that are, you can put in that final lineup. It's Clay, it's Wiggins, it's JK, it's Pods, it's Chris Paul. What 5 players are going to fit into those 3 spots alongside Draymond and Steph? So I'm kind of with you there with the Steve Kerr. It's an out-of-the-box thought there, but Steve Kerr definitely has to navigate this deep, deep roster here as we bring in our 95.7 The Game insider. Anthony Slater does a terrific job for The Athletic. Back from the road trip. Anthony, good morning, man. What's going on with you, brother?
I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm good. Kind of fired up here, man. I walked, I was a little groggy this morning, but no, fired up in terms of it's playoff time. It feels like in the NBA. Last night's games were the doubleheader on TNT was excellent. Boston, Cleveland, Cleveland coming back and winning that game. Great defense by Garland on Jason Tatum. Then you get the overtime game with Phoenix and Denver. So you could feel the urgency now in the NBA as we get closer and closer to the playoffs. And we're kind of go over the Warriors' last 22 games here. You zoom out at the schedule. You look at the schedule here. You know that they played the Lakers, Mavericks 5 times. They played the Pelicans as well. What's a reasonable record for the Warriors over the next 22 games here? If you consider that they're all healthy and they're playing in every single game.
Well, first of all, the Boston-Cleveland game was like it was an example of like why you keep your challenges, right?
Right.
Why to have your challenge in the last minute. Don't just be frustrated with a call in the first quarter and just bump out and be like, I'm challenging.
Right.
But anyway, that wasn't your question.
That's a good thought. You pulled a Bonte Hill right there. I like that.
There you go. Oh, I don't know. I mean, 16 wins maybe is like the target. To me, the big thing right now, I know obviously like the 6th seed is like the holy grail, like get up to that, avoid the play-in. But to me, getting in the 7-8 side of the bracket, and they're not far from that. The Kings have tumbled. The Mavericks, who they play 3 more times. I feel like every time I see Brandon Pajemski, he's like, we got the Mavericks 3 more times. They've
lost 5 of 6, Anthony. Mavericks start to cut you off. They lost 5 of 6.
Yeah, no, you're right, exactly. So, like, there's a lot of vulnerability right there. The Lakers, are right next to the Warriors. So, I mean, you could be in, like, the 7-8 side of the bracket, like, within the week. But, again, I don't know how many out of 22 you're necessarily going to have to win. That's going to depend on what happens above you. And to me, what's happened above them lately has been very, it's been optimistic for them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you yesterday reported that Andrew Wiggins is coming back, and everyone's very excited, and they want to see him. And I'm just going to go with myself. Like, I had some stuff going on in my life, and I came back to work and didn't know that I had to also leave again and come back. Obviously, we're not divulging exactly what's going on, but is the expectation that he's here for the remainder of the year, or is it just unknown?
I mean, I would say the hope would be he is. Again, I mean, he even said it yesterday. This isn't like a completely solved issue, but he's planning to be here, and like as you mentioned, like life can throw curveballs. So I certainly he couldn't guarantee it, and I can't guarantee it.
Right, and Anthony, though, I do want to put the focus on him on the court because. Yeah, sure, he stepped away for 4 games. Hopefully he handled everything and everything's okay with Andrew Wiggins. But before he stepped away, his last 16 games, he's been trending up. And it's not just the numbers. I look at the efficiency, the 46% from 3 to over 50% for the field. Andrew Wiggins was shooting in his last 16 games. We've seen that Andrew Wiggins. We've seen glimpses of the guy that helped lead the Warriors to a championship a couple seasons ago.
Yeah, I wouldn't say we've seen like full 2022 playoffs because, as I've mentioned in the past, that was like Scottie Pippen for 2 months.
Right.
But it was like the Andrew Wiggins they need, which is like 17 a game, decent efficiency, hit the open 3, maybe late in the shot clock once or twice a game, go get a bucket, and then it was like good, solid defense. Right. It's like, hey, guard Jamal Murray for stretches, guard Kyrie Irving, whoever. And the biggest thing was him and Kuminga could play together again. Now, a lot of that was Draymond, but I think the fact that they solved that before the trade deadline meant that Andrew Wiggins was still here post-deadline. So I agree with you. Everything was going well, and he missed a road trip. Yeah, I understand it was personal reasons. I understand fans want to know more, and there's more concern of hey, it might be the whole season again. But the reality is, if he just tweaked an ankle and missed 4 games, nobody would care.
Right.
So
that's true.
That's basically what happened.
Yeah, that's true. I listed my top 3 most important Warriors, heading into this 22-game stretch. I got Klay Thompson at 3. I got Draymond Green at 2. Steph is an assumed important Warrior, so I took him off the board. My number 1 was Steve Kerr because I think he has a very difficult job that's easy to criticize from afar, but balancing all of the lineups, the connectivity, the minutes, the tug and pull from playing young guys and developing them while trying to win, and the old guys, I just think he has a really difficult job ahead of him, and I think he's the most important Warrior. Who is your most important Warrior final 22 games?
Well, I would say Steph Curry, right? I mean, when he's really hot, like they're a championship team. When he's not, they're not, and it fluctuates. But according to your rules, I can't choose him.
Yeah, it's assumed.
I think that's a good answer. I think the closing lineups we're going to track every game. He's definitely Steve Kerr's going to be under a big spotlight. How about just the rotation tonight?
Yeah,
they have. This is the first time since November in Sacramento they have all 14 players available. He's already said like 11 is a stretch for him to go to. So let's say 10 essentially. Like find the 4 Warriors that don't play tonight. I think you're going to go. Guy Santos is not in the rotation. Yeah. Quinones is not in the rotation. It gets tough after that. You're talking about 12 for 10. I mean, and to me, who we're really talking about on the back end is Sarge heading towards DMPs. He said Moody's going to be in the rotation, and then Peyton and Looney. And, I mean, those are like all 4 guys he trusts, guys who've been in closing playoff lineups during the championship run. Like, who to you guys is guy 11, 12 tonight, where it's out of the rotation and maybe barely getting any minutes?
Doesn't it? It has to go by matchups, right? You like the Bucks matchup will be different against the Bulls, and the Bulls matchup is different than the Spurs or whatnot. Are you just going to stay with the consistent one? I mean, to me, Anthony, Steve Kerr's going to have to play this game by game.
He is, but you still kind of like, they like to have that like start of the second, start of the fourth quarter unit, like know that they're playing together. And like at some point you kind of like, it sounds like because of the way Moody performed when Wiggins was out, he wants to give Moody a rotation chance even with the full roster available. That's still, if you're the 10th, 11th man, that still might be like 8-10 minutes. But that's still, is that taking, like, is Sarge now a DMP? Like that's one of my questions. Right. Looney has this incredible games played streak, second in the league behind Mikal Bridges. DNP would end that. Like, is that possibly heading toward an end? Is it absurd of me to say like Peyton might be on the edge right now? I mean, he can be so good, but like you got to find somebody.
Yeah, no, I mean, real quick on Sarge. You see the splits here in the month of February. The shooting numbers are just not good. 20% from three, 35.5% from the floor. And he got off to a really hot start this season for the Dubs. What is God? Is it just fatigue? Is he short on his shots? What are you seeing here up close with Dario Saric?
I really think the Chris Paul hand injury kind of hurt him more than anybody. He was playing a lot with Paul in the second unit. He was used to him in Phoenix. They were doing the pick and pop, pick and roll game, mid-post touches that Paul would kind of operate and get him into. To me, if you look at his numbers, I haven't done the exact this date to this date, but I bet if you looked at pre and post Chris Paul injury, Sarge's numbers kind of tank a little bit. So I think there's some of that. And to me, he's got to hit his threes, right? That's why he's out there. He's spacing the floor. So he's just got to hit them more often. And then I think they don't have to do the post touches as much. How many times this season is he having in the post, trying to go against a slightly smaller defender, trying to cross-court pass that doesn't make it, stuff like that.
Steph Curry, what's going on with the knee? I know that he's going to play through things. He's a warrior on literally and on the floor and stuff. But how is that knee holding up?
Yeah, he said he just banged it, kind of diving for a loose ball that ended in a Kuminga dunk in Toronto. Bursitis means there's a bursa sac, I guess, on the front of the knee. I got to learn way too much of this stuff in my career, but it swells up. So it was a little swollen, but he said it felt fine by morning of the Boston game. Tested it out pregame, it was fine. So it does not. It just sounds like one of those minor bumps that happens over the course of the year. And the truth is, we probably would have never known about it, but the Warriors are very cautious about if there's a chance you might suddenly sit out, particularly Steph on an ABC game. They don't want it to be like the Embiid situation, remember, where he wasn't on the injury report. Right. And then 5 minutes before tip, it was like Embiid's out, and everybody freaked out because it was the Embiid-Jokic game.
Right.
They just didn't want to suddenly shut down Steph before the Boston game and, ABC go crazy because suddenly Steph Curry's not playing, so they put him on the injury report.
The loss to the Celtics, lost by 52. We know all the historical numbers and the data or whatnot. I didn't take it as oh, man, this is the end-all, be-all. They can't be the great team. It's one of those clunkers that happens in the NBA now. This was a historic one, no doubt, but you go 3-1 on a 4-game road trip, and I look at 13-4 the last 17. So it's the best I felt about this team in a long time here, Anthony. Is the Boston game something or nothing?
I think, a lot of people have kind of opinionated this way. To me, it said more about Boston and Boston's upside than the Warriors' downside. I do think that they've shown over the last few weeks that they're, profiling as a really solid, sturdy 5-6 seed type team. I'm talking about the Warriors, whereas the 2 games they've lost. Denver kind of showed them the level they're not at in the West, and Boston, I think, overall showed them the level that they're not currently at. I'm skeptical they can eventually get there. But Steph the other day, he mentioned, hey, look, in a playoff series when they can make adjustments game to game, they have proved in the past, they can solve the team. How many times have they been down 2-1, but they feel like schematically they solved something? Mm-hmm. It's a little bit why they were saying, hey, look, we tried this Jaylen Brown, leave him the other day. It didn't work, but hey, might as well try it in case down the line we think it's a good thing to go to. I don't know. That was a little bit strange, but I don't know how did you guys feel? I'm not suddenly saying, oh, the season's about to tank. They lost
I threw it away. I mean, the fact that they won the Toronto game, you heard about all the travel. You were on that road trip. The fact that they won the Toronto game and outscored them 59-41 in the second half, it's you're playing with house money. That was a free roll Sunday against Boston.
Yeah, and I think they pulled the plug early. So when Jaylen Brown started hitting the three, it was well, that's not working. And then just being in the building, Boston was fired up. That crowd was fired up. ABC Sunday, they have been crushing teams lately. They just set an NBA record for 50-point wins in a season. Right. Although I know they lost last night, but they were just geared up to do that to the Warriors.
Jaylen Brown said it at halftime. Yeah, we still think about that finals loss. It's dude, you better get over it because you're not winning the 2022 ring with a Sunday performance like he had.
They've got a 49er feel to them.
Who, the Boston Celtics?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
The regular season monsters, and then, can't win the big one. Anthony, you've been following this team like we have. You've been on this train every day for many, many years. And I just, had a little time off, and I was thinking, just, zooming out, This team is so reliant, this year's team, especially the last couple of months, on Pajemski, 19 years old, on Jonathan Kuminga, 21 years old. What changed? What changed psychologically for the core of this team that got them to accept and empower these young guys? Because a year ago, I feel like everything was being blamed on all the young players, and a lot has changed. And I'm just, what was that moment?
You mentioned it. We've watched the whole season. Like there shouldn't be too much confusion. It's moments like Sacramento where Klay Thompson is in a deep early season slump. Moses Moody comes in, hits 3 threes, then gets benched, and then they lose in Sacramento. And you're like, anyone watching the game's like, hey, the hottest guy in the building should have probably been on the floor, right? Or it's the Kuminga situation where there's been times where he's been benched, or that DNP against Portland that he suddenly comes in for the last 17 minutes and he's the best player on the floor and he leads them to a comeback win, and it creates natural questions of like, was he going to be a DNP tonight? Why is Andrew Wiggins playing over him, even though Andrew Wiggins is having the worst offensive season of his career at that point? You see Looney's had some struggles, and then Trace Jackson-Davis comes in against Boston, that home game I'm talking about, and blocks Jaylen Brown twice at the rim. And anybody who's watched this team is like, who else is blocking Jaylen Brown at the rim? And it's like, well, that's a dimension that they kind of need. Pajemski, he just does so much of what Steve Kerr loves, what the Warriors love, that he was kind of an immediate plug-and-play. Again, so it's a combination of the veterans struggling and the rookies the young guys actually being ready. And when you play over the course of an 82-game season, those trends start to mean something, particularly after 20 games is the sample size in the NBA that numbers people like to use. It became really obvious, right? I mean, we all talk about it every week.
Bob Myers back in the building for the first time since he stepped out as president of basketball operations with the Golden State Warriors, man. It's going to be intriguing to see him. Look, we know Dub Nation's going to give him a standing ovation and a rousing ovation. How long do you see Bob Myers being in television? Is he going to be on a call for the Milwaukee or for the ESPN game telecast? Obviously, it's going to be on NBC Sports too, but it's going to be calling the game for ESPN. How long do you see him in that role, Anthony?
We'll see. I think that depends on which situations open up across the league, how he's enjoying TV, what kind of blank check he potentially will get. And I'm not reporting anything at all, but let's say, the Clippers situation at some point over the next few years leads to any type of, management change. Steve Ballmer can pay a lot of money. LA is a pretty appealing place to live. But does Bob Myers want to do that? Does he want the stresses of it? When you talk to him, he is seeming to enjoy this more kind of nebulous, lifestyle where you can kind of do this or that. He's at the NFL Combine helping the Commanders out. He's doing the game tonight.
Anthony, do you think he likes I want you to be on it. This is you. You're not reporting it. Do you think he likes arguing with Kendrick Perkins and Stephen A. Smith?
I think he doesn't mind being like hey, I'm the insider that's explaining to you guys that you've been wrong all these years. Some of these opinions, I think he's like a little of that. I mean, I'm sure some of the rhetoric and topics that he's forced to talk to probably get annoying. I'm sure every time they're like, hey, look, we need you on this Warriors topic, he's like, don't really want to do that. But, but I mean, probably is enjoying it. He likes to be seen and heard. He's a personality.
Is that a baby in the background screaming?
Yeah, what is going on?
What's going on, bro?
We've been wondering.
So he's chasing me around the house, and I'm trying to get away from him, and I'm circling.
How old? How old?
He's 11 months this week. And he wants me to pay more attention to him right now, but I'm just sprinting away from him.
You know what? I had that. I know the exact same feeling. During the radio hit, and the baby's running around, you close the room door, and she's, Papa, Papa, Papa. And it's like, all right, come on, let's go. I mean, I know what you're going through right now. So it always makes for an interesting interview, though.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. So little man, we said what's up.
He was quiet the first half, and then suddenly he just wanted to scream and chase me around.
What's his name?
So I've been sprinting. It's AJ. He's a junior. So
AJ. Hopefully he's not like the kid in The Sopranos, man. AJ was.
I think AJ ended up being in the mob.
Let's not put that on him.
No, we're not going to put that on him. We're not going to put that on AJ.
Thanks for coming on, Anthony. And tell AJ. Call into the roast anytime he wants.
I mean, he might be probably 2 years from now. I'm sure.
Me and him can cry together.
Hey, Jay, Anthony, you guys take care. I'll see you a little later at the arena, Anthony. Thanks for the time as always.
All right, fellas.
Anytime. Anthony Slater, 95.7 The Game Insider
Bob
here
Myers.
on the Morning Roast.
I don't know him that well. You know him better than I do. I'm not pretending like you're his best friend.
No, you know him well. We did a weekly with this.
Yeah, I know.
For the entire season.
I don't have his number like Guru, texting him on the side relentlessly.
Yeah, well, we don't need to. Well, we know what happens when you guys get numbers. You guys start using them left and right.
Who have I texted?
Flem, Baldy.
Well, Flem's a homie.
Baldy, you know, when I was texting you on the side there, it's like, damn, just put this business out there.
I mean, two guys that just know football, all 22s inside and out, and just cutting it up.
I like to be discreet about it. I like to be discreet. I have to, I'm not going to, never mind.
Good for you.
Anyway,
Exactly.
keep.
I don't know Bob, but I know Bob in the sense that I see him looking at Kendrick Perkins and Stephen A. Smith like, oh, God, you guys just don't get
He's
it.
having fun.
No, Stephen A. Smith is excellent and entertaining on First Take.
Right.
Stephen A. Smith is not excellent on NBA, whatever they call it, countdown, pregame, mid-game. I don't know what they're calling it now. The combination, and I know, because I'm a consumer of it. Like, I love Bob, and I want more Bob. I find Bob more fascinating alongside Brian Windhorst. And I know a lot of people don't like
in
Brian.
the GM role, and like when he's talking executive stuff, that's when Bob's at his best.
No doubt. But I actually think that when he's around other smart, intelligent, not that Kendrick Perkins can't be, but I feel like he dumbs it down for the audience. And I just, as a basketball consumer, I prefer him with other combinations over the combinations that they're put with. Stephen A. is a great entertainer. I don't like him on that particular show. I don't want Wilbon either. I don't want Greeny either. I don't know. I just want something different. Because I really like Bob, and I don't like the supporting cast that's with him.
I think their pregame show needs a lot of work. Malika Andrews is a hell of a host.
No, she's excellent. She's excellent. I got no.
She's great for the NBA. I think she's really good at her job. Really well spoken. Perk, he gets he's wearing a green jacket Sunday, and the Boston Celtics are playing.
Well, he does their post game.
He does their post game. It's on ESPN. It's a national telecast.
I know.
The Laker thing, where it's like all about the Lakers and statue. It's like it's enough. And then Wilbon. I'm not sure Wilbon's watching every single game, single day. You know what I'm saying?
I'm positive he's not.
And then Stephen A. Stephen A. is getting paid a lot of money from ESPN. They gotta figure out a way to squeeze every single penny out of Stephen A. Get the maximum production from him. And I don't think it's good. I'm not saying it's good.
He's being oversaturated.
I've been saying that for years, but you're paying him so much money. What are you going to do?
Well, here's
you're going
your
to pay him
example.
just to do First Take? You're not going to do that.
Is Tupac a great artist?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, do I want a Tupac Barbra Streisand duet? No. You know what I mean? There's a time and a place.
But again, you got to squeeze every drop out of Stephen A. because of the money you're paying him. You're not going to just pay him all that money and say, just go do First Take.
Well, I would
listen, I'm agreeing with you. I want to make this clear.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you. I don't like him on the NBA Countdown show or breaking down basketball for me. He has his lane, but ESPN has to. They got to figure out something to do with it.
But the fit has to be there, and it's got to be good content.
I don't disagree with that.
I'm a big believer in is the content good? If the content is good, then I'll roll with it. For example,
I'm not disagreeing with you.
I'm not a big Pat McAfee guy. I think the show is but I love Pat McAfee on College Game Day. I don't know why it works for me. For on that setting, it works for me. When I saw, for example, Tony Kornheiser in the booth for Monday Night Football, I like Tony Kornheiser. Didn't like him in the booth for Monday Night Football. Yeah, you have to have the right people around you. You and I know this better than anyone. Sometimes you could be partnered up with someone, you guys can like each other, you think it's going good, and it just doesn't make magic on stage. You know what I mean? Or for whatever reason. And I look at someone like Perk, and I think Perk's better in a studio show that's Monday through Friday, not on these pregame shows.
Yeah,
I don't like him there. And then Stephen A. Smith is dude, I love Stephen A. Smith, but I can't stand him in that particular role. Same thing with Greeny. I like Greeny. I don't need Greeny doing NBA Countdown.
I'm with you. I don't disagree with the thing you're saying. But I understand why.
No, you're talking the financials and the mechanics. I get that.
And you're going to have to, you're not going to pay these guys just to do a morning show and then say, oh, they're going to be our highest paid employees. You got to do multiple things. You got to be able to do same thing with our job.
No, I know.
We get paid and we do our thing, but it's now we're being asked to do other things. You got to do social media videos. You got to do you got to meet clients. You got to try to sell ads. You got to do all this. Our job is not just talking on the air. that's one aspect of our job. It's a big aspect of our job, a big percentage of what we do, but we're also asked to do other things.
But if I was
trying to make sense of what they're paying us to do. You know what I'm saying?
No, I totally get that. But if I was running ESPN, I'm sure they've gotten a phone call from Adam Silver like, this is the best you have?
One of the big missed questions I had.
What's that?
Why I wish I asked Adam Silver to this day. We had him on before game 1 of the NBA Finals against the Celtics.
Yeah.
And it was 2 questions I was playing with. We only had one question to ask. And it was either the in-season tournament or the content that was being produced on ESPN leading up into the finals. Because leading up into the finals, it wasn't about Boston and the Warriors. It was about Kevin Durant should leave Brooklyn. What's going to happen with the Lakers? It's like you got an iconic series, East Coast, West Coast, 75th anniversary, 2 iconic franchises that goes back decades, right? Celtics, Warriors. And the content was Kevin Durant leaving Brooklyn. We're talking all season when you got the NBA Finals happening on your network. And I wish I asked him, how do you feel about that content? Why isn't the focus on that game, on this series here? All right, we got to break.
I want to keep talking about this.
We got Stephen Watson coming up here. Stephen Watson, pre- and post-game host from the Bucks on Bally Sports. That's all coming up. All coming up. Brought to you by Prize Picks.
Cash in on basketball's biggest moments with Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app. Use code GURU957.
Oh, Hall & Oates?
I can go for that.
Oh, Spadoni's in his bag.
You never heard the Doobie Mac Dre version of this?
Oh, of course I have.
See, I'm a cold cat.
Of course I have.
Well stated.
Get you 95-70 Game Gear.
This might be Doobie, a.k.a. Sugar Wolf Pimp's greatest verse of all time.
Probably. Buy some 95-70 Game Gear now at breaking.com/957. That beat is just... I wouldn't mind if you just played the beat the whole show the rest of the way. We got all sorts of cool apparel for you to wear, whatever you want. It just hits. Look at it. We got big time basketball today. Driving into the arena. Chase Center is going to be buzzing. 3-game homestand. 22 games left in the regular season. By the way, of course, win or lose, you can wear our 95-70 gaming gear. breaking.com/957.
So I want to pick your brain on this. You are part of what I believe to be one of the better pre- and post-game shows in the country. And I'm not just saying that because I'm your buddy and because I love you, but I'm saying that because of the genuine appreciation. For example, you and Mully. Like, it's clear there's a relationship there, right? And when I look at some of the best pre- and post-game shows over the last 25 years across sports, it used to be the Fox pregame for football. The way Howie and Jimmy and Terry, they clearly love each other, right? And there's a friendship, right? And like that resonates inside the NBA. Kenny, Shaq now, Charles, they love each other. Ernie, they do a great job. And you could feel it coming across the television. It's very difficult to replicate that chemistry.
No doubt.
And not that you don't have it with Festus, but you've done it longer with Mullen, and you have this relationship with Mully, and the way the two of you feed off of each other, it seems very genuine. And I think that, like, when I watch, because I'm a big consumer of all these pre- and post-game shows across the board, and when I watch the national broadcast on ABC and on ESPN, I feel like they're missing the key ingredient, which is chemistry.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. It's just too much. It's just, you don't need Stephen A. Smith's yell, like, he's yelling during the Lakers game. They have to win this game. And then after the game, he's like, I'm so disgusted with the Lakers. You just lost to the champs in the fourth quarter. You're still, like, this game's not going to determine anything in the playoffs. This means nothing in the grand scheme of things. You just lost to the Nuggets, a better team, but I'm disgusted. You can't do that every single game. You lose some of the sizzle here. You lose some of that shtick. You know what I mean?
No, I totally get what you mean.
Falls on deaf ears when you continue to do that, just ripping the team after a loss every single game.
When I think of, like, when I close my eyes and I think about the Niners back in the 90s, I think of the point after with Mark Ibanez and Joe Fonzie and Bubba Paris. And, part of what made that such a great show was that, like, Mark Ibanez had this quality about him, even after a horrible loss. Like, they would break it down, but it wasn't life and death. They didn't scream at you. There's a time and a place to scream and yell. I'm not saying there isn't.
No doubt.
There's a time and a place. But also, you owe it to your audience to also simultaneously educate them.
Right, educate them. Like, you can't just say you're discussing with the Lakers after a loss, and then our first take after they beat OKC, are the Lakers back in title contention? Wait, what? The pendulum swing here is just left there. What's going on? Let's have some perspective here. And I know a guy who has a lot of perspective is another pre- and post-game host in this country that does it for the Milwaukee Bucks on Bally Sports, Steven Watson. Kind enough to join us this morning here on 95.7 The Game. Steven, good morning, man. How are you? Thanks for joining us today. Oh, let's get Steven on the line. Let's go ahead and unlock his line. There we go, Steven.
I felt like I was listening to Milwaukee radio for a little bit.
Why is that?
About the way the Nationals talking about the Bucks as of late. Now all of a sudden they're big fans of them again.
Yeah, the pendulum swing nationally on these topics is wild, right? I mean, you guys, obviously, you do the pre- and post-game show up there in Milwaukee, and you guys are breaking down every game, knowing that this season, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, getting ready for the playoffs. And some of these teams, like Milwaukee, they have championship aspirations. We know that, so we're not going to take a regular season loss as devastating as, say, maybe an OKC. It's like, oh my God, you lost to the Lakers. Oh, what are you going to do in the playoffs or whatnot? But I guess the biggest thing with the Bucks here, and you probably have to deal with every day, is Giannis Antetokounmpo and everything going on with Giannis now. How serious is this Achilles tendonitis? Because Dre Greenlaw, linebacker for the 49ers, I'm sure you watch football, had Achilles tendonitis going into the playoffs, and his Achilles popped in the Super Bowl. Is this a serious concern for Milwaukee fans and the Milwaukee Bucks themselves about Giannis and his Achilles tendonitis?
Well, any injury with Giannis is serious for the Bucks, mainly because Giannis doesn't sit out games. The game that he sat out the other night was just his third missed game of this season. So that just shows everything about his character and how he always takes pride in wanting to be available and be on the floor. I was actually standing right in front of him as he was going through his pregame warm-up the other night ahead of the matchup, and I've never seen Giannis not finish a pregame warm-up. So that goes to show that, if he didn't feel right, and Giannis is definitely never going to risk it. He went through the shoot-around earlier that morning pretty cleanly. Doc said that he was just going to test it out, thought that he'd be okay to go, because we've seen Giannis play through some incredible injuries during his career. I mean, look at the 2021 NBA Finals run, when literally his knee went inside out and he somehow not only played in the finals, but won finals MVP. So if there's somebody who can recover and can play through pain, it's Giannis Antetokounmpo. But to your guys' point before I hopped on, there's still 20-plus games left. There's a much bigger picture for the Milwaukee Bucks. So I wouldn't be surprised if Giannis does not play tonight, mainly because they understand what's in front of them, the position that they've set themselves up in, and they don't want to risk it, especially with an Achilles, because when these guys play at the speed and the power that Giannis plays at, it's certainly Achilles injuries are devastating in the NBA and all sports, but particularly the NBA. So they'll be pretty cautious with this one.
And what's going on with Chris Middleton? When he's out there, I mean, he's a monster. I mean, he's a great fourth quarter closer. It feels like he's been saddled with these injuries the last couple of years. Where's he at right now?
Yeah, this one's been a little bit more of a question mark. It was a left ankle sprain that he suffered before the All-Star break and kind of rolled it pretty nicely. And it was no surprise that he wasn't going to play the final few games of All-Star break. But kind of similar to Giannis, this team has set themselves up to know that they're going to be a playoff team. They're going to be likely a top 4 playoff team, so hosting some home games. And I think with where Chris is at in his career, and they know what they're going to get out of Chris Middleton. I mean, it's his 11th year with the Bucks, so they want to make sure they want to make sure that he is fully ready to go. And they're taking the cautious approach. Certainly, a positive development is that he is on this road trip with the Bucks. He's already been ruled out tonight against the Warriors, but there is a chance that Chris returns for the Bucks during this West Coast trip. Tonight's the first of 4 games that they're out on the road.
Real quick, I know we're going to get to Damian Lillard. He's coming back here to the Bay Area, obviously from Oakland, and it's his first year with Milwaukee. And we'll get to some of the comments he made earlier, talking about, hey, I'm depressed out here, I'm by myself, blah, 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 blah. But Middleton, when did he hurt that knee? Was it before the Brooklyn series a couple seasons ago in his second round? Because against Boston, when he didn't play in that series, because it felt like he has not been right since that point.
Yeah, well, he's shown the flashes of the Chris that has been a 3-time All-Star with the Bucks. It's just the consistency and staying on the court has certainly been troubling over the last couple of years. It was that 2022 postseason run, the loss to the Celtics, which is, in my opinion, I think they beat the Celtics that series if Chris is healthy. Just like I think the Bucks beat the Heat last year if Giannis was fully healthy. But I ever since that, he had an off-season knee scope. Took a little while to get back into last season, and that kind of plagued him. And now, this ankle injury is going to be his 12th straight missed game from that ankle injury. So it's definitely concerning when you talk about guys at this stage in their NBA career. But fortunately, the Bucks' depth is starting to show up, and the acquisition of Dame has allowed them offensively to, pick up what they're missing out of Chris that maybe they haven't been able to in years past. So I think they're just taking the extra cautious approach on Chris, and he certainly is going to be an X factor for these guys if they want to win another title.
All right, so Steven, this has been so cordial and educational. I gotta break this up with a little laughter. I think Doc Rivers is one of the most overrated coaches of the last 25 years. I mean, him and Sean Payton in the NFL are 2 of the top fraudulent dudes of all time. They won 1 title 1,000 years ago. Everybody gives them the benefit of the doubt. This guy was there for 5 seconds, and because Missoula coached the All-Star game last year, he's coached the All-Star game. I was like, you got to be kidding me. This guy's been here for 5 seconds.
He hosts the pre- and post-game show. He has the pre- and post-game show. He's not getting in trouble here.
Doc is such an overrated coach.
Hey, Steven, don't be like me.
Come on, Steven.
I host a pre- and post-game show out here, too, for the Warriors.
Honestly, what's he done?
Don't end up like me as a casualty tale. Cautionary tale.
No, has he been good? Has he been good for the Bucks?
I just listened to you guys talk about how you don't like the hot takes from National. I'm not going to go that way.
Yeah,
but what I will tell you is Doc Rivers, I think this situation is uniquely different for him in Milwaukee, and here is why. Because Dame and Giannis are different. And I truly believe that a guy who has coached superstars in the past, what happened in Philly were very different personalities, very different city, very different organization than what the Bucks are right now. And I'm from Philly, so like I know what Philly sports are like, and I know how tough that fandom is and how passionate that fandom is. But I've lived in Milwaukee now for 10 years, and I've also watched what Bucks fans have grown into and what they expect out of their team. And I have never seen an athlete like Giannis Antetokounmpo. Not just the way that he performs on the floor, but how he carries himself off of it. And that type of leadership is something that, if you're Doc Rivers, this is different. This is different than coaching KG, Paul Pierce, and Ray Allen. This is different than what he had in LA, where he had to build an organization back from the ground up and build his own culture. He walked into a culture that was created because of Giannis, and now has the addition of Dame and has Chris Middleton, who's been there for a decade as well. So that's why I do feel like this particular stop in Doc's journey is different, because he has had the immediate impact of turning this into one of the top defenses in the NBA, which plagued them through the first 50 games of the season. But I also think that he's stepping into a situation where he doesn't need to build anything. He just needs to right the ship. And I think he's already gotten that response from the players so far over the last 2 to 3 weeks. He clearly is a big voice in a room. Coaches will tell you he's one of the loudest and most prominent voices in the NBA. And now you add that to what Giannis has already built here from a leadership perspective. I do think at this point it's different for Doc.
So with Dame Lillard now aboard here, Steven, and thanks for the time, Steven Watson, pre- and post-game host for the Bucks on Valley Sports out there in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Dame Lillard, they have enough to get through the Eastern Conference with Damian Lillard alone. Obviously, you flipped Drew Holiday for Dame Lillard. Drew Holiday helped you guys win a championship. Very good defender, if not one of the best defenders at the guard position in the league. Where's Dame at here? Where are the Bucks at in the landscape of the Eastern Conference?
Well, Dame is different over the last couple of years, and I do think the Doc effect has impacted him more than any other player on that roster, because there were so many changes, not just with the addition of Dame, but of course with Adrian Griffin, who was the head coach for the first 43 games of the season. Now Doc came in, and something Dame said that was really interesting after the win the other night is he said that Doc Rivers actually sat down with Dame and said, why aren't we running any of the sets that you ran in Portland that made you a 7-time All-Star and an all NBA player? Like, why aren't we running any of those sets for you right now? So what do? They went and implemented them the other night, and Dame goes off for 41. Yes, Giannis did not play in that game, but Dame's efficiency has really been different and back into kind of his career numbers, low 40%, mid 40, shooting right around there for 3-point as well. And that's the Dame that I think Bucks fans have been waiting to see. And that changed after the All-Star break. Maybe it was just him playing, winning a 3-point contest, winning the All-Star MVP. Yes, with Doc as his head coach, I'll add too. No, I'm just messing with you. But yeah, but I do think that Dame is really feeling the Doc impact. And Doc's trying to put the ball in his hands a little bit more and just allow Dame to be Dame, because I think Dame really struggled through the first half of the season of not having the ball in his hands like he had for the first 11 years of his NBA career. Now all of a sudden he comes into a system where Giannis is getting the ball. He has one of the highest usage rates in the NBA, but they're trying to find a way to get Dame to bring the ball up more, have the ball in his hands more, be more of a half-court offense, and let Dame kind of run it.
Well, Steven Watson, I'm sure you're a hell of a lot better pre- and post-game show host than me. How long have you been doing it out there in Milwaukee?
This is my third season with the Bucks and Brewers. So, but I've been in the market. I was a local sports anchor here for a little while too.
Wait. What about Craig Counsell? I heard he never can come back to Milwaukee.
Yeah, that caught all of us off guard. That's for sure. Craig, went and got his and earned that for himself and his family. Baseball is just a totally different animal from the NBA, though. When it comes to what organizations are able to do with the money that they have, and don't be surprised though if the Brewers end up having a better record than the Cubs this year.
Yeah, who's the prospect coming up here? I got him in my fantasy baseball team.
Jackson Churio.
Yeah. Is he legit?
He went 3 for 3 yesterday. I follow all the prospects.
Oh yeah, so I have him and Jackson Holiday, and I felt like starting my team with those two young studs. Jackson, he's the real deal, huh?
That's what they say. I mean, we're going to see it. He hasn't played in the big league level yet, but they just signed him to a historic contract for a guy who's never played an inning in Major League Baseball, an $82 million contract.
That's insane.
So The Brewers are going to be really young, but they're going to be fun because they've got a lot of guys that are hungry and want to prove themselves, and that's just kind of what baseball looks like for a smaller market team like the Brewers, just like the Rays and the Royals, teams that we've seen that have been successful over the past decade plus.
You might be the most cordial guy we've ever met from Philadelphia.
I know.
The nicest guy from Philadelphia.
I would have thought it was Midwest tendencies.
I never threw snowballs at Santa or batteries at opposing fans. I like to show. I think it's important to note that that 1% that you see from Philly that carries that brand, we're not all built like that. And yes, the Midwest has definitely made me a little soft, but there are good ones in Philly. So I try to carry that with me.
Steven, have a great pre- and post-game show today, man. Steven Watson here on the Morning Roast. Thanks for the time today, Steven.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. And I hope Giannis plays so that Warriors fans get a chance to watch him because he truly is a spectacle, just like Steph is every night for you guys.
They usually hold a Greek night at Chase Center for Giannis whenever he comes to town, and he usually plays well. But we wouldn't mind him sitting out this one. Well, I'm not going to lie to you, Steven. We've seen Giannis enough.
Fair enough. Thanks, guys. Appreciate
See you, buddy.
Anytime. Steven Watson, man. It was a really cool conversation. Pre- and post-game host for the Milwaukee Bucks on Valley Sports.
Nice.
Very reserved.
Yeah.
Very chill. Now I want to watch their pre- and post-game show. I want to see how good they are. See how fun they have. How much fun they have. Because seriously, I start watching them, and I notice little tendencies that maybe somebody doesn't like when they pause for a second. I'm like, oh, the producer's in their ear. Oh. That's why they pause. Oh, there's a little stumble there. Oh, the producer maybe is in their ear or whatnot, trying to change gears or whatnot or things. I don't know. I just noticed some things on television when I watch nowadays. Now that I've done it for 3.5 seasons, a little more than 3.5 seasons.
So who do you think, as someone that does television, who do you think is the best across the industry?
Inside the NBA is.
Why? What makes it so for you?
Well, chemistry, right? Laughter. Do I learn? I get the learning aspect from Kenny Smith. I get that from him on the video board. Yeah. I get some good perspectives from Charles. It's like Charles Barkley can be ridiculous at times, but he does keep it a buck, and I don't mind Barkley.
He's very succinct.
Right. Shaq is Shaq. He just knows greatness, but he's grown on me. At first, I didn't like it. First, I didn't like him on TV with those guys.
A lot, you know.
And then Ernie Johnson, I think, Bob Costas, when I think of all-time studio show host, Brent Musburger, Bob Costas, Ernie Johnson's right there. He's so cool, calm, and collected. The way he tosses the packages, the way he ask questions to athletes. We could all learn something from Ernie Johnson. I mean, man, they are legit. That is the top of the top.
Who else do you admire?
In terms of studio show hosts?
Yeah, just in general. Because I would say that maybe
James Brown. James Brown's really good.
We saw him at the airport.
Kevin Burkhardt.
Kevin Burkhardt is
Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Really, I think baseball
is most underrated.
Baseball is underrated. But
Cameron Maben's excellent.
Cameron Maben's good. I tell you another. You're going to laugh at me here.
Give it to me.
Tennis, they have the best overall presentation.
Are you going Brad Gilbert on me?
Brad Gilbert, Chris Fowler, John McEnroe, his brother. What's John's brother?
John and Patrick McEnroe. Darren Cahill. Very good.
Dude, the tennis presentation, the way they present it, the studio shows, the play-by-play with Fowler and McEnroe, the way they let it breathe. Tennis is right there with the best of the best. I'm telling you, man, tennis is legit. The way they present their package with the pregame shows, the in-game presentation, after the game, the way they conduct their interviews. Spinoni watches a lot of it. They are top-notch.
What about playoff baseball when you have David Ortiz, Pedro Martinez, Alex Rodriguez, Derek Jeter out on that panel? Is that too much?
I'm not the biggest Poppy fan. Poppy gets a little ridiculous, and then he becomes like, let me tell you, man, I live down there. You got my number, man. Let's do it. Like, it's a little too much.
Too friendly with the players.
He's doing a little too much.
Because I think A-Rod is an amazing analyst.
A-Rod and Jeter, I think, could form. Jeter warmed up to me. A-Rod is good.
Jeter's gotten a lot better on television. A-Rod's excellent.
Frank Thomas was good with these guys. What happened with Big Hurt?
But the problem is you can't have 15 guys up on a panel.
Right. And I get David Ortiz has that Q rating.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest Poppy fan.
Well, to me, Pedro gives you some of the wacky and the funny, but also gives me the real deal, and gives me that pitcher's perspective. I prefer him. I could do without David Ortiz. David Ortiz is at best during the All-Star game in the dugout interviewing guys, getting them to kind of soften up because he's almost everybody's favorite player who's coming of age now. So I don't know. I think the baseball kind of gets overlooked.
They do, but
they do a good job.
I think MLB Network does a hell of a job.
Jimmy Rollins is excellent.
Dude, Curtis Granderson.
Curtis Granderson is very good.
Granderson's really good.
Good call on that.
MLB Network does a fantastic job who's my main man? Not Chris Rose, but
Greg
he's always
Amsinger?
with. There you go.
Say the name?
Greg Amsinger.
Yes.
Amsinger's really good.
Yeah, he is good.
He's passionate about it. You can tell he loves it.
I don't like Brian Kenny at all. He is just insufferable. You want to know one guy who's done more damage to the game of baseball out there? It's Brian Kenny, who couldn't throw a baseball 5 feet, telling you about war and WRC plus and all this crap. Brian Kenny, just pipe down, dog.
Hey, Brian Kenny's interview with Floyd Mayweather is still all time though.
I watch it.
Hi, I'm Brian Kenny, and I'm smarter than you, and I'm better than you at everything I do.
Hey,
no,
listen.
he didn't back down when he would interview Floyd though.
The Floyd Mayweather interview, I watch it twice a year. It's 15 minutes of gold. Do you ever watch that interview?
Yes, you've sent it to me many times.
To Floyd Mayweather interview. Oh, I forgot who I'm talking to. Jack of all trades, but a master of nothing. What did he say? Oh, we all know you don't know nothing about boxing. And then Brian Kenny goes, well, I have a job to do. And Mayweather goes, your job don't pay like my job. Your job don't pay like my job. You can't just steal $180 million in 18 months. That interview, I know every line in that interview. Well, how come you didn't fight Sugar Shane Mosley? Why'd you fight Marquez? That's the hotter fight. What are you talking about? He goes, Marquez has a country. I'm sorry, I'm getting too deep. I love that.
No,
interview.
I love it.
It's pretty good. But Brian Kenny does the analytic
He's
portion
just insufferable
of it.
about
It's
it.
a lot.
The way
It's
he
too
presents
much.
it is him and Keith Olbermann, like, take a hike, dude.
Yeah, I don't need that.
Your time is come and gone. I'm tired of you. Get out of here.
That's a lot.
If you're going to be Mr. Information guy, right, you've got to be loving. You've got to be endearing.
Yeah.
You know, when I think of...
who's your favorite? Inside the NBA is your favorite? What's your favorite?
Inside the... I tape it on... Well,
Yeah.
you know, I DVR it every single time. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I enjoy watching it. I'll even watch it the next day. Even I gotta fall asleep, you know what I mean? And I'll watch it the next day, and it's just... To me, it feels like I'm watching four dudes hang around, and it reminds me a lot of the Best Damn Sports Show, which is one of my favorite shows of all time, even though there were different versions of it. And it's just four dudes just hanging out. Like when I watch now, which used to be really good, the Fox pregame show for football.
Right.
They've gotten so old; they're just not delivering the information the way they used to, and
there's still a lot of guys
sad.
there.
And
There's still a lot of guys. There were too many guys. CBS gets a little overlooked.
You know what's underrated?
What?
Fox has a college football game one, which is like Liner, Reggie Bush. It is really good.
No, Reggie Bush wasn't there this past season.
No, but
it was Mark Ingram.
Mark Ingram, that was the other
Brady
guy.
Quinn, Liner, Mark Ingram, and you got Urban Meyer on the side there.
But you know
and
what?
who was it? Rob Stone.
Yeah, I don't want four likable guys.
Right.
I need one guy who can be kind of
controversial.
Yeah, it's really good. It's up and coming, and I enjoy that one because I'm up at 5 a.m. on a Saturday, and it's like sleeping in, and so I'm going back and forth between game day and that. And yeah, I don't know. I enjoy those, but I know most people don't consume the pre and post game shows like we used to.
Yeah. That night. So what was the show I was going to talk about? It's going to be a show. The soccer shows. The pregame shows for soccer.
Men with Blazers?
Yeah.
Isn't that what they're called? What are they called? The two ESPN guys.
No, you're thinking of Fox, though. You're thinking of Rob
Fox.
Stone,
I'm thinking of Alexis Lawless.
Alexis Lawless is good.
They're controversial. They're good. And then you get Landon Donovan at times.
Yeah. No, Donovan, Dempsey's with CBS with doing all the CBS.
No, they're not bad. But also, speaking of CBS, James Brown, so I really watched them before we drove down to the NFC Championship with Niners and Lions. So I was watching CBS as they were getting ready for Chiefs-Ravens.
Nate Burleson.
He is Burleson, Boomer Esiason, Phil Sims, and Bill Cowher.
Yeah.
And James Brown. And James Brown knows when to lay out. I do like it a lot. I like CBS. I think they've catapulted over Fox.
Really?
I think they're the top bred. I think they're the best NFL pregame show out there. I think it's the best for the NFL.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't watch CBS enough because I'm always, I'm an NFC guy, so I'm always always watching it there. And I mean, not surprised at all. I still consume those things. I'm not sure how many people in our audience do. There's so much content being created around these teams. There are specific content podcasts. We have shows. We're all consuming all this stuff. Nothing gets me more hyped than after my team wins, searching out the breakdowns immediately after.
And I think that's one thing. And you're gonna wait till you see us use the telestrator.
Oh, I saw Bonte's breakdowns.
You saw Bonte's breakdowns? Did you like that?
I did.
You like that? I was having way too much fun.
Festus gives us a lot of behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah, he does. He does. He loves his IG. No doubt about that. Festus and Bully, in the way they break down the games, and even D Wright when he comes in, I live for those. When I'm in the studio, that's my favorite segment. It's when they're just they're geeking out and showing us how a guy rolls off a screen, why the action with the split action with Steph Curry, Draymond, and Clay. I love that stuff. And you know what? What we try to do on the television program, with everybody, with Carrick and Zena and Bonnie and Bully and Festus. We try to educate people. We try to have a little fun.
Yes.
We try to give you the historical perspective on things or this date in history, showing you Warrior stuff that happened so the young Warrior fans be like, wow, look at that. Look at Chris Mullin dunk with the left hand over Alvin Robertson or whatnot. We try to educate people while having fun and being chill. And what's helped us is having our Zoom meetings the day of. This is our ideas. This is what we want to do. What if we threw this out there? What if we threw that out there? And not try to do too much, but do just enough. And then my job is to just let it breathe. When Bully and Fez are going back and forth, let that stuff breathe. There's a lot of hosts I see when I watch other shows. They try to interject too much. Yeah. They try to redirect the conversation every single time. Like if I throw a question to Bully, he's done with his answer, then that host will take it back and they redirect. Nah, let Felicity just follow up that. Let D. Wright follow up that. Let it come back around here. So, I don't know. I think we do a pretty good job on the pregame show and the postgame show, and we have a lot of fun, man. And hopefully it translates to the viewers out there who's watching.
It does. And, I would be lying if I didn't admit 71% of my viewing time is spent waiting to see if my name will be referenced.
Oh, I'm surprised it's just 71%. I'm surprised it's not 91%. I mean, I'm surprised it's not 95%.
Shocked you talking to me.
You know who does a really good job that people probably have never seen? And I just follow him on social media, so I am tapped into it. Your head will explode. Jerry Hairston for Dodgers is good. He's a really good studio analyst.
He's excellent.
He is really good.
He's excellent.
And I know I'm going outside the box here, but he does a great job. Great job.
He's excellent. He's legit. We got to get him back on the show.
So we got Bob Myers on tonight, and the question that I kind of have, he's going to be doing the broadcast. Question I have for the audience is, do you care? Do you matter? Does it matter? Like when Mark Jackson does a broadcast, I do believe that I get this sense from Warrior fans, get him off my broadcast. I don't want him talking about my team. And I think there's obviously a variety of reasons why people feel that way. I'm ready for Bob to do some breakdowns. I like Bob.
Well, you're not going to watch Fitz and Buki tonight? What are you doing?
Look, I'm always oscillating between the two channels.
You got to live Fitz and Buki, man. Local. I love you, Bob. I'm not listening to you tonight, though.
I am. And so what I'm going to do is I want to hear him talk about the team. And maybe we'll get some funny stories. Maybe we'll get some little insight that we didn't know. I want to hear what he has to say during the game. Mark Jackson, I could care less. I don't want to hear from him anymore. Everything feels jaded. And I'm overhearing from Mark Jackson. But Bob Myers, I want to hear from.
Well, I just want to see how this team plays. Like Bob Myers is good at,
It's just a part. It's a side. Yeah, it's the coleslaw to the corned beef sandwich.
But you know what, man? It's about the Warriors right now. They're 13-4 in their last 17. They have 22 games left. I do think there's a shot they could go 17-5. I know, call me crazy, but I do think they could go 17-5. Now that'd make them 30-9 over their last 39 games, and when you put it in that context, you're like, whoa, that's a lot, Bonte. Slow down here. But you know what? With the way the schedule breaks down, you got 5 against the Lakers and the Mavericks, and you got Mr. Wiggins back, who says it's always good being back with the team.
It's always good being back with the team. Being around basketball, it's all love here, support. So always good being back. Being around the team, it's all love and support. It's a family here. When I was away, I missed the guys and obviously basketball, and I'm happy to be back.
And then he was asked how he was handling with everything, handling the emotions of leaving and dealing with his personal issues.
Just taking care of, what I have to take care of, being present for what I have to be present for. And when I think it's, it's the appropriate time to, come back, that's what I felt like. So now I'm back here with the team and, ready to get to it.
And is it the personal matter? Is it done? Is it over? What's going on?
Yeah, not exactly. But... I just, take it day by day.
Take it day by day, and that's all that matters. He's back with the team, and I don't, hopefully everything works out for him personally, but before he left, you can't tell me that Wiggins wasn't trending up. He was averaging 15-5. He was shooting 46% from 3 in his last 16 games. He was shooting 53% from the floor in his last 16 games, and he was starting to defend at a very high level. So the way I look at it, what's happened the first 2 months of the season, I get it. You're in this spot now, 4 games over 500. A lot of things have happened this year. We've had a death in the family. We've had suspensions. You know, we've had Wiggins taking time off with personal issues. You had GP2 hurt numerous times. Chris Paul was out with a fractured left hand. You had the situation with Klay Thompson. Do you go to the bench? Do you not go to the bench? You had the rise of Pajimski and the rise of Jonathan Kuminga. Now you got 22 games left and they're playing their best basketball. There's no point in revisiting what happened in November and December. Maybe that's for after the season, but right now I got tunnel vision, Shasky, and I'm looking at the Milwaukee Bucks, and I'm looking at the last 22 saying, can I get into the top 6? Can I at least get to 7 and 8? And let's see what happens, because I'm kind of with these guys. I don't really fear a team in the Western Conference right now. Like, honestly, with all the blown leads the Warriors have had this year, do you really want to give Steph and company a 15-point lead in the third quarter? You think they're going to blow that? Does Oklahoma City really want to see the Golden State Warriors?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you, and I'm asking everybody. I'm asking you. I'm looking at you because I'm getting fired up right now.
I'm not going to lie to you. I almost want a 7-point lead as opposed to a 15-point lead with this team this year. That's a joke.
No, you don't.
But no, the Wiggins thing, you know, I have a difficult time separating my own experiences from just trying to imagine what Andrew Wiggins is trying to go through right now. And when I was trying to balance, like, my normal life with what was going on at home with the family and everything. And it's just really hard. It's just really hard. And I have a different perspective now on just the whole thing. And like, I understand so many layers of it. Like there's the tug and pull of feeling like you need to be there for the work. And then there's the tug and pull of like, yeah, really work is, because that's what it is to these guys.
Right.
Like, I know we want to like lose our mind on Anthony Rendon saying that he's getting paid $250 million, but he's saying family and faith are before his job. Yeah, most of us say that. Yeah. Like, you know, like it's okay. Like you want to balance the family and you want to balance your work. And at the end of the day, work feels very inconsequential to family life. And I don't know what's going on with the guy, but I just know for myself, like, I wanted to show up, and I was in a good headspace, and I felt like I was good to go. And then just stuff happens throughout the day, and you get distracted, or you get sidetracked, or you feel like you're physically there 100%, but you're not mentally there 100%. And it's just hard. I think it's really hard. And unless you've been going through it, and each situation is so unique, the poor guy, it feels like it's unsettled, and there might still be something out there. I'm going off of what he was saying.
Yeah, and you know what?
And I just feel for him.
Yeah, you know what? And he doesn't know what's an explanation whatsoever.
No.
He doesn't. He's back. He's back. He wants to keep it right. And I said this to the audience. You didn't owe me an explanation.
But I gave it to you.
You gave it to me.
That's who I am.
Yeah, that's who you are. Everybody's different.
Yeah, exactly.
But what I'm saying is you didn't owe me anything. All you would have had to say is, I got some personal stuff to take care of. I'm going to be away. I would have respected that and say, hey, handle your business. We're here for you. I'm a phone call away. I'm 15 minutes away from you. Let me know what's up. Let me know if you need anything. That's it. That is it. I mean, you know, so with Wiggins, and I get everybody wants to be nosy. We're in a gossip state of mind or a gossip type of business here. Controversy sells, drama sells. Look, man, the guy's back. He's physically fine. He's going to start tonight against the Bucks, and let's see how Steve Kerr works his rotation. But in terms of needing an explanation from Andrew Wiggins,
no,
I don't think that's fair. We don't need any. No. I don't need anything from him. You're back. You're in a good headspace. You do what you need to deal with. They got people there to help them out, and let's roll.
Let me ask you this question, and we haven't talked about this off air. We're buddies. We talk all the time. Could you feel it from me, like when I was coming in? Could you feel, not that I was distracted, but like there was just a lot going on?
No doubt. How can it not be? How can it not be? How can it not be?
Because I felt it. And there were days that I would walk out of here and I'd be like, damn, man, I feel like I'm not giving them my A1 performance.
No. How can your mind, look, it's real life, dude.
Right?
Your dad was your best friend. All right? You and Michelle got lucky with LJ.
Yeah.
You got LJ in the building. There's a lot going on in such a short period of time. And everybody kind of reminds me in a way, you know, I didn't have to deal with the death, but when I got the Warriors pre- and post-game show, we just switched to the mornings.
I know.
We just switched to the mornings, and I get a call, hey, do you want to do this? We think you'd be good at this. What? And then Baby Chance is coming. She comes 2 weeks early. There was so much going on that I was just like, am I here?
Yeah.
I'm falling asleep on show calls. I'm falling asleep just on the drop of a dime. It was rough. So things affect everybody differently, right? But with you, yes, of course something's going to happen. You would just hope that this platform provides a distraction. I remember I got out of a relationship, right, when I first started in this business. And the best thing for me was to get shifts at the radio station. I remember I had to work the graveyard shift. It was the best thing for me. no distractions, locking at the job at hand.
Yeah.
And slowly but surely, those feelings about that relationship will dissipate.
Yeah.
And you'll get back to being normal. You'll get back to being normal. Like, it's not going to happen overnight. I don't expect you to be firing on all cylinders,
Well,
not even a week after burying your dad. You know what I'm saying?
No, I do.
It's hard. It's hard. And there's going to be moments and trigger points, and I'm going to watch what I say around you because it's like, all right, but you get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, though.
And that's Wiggins. Slowly but surely, he gets back with the basketball team. Yeah, this is what I love.
Yeah.
This is what's got me paid. This is what makes me happy. This brings me joy. And the fact that you're 22 games away from the playoffs and you're playing your best basketball, well, he's like, hell yeah, I need to keep it going because I'm playing my best ball. So we all handle things differently, but personal's personal, man. And I try to keep the personal stuff personal.
No, I think it was well said. It was well said. And I know I look at the guy and I'm saying to myself, like, I want him to be able to come in and smile. And for me, until the whole thing was like over, I couldn't come in and like just, and not that I'm going to hurt forever, right? That's no doubt about it. But like, it gets a little better every single day. And I just think it's very difficult when you're balancing all these things. And the one thing that I've noticed doing this job, and again, I have not done it as long as others, is that there is a lack of humanity from not every fan, but from a certain segment of fans where it's like, yo, you're not allowed to be emotional. You're not talking about how we talk about players. You're not allowed to have, leave the team for the birthday of your family. It's like, what? What are you talking about?
I think what we forget is these guys are human.
Exactly.
And even we do.
The lack of humanity.
When we talk on these microphones, we may be a little aggressive at times on some of these players. But they are humans too.
Yes.
And their families are listening. And they're like, they don't want to hear their kids being talked about like that. And they don't want to hear people questioning whether or not this guy loves the game or if he's passionate or whatnot. Personal is personal. The Warriors are able to deal with it. We should be able to deal with it. If the Warriors are saying, hey, this guy, we're going to grant him a time to leave and he comes back when he comes back, then who the hell are we to question what they do? They know Andrew Wiggins better than all of us.
Yes.
They're around Andrew Wiggins every single day.
One of my favorite things that has happened with the Warriors, I'm dead serious on this, last decade, seeing the ear-to-ear smile from Andrew Wiggins in the 2022 season was one of the best. Like, my dad used to say, like, look at how much he's smiling. Like, the guy was oozing happiness.
Shasky.
Oozing happiness.
We interviewed him after they won Game 6. He came on a parquet floor. And we were able to talk to him before he came on the air.
Yeah.
Mullen was asking him a lot of questions. And I'm just, I'm right there. I got a couple in, but getting to know him off the floor. And he was just like, I love it here. I didn't know many of the guys. He goes, I love it here. I love it with this organ. He was like a kid in a candy store.
Him with his kids after they won the title, those still images that they all took with their families.
No doubt.
It's like etched into my brain, and seeing how happy that man was to have, your personal life in what feels like, in order, and you got your kids there and your wife there and everything, and then you're at the height of the profession and you've shut up all the naysayers.
And who the hell knows if that didn't affect his start of the season?
That's a great
question. Who the hell knows if that didn't affect him the first 3 months?
Yeah.
We don't know. We don't know. So it's good to have Andrew Wiggins back.
I just want to see him smile again is where I'm going. I want to see him smile again.
Get him smiling again. The squad is healthy for the first time since early November. And folks, I'm getting fired up about this team, man.
Too.
It's 22 games left. Watching the doubleheader last night. I'm watching Cleveland and Boston. I'm like, damn, okay. All right, this is a great game. Boston gets their 11-game win streak snapped.
Tatum, end of the game.
End of the game, coming up short again. And then you get Phoenix and Denver. That felt like a playoff game. That felt like the playoffs. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, it's going down to Chase Center, man. We got Draymond back. You got Clay coming off the bench, lighting up threes. You got Chris Paul feeling good. It's go time, folks. What do you need to see over the next 22 games with the Golden State Warriors to make you believe they can make a deep run in these playoffs? That's all coming up here on the Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. That's all coming up. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. That's coming up, brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose?
This 9-12 break is really slowing us down on the show. It is. By the way, shout out to YouTube, Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And shout out to the Comcast Business Sex Line. This 9-12 break really gets us because we go into the break room and we just start talking to Steiny and Evan and Guru, and we lose track of everything.
Can we bring something from the private show during the break into the air?
Oh, I don't know.
No, Evan Giddings.
Private show.
God bless him. God bless him. Yeah, Evan Giddings. But he does
the system of
he
this
does
show.
what everyone does. There's this thing. You can't criticize Dame Lillard at all because he's a local guy. And it's interesting to me. Was Mitch Haniger a local guy?
Well, tell us what it is, damn it.
Like, Mitch Haniger's a local guy. Mitch
That's
Haniger
a great
is
drop.
1/10
Can you play that again with Giddens?
Well, tell us what it is, damn it.
Damn, I didn't know he had that in him.
Yeah.
I didn't know he had that. No wonder he's taking it outside the Guru.
That's extreme Evan right there.
That's extreme Evan.
Could we all agree?
That's
Dame is a great player. Great player. But when we're listing off the all-time greats,
He's a top 75 player.
he falls short for me. Like
he
like
made the 75 anniversary team though, so he is an all-time.
Okay.
Remember that conversation? I'm just saying, like, it was Klay Thompson.
So let's go point guards
Are you
all
putting
time?
Klay Thompson over Damian?
I don't know.
Lillard for you?
That's a question for another day. But like point guards all time, right? Like in my mind, okay. Obviously Steph Curry, Magic Johnson,
Isaiah Thomas,
John
Stockton there, Bob Cousy.
I'm putting Jason Kidd over him.
Bob Cousy.
Yeah, right. So like, and it's not a knock, but when you're separating the all-time greats, to me, he's nowhere near the top 7-8 point guards, and then we haven't even gotten into
Nowhere near. Dave Lillard's
he's awesome.
Good.
Okay,
man.
here's a question: are you putting him over Russell Westbrook when you look at their resumes?
They're right there. He's bounced Russell Westbrook for
and
the playoffs.
I don't consider Russell Westbrook one of the top 7 or 8 point
As
guards.
a one on a team, though, Dame did more than Russ did as a one.
He did.
Okay.
He took the team to the during the Warriors era at their height. He took him to the Western Conference Finals.
Again, I'm not saying he's not great. He is great, but when we separate the
Chris
all-time
Paul.
greats,
We didn't even bring up Chris Paul.
What?
We didn't even bring up Chris
okay,
Paul.
well, I'm probably taking Chris Paul over
That's
Dame.
fair.
And now, again, I'm not knocking, but it's like anytime you chip away a little as you start to separate these guys and you look at him versus his contemporaries, it's like, oh, you hate Dame Lillard. Oh, why you hating on the local guy?
You do criticize Dave a lot.
What?
You do criticize Dave a lot.
I'm the only one that has the guts to do it.
No, I've never heard you give him a compliment. That's all.
Who does he make better?
The Blazers. The Blazers during the entire stretch.
Okay.
He didn't make the Blazers better?
I mean, I don't know. I just never saw him elevate his teammates to the point.
He got Mo Harkless and Al Farouk Aminu paid.
And Alan Crabb.
Alan Crabb paid.
Okay.
Did he not? He got those guys paid.
He's an excellent player. I just look at some of his contemporaries. Like even Kyrie is a very, very controversial player. I think when it's all said and done, I'm going to have on my list, I'm going to have Kyrie probably above him. Not that his resume is more comprehensive than Dame's. Like if we're talking about like end of the game, playoff scenario, yeah, I'm taking Kyrie over him. And it's baked in. He played with LeBron, and I know that's unfair. If Dame played with LeBron, what would we look like? Well,
we've seen Kyrie as a 1, and Kyrie hasn't done anything as a 1. And we've seen him as a 2, and he's ruined organizations. And so now they've lost 5 or 6 in Dallas. So we're going to see about Kyrie Irving. Damian Lillard did more with less. So, I'm not going to sit here and roast Dave Lillard.
I'm not roasting him.
I know he has weaknesses. He has weaknesses like every other player. But Dave Lillard is an excellent, excellent point guard. Has been an excellent player
Did I not say
for
that?
a long time. No, you did. You did. And if you don't want to take him over certain guys, I'm not knocking you for that. I just want to hear you compliment.
Well, where
Dave
do you
Lillard.
think, now,
he's
when
one
you
of
don't
our
have
own.
the playoff moments, right? When you don't have the playoff moments, I know he has
playoff moments.
He has a couple game winners, all right, in the playoffs, and he sent home, Russell Westbrook. But
Sent home the Houston Rockets and James Harden.
Okay.
He's got plenty of playoff moments. Get to the Western Conference. Beating Denver in Game 7 in Denver. Second round of the playoffs.
That was one of the game winners I was discussing.
Well, I don't know if that was a game. Well, okay. Well, maybe I don't remember if that was a game winner or whatnot. I just remember they won Game 7. Dave Lillard has been excellent. Excellent. In the bubble, he was excellent. What did he say? I didn't come down here to waste my time. How is this a great bar? Great bar. Now they did lose to the
How about
Lakers
Gary
in 5.
Payton? You taking the glove over Dame Lillard? I don't know. I'm asking.
I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. Dave Lillard is the top 15 point guard. There's no knock on being a top 15 point guard.
That
in the NBA,
I'll subscribe to that.
Right?
Yeah, I'll
There's
subscribe
no knock
to that.
He is.
Does he get into your top 6 or 7?
Probably not.
Okay.
My top 6 or 7 would be Steph, Isaiah, Magic. I love J. Kidd.
I do too. See, like J. Kidd, I watched him play in multiple scenarios, elevate. I mean, Kerry Kittles was balling.
I had a soft spot for J. Kidd. He should have won an MVP with the New Jersey Nets. J. Kidd was really, really good. I'm not sure if Gary Payton's in my top 6 or 7.
Yeah, I don't know if he does either. And I love
a guy you didn't even bring up that I would take over a lot of guys just because, and I know he's been kind of canceled because some of the things he's done or said. Kevin Johnson.
KJ?
Nobody ever brings up Kevin Johnson.
You know, it's a good.
Nobody ever brings up Kevin Johnson. He was an
awesome player.
He was excellent.
Phoenix, he was so sick.
He was excellent.
Yeah, he was.
He could get to the cup.
It's a really good call.
Dude, Kevin Johnson was sick. Sick. John Stockton.
You know,
Steve
are we
Nash.
going to classify Luka as a point guard when it's all said and done?
I don't know. We're in an era of
positionless
basketball.
What about Harden? Because to me, Harden's a point guard, but I also see the argument that he's not.
Guard, you know. But Harden is going to go down with some sick numbers. Harden, I don't necessarily love his game.
Me neither.
Well, Harden's a baller. He is a baller. So I don't know, man. Harden to me, I see some comments here. Harden is a shooting guard who can play point guard. Well, I kind of look at that too. But Dame Lillard, man, I don't want to water down what he's done in his career coming out of Weber State. The guy's an all-time player. He's an all-time point guard. And he carried that Portland Trailblazers franchise. And you know what? I do give him some credit where he's like, look, man, I'm trying to grind and do this on my own. I want to do it here in Portland. Didn't work out. I don't fault him for that. And finally, he got out. Now he's with Giannis Antetokounmpo. We'll see what he does in the Eastern Conference playoffs. But, boy, I do like Dave Lillard, man. I think he's been an excellent point guard. Let's take some calls. Let's go to Mike in Burlingame. Mike, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, morning, fellas. How you doing?
Hi.
Hey, anyway, you guys are leaving out probably the top 3 point guard. His name's Walt Frazier.
Oh, my God, that's a great call.
Out.
Oh, my gosh, that's a great call.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, no, that is really good, Mike.
Yeah.
Oscar Robertson.
Tiny Archibald.
Yeah. Tiny Archibald was awesome.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta understand that the NBA didn't play before 1995. You know, there were some old guys there that could play ball too.
You know what, Mike? You sound like you watch a lot of basketball. Is Walt Frazier's Game 7, which is deemed the Willis Reed game, in which he only played like 4 minutes.
Yeah, a couple of minutes.
Walt Frazier's stat line in that game, Bully memorizes it. I say, hey, Walt Frazier, Game 7. He'll spit out the numbers. Is that the greatest Game 7 performance you ever seen from an individual in an NBA uniform?
It is. It is. And as a matter of fact, I follow women's college basketball a little bit, too, because of the competitive level is rising. And the main coach in that college basketball, Gino Auriemma's favorite player is Walt Frazier. And, you know, that guy's seen a lot of basketball, so I defer to him. But anyway, what I was calling about, you guys, is I think Moses Moody's getting a raw deal here once again. And the reason I say that is because this guy, even though Kerr calls him a professional and all this, I think that makes it easier for Kerr to yo-yo him up and down the lineup. I just think the guy has got so much upside, and if you give the guy some confidence, I called last week, Bonte, if you remember. Yeah. If you give the guy some confidence and bubble wrap him and pump him up, he's got so many more levels to go. His ceiling is so much higher than Andrew Wiggins. It's unbelievable.
No, he does have a good ceiling here. Let's see how it plays out today.
Do you think he has a higher ceiling than Andrew Wiggins?
I don't know about that, but I think Andrew Wiggins is the better player.
What was at Andrew Wiggins? That's an interesting question. At Andrew Wiggins' ceiling, what was he?
They wanted him to be Scottie Pippen. You heard Anthony Slater was actually a good call.
Actually not bad.
You know, and when he said that, I was like, huh. And I remember when Wiggins came out of college in Kansas. Scottie was so good.
I think post-playing career, we've really forgotten how great he was.
A great defender. But the way Wiggins defended in today's era a couple seasons ago in the playoffs was Scottie Pippen-like. And then you think about the athleticism, getting above the rim, ducking out people's heads. Scottie did all that stuff.
Scottie was a great passer.
So I don't think Moody has a higher ceiling whatsoever. I was disagreeing with Mike, thinking about, is Moody going to get the raw deal? Well, let's see how it plays out today with the rotations of Steve Kerr. This is the first game they've had 14 healthy bodies, folks, since early November. Let's see what it looks like.
I have a hard time thinking that Moses Moody could, like, his ceiling would be higher than being the second best player on a championship team.
Right. I don't.
But to me, that's what Wiggins' ceiling
That's what he was.
He might not ever get back to it.
Right.
But for 3 months or 2.5 months or whatever, like, that's what it was.
Can Moody be a 3D guy? I think so.
If I were to say to you, is his ceiling even consistent NBA starter for 5 years?
Yeah, I don't know. Because we haven't seen it. Wiggins has started from day one. Day one, he has started.
I mean, he's been a 20-point-a-game guy for pretty close to his entire
career. We forget that. It's not easy to do in the NBA. Like Andre Iguodala spoke about Jordan Poole. Like Andre Iguodala had to check us all and say, "Yo, Jordan Poole averaged 20 in a bad year. Like you take that all day long. 20 in the NBA stuff." By the way,
I do like Moody.
I do like Moody too. I'm not knocking him, but he's going to play. Now, I guess the question is, should he remain in the starting lineup? Will you bake into the equation that Wiggins is playing really well? Does Wiggins really deserve to be benched for leaving the team for personal reasons?
No.
I don't think so either. Did Moody play that well to unseat Wiggins, considering what Wiggins did in the previous 16 games?
No.
I don't know.
Is Moody unseating Pods? I don't think so.
I don't think so, but they play two different positions. You know what I'm saying?
I understand. I'm just asking, like, holistically.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. By the way, Walt Frazier, I do want to get this out here. The stat line.
Give it to me.
Game 7, 36 points, 7 rebounds, 19 assists, 6 steals.
That's pretty good.
36-19, 7 and 6.
Is that better than the 50-something from Steph against the Kings?
That was the first round game. This is the NBA Finals.
Yeah. I'm going to go with
Square Garden. I love this, Steph.
I'm just asking you because I know.
love this, Steph. But dude, Walt Frazier Garden against the Lakers. Jerry West, Wilt Chamberlain. 36 points, 19 assists, 7 rebounds.
I mean, that's pretty
sick.
That's pretty amazing.
Like, that's iconic. Like, they showed that game during the pandemic.
It's prolific.
They were showing all these old school games. They're showing like the Bullets and the Sonics in Game 7. Guys are wearing chains on the court. They showed this game, Game 7, the Willis Reed game. Finally watched it in its entirety. And Willis Reed played like 4 minutes. He got the standing ovation and motivated.
He didn't do anything.
And then Walt
it was
Frazier,
David Lee like it when David Lee came in with the hurt hip.
Yeah. And then Walt Frazier just came in 36, 19, 7, and 6. That is an insane stat line. No 3-point line, by the way. No 3-point line. Pretty damn good Game 7. Let's go to Al in San Francisco. Al, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, how you doing, Wate?
Good, Al. Good.
Hey, I think the starting lineup will be Moody can still play with Curry as guard and Kuminga and Wiggins on the wings and Draymond in. At least they have, some bigs in there. I mean, we have guards who are 6'5", 6'7", 6'8", playing in the league, and that's where we're hurting a little bit. But with Mooney's defense, and his hustle, I think that'll be a good lineup. Thank you.
Wow.
That's all I have to say.
Good call, Al. Interesting. Do you unseat Pods in the starting lineup?
So I really like what
I thought you were talking about like rotations and minutes, but just in the starting lineup? Yeah, I don't know. I like Pods at the start. The starting lineup's been fine. That starting lineup was really good.
I really like Pods in that opening lineup.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's a passer. He gives me a lot of energy minutes. The pace of the team picks up when he's playing. And that's what I really like. I love the pace that they play at when Pods is on the floor. And it feels like he makes a lot of really smart passes that don't show up as assists that open the floor up for others.
Yep. No, and you know what? Moody playing with Chris Paul and Klay Thompson. Moses Moody's going to see wide open 3-point attempts now. I think that second unit now with Moses Moody, he's going to be in a rotation. Probably going to play more than Lester Quinones. We'll see. We'll see about that. Again, Steve Kerr's got a tough job on his hands. I have no idea where he's going to go with this, but if you get Moody next to Klay and CP3, now you got 3 good shooters. Because Chris Paul in his last, I want to say 18 games, Shasky, he's shooting 40% from the 3-point line. I'm pulling it up right now.
If Purdy never shows up, right, as the quarterback, as a rookie doing what he did, like his quarterback's so different, football's so different. Paz has been one of the better rookies that coming out of nowhere. I mean, even though he's a first-round pick, he was a mid to late first-round pick. To do what he's done this year, I didn't see this coming. Like Nick Bosa, you take a guy number 2 overall, you expect him to have some impact, right? And football's different. It's like you're a little more ready to go. In terms of like plug and play, Pods he blown me away this year. I didn't see this coming.
He's been excellent.
I didn't see
He's been
this guy.
excellent.
Even
And-
when he showed a little signs early, I was like, I don't know, guys.
You know what? And
I was wrong.
He has a veteran mindset. He's talking. He's chirping. He's communicating. He's one to respect to the veterans.
Yes.
He's one to respect to the head coach. And when you can do that as a rookie, that's pretty damn impressive on this team.
Yeah.
And we've seen how some of the youngsters have struggled acclimating themselves with this basketball team. The one thing with the Golden State Warriors, when you get drafted here, you don't have time to go through the bumps and bruises, man. It's go time. It's a championship mindset with this organization. And I don't fall. I love it. I love, you know me, Shaska. I'm all about Super Bowl or bust, finals or bust, championship mindset. I'm cool with that. But Paz to come in and earn that respect and to play the way he's played. And yesterday, I know he was talking, Dumas asked him a question about not being in the conversation for February Rookie of the Month. Why not Paz? Paz has been hooping. So I want him to remain in that starting lineup. I want to see Moody get minutes. But now, you get Clay and the gravity of Klay Thompson and Moody's going to benefit from that, Shasky. Chris Paul with the ball in his hands. You got Moody setting screens or Sarge or whoever's playing up in the front court. Maybe it's a little Kuminga. Boy, I like that a lot. Moody next to Clay and CP3. Moody's going to benefit from having wide open shot attempts, and he's been hitting the three.
Yeah, he has been hitting the three, and he does a lot of sneaky things that I like. The hustle plays, the rebounds. I think he's also another willing passer. He's not a blow-by guy, that's for sure, but he can get into the defense to where he's setting up for others. You know, the little kick-out stuff. I really like CP3 with that second unit.
Oh, yeah, I
really
CP3.
do. He really is a nice pickup.
You know the thing, too, what you just said there with Moody, the hustle plays. The opening second half against the Washington Wizards, jumping out of bounds to save a ball that leads to an alley-oop with Jonathan Kuminga.
You love that play.
I love that play. That's Moses Moody in a nutshell. And we've seen him do this over his first 3 years. I think back to the San Antonio game, that championship year, where Steph, Dre, Clay, they're all out, right? They're on the bench watching, and they're fired up over the youngsters, and they come back and beat San Antonio. And Moody had a play late in the game where he dives on the floor, leads to a wide-open Damian Lee three in a corner. Warriors steal that game, and it was like one of the most better wins of the season. Yeah. Even though the veterans didn't play, but it was one of those feel-good wins saying, you know what, the future may be bright with the Golden State Warriors with some of these youngsters here. Moody does do those sneaky little things, but Chris Paul here, for a second, Shasky, in his last 17 games, he's shooting 42% from the three-point line. Wow. He's shooting 45% from the floor. So, like he told us earlier this season, his shot has come around.
His ability to get his shot off at his size late in the shot clock, it's pretty cool. Like watching him do what he does, like for the young people out there, like that's the 80s and 90s. Like the way he plays the game, I've enjoyed watching. Maybe it's because I'm old, you know. I enjoy watching CP3. I never thought I would say that.
You know,
he's another guy. Like I'm sorry, I thought it would be a bad trade.
Man,
it's been all right.
No, I mean,
I kind of want him back.
Think about how we've embraced Chris Paul. It's not even like we were the narrative before the season drove me crazy. It really did drive me insane. He's not going to like starting. He's not going to like coming off the bench. He's not going to like this. He's not going to like that. It's been fine. It's been fine. The biggest thing to worry about, I think, for Steve Kerr moving forward is who do I put in the lineup in the last 5 minutes of the game, and do I win that game? Because if I don't win that game, there's going to be questions about why did you play this guy to the final five? Why did you play that guy?
What do you think of CP3's ego before and now?
He's a complete professional. Like, he knows he's great. And you have to have an ego to be a great player. All these guys have egos.
Absolutely.
We need an ego. We have an ego. To do this job. No, to do this job and to compete with other morning shows, you got to have an ego. We're the young kids on the block in this profession. You know what I'm saying? We're cocky at times. We could be arrogant. It's okay to be arrogant.
Somewhere right now, Dan Dibley is nodding his head going, the morning boast.
The morning boast. We do a lot of boasting. Not recently, but we've done a lot of boasting.
Definitely not the morning coast. You guys don't do that.
No, we don't coast. We don't mail it in. There's no morning mail-ins. Right?
I mean, where are we going to go here? How do you feel? Remember when we first got in with Nahegan? He would be like, how do you feel? Just tell me how you feel.
Those pandemic meetings, some of the longest meetings of
oh my
the
gosh.
worst.
What's the hook today?
What's the hook?
Nahegan.
Well, you sound like Murphy Lee. What the hook gonna be?
There's something there with the Warriors. I just,
I love when he puts his He goes like this. He puts a little lick on the finger. He puts his finger out into the.
You're talking about Murphy Lee.
No, I'm talking about Matt Hegan. And he puts his finger into the air. He's like, on Twitter, I'm seeing this. And it's like, yeah, Twitter is like half of 1% of what really the audience is out there. If you want us to do
shows based off of Twitter, it's the conversation. It is, why are the Warriors done?
No.
Why are they washed?
Twitter in the
Why is Steve Kerr overpaid? Twitter's
coming
the
up
worst.
in 7 minutes, we're going to interview Jim Park, and he thinks that Steve Kerr should not be the head coach.
Oh my God.
And he's tricked off. We should be undefeated right now in this year.
I will say, since I've taken this television job, being on Twitter less during the games has helped my mental so much. You just watch the game. And you base it off, it's like, wait a minute, I trust my opinion. Why am I going to trust some user 508/so-and-so in their opinion on Twitter? Like, what am I doing? I prep myself to be in this game. You know what I'm saying?
You want to talk about how sick the social media is? I posted I thought a beautiful post about my father, and there's like 7 or 8 comments. Niners suck, you homer, da-da-da-da-da-da, from Philly fan, 896, and they're not the only ones. Like, there's other people that just, it's like, hey, man, I just lost my dad. Can you just, like, can you not post that? I'll post a photo of my son, and it'll be like, ugly little you-know-what, and I'm like, jeez, dude.
There's a Bleacher Report post about the Warriors getting blown out in Boston.
Yeah.
And somebody just replies, tags me, and it goes, sup, B-word. It's like, what did I do to catch that straight? I mean, I get called a different name every single day.
Well, I had to have a conversation with my brother. I don't know if I want to put this out there, but my brother, using his real name, although it's it's an Instagram handle, is out here commenting on, let's just call it the competitions page. And I'm like, yo, bro.
What's he saying on the competitions page?
It's like, this is why you guys are losing.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm like, yo,
what
bro.
Are you doing?
Of course, like, I'm scrolling through my feed and I see my little bro. I'm like, hey, bro, you're turning into Pops. I got to have the conversation with you. Things that you post do come back to me.
Right.
And then I'm noticing him arguing with someone of prominence at the other station. Going back. I'm like, yo.
Oh, my gosh.
Pump the brakes, bro.
Oh, no.
Right?
Oh, no.
Kind of love it, but kind of not.
Yeah, I had a song.
I'm like, yo, could you create at least like a burner? But that's kind of why I love my little brother, though.
One of my sisters on my dad's side, one morning on Instagram, screenshots a conversation she was having with Kevin Durant. She jumped into Kevin Durant's DMs and called him all kind of names and then posted it. And I'm like, sis, what are you doing?
Does she have Hill as the last name, too? Bonte Hill's sister.
No. I don't think so. But I'm like, sis, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, come on.
I know.
That's not that serious. Don't be jumping in people's DMs cursing like, what are you doing?
I will.
And then Katie replied to her, what's the worst
Keep
part?
it real, though. If I was not a public person in the media, I would definitely have a burner and I'd be talking smack the way Brian in Palo Alto tweets at people.
Oh my God.
I'm not saying I'd be that aggressive, but I'd definitely be closer to that than what I am as me.
We got tagged in something yesterday for him ripping Farhan. I'm like, I'm staying away from that. Like, I was close to pressing the unfollow button. Now I love BPA.
Well, this is what I would say
like,
to
you
him.
know what? I can't be attached to that because somebody may see that and be like, wait, so-and-so follows him?
Hi, how are you?
If we were to put together the best lineup, okay, the 27 Yankees of what I would call dual threats, people who can call in and are active on social media for the morning roast, what's that lineup look like?
Well,
BPA is in there. I don't know if he's my 8 hitter or if he's my 2 hitter.
Oh, he's batting either 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Okay, so you got
he's in a perennial position.
Okay, who else?
Is Football Mike in this lineup?
Oh, absolutely. He's my cleanup hitter.
Robinson Bruno.
Robinson Bruno's a 6 hitter. He's a 6 hitter.
Oh, Tyler Miller's got to be in there.
Yeah, well, Tyler Miller's absolutely in there. He might bat leadoff.
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
He's a contact hitter.
Alex in Atlanta?
Alex in Atlanta. You know,
he's in that lineup.
He's got a Darren Ruff-like quality to him. He doesn't swing all the time, but when he does, he connects.
He does. He tweeted at me yesterday, Bonte, don't go for the Yoki Duck. The Warriors are cooked or something like that. I'm like, Alex
in Atlanta is quite a follow, especially after Warriors losses. He is in his feelings after every one. He's definitely in that lineup.
Oh, yeah, he's in that lineup. Who else is?
Adam in the City. He's another good call.
Adam in the City, yeah.
He's my double leadoff. I got him in the 9 hole.
Yeah,
The reason being is sometimes I hear he DMs people.
Are you going Tony La Russa? He's like the pitcher before the 9
My boy Jimbo.
Wait, what do you mean you hear he DMs people?
My boy Jimbo the other day, we're trying
Stop
to hype
snitching,
this,
bro.
We're trying to hype this kid up on the team. We're like, hey, yo, double lead off, yo. Like, you're going to bat ninth, but we need you. And it was dead serious.
Oh,
like, we need you as a double lead
in
off.
the DMs to say hi.
Oh, dude, don't do that. Don't do
I
that.
know people.
Don't do that.
Who else? So we've got Tyler Miller. We've got Alex in Atlanta. We've got Philmo Mike. We've got Brian in Palo Alto.
Adam
That's
in the
4.
city.
Adam in the city's 5.
Still waiting to find Tony's Twitter account. By
Yeah, we don't know. Yeah, apparently she
Why
tweets
just
every
do
other
an
time.
NBA starting 5 instead of an MLB lineup? That's what it sounds
that's
like.
good.
Okay, I like
That's fine.
that.
That's fine.
Uncle Gene.
He tweets every now and then.
Yeah, he's not dynamic enough.
He's not dynamic.
I'm a little.
He could be the manager. He could be the third base coach. He's the third base coach.
He's
Jim
Wendell Kim.
Jim Leland?
Yeah, he
Wendell
is Jim
Kim.
Leland. He's Jack McKeon.
Jack McKeon.
With the legs
I like
crossed,
that.
managing that Marlins team with Dontrell Willis and Juan Pierre.
There is a JP Money anonymous burner account out there that I want to definitely recommend. Oh, you want to get into city politics? My guy is all over, and I can't like any of it because I don't want to blow his cover.
He's on Twitter with it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you already
And let's
kind of
put
blew
it this
his
way.
cover.
Somehow, some way,
You shouldn't even have said it
the
was
boss
a cousin.
follows him
Oh, my gosh.
and doesn't know.
Oh, my gosh. No way.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
No way. I'm pretty sure you have a burner account.
No, I don't. I swear to God. I want
wow.
one. Bad.
I've thought about creating a
But I'm
burner.
afraid it'll come back to my phone
I know.
somehow.
I know.
And I don't want to be exposed.
I have thought about creating a burner multiple times.
What would the burner name be?
I don't know. But I'd be tweeting at
Bronte's
everybody.
hella dope.
Oh, dude, I'd be tweeting at people left and right. I'd be jumping into threads.
At Klay Thompson.
Calling them.
At Klay Thompson.
I would be, hey, listen, I would be adding people.
I like Brock Purdy.
I'm at Brock Purdy stand number 1.
I'm happy with
Just
Brock
something we would
Purdy.
never associate with
Brock
Bronte
Muse.
whatsoever.
7.
Where's that tone come from? What happened? I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
That's you all
Diehard
year.
Giants fan
That
for
was
life.
you all year.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
But if he loses, Kirk Cousins is on the table.
Oh, my God. It's so refreshing not to talk Kirk Cousins in the offseason. I'm not going to lie. That is a big-time upset.
We'll see.
You think he's on the block?
We'll see where he's going. I'm very interested to see where Kirk
Apparently he's
Cousins
going to
ends up.
Atlanta, according to Mike Flores.
I just don't,
I don't
see that.
either.
My burner account. Oh, I'd be jumping in threads, cursing people out. I'd be using every name in
See,
the book.
I would be worried about accidentally pulling a Kevin Durant where you accidentally log into your wrong account and start tweeting. Like that would be my biggest fear if I had a burner.
What if Jim Park was secretly Joe Lacob?
Oh my God.
That is an internet joke that only a few will understand.
Hey, Joe Lacob, remember we had him in
said he had a
studio?
burner.
He said he's not active, but he sees things. He sees things. And what did he say? He goes, sometimes I'm tempted to respond.
It sounds like me. I'm always tempted to respond.
So you know he has Sam and Andy and Light Years, guys. He's following them.
100%. 100%.
Unbelievable. Twitter can get you in trouble, dude. But I remember when Kevin Durant got caught up with that. We went to media day, Greg Papa and I, and before we interviewed Kevin Durant, we were told by some Warrior officials, hey, just the burner thing, yeah, we're not going to touch that.
So did Papa bring it up?
No, absolutely
Let's talk about your Liz Frank plantar fasciitis injury in your 4th metatarsal.
That's Inside Radio. No, actually, it's not Inside Radio. The Medical Hour, Greg Papa and Ponte.
Jeez Louise.
Oh, man. Oh, the socials, man. The socials. Yeah, I would have a burner for sure. I've thought about it. Maybe I will create one.
Kevin Durant likes him. He said like last week he was asked about like his favorite follow was the Frank Vogel burner account on the
Frank
which just and Nash is obviously a former producer here, big Suns fan. He retweets it all the time. It's just crushing the team constantly. I followed it. There was one of them that said, "Breaking news: there's a missing persons report on Frank Vogel. If found, please let us know."
Dude, it's so bad. It's so bad.
I thought it was real for a second. I was like, oh my God, this is serious. He hasn't been seen in
so
weeks.
bad. It's so bad. Dude, it's so bad.
If you were to come up with the funniest name for a Bay Area sports fan for the name of your burner, what would it be?
I'm seeing some.
I'm fighting for my life.
That's good. I'd go Jack Cust.
Jack
oh my
Cuss.
gosh, Jack Cuss.
I forgot about number 32.
Oh, I'm seeing.
Jack Cuss could hit it though.
They're saying
Him and Matt
perfect
Stairs.
today.
Bonte on sea legs. Klay Thompson sea legs. Because Klay Thompson still has sea legs.
Trey didn't get a chance.
Klay Thompson sea legs.
I blame Shanahan.
I blame Shanahan. Oh my gosh. This could go all the wrong directions. I'm not doing the burner. No, I'm not doing the burner. No chance. No chance in heck.
Who is the most likely of all of the employees at 95.7 The Game to currently have a burner account?
Oh, well, Guru would do the burner. Well, Guru doesn't need a burner. He adds the Warriors anyway.
I am the system of this show.
Draymond Green thing happened, and Guru's tagging me in, Draymond. I'm like, yo, don't tag me.
Hey, can you get Guru real quick? Can you go grab him in the other room? No, I want to talk about this. Some guy was talking about the Bohemian Grove.
Yeah.
Did you hear about that?
No.
Okay.
Who's talking about the Bohemian Grove?
So do you know what the Bohemian Grove is?
No, I don't.
All right. So up the Russian River, right? Monterey, where I go all the time. Right. Across the river is the Bohemian Grove. Okay. Now, there's all this lore and conspiracy theory about it, but like if I boiled it down and I was trying to explain to you, it's where a bunch of social elites go to party in weird ways. Okay. And it's always been a spot for high-ranking U.S. officials, whether it be presidents, governors, etc., people of prominence. They go there and they party during the summer. And we would always see like helicopters and, limos and stuff. And it's for a couple of weeks throughout the year. If you're riding down the river in a kayak and you go onto their land, they will literally send the guards down and tell you to get off. Wow. So it's like this very mystique-riddled place. And like Joe Rogan and Alex Jones and all these conspiracy theory guys have claimed to have broken in and taken videos.
From the
Bohemian Grove up the Russian River.
And it's from the Bohemian Club, right?
Well, they've got ties to it, but it's more up that way.
And it's like you can't have your phone up there. It's
nothing.
I know all about it.
And then they've got this.
I'm going to refrain from this conversation.
Well, I'm going to explain it to you.
Yeah, so, I know what it's all about now.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by it. And they have this Moloch, which is the owl god that they praise to or whatever. And I don't know if it's tongue-in-cheek or part of it. So yesterday, Guru is tweeting about this guy. Who is it?
Ryan Garcia, the boxer.
Okay,
I need to get a life.
Okay,
right?
okay.
But Bohemian Grove, I've never, and I was embarrassed.
Did you ever know about it?
No.
See,
and as I was typing, and we love kids, we love family.
Yeah.
And as I was typing, I go, I'm going to look like a moron. I'm the only dude that doesn't know. And then I went down this rabbit hole.
Crazy.
And somebody goes, ask Butch, because
I know all about it.
Right. It's scary as sick.
So let me give you this. So Northwood, which is my favorite golf course, Northwood, it was made by the Bohemians originally. There are these sculptures all throughout, these wooden sculptures that somebody sculpted, owls all over the course. Well, it's a homage to the Bohemian Grove, which has this big Moloch owl thing. So like Michelle, I joke with her, I got this book on the Bohemian Grove. I want to go covert and go across the river.
How far are we talking, Butch, from here?
Dog, I'm talking across the street from my cabin. From my cabin. And you're not allowed in. And so I don't know what to believe. I don't know what's real, what's not.
It's not that. It's up
there though.
So you know the Bohemian Club.
Yes.
By the Olympic Club.
Yes.
It's right there.
Yes.
So I was there. And I was there. I got invited by.
It's like secret society.
Exactly.
Goo loves it.
No, I don't love it. I just was scared.
I'm
fascinated.
No joke. I got invited there by Raj Mathai.
Okay.
And I was there with Festus Ezeli. And you give me the name. I got to flex a little bit here. Raj Mathai is like, it's just levels, man. It's levels. There's Raj Mathai and there's everybody else. But
he has a strut.
Yeah, he does have a strut. He's so swaggy. He was in Vegas running material. He was great. But no, this club, they play a lot of music up there. No phones or whatnot, and so I don't know if it's that extreme.
Yeah,
but I did get some insight into it, and they were explaining what it was all about. There's too many rumors, but they explained it to me, and
Kid Rock came out and said like he performed there, but then they asked him to do some weird stuff. I don't know what I believe. I'll tell you this, dude. I'm fascinated by it, and I promise you ever come up to the cabin, I will show you exactly where it is.
Okay, wow, man.
And when we drive by when I ride by in the kayak, I always go to Michelle. I'm gonna go jump on the property. She's like, no, do not. I don't want to do this. Because she gets mad. She's afraid that the guards are gonna come out.
You ever think about creating a burner account, Twitter?
No, I just
liar.
No, I'm being so real. What would you do? What feeling would you get knowing you're faking it?
Is the man.
You got to put your name on it.
All the 95
you got to put your name on it. Like, what if I Guru's the man? Like, I would be ashamed just you had to do that to do that. Like, there's a prize. How do you feel good?
Hey, I said 22 games left. We're going through
good.
the schedule.
Yeah.
I think the Warriors could be 17-5.
got 14
Now, it
and
sounds a little ridiculous,
No. All right.
but I think they could win 17 in the next 22.
Vontae, we were just talking about it, and I'll say this. I know you run your race and you worry about yourself, but when you look who's sliding down, the Dallas is the sack. People got problems.
They do.
Like, they could end up 6 or 7.
Right.
And Wiggins being back, only 4 games missed. Butch, I really thought he was gone. Dib said, you know what, he may have played this last one. I was like, man, that's on the bingo card, but the fact he's back, let's go.
Hey, stay here.
Okay.
Fast 5, I have a question for you as our final thoughts.
This is a dope segment.
All right.
Coos out of control.
I love it.
I'm excited.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right, my final thought is this. I'm not sure what goes on at the Bohemian Grove, all right? But Bonte is skeptical that we landed on the moon. Your thoughts, Guru?
I think we landed on it.
I do too.
Yeah, I think we
I think we doctored some of the pictures and stuff to make it look cooler, but I think we landed.
And I'm a little disappointed with like Venus, Mars, Neptune, like, you know, can we expand our portfolio? Like what's going on there? Like, is there a Butch and Bonte on Venus? You know,
Right.
And what do they look like?
What's going on?
No
up
doubt,
there?
man. I have questions.
They have Instagram.
You are the best.
I love you guys.
They have IG accounts up there.
God.
Tiny Goo. My final thought, man.
I love
hey,
you.
last time I know Goo was watching doubleheader last night. Celtics, Cavaliers. Jason Tatum coming up short in crunch time, and then you get the Suns outlasting the Nuggets in
that
overtime.
shocked me.
That shocked me.
No doubt.
Hey, the playoffs are here, Guru.
Okay, and I'm gonna
It's
say
the real
this.
March Madness
I know
Philly.
Boston beat the Warriors by 1,000 points. Yeah, I'm still upset, but they play one-on-one ball in close games. I am watching. That coach may be in trouble. I know that sounds crazy.
No, you're
but
not.
They just YOLO. 18 Rockets, 19 James Harden Rockets.
Hey, he's playing it's March Madness.
I
It's a
can't
real
wait.
March
It's a
Madness
real
field to the
March
NBA.
Madness.
It is with 22 games. I'm excited to go to the arena.
And
today.
we got free agency Monday.
Oh yes, that's right. Free agency.
Russ Wilson, a Raider.
I saw a home run from a Pirate yesterday.
Oh boy,
your boy.
I'm excited.
Oh, I'm so fired
Hey,
up.
fantasy baseball, who's
Here
coming?
we got my trophy.
Hey, I need to get your trophy.
Oh, no.
That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. Who cares, hell? Who cares what Love and Spinoni think? Spinoni, the Lakers. The Lakers. I'll see you next Saturday.
110 of their last 14.
They are hot, too.
40-year-old LeBron, Western Conference Player of the Week.
Yeah, that is pretty impressive. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. They're the Guru Johnson, Matthew Steinmetz, Evan Giddings. They're all coming up here on 95.7 The Game. Have a great day, everybody.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway.
me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, good morning, everybody. Matt Stein, Matt Starrell, the Guru Johnson with you.
Yes.
And we've got hoops tonight at Chase Center. Milwaukee Bucks in town. We'll find out about Giannis, whether he's playing or not. I saw an interesting little tidbit. He hasn't missed consecutive games all year.
Wow.
So I think he's listed as questionable. So we'll see whether Giannis plays tonight. On the other, and no Chris Middleton. On the other hand, we got the Warriors, who are completely healthy for the first time since late November. Nobody's on the injury report.
Damn.
As we enter March. So that's good news. We got Andrew Wiggins coming back. Steve Kerr said he'll be in the starting lineup. And so for right now, Goo, right here, Warriors coming off a road trip. One win tonight puts Boston behind him. How you feeling about the Dubs?
I'm feeling good, Steiny, and I'm feeling good because I'm playing the schedule game. And I know we talked about the 3-1 road trip, but these next 4 games, to me, at minimum, you should be able to get 3. And I just told Butch and Bonte, I popped on with them, Steiny, that I know you run a race and you don't look back or you just focus on your stride and what you're doing. But I can't ignore what's happening in the Western Conference with Dallas, Sacramento. Now, they all can get their act together, but right now, I just feel like if this Warrior team, and Steiny, I know yesterday we talked about the impact of Wiggins coming back. You can't tell me that this may give them a jolt, more of a jolt than they already had. But now I'm looking at maybe 7th or 8th where you play in that playing game and you get a 9th life instead of 9 or 10. I'm like, man, if they continue to play good, sound, fundamental basketball, I mean, is 6 off the table? I don't know, but now I'm starting to sniff around like maybe it's possible.
Let me look at the standings because I haven't looked at the
Dallas,
standings.
I don't know what's going on with them. Sacramento.
Phoenix is still 3 ahead of the Warriors.
That was a big ass.
And the Pelicans are 4 up. You know, the one thing, you know what, and that's the one thing I've noticed is sometimes when you play the schedule game, you know, you're thinking, okay, Denver's going to go beat Phoenix. And then Phoenix goes and beats Denver. And then you realize that's what's held the Warriors back, is that they don't have enough wins like that against good teams.
What was their record?
7-23.
How, man.
Now, Milwaukee win would make them 8-23 against the types of teams that I talked about. But, you know, I don't know whether do we like to play in? How are we on the play in 3 or 4 years later?
I don't like it.
How come? Because I don't have a strong opinion. Well, before you answer,
okay. All right, because I got 2 things off the top.
The one thing I'd like to know, and it's probably easy to find out, is the records of teams in the play-in games from the position they were in. In other words, to my way of thinking, there is a monster difference between 7 and 10. If you finish 7, you're guaranteed 2 home play-in games. You got 1 win. You got to get 1 win in 2 home games.
All right.
You're 10th. You got to win 2 games on the road. So I do think it's imperative that the Warriors at least get up to 9 so that if they have to play the Lakers, that game's in San Francisco.
Wow.
I really do think, and if the Warriors finish 10th, like the way it would be right now is the Warriors may have to beat the Lakers in LA, then fly to Dallas, beat Dallas in Dallas, and then they got to go right to play a first-round series against a top 3 seed. Or top 3 seed.
And I still got nightmares when they lost to Memphis at home, and they blew that game before that loss that Friday night to the Lakers and LeBron. But you asked me a question.
Yeah.
I don't like to play in because I believe the top 8 should go. And the fact that these numbers, here I go, these sacred numbers don't count in the play-in, They count for nothing. That I don't like, Matt. And if people want to call and say, you know what, it's exciting, I don't like 9th and 10th seeds getting action at it. You're done. So now you take away from the regular season, I believe, when it used to be just the top 8. That's just me.
Well, this might not be the year for Warrior fans to hate the play.
Well, you know what? I changed my mind. You got me.
Although they're just a game behind Dallas right now.
And they play Dallas, is it twice or once? I think
I heard Bonte and Shasky talk about those teams. I had them all written down. Let me see. Yeah. I think they play, I don't know. I could just look. 888-957-9570 is the number. Andrew Wiggins is coming back. He's starting. Yeah. And one thing I wonder, the reason that tonight's game to me is going to be more interesting than most is because the Warriors are completely healthy. So what does that tell me? It tells me that what Steve Kerr does tonight is what he wants to do moving forward. He's got everybody available. So how does he use the rotation? Because he doesn't have to play one guy because another guy's out.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see the starters. I'm assuming Podziemski will be back in the starting lineup, along with Wiggins, Green, who am I missing?
Pods.
Kuminga.
Okay.
Kuminga and Steph. And I think, who's coming off the bench for sure? Klay Thompson and Chris Paul.
Yep.
Then where do we go?
And I'll tell you what.
Where do we go after that?
How far do you want to go, though, Stotty? Because Willard brought it up in the crossover yesterday. The playoff rotations shrink.
Yeah.
And he's right. You can't continue. And that's why, Stotty, I want Moses Moody on the court. But I just felt like the reality of when he goes back to where he's going back, not to get a DMP, but he's got to be, if you're going to go 9 or 10 in the playoffs, Moody should see some minutes.
I mean,
is Saric left out of the I gotta believe he's number one on my list. You know what? Your usage is going to go down in the playoffs. I could be wrong.
No, I think you're right.
It could be all predicated on matchups. I get that, but man, right now they are playing a lot, Steiny.
Well, the thing about Saric to me is you can only play him when Chris Paul's on the floor. I mean, you can play him without him, but for the most part, that's how and when you use him.
The most effective Saric.
Exactly. So do you take the Saric, I don't want to say weapon, but I mean, I would think Saric is probably going to be an odd man out. Moody's obviously going to be an odd man out. And I guess that's where I want to start the show. So Wiggins is back. He's starting. He's going to play 28. You pencil him in for 28 to 32 minutes. Maybe not right away tonight, but if he gets settled.
May finish, may not.
And then what's the biggest upside to Andrew Wiggins coming back? And then for Warrior fans, what would be a concern with Wiggins coming back? If you have one. You might not have one. So what would be the upside? What's the biggest upside to Wiggins coming back? And then if you have a concern about him coming back, what would that be? And I'll start.
Go ahead, because I got me.
I feel like the biggest upside for Wiggins returning is that they would get an upgrade at the 3 position, at that starting small forward position. If he can be consistent, then he will make them a better, if he can be consistent, he'll make them a better team because he's a better player than Moody at the 3.
Yeah, no question.
He's just more well-rounded. He's more experienced. He's more athletic. He's bigger. He's more of a capable defender when he's playing well. My biggest concern is, and when I said this to Evan, he was like, I don't really see that one. And I said, I get you. But it would be, and I know they played together before he got out, but it would be Kuminga. And the reason I say that is because I get it. Like, Wiggins probably won't take point A to point B minutes away from Kuminga because Kuminga's going to play.
Yes, sir.
But remember earlier this year when he said Wiggins and Kuminga were redundant at one point?
That was without Draymond Green.
It was without Draymond Green. But the one concern I'd have is that with a full roster, maybe Steve Kerr really, really starts relying on Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Kuminga, Draymond, Chris Paul II, and maybe even a Saric. I think the toughest thing for him to do is going to be, how do you keep Podziemski in there? And you know what? Maybe what we'll find is Podziemski may not be ready to play in April.
Right.
But I think Trace Jackson-Davis probably will get less minutes. I'm looking at the four young guys: Kuminga, Moody, Trace Jackson-Davis, and Podziemski. Like, I don't want to see them disappear, because I think the risk of that is too big. To me, the worst way to end this season would be to rely on a lot of those players that got the Warriors to where they got 2 years ago, but they don't make it out of the play-in or something like that. And now you're sitting there and you say, man, we didn't even make it out of the play-in, and our young guys didn't play a lot the last 6 weeks of the season. That would be a not so good ending.
You know what? I'm not mad at that. And the beautiful thing about the game of basketball, Stoney, shout out Naismith, is we'll be able to tell. We'll be able to tell if guys, speaking of the youngsters, might be overwhelmed or the stage might be too bright. But it's not all doom and gloom if some guys are not ready to meet that moment.
True.
And that's why you can, GP2 is going to be big. I'm going to shock you here. Yep. I think TJD will get the opportunity to maybe get 10 to 13 minutes in a playoff game. I could be totally wrong, but it's up to him on how he shows Steve Kerr he can handle it. Also, pods defensively, our team's gonna try to go at him, if he were to start game 2 or game 3. So I'm all on board, but I think Steve Kerr, Steiny, with 22 games left, he has to condense this rotation. And then I've said this to you guys a while back, if it is truly a strength in numbers, a different version, then nothing is etched in stone. Every game is its own entity. Every game has its own matchups, and you can pick and choose and match up differently. And that's the beautiful thing about a team. Tonight might not be your night, Steiny, but guess what? 2 days from now, game 2, we might need you. And the more you have at your disposal of, again, because this is where I'm operating from, it's like a good bottle of cologne. I am operating and hoping for this Warrior team on a good bottle of hope. That's what I'm doing at the 10th seed right now, that I hope Andrew Wiggins can tap in and get close to what he was in 22. I hope Pods can play the playoffs and act like and be the Pods and rebound like he was in the regular season. GP2, Chris Paul.
GP2 may be affected by Wiggins coming back. I could see GP2 going from, I don't know what he's going, but when GP2's healthy, he plays, 16 or 18 minutes? I could see him dropping down to 10 or 12, something like that.
But when you're getting these offs and you're playing SGA and Giddey and Chet Holmgren and Kevin Durant or Luka or whoever, LeBron, like, you're going to need that defense, Donnie, from GP2.
We got Burke in the Creek is on the Comcast Business Text line.
Burke.
And he's also on the YouTube chat. Now this is a kind of technology that I don't understand. Burke can send a text.
All right.
Burke in the Creek can send a text and it shows up in both places.
See that? Yeah, I ain't ready. The kids.
That's levels.
That's levels.
He says, I disagree with massively tightening the rotation. Go strengthen numbers so the guys are fresh in the fourth. Play the young guys. I think that's good in theory, but I don't know that Steve Kerr. I think he can do it for a little while, but at some point they're going to have to whittle this down.
Okay.
Now maybe they'll get a couple guys nicked up, and it'll be
take
easier.
Care of itself.
But
I got a question for you.
Yeah,
I'm watching Denver and Phoenix last night. The Phoenix Suns lead the NBA with all that firepower offensively they have with Beal, Booker, and Kevin Durant, with the most fourth quarter just inefficiency in the fourth quarter offensively. The Warriors were second on that list. And I've heard your answer at times, but Steiny, why with Steph, Dre, and Clay and Jonathan Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins, what's going on with this Warrior team in the fourth quarter? Do you think it's just birth certificate, age?
Are they good or not?
No, they're not.
Oh. I mean, I do think a lot of it has been, whether you blame Steve Kerr or not, I don't, because they've had guys in and out of the lineup. They just haven't found you two. Haven't found what they're looking for yet.
Oh, that's a fine.
I think they're still figuring it out. You know, I mean, even
but that's money time. But the fourth, Steiny, if you continue that into the playoffs, that's money time.
You
that's
know, like,
scary to me.
Like for me, a guy like Pajemski, he's been a nice piece for him this year. He's
feels
really
slighted.
Why?
He feels slighted. Pajemski.
I like. We'll get to that. I love that. He didn't get Rookie of the Month.
I wasn't crazy about it, but I'm not sweating it either.
Stop.
I'm not sweating it either.
Jordan had to make stuff up on, chips up, in his mind.
Did you just compare Podge to Jordan?
No, I'm just saying.
By the way,
athletes.
I'm not going to bring up Michael Jordan.
Whoa.
I think Kerr's got to figure out how much a guy like Pajemski could help him. And I'll just say in April.
Okay.
In April.
Yeah.
Last 6-8 regular season games. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't know if Pajemski will have the role he had for the last 6 weeks in the postseason.
But he won't shoot you out of it. When we talk about
what I'm saying is, when Steve Kerr looks down the bench, this is the one thing that I know about Steve Kerr. When he looks down at that bench, he's going to be like, I like Gary Payton a second. I even like Saric. Mm-hmm. Pods is so young. Trace is so young. And even, God forbid, Kuminga is still a little bit young.
It, man.
That's my biggest worry. We've got a coach that we know relies, and you know what? Maybe he may say, you know what? We can't go anywhere unless our big boys are playing.
All right.
So that may be the way he thinks. But the one thing that I do want to ask Warrior fans about, with Wiggins returning, and let's just say they have 4 young guys, the 4 I mentioned, Kuminga, Moody, Pajemski, and Trace Jackson Davis. I don't think nobody wants to see those guys go away. And of course, they're not going to all go away, but that's the one thing that I've kind of heard. Like, the one thing that I've heard from Warrior fans is there's a sentiment out there. We got to keep trying to develop these young guys. And, Willard was saying something interesting yesterday when he's like, look, if you don't think this team's going to win the championship, and most people don't, well then, why wouldn't you get the young guys as much time as possible, even at the expense of some of the veterans? If you know you can't win it. The problem is,
you can't have that mentality.
Well,
and what if this season culminates without a championship and you're going to move some guys? So I'm just saying, you can't be dedicated to something that you might not be married to forever. I'm just saying, anything's on the table outside of Steph Curry. I will say this. There's 2 things going on that could, when we talk about the rotations condensing normally in the playoffs, but if you're telling me, okay, this is the biggest 3 have been going into a playoff series, what's the one thing we talk about? Minutes go up from your big 3.
Right.
So it's give or take, and we know as a team, as a whole, they run out of gas or they don't play their best basketball in the fourth quarter in the regular season up until 22 games left. So I'm kind of eager to see, do we see Steph play 35, 36? Do we see Clay or Dre? And would you rather take that and lose, or
it's a great question,
roll it out and say, hey, youngsters, see if you can meet the moment?
It's a great question.
I'm going to be honest with you, Donnie. If I'm a coach, I'm going down with what I know. And I'd run the OGs.
That would scare me a little bit.
Not forget about the youngsters, but I got my answer.
I'll tell you what. You know what I still have in my mind? And maybe, most Warrior fans probably have the 2022 championship on their mind. I have on my mind the Lakers series. I have never, that team had nothing left. And they all but admitted they had nothing left. They were done. They were fried.
Man.
And so how do you get to that point, Warrior fans, this year, where you get late into a first round, you want to, if you want to make some noise, you need your big guys, but if you play your big guys too much, it may be too much for them to take on. Like that to me is a real delicate balance. By the way, we got some new people we want to acknowledge on the text line or the YouTube chat, and this one is where is he now? Talking about Dez only one. We're expanding the YouTube chat. We're gonna get more people involved. Dez only one. Moody can't defend guards. He can't defend guards well. He's a wing. He defended Brunson pretty well.
Well,
he can't defend cat quick guards, but a guy like Brunson who's a little stronger and a little less quick, Moody did a pretty good job on him.
We got a text from. I want your answer and want to hear from
a
the
super
people.
text.
No super text, no money. This is on the text line.
Okay,
and then we'll get a norm party update from you midweek.
All right.
How many guys were in strength and numbers in 14-15 Warriors? So I brought up the roster,
I can't
Steiny.
remember that.
I got it up.
Okay.
I could count Barbosa, Barnes, Bogut,
Barnes
Curry.
was not.
No?
I mean, he was kind of out of the rotation. But go ahead.
All right, we'll take Barnes out of there.
I'm taking
Barbosa,
Barnes out.
Bogut, Curry,
yes.
Fetsis, Draymond, Iggy, David Lee, Livingston, Mo Spates, and Clay. That's 10.
Was David Lee was kind of out of the rotation though, wasn't he?
But he was getting minutes.
Yeah, but we're talking about guys who are getting like if
I'm just saying
we're going 9 deep.
Well, my point was there were 11 guys that you could at some point play and come on the court. That's about what we're looking at now. You're smiling like that.
Matt Barnes. Come on.
I didn't say his name.
He didn't.
I didn't say
Who's Barnes? Oh, Harrison Barnes. I swear to God, I was thinking Matt Barnes.
I didn't feel
That's right.
when
Harrison
you
was on
the
that.
Black
Oh my God.
Falcon.
No, my bad.
You dissing him like that.
No, my bad. I thought you meant Matt Barnes. And I was like, well, he was out of the rotation.
He was.
Okay.
Yeah, I was Harris. I was like, damn, Steiny, that's hard early.
Matt Barnes has a ring, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I think Matt Barnes has a ring. He's also...
I miss him on the post game.
Yeah,
Shout out Mike Bibby.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Goo with you on a Wednesday. Warriors gets the Milwaukee Bucks tip-off at 7 o'clock tonight. Giannis is a game-time decision. It looks like Wiggins will be in the starting lineup. He's returning after a 4-game absence. We'll get into that on the other side, but what happens now with Wiggins back? Give me the biggest upside to Wiggins coming back, and give me maybe something you're a little concerned with, if you are, with Andrew Wiggins coming back. I didn't even tell you what Evan said, which was pretty shocking. I will tell you on the other side. It's a Warriors Wednesday. You know what that means? It's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com. That segment was also brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. Chris Paul II.
where Wiggins is.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game.
I'm good now.
We're going to talk a lot of Warriors today because there's a lot to talk about with Andrew Wiggins coming back and the Milwaukee Bucks in town.
Back-to-back, Chicago tomorrow, Saturday, San Antonio.
Yes, sir. Three and 4 nights.
Can we pause the show?
Yeah.
So Butch and Bonte, the morning roast, and I'm a roaster, they had me come in.
I heard.
We were just chopping it up.
I mean, I saw. I didn't hear the segment.
Okay, gotcha. And Butch asked me this question. Have you ever had a thought of getting a burner account?
Okay.
And I said no, because Guru's great. As I type it, I would feel guilty the inside that I had to go to that extent to pump me up. So my question to you, Steiny, in front of all the listeners, have you ever thought or do you have a burner account?
No.
Hey, cool.
I
would never do
I have an
it.
Instagram account that I basically never post on and just...
Oh, but it has your name.
Unless it's a ham and cheese sandwich.
But hold on a sec. Let's define burner. Because there's
when it's not you,
right,
and you just pump you up.
Well, I also consider a burner account. All right, and I'm going to use him. He's a friend of the show.
Uh-oh. Be careful.
Well, actually, I won't use his name. I think there are a lot of people out there with burner accounts that never post. They just read. So, like, I think Steph Curry might have a burner, but he just reads and knows everything.
I'm talking about the KD one, where the agenda is Kevin Durant. Steiny's the best.
No, in fact,
he's the star of the show.
In fact, I go the opposite way. Back in the day, maybe 10, 12 years ago, the Warriors World, Warrior
Shout
fan
out
site,
sheet, yeah,
one of the original great Warrior sites. There was incredible basketball discussion there. And I just was like, you know what? Matthew Steinmetz.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just said, I jumped in and I'm like, every time I posted, it was just me.
But that's how it should be. We got some people that don't, you know what I mean? Try to get there. Do you
think there's something inherently wrong with a burner account?
It's weak. It's pretend. Be who you are.
But doesn't KD
stand on what you stand on business?
But doesn't KD get at people on his own account?
Yeah, but when you go to the burner route, you want to do it and act like it's not you. So that's fraudulent to me.
I've never done that.
Yeah, that's weak.
Yeah,
if you ever think you want to do it, call me, and I'll talk you out of it. That's weak. You got to stand on your name, and you can say whatever you want.
What if you get blocked out of a social media platform and you have to start another account with like another name?
Yeah,
an alias.
Yeah. Anyway, Butch asked me that, floored me.
You know, I hope I'm not throwing this guy under the bus, but when I was talking about Wiggins earlier, I said, you know, what's the big upside, if there's an upside to Wiggins coming back, and then what are you most concerned with? And Evan, remember I asked you that before the show. I said, Evan, what would be the thing you're most concerned about with Andrew Wiggins? And what if I told you this? I hadn't really thought about this,
and
but
tell him
maybe I should.
Before he pays off the tees, tell him what I asked you during the break. I just blurted it out to you that I was concerned. I don't know if it's about what Evan's going to say.
Well, Guru and I are like-minded, but my biggest concern would be that his serious familial issue is not over, and that he might just say, I'm not coming into work tomorrow.
Evan, I swear at break, I didn't know that you had thought that. I was listening to Willard and Dibbs play the sound, and I got to give the reporters credit, the young lady, Steiny, that was over there at Chase talking to Wiggins, and I'm in the caddy crossing the bridge like he was honest, and basically it's like it's not finished.
Taking care of, being on the team, take care of, being present.
My bad. My bad.
What happened? Oh.
I pushed buttons that I shouldn't have.
Oh, boy.
This is Wiggins talked for
3 minutes.
This guy is very private.
This
guy does not like drama.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know if he likes drama or not, but he really likes to keep to himself. How we doing, Andrew?
Yeah, not exactly. But just take it day by day.
He was asked, "Is the family matter pretty much over?"
Yeah, not exactly. But just take it day by day.
Wow.
So that was Wiggins
being honest,
and then Anthony Slater of The Athletic and our 95.7 The Game NBA insider said that here's what he said.
I would say the hope would be he is. Again, I mean, he even said it yesterday. This isn't like a completely solved issue. But, you know, he's planning to be here. And like, as you mentioned, like life can throw curveballs. So I certainly, he couldn't guarantee it and I can't guarantee it.
Wow. And that lets you know, just for me, starting not being nosy, that it's not all the way done. And Evan, I had that same thought. Like, and again, Stoney, I guess they would proceed accordingly, just like they have last year, this one, and hopefully, you know, he doesn't have to get away again. But he kept it all the way 100.
I mean, you hope he's here for good,
no doubt.
Obviously. Let's 888-957-9570 is the number. I do want to throw this out there too, because I can't ignore a certain sentiment among the fans. You know, everybody knows I'm not a Warrior fan, okay? But the one thing I feel like I do have an understanding of is Warrior fans, not in general, but how certain fans are feeling at certain times. Doing this for 3 decades. And I'd be lying if I said there's not a segment of fans, I don't know how big, I don't know what percentage, but I do think there's a segment of fans, and I saw it on the text line, I saw it on the chat line, who are thinking, you know what, let's just roll with Moody. Let's just roll. That doesn't mean Wiggins is back and you never play him. But I do think there's a segment of Warrior fans that their heads are gonna explode if he has to leave again.
I told you guys yesterday, Steiny, I totally get that. But at the end of the day, fandom can take you so far. The people that are in control, and when I say control, Joe Lacob, Dunleavy, and Steve Kerr are doing what's best for the team. So if they feel like, you know, Wiggins gets his spot right back, I just roll with that. But I'm not going to sit here and look you in the face, Donnie, and tell you I don't understand from a fan stand. I totally could get that.
Well, we don't know.
The best part for the team to reach its ultimate goal or is get close as possible is 22 back in the starting lineup.
You know, I always when stuff happens, I don't automatically think, oh, it's going to be great or it's going to be terrible. I try to look at both sides. So Wiggins could come back and add something. He's right back in the starting lineup. But if this thing's not done and he's got to take more time off, well, then I do think it's fair to ask, how come he came right back in the starting lineup? Like that would be a big adjustment. If he's back in the starting lineup and then he has to leave again, but he's leaving again as a starter. That's a danger.
Let me throw this at you.
Yeah.
And I got to be careful here, Evan, Steiny. Andrew Wiggins did not say this, nor does he want it. But from a fan perspective, him answering that question and letting everybody know that the situation is not all the way rectified, I'm looking at you, Steiny, and asking, does he get any credit for coming back as soon as he has? Does that mean anything to fans? Because to me, now that I feel like, again, it's not about me knowing that something still is going on, I can give him all the credit in the world just for me. For trying to come back, and it may take you back, but you tried to come back, if that makes sense. Now that didn't happen last year, but Steiny, hearing him talk and the way that he was talking, I felt something is still, is out there. So I guess I want to commend him for just trying to come back. Is that valid, or
you can? Yeah. I'm not.
Just me.
I'm not, because until we know what it is, I can't make a judgment on whether he shouldn't have gone at all or he should take another 10 days off.
So this falls under reliability?
No, you know how I look at this right now? Right now. You know what? He had a sprained knee, missed 4 games. Hey, against Denver Sunday and a half ago, I just looked, you know what? He came out of that Denver game and he had some knee. He didn't have any knee soreness. He's fine.
Gotcha.
But I look at it as though, well, what if he just would have tweaked an ankle in that game and he was out for 10 days? That's the way I look at it. Okay, Wiggins has missed 4 games. Like, at this point, it doesn't matter if it's an injury or personal reason. How's he coming back? How's he playing? So,
Yeah.
But I'm not giving him credit for coming back, but I'm not giving him credit for coming back because I have no idea why he wasn't there in the first place.
Well, I think Anthony said life throws curveballs at us, and we both know that. And the fact that he's saying it's a seriously, I think, again, I'm not trying to do Wiggins' math, but I think we know it's a serious family issue. I guess I'm saying to you, partner, that's enough for me. And it's just, that's just, you know what I'm, like.
Right, do we want to get into, like, this is the thing, and maybe this is why I kind of hope we never find out. Because if we find out, then what we're going to, we're going to be like, well, didn't this guy's dad have this and he played through it, or that guy's mom had this? He's back. Yeah. We don't know why. He doesn't want us to know why. I actually don't have a curiosity as to why. I really don't. So I'm just going to look at it as though he was banged up for a week and a half.
And now they're whole.
Let's go. Let's go to Chris. Chris is in San Jose. Get us started. Lead us off. Table set, Jerry Revens.
Young is good. Being young is good, guys.
I wouldn't know.
Having kids and having family matters is personal. You play the game. He plays his game. He comes back. He plays. He's fine. I'm from Santa Clara, California. I watch a lot of great kids come out of Santa Clara.
Kurt Rambis.
I got to watch
Dennis Autry.
I got to watch Steve Nash, Eddie Joe Chavez. I watched a bunch of great players.
How about Dennis Autry?
Yeah, come on. Listen, the Warriors are the Warriors. They got young, they got old. The young hopefully learns from the old. I got a 100-year-old father and a 95-year-old mother.
Oh, you're blessed.
Alive.
You're blessed.
I am blessed. I've been a Warriors fan for over 51 years. Okay. Love the team.
All right.
Let them play.
Yeah.
Let them play. Let Steve coach. Let them play. That's all I got to say. Go Santa Clara.
Oh, yeah. That's Socrates.
Dude, 190, mom and dad. What are you guys drinking? I need some of it. Whoa. I want to be here till 100. I'm on record.
Well, it depends.
Yeah.
What'd you have?
Maybe Dallas will win a Super Bowl.
My dad lived till 90, and I'll tell you right now, he did not want those last 10 years the way the last 4 were. Yeah, I told you, Rick Barry.
What'd he say?
The great R.C. Davis, who worked with Rick Barry. Rick Barry's goal is to fly fish on his 100th birthday. Rick's still very active.
Oh, my God. Did you see him on pregame with Bonte and Molly?
When?
Well, about a week ago. He had something to say.
He was at the Nuggets game.
Yeah, he's at the Nuggets
Denver game.
Yeah, thank you.
Did anybody see postgame? Was he on postgame?
Steiny, he went off.
So he was on postgame.
Yeah. They asked him a question.
Because he couldn't have ripped anybody in pregame. They were playing pretty well.
He was just saying, don't count this team out. But he got his fastball still. I remember him on Bay Area radio still. Thought he should have been the coach of the Warriors.
Ugh.
Well, now, what was that? That was like interjet. What was that?
I don't think Rick Barry would have been a good coach at all.
Because he would tell you like it is.
Because he couldn't relate to young players. He would fight me.
Is that your job to relate? Because, I'm putting my hand up. I don't know how your parents are, or Evan's. I have friends that say, my kids are not my friends. I'm your MFing parent. So there's going to be some, I don't want you to like me.
I don't think not hiring Rick Barry cost any team a title. Again, he would
But I do think he had that's what we're missing, is that was a sheriff. I don't care who you, Steph, he'll come he'll just tell you like it is. That's why I love me some Rick Barry.
You do realize that if like Rick Barry had coached Steph Curry, that relationship may have gone south.
Because what? He didn't cater? Steph don't need no cater. Who was Steph ever get mad at? The dude handles his business.
One of the greatest players that became
Rick Barry, man.
That became great coaches. Great players. Not
Kevin McHale.
I wouldn't. First of all, I'm talking about, like, I guess you could say Bill Russell.
Pat Riley.
He wasn't a good player.
In college.
Okay. Yeah, but he didn't. I'm talking about Magic.
Phil Jackson.
The best.
Larry Bird.
Phil Jackson was a role player.
Okay.
Bird would be it. But even Bird, Larry Bird said, when I coach, I'm coaching 3 years. He said, I'm coaching 3 years because after 3 years, guys have a tendency to tune you out.
Did Jerry West ever coach?
I think,
I want to say
channel my winning time. I bet he coached a little. Like, he might have been an interim to finish a year, maybe.
Wow.
But I think great players just struggle to be a great coach.
Mark Jackson, yeah.
Is he in the Hall of Fame, Mark Jackson?
Not yet.
I'm talking about great players. Steve-O in San Francisco.
Oh, boy.
I'm talking about like Kobe. Would Kobe have been a great coach?
I think so.
I don't.
Michael Jordan, too.
Michael Jordan has no tolerance to coach. Oh, he couldn't even GM, and he couldn't even own.
Oh,
Hey, what's up, Steve-O?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I want to go back to my greatest fear of bringing Wiggins back. And that is, if he comes back, he was playing some of his best basketball of the season. What if he comes back and he's out of rhythm, and then we got to play him until he gets into his rhythm, and we've got 4, 5, 6 games where he's trying to get his shot back and his drive and his defensive, IQ back together. That, yeah, we're secure in the play-in tournament where I think we're 5 games up over 11, but you don't want to be like test driving a new vehicle when you're leading into the playoffs. You got to be fine tuning it. And so that's my biggest fear.
Appreciate the call. I think, assuming Wiggins is here for the duration, I think they have plenty of time to develop or continue this cohesion.
And you can slump by not going by just playing. That's, that's always on the table, Steiny. You can, you know what I mean? Steph could, obviously we don't want it, but that's on the bingo card. You can struggle just by playing the game.
Jerry West coached 3 years for the Lakers.
What about Jerry Sloan?
Got to the Western Conference Finals. Jerry Sloan was a great coach.
He wasn't a superstar.
I'm actually talking about like the top 20 players of all time. Like, who are they? Shaq. I don't think Shaq would be a great coach.
So you mean like a head coach? Because like Hakeem Olajuwon works with players in the offseason as a personal coach, but not a head coach.
I'm just telling you, the perception is that when players are so great,
they ain't got
Magic felt this when he was a coach of the Lakers. He just couldn't.
For 8 days.
He just couldn't. He was just too great a player to coach guys that couldn't live up to his acumen as a player.
It was like, hey, God, why did you guys just do this? Magic, we're not you.
Jason Kidd's a pretty good one.
Oh, Jay Kidd, no Hall of Famer.
Pretty good one, Jason Kidd.
Rick Carlisle.
Rick Carlisle was 9th man on a Celtics
What about
team.
Lenny Wilkins?
Lenny Wilkins was a really good player.
But not Hall of Famer.
No, I think he is in the Hall of Fame. I'm not sure if he's a Hall of Famer as a player.
Coached the Sonics.
Or not. But I'm just talking about the greats.
I would want to, like Chris Mullen. Could he coach?
Never coached.
He coached St. John's. He coached my nephew, Brandon Lawrence. But I'm talking about NBA, Stoney. Would he have the wherewithal to, these dudes now with their iPhones and their Instagram at halftime, they probably want to throw the phones up against the wall. I know I would as a coach.
Yeah, I think Mullen probably did have the temperament to do it. But I'm telling you, man, when you play for 16 years and then you're out of it and then you're like, hey, do you want to coach? I think these guys think, man, it was a grind traveling, and now I'm a little bit older.
I'm going to give you one name before we get back to it that I watch. He still loves the game. He has no idea I feel this way about him. But, Steiny, I want him to be a head coach yesterday.
Patrick Ewing.
Well, no,
He went to Georgetown. And he went 2-49.
Sam Cassell.
No, I don't.
I watch him, and
he's on a lot of.
But I'm like, how many do you? You're on the Eric Bieniemy track. Like
Doc Rivers.
Doc Rivers was a really good player. He was. He was a really good player.
What are you saying about him as a coach? I'm not running material like.
He won a title.
He'll be here tonight.
Yeah, and that fresh hairline.
Let's go to Jason in the Central Valley.
Stop.
What's up, Jason? How you doing, man?
I'm good, Sonny. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Sure.
I don't think I'm not worried about Moody. And the reason why I say that is because I listened to his podcast interview that he was on with Evan Turner and Iguodala on the Point Forward podcast. That kid has his head on straight. He knew coming out for the draft when he declared that he knew whatever team he was going to go to, he would not get a lot of playing time. And he was ready to have his first few years in the NBA as a developmental prospect. So I think he's perfectly fine where he is. I just hope that he doesn't fall too far out of the rotation. I would like to see him as one of the top 3 guys coming off the bench in today's game. I hope Kerr rewards him in that way, in some fashion, and I hope that's it. In terms of Wiggins, I mean, come on. As far as him coming to the Warriors when we first got him, I think all Warrior fans were concerned about that from the beginning. And I think with Wiggins, what you see is what you get. He's an up-and-down player. He'll get good and he'll get bad. We just hope we get the good once playoff time comes around. That's all I got to say about Wiggins and everything else. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yep. Here's what Steve Kerr said about Moody.
Yeah, Moses will continue to get time. He's earned it. He's really just been so professional about everything since the day he walked into this building 2.5 years ago. He's a pro, so excited to continue to get him some minutes, and hopefully we can bounce back from that last game. Tough one.
He's a pro, and
we all love him.
He can handle that, and that's why we'll take advantage of him. We do the same with Looney.
But it's like your boss at McDonald's. Hey, you're on fries. You're off fries. You know what I'm saying? Like, you do what your boss says, and Moody has been professional.
But you only ask certain people to do things.
This is Kevon Looney.
Hey, Kevon, what's going on, man?
You're going to need him. Put it in the cap. You're going to need Loon
they might for a 4-minute stretch at some point.
I can't get over that layup he smoked Sunday and then fell down. And it wasn't in traffic. Loon Dog, I'm riding for you. Tonight's tonight.
The great R.C. Davis has texted me and said Bird won Coach of the Year. One of those 3 years.
R.C. is the guy.
I think they got to the NBA Finals, or certainly the Eastern Conference Finals with Larry Bird.
Eastern Conference, right?
Yeah.
Was Larry Brown the head? No, sorry, my bad.
We're talking about the 2001 series or 2000.
I don't remember. I just know that Bird coached the Pacers for 3 years.
Yeah.
You know why? Because he didn't want to have anything to do with Boston or Jason Tatum down the line.
That still bothers me.
Yeah, Larry Bird was the head coach when they got to the finals.
He sent Clay a video, but put Jaylen Brown and Tatum on ice for 8 years. Dude, what did Boston do to Bird? Dude, that's a 30 for 30.
Tatum's been in the league, 6, 7 years? So who's a Warrior equivalent to that? Who's been with the Warriors for 7 years? Looney?
Yeah, sure.
I think there's a chance Looney hasn't met some of the Warrior greats.
He's met Eric Sleepy Floyd, I'm sure. And he's met Rick Barry.
I love Sleepy Floyd, but we're talking about Bird here.
Yeah.
I got to believe Looney's met Chris Mullin.
But
Chris Mullin hangs around.
Well,
Bird lived in another city.
But
I bet you Looney has not met Eric Sleepy Floyd.
So,
I would bet
do you think Mullin ever met Chamberlain?
Yes, absolutely.
I feel like that's the equivalent.
But Mullin may have met Chamberlain at in New York, all-star functions and Hall of Fame types. Let me tell you something about Mullin. He knows everybody, everybody.
But he played in the Mecca too.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's right.
I'll say this to the Warriors, and I'm not being a homer. All the greats come back, Stoney. They're
since Joe Lacob bought the team. Absolutely,
I'll give you that.
They didn't used to come back for Chris Cohan. That's
but
one thing
Bird
Joe
not
Lacob
meeting
said.
Tatum and Tatum going to a finals and then going to the Eastern Conference Finals is weird. Look, you're smiling.
I just don't.
Bird's got something with somebody. They pissed Bird off somehow, and I get it.
I don't know about that, but he just, Bird probably just was like
when Jason Tatum
Boston.
said,
Boston.
I've never had the chance to meet. I fell out.
That just didn't hit me. One guy's 27, the other's 65.
We also never see Larry doing anything. You never hear anything from Larry Bird when it comes to podcasts or anything. He's a very private guy.
The only stuff he seems to do is like an NBA sponsored function that he probably's getting a check from the NBA.
Like the 75th anniversary
to do 12 things a year for the league.
That's why that Raymond Ritter video to Clay said he'll never erase it, is bigger than we all think. I mean, it was big naturally, but yeah, Larry don't do that all the time, Stoney.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Bucks in town. Will Giannis play? Probably going to be a game-time decision. He did not play last game against the Clippers. He hasn't missed 2 games in a row all year.
Why would you risk it? Achilles...
Because you play to win the game and because you compete. I would want to, if I'm Giannis and all things being equal, I'd like to play against the Warriors. That segment was brought to you by Safeway. Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Kuminga, Draymond, Chris Paul II.
My fault. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Looks like we have a new AJ Anunoby
That
drop.
sounds like a song.
Chris Paul II. No, and you know what? None of the chats.
I'll let you down there.
Whether it's Comcast Business Text Line or YouTube, you can't say a word because you didn't catch it in real time.
Because I was too busy about to congratulate
about the text line
the
and
Oakland Tech men's boys basketball team, Stoney, on their way to state.
Nice.
And then what did I ask you, as random as I am?
I don't know.
The last NBA player from San Francisco or Oakland or the Bay Area to make the league.
Well, the Bay Area, I think we could figure out. There's some probably under the radar players in the Bay Area that we've kind of forgotten about. Oakland or San Francisco.
The last basketball player?
Yeah. Because I know we got one
the
in
guy who came to
Roseville.
mind was Aaron Gordon, but there's got to be somebody more recent than him, I would
but
think.
do you consider the South Bay the...
Well, he said Bay Area. That's why I think if you open it up to the Bay Area, I'll bet
the Bay Area, we're all
missing. I bet we're missing a bunch, believe it or not.
Who was the shooter out of Roseville? Tall, about 6'7", 6'8". He's I think he's still in the league now. Could shoot. Reg B will know. I'll text my guy. Yes, Donnie, but I don't want to say we're in a...
The Thompson twins are from here?
Oh, yeah, that's right. They're from San Leandro.
Okay. The Thompson twins, they're both in the first, both in the draft.
Damn. Come on, Goo.
Chico on the Comcast or the YouTube chat saying Roseville.
I'm going to get the name.
Obviously, Dame Lillard from Oakland.
Yep.
Was he the last one?
No. From the town, nah.
Why don't you ask me how it went yesterday with me hitting golf balls?
How'd it go?
Yeah, I didn't hit.
I was worried about you. Just pace yourself, man.
No. It was more a logistical issue than anything. It took me about 45 minutes to get out of the city yesterday because of the rain.
Yeah.
And then it had me for like a 4:30 arrival in Pleasant, wherever Contra Costa.
So you going today? Still a little wet.
No, I was going to go to the Warrior game. I got to figure out what I'm doing today. I think I'm going to go to the Warrior game.
My man.
Back to back.
I'll be there tomorrow.
Chicago. I play back-to-backs. By the way, if you want to go in on a money-making venture with me, all you got to do is come out, especially if Giannis doesn't play tonight. NBA, nobody balls anymore.
Dude,
just make a T-shirt with a cool graphic with that NBA logo. Won't be able to be the original logo, but you can fudge it. And
He's only missed 3 games this year.
I know. I shouldn't have singled him out.
But it's an Achilles. You want to be careful.
I shouldn't have singled. Okay, fine. Middleton, nobody balls anymore.
Yeah, he's been hurt. Tyler Johnson went to St. Francis. Yeah, Beard put it on the YouTube chat. Take it up with him.
The guy from the Heat back in the day who got a nice little contract,
Tyler
the
Johnson?
lefty.
Yeah, he's from St. Francis. His brother Logan played for St. Mary's the last couple of years.
I love this stuff.
I think I might be thinking of a different guy.
We know Jimmy Rollins is from Alameda.
Tyler Johnson looked like
we got duck sauce. We got duck sauce in the house.
Good call.
What's going on, Duck Sauce? How you doing? It doesn't count if you from Wisconsin and you go to Santa Clara. Hey, Duck Sauce, what's up, man? Juan Toscano Anderson.
Hey, morning, guys.
That's a winner. Hey, buddy.
Hey, real quick, I ain't called in since June, so I know, Steiny, you're probably tired of hearing this, but just wanted to say condolences on your father. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that. So
thank you, man.
Just wanted to say that.
Appreciate that.
Three things real quick. The first, to me, well, the Warriors have been on this, upswing of playing better. Kuminga's emergence as a secondary scorer has kind of allowed Wiggins it's taken pressure off him. So in turn, to me, he's became a better scorer during this time, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Two, you guys were talking about earlier, like who would be, if we had to trim the rotation, who would it be? To me, it would have to be Saric. Come playoff time, if you can't defend, you're going to get hunted. I mean,
true.
He couldn't guard the crosswalk. I mean, he's a sieve on defense to me. And lastly, the whole Wiggins Moody thing. Like you had a guy call in yesterday, and I like Moody. I want to be clear. I like him. I like his size. I think he's a decent shooter. And above all, I think he has a great attitude. But like a guy called in yesterday on your show, and he said, well, it would be a little bit of a drop-off, athletically. That's not true. It would be a major drop-off. To me, like Steiny, 2 red flags with Moody is his lack of athleticism, and 2, he don't really got no handle to me. So, if your best chance at winning, the puncher's chance we have, Wiggins is just way more talented than Moody. I mean, that's just the bottom line. It's not that I'm not rooting for Moody as a young player. Wiggins is just way more talented. And then lastly, I don't know if he made it into the league, but he had a cup of coffee. Another guy recently was James Akinjo out of Salesian. He played at Baylor. I'm not sure if he made a roster, though, but that's all I got. Thanks, guys.
Duck sauce, great hearing from you.
Duck sauce.
I'm not going to disagree with that. My point is that if you're getting the best Wiggins, then I'm with you 100%. Moody's not in his class.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's not I guess it is, but to me it's so not this, Steiny. Wiggins versus Moody. We saw Moody help the Golden State Warriors a couple years ago when they won the title against the Dallas Mavericks in the playoffs. They both can coexist. The point is, we'll never know why he was out, but I never once made it about Moody versus Wiggins, and you can do with that what you will. But to me, Moses Moody is a capable ball player in 10 to however many minutes, Donnie. They can do a little bit of everything, and I like him on my team. So we'll see, what his usage is. He'll take a shot. He'll shoot a 3. We saw that earlier this year against Sacramento, but now we're talking about the playoffs. He has experience, but I just don't want to make this about Wiggins versus Moody.
Well, unfortunately,
it was 4 games
that's the
that
main,
Wiggins missed.
Right, but unfortunately, that's the. Yeah. I mean, Wiggins left and Moody started 4 games. I mean, the biggest problem with both those guys this season, neither of them have made shots. They're both shooting like 34, 35% from 3.
And the team overall, this has not been their best shooting year as a team, Stoney. No. That's what's shocking, too.
Exactly.
Real quick, Salesian Richmond last night won the Open Championship, so they deserve some love. Ranked top 15 in the country. That's your neck of the woods.
That's our arch rival.
Yeah. We need to, show, forget the show. Spadoni can get out. Go to one of these championship games, Donnie.
I've been doing that, Goo. I've been getting out more. I saw Gonzaga St. Mary Saturday.
Well, high school, I mean. You're bigger in high school. You show up in the gym, there goes Donnie.
I've been to the Bishop O'Dowd gym. I saw a couple Bishop O'Dowd games this year.
Shout out Lawrence Monroe.
Their new gym. Nice gym.
By the way, Steiny, you see who the WCC Defensive Player of the Year was?
Was it Saxon?
Yeah.
How?
Look how proud you guys.
You know what? The does he average like 10 rebounds a game?
Yeah, probably.
They probably count rebounding as defense. Oh my God. Are you serious?
Dead.
Wow.
Ike scored 27 the night I saw him go up against that guy.
Without a jump shot.
Are you serious?
Yes.
See, you know what? This is why. Let me tell you something.
Marshall Onis, Player of the Year.
Now let me tell you, and you, Evan, you've got to back me up on this. I go see Gonzaga St. Mary's, and I'm like, how the hell did they win 15 in a row? I'm like, how are they this team? You know what? Let's say any reputable newspaper that had a food critic. Let's say you were a food critic for the New York Times or the San Francisco Chronicle back in the day. You never reviewed a restaurant and just went there one time. Never.
I thought that's how.
No.
Come on.
No. You go there multiple times and order multiple dishes each time.
Different times of the day as well, too.
Yes, sir.
In different parts where it's busy, where it's not busy.
Exactly.
Look at you guys.
I'd be remiss. We're talking WCC here. Former WCC legend.
Give me a hint.
USF legend. He was a Don. Not from the Bay Area, but from my neck of the woods. I'm going to give him a shout out. Seaside, California. Went to Palma High School in Salinas. Shout out the Chieftains. I went there as well. Now on the San Antonio Spurs, Steiny.
What? Wemby went to Palma?
No, he did not. Probably the greatest athlete of all time to come out of Salinas. Jamari Bouye. There you go.
Look at the. You can just hear how proud he is.
I'll channel my old Ed Johnny Carson.
You got nothing.
I did not know that. I did not know that.
And I was thinking of Ryan Anderson. He got in the league in 2009.
He went to Cal?
Yeah. El Dorado Hills, too.
Oh, that's the guy?
Where he's from, yeah.
Okay.
And some beard asked me, hey, Goo, you know about Lamont Murray? Went to Kennedy and Fremont. He dropped 54 on my Logan team.
Did he really?
He went for 5-4.
Did you defend him?
No. I'm out.
Apparently not. He had 54.
I'm off. I'm out.
In OT.
In the 70s, Mark McNamara. Yeah, he played for the Sixers. Big center, lefty. I think he recently passed, actually. Let's go to Big Smooth. Big Smooth's in Oakland. What's up, Big Smooth? How you doing?
Doing well. Thank you, Jim, for the, as they would say back in the day, thanks for the vine.
Sure.
But anyway, man, listen. Starting to get Wiggins fatigued only because of this, man. We pick around why. We don't want to be tasted, so we pick around the subject. To me, and this is how I'm approaching it, it doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't ever want to know. Forget it. Let's just go. Warriors have never really been favorites until the Durant years. It's always been a reason. Even when we won the first one, if Kyrie wasn't hurt. Even the one we won, it was not expected. Who knows, right? There's no juggernauts to me. Denver's good, but they're not that juggernaut. Remember when LeBron, Cleveland, he said, man, we got to face this juggernaut. He called that Warrior team with Durant a juggernaut. There's not a juggernaut. Who knows? Steph goes nuclear. Anything could happen. Now, I'll be honest with you. I'm not expecting a chip, but hey, there can only be one. But here's the thing, and I want to give a shout out to the great Dale Dips, the area legend.
Yeah, Mount Eden.
Credit.
Yeah,
Mount Eden. I played him when he was in high school, and I said, this dude is a problem. I never wanted to tell anybody, but this high school dude was giving me the business. I was a college player. Dale Dips, a great GM, too.
Yes, sir, for the Pelicans.
Pelicans, okay. So let me ask you guys this. Do you trust the Warriors management? Do you trust the coaches? Do you trust the organization?
I'm going to say
yes. Got to be yes.
They just won a chip,
but go ahead.
2 years ago.
But go ahead.
And they gave us 4 chips. They gave us 4, and really, technically, if you want to talk about it, we may have had 6. There was a possibility for 6. I think they know what to do with Wiggins. I think they know. They see this stuff every day. I don't know about y'all, but I'm going to trust this organization who, listen, they allowed us to be the top of the food chain for a number of years. You know what it feels like to be a fan and you're at the top of the food chain?
Yeah, we do.
Feeling.
Yep.
Well, they gave us that feeling. Who else? I mean, we win years. Remember, the Warriors were so bad. The theme was it's a great timeout because they were like, hey, we don't have a good team, but you have a great timeout seeing these other stars. I remember those years.
So do I.
For me, I'm going to trust the staff. And if we don't win, hey, there's other teams that are not going to win. It's only going to be one. But, man, just let's get in and let's.
Let me
ask you
this, though, Big Smooth. And you said you trust them, and I answered yes, but that doesn't mean they're perfect. You know what I mean?
No.
Do you like the way they've managed Draymond Green over the years? You know, do you?
I do.
Okay. Do you like the Wiseman?
I'm
do you like the way they've drafted? You know what I mean?
I think. Well, listen. Here's the thing. I personally believe we gave up on Wiseman. And I think we could have tried to force it. I mean, at that stage.
Yeah. Hey, Smooth, you broke up a little bit there, but
Smooth had his own segment.
I mean, I can trust the Warriors front office and also say, no, they're not perfect.
Yeah, no doubt. But he is right, Stoney. We got 4 chips, just one as recent as 2 years ago. But I will never forget part of my radio life in my life is doing pre and post with you and during the Kevin Durant era, man. And it was almost like, why even have the playoffs? And LeBron James is still in his prime, but still, that's one of the greatest teams ever assembled. But Stoney, Big Smooth said it. Anything can happen. We're about to watch it. And when I say anything could happen, could they get bounced in the play-in? I don't expect it, but I also could see, what does he say, nuclear, Steph Curry and the Warriors use this, what word am I looking for? Pedigree that they got and see where it goes. But I am excited, man.
From Brandon Cadiz, Saxon was the key leader for a top 5 defense in the nation this year. Like I said, Brandon, I caught him on a bad night.
Is he going to the league? Got a chance to go to the league? Oh, boy. Evan the Scout.
That wasn't my buzzer, Brandon. Yeah. That was from the guy who's seen St. Mary's play a dozen times this year.
God love him.
There's no doubt I caught.
Okay.
I might have seen St. Mary's play one of their worst games, probably.
Oh, they're down 2 guys.
Yeah, okay. There's the other reason.
Best college player you ever seen in person. Mine was Tim Duncan. Mine was Tim Duncan. I didn't know he was going to be Tim Duncan for your boy.
Where'd you see Tim Duncan?
At Stanford. It was when it was the he was traveling with the summer team, so it wasn't actually when he was on Wake Forest. Is that where he went? Wake Forest? Yeah.
Best college player I've ever seen in person.
I gotta believe you're gonna say Sam Bowie.
Well, I saw him in high school.
Oh.
Like I saw him on TV. I don't go to a lot of college games. I'll tell you the greatest college performance I was at firsthand though was your boy's 63-point game against
Eddie
Cal.
House.
Yeah,
I was there.
Yeah, I was there too.
Hungover, but I was there.
Actually, no, I wasn't there. No, that was the one on TV. I saw Lamont Murray score a boatload one game. Did Lamont have? He might. Maybe
Eddie's got the record.
Yeah, I think I saw Lamont Murray score like
hit the three to send it to OT.
Yes, he
and
did.
winked at his boy.
Yes, he did.
I wasn't in the crowd. I was on the floor. I need some tissues for Donnie.
By the way, we're mentioning Leon Poe.
Yeah,
there's a guy
was on the Celtics. Got a ring, I believe, right?
Yes, he did.
Leon Poe.
He was a. By the way,
why would somebody put Grant Hill? He's not from the Bay.
I don't know. I do know that the best team in basketball last night blew a 22-point lead. The Celtics.
Stoney, I'm telling you,
Philly got beat. They were up 14.
Well, they're without it. Maxey didn't even play.
I'm doing this every day.
It kind of bothers
every
me.
single.
It's a game of runs. But I'll tell you the one loss that there's a couple, but the two to the Clippers. The Saturday a few months ago in L.A., the Warriors tricked it off. And then this game when they went not too long ago at home, up 13 or 14 going into the fourth, that bothered me. But, okay, that's over. Let's focus. Wiggins is back. Let's go.
Here's a tough one for Warrior fans. I can get Spadoni in on this one, too. Who are you rooting for tonight, the Lakers or the Kings? You're a Warrior fan. Who are you rooting for?
Wow.
I think you got to root for the Lakers.
Because you don't have any more with Sack.
Right.
All right, I thought they did.
I think you got to root for the Lakers.
Yeah, I'm with you. Sack's in a free fall, man. They made 5-5 in their last 10. So is Dallas. I'm with you. Because you got a couple with LA. I don't want the Warrior. I don't want any part of the Lakers in the play-in. How do you rectify or fix that? Get to 6 with Phoenix, but they pulled a rabbit out of their hat last night. They beat Denver healthy.
They were close to making my list. I would have been like,
I knew.
And Phoenix blew a 22-point lead last night.
I was like, forget overtime. This thing is done.
If they would have lost.
Guru said he's worried about the Lakers. I get it. They don't
no,
match
I mean
up well.
it too, Spadoni.
I know the Warriors haven't matched up well against the Lakers. Size is a problem off the Anthony Davis balls against them. But of the teams currently in the play-in scenario, like the Kings, I feel like they've been more consistent than the Lakers. And also the Suns, too. Like the Suns present problems. I feel like out of those three that you could play, maybe it's just me. I wouldn't mind the Lakers as much as those other two teams, personally.
I would take Sacramento and pay somebody if I could. Like Dallas and him and Kyrie, Luke and Kyrie on a good day, Stoney. The Lakers, you already know how I feel about them.
I forgot the Mavericks. You're right. Sorry
and
if I were the Warriors, I would want Sack more than the Lakers.
Oh my gosh!
But I think I really do think I would, and I would also maybe want Dallas more than the Lakers. And the only reason I'm saying that is because Dallas's best two players are perimeter oriented.
That is why,
and the Lakers' two best players, when LeBron wants to be, are interior type players.
Yeah, and you're talking about like a one game.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I mean the only issue. Sack, I think, is the clear choice just because also Dallas is two players that could win a game by themselves.
And you got to think you got something upstairs on Sack, the fact that you sent him home last year. Yeah, I know it went 7. I'm just saying.
Speaking of Sack,
we got
Javier in Pittsburgh. Usually he's more close to Sacramento.
This week. Mr. Galton and Mr. Simon. Yeah.
He lambasted me.
Different Javier.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, the other Javier lambasted me for bringing up Sabonis.
Yeah, there's multiple Javiers.
What's that? Probably. What's up, Javi?
The other Javier from Vacaville, I think. It's a different one. Hey, so the best player, hands down, I've ever seen in college was in 95. Saw him twice. Saw him at Cal, and then I saw him at the Coliseum in the Final Four.
Who is it?
Obi Bailey.
UCLA.
He was jumping out of the gym.
He was a
You guys
baller.
remember him?
I do.
I do. Yeah, I
And
do.
he didn't make it to the league. What
Yeah,
happened to him?
that's what kind of brought the party down a little bit.
He did not make it to the NBA, and he was a freshman jumping out of the gym.
Yeah, you might want to add to that skill set with a jumper and a drive.
You're supposed to tell him there's more than just jumping.
I remember Toby Bailey. He's a great, really good college player.
No, but the question was the best college player, not the best NBA player.
Yeah, no, you got it.
Yeah.
You're in it.
Yeah. Good job, Javi.
Yep.
I remember Toby Bailey.
He did make it to the league, by the way. Played for the Phoenix Suns. Got drafted by them in the second round.
All right.
TB.
No, he wasn't from the Bay. I was going to say Casey Jacobson. Was he? He wasn't from the Bay.
He played at Stanford.
Yeah, I know that, but I think he was
in
from
that case, the Lopez twins.
Southern California.
Those guys in college were impossible to stop.
They won the national championship that year, huh?
I like both of them. Yeah.
I got to the Final Four, right?
Yeah, I don't know if they won a championship. They might have ran into the greatest college team of all time. Remember those Florida teams? Horford, Brewer, Joakim Noah.
Florida State. What am I doing?
Chandler Parsons.
I do remember that team.
Yeah. Nothing will top Kidd and Murray beating Duke in the NCAA tournament.
You know my story about that. I told you my story.
I swear, I thought I knew everything about you.
No, I was working at the Santa Rosa Press Democrat as a copy editor when Cal beat Duke.
Yeah.
And I had to write the headline. I told you this a million times.
I would let
Here's
you
why I
know.
love you, because you're like me with my dad when he was 89.
No, as you get older, I ain't got time for redundancy. I know. I'll nip it in the butt. You showed me that picture.
So,
I love you.
Yeah, Cal upsets Duke, and I'm trying to think of a headline. It's like a 5-column, and I'm like, Cal wins devil of a game against Duke.
I'm not mad.
They said, no. We got to play it straight.
New York Post would have said, we'll run it.
We got to
They
play
have
it
some of the
straight.
best stuff.
Got to play this one straight, Steiny.
Do you remember what it ended up being?
Cal upsets Duke.
The
78, 69, whatever it was.
Not a bar.
Thank you. Hey, by the way, we got to get out here. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson. And coming up at 1 o'clock, we're going to switch it up a little with some baseball. That's right, baseball.
It's back.
And we're not just doing it for Mark Ibanez. We're doing it for the Bay.
Mark.
We're going to have Rob Bradford. He's our Odyssey baseball insider. He was down in spring training. And I actually popped by a local establishment the other day. I was talking to the bartender who was saying...
You got to say the name.
Sam's Grill.
Okay, there you go.
And he said he's got a lot of buddies who work at bars down by the ballpark, and he's smelling that there's not a lot of buzz about the San Francisco Giants. That's all right. We got time to get excited about the San Francisco Giants. Nobody was excited at this time the year before they won 107. Was it 7?
Yes.
It doesn't matter. It's a lot of wins. I'm just telling you.
The manager's gone. That's how well it went.
It's the Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. That segment was also brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
I'm busting wood.
A legend.
It's the Guru Steiny Steiny show. Let's go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I think we owe him something. Guru Steiny.
We've just paid him off. He's now become a drop.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
By the way, boy, I've been racking my brain over
it's bothering you a little bit.
College player I've ever seen, because now I'm going in person, and I don't see a lot of college games. No, not Finchie. He played D3. Although I saw there is a guy on my list, a guy named Donnie Marsh, who played D3, and he got drafted by the Hawks. Like, to me, he was like a man among boys in Division III.
You never seen Gary Payton in college?
Not live. I mean, I saw
he beat Logan.
I saw some really good Philly teams, like the I can't do this. Like the Penn Quakers team that went to the Final Four in 1979. Yeah, it's okay. Tony Price.
Yeah,
Tony Price.
We love you, Tony, but that ain't what I was looking for.
Booney Salters,
Bowie,
Bobby Willis, Tim Smith. You can still name it. Matt White was their center. He reminds me a little Saxon.
Get off my guy.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors have a full squad tonight for the first time since late November. Let's do a little work for Steve Kerr.
All right, let's do it.
Who's your top 9? Maybe Steve Kerr looks at Chris DeMarco and Kenny A. You know what? We got to start trimming this down. Let's go with only 9 tonight. Who are your 9?
This is great.
Mine would be
go ahead.
The starting 5. I'm putting Pods in there, which means CP3 is coming off the bench with Klay Thompson. And I think you got to go with GP2.
Okay.
And Moody. There it is. No Looney, no Saric, no Quinones. I might be missing one more guy, but those would be my 9 guys.
Wow.
Who am I leaving out?
Yeah, give it to me again. Run them over for me.
I'll go through this. Okay, so we're starting tonight. We're going to start Steph Curry, Pajemski, Wiggins, Kuminga, and Draymond. That's who we're starting. We're bringing Klay and CP3 off the bench. And then I'm going to GP2. The problem with GP2 or Moody, you may have to make a decision there. And then the ninth guy is either GP2/Moody or Saric/Looney, depending on, I would think, the matchup.
I get that breakdown, but Steiny, I'm sorry. I'm a Moody fan.
You're Saric?
No, I'll give you 2. But when you say Moody or GP2, it's not even a question, and it's probably why we hadn't seen Moody sometimes get DMPs. Like GP2 is just not even a contest for what he brings and provides defensively for this Warrior team. So, I know you got /Moody. I got GP2 solo.
Yeah, I'm not there with you all the way on GP2.
Wow, man.
I'm just not.
Steiny, what doesn't he do? He hustles, he defends, blocks shots, hit a corner 3.
Is he the worst offensive player on the team?
See, they don't give him the ball and say, "Oh, do something."
No, but he ends up with the ball and he's got to do something.
This is Kevon Looney.
But he's got some pods in him.
He can finish around the basket.
Or make some good passes. Yeah. Oh, hey, you're right. And finish the bat. I'm going to give you mine. Obviously, the starting 5, Curry, J.K., Dre, Wig, and Pods. And then I got a little twist for you, Steiny. Klay, Chris Paul, and this is one, TJD. Steiny, these 22 games are big for you, son, because we're going to need that size. And if we match up with Denver.
Even though, honestly, Moody's out of your rotation.
Yeah, if I had to go 9.
All right. E?
Top 9?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Curry, Pods, Wiggins, Kuminga, Draymond, CP2.
I love it.
Along with Klay Thompson.
7.
Trace Jackson Davis.
Oh, he made his team. Gotta be GP.
I would have Moody in over Gary.
Wow, you guys.
And then
like that's not going to happen.
Yeah,
but I hear you.
I don't know that it's not going to happen.
The 9th spot would probably be Gary's
instead of Moody.
No. I gave you.
Instead of Trace Jackson Davis.
No.
I thought you.
No. We're talking top 8 or top 9.
Top 9.
Top 9.
You said
my bench is CP3, Klay Thompson, TJD. Oh yeah, Moody. Yeah.
Oh wow.
And Moody. So GP2 would be out in that theoretical.
Man.
How about this? We always talk about players, staff nothing gets done without staff. I think there's a chance that Chris Paul, and I know he doesn't, he's only been here a year. What if Chris Paul says, look, we got to get, in order to be our best, we got to get Dario out there.
And I'm sure we'll see him.
And I could jumpstart him.
That might happen.
Well.
What if you need some offense? He'll let him fly.
I'm just saying.
Yep.
He was somebody who came up.
Now, the reality for me on my list, to Evan's
Somebody's
list.
Saying Moody over Clay. That's
Moody will be in most likely over TJD. But what about when you go up against Denver or you go up against guys like Phoenix? If you see Phoenix with size, man, Lively from Dallas, who's gonna? You got. I'm just saying.
Well, they don't have anybody on the roster that's going to solve that problem this year.
Well, I can't say a good Kevon Looney. I know he might be listening like, Goo, I sat down and chopped it up with you and that MFer, and y'all going to leave me off the list?
I'm not leaving you off the list, Kevon. Steve Kerr's leaving you off the list.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know that, Stoney.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
But that's what I kind of don't want him to go down that route. I don't want him to go down the route that Steve Kerr said he went down for the first 30 or so games, and it didn't work. And that was Clay starting, Looney in the rotation, and CP3 playing a healthy dose of minutes. I got to keep these young guys in the mix. Steiny, yesterday you had Wiggins coming off the bench. Now he's in your starting lineup. Well, he's in Steve Kerr's starting lineup, not mine. But even if he weren't in the starting lineup, he'd be part of the top 9. I mean, please. By the way, you know what I'm realizing, Goo, about you and me and people? I think there's
no Evan Spadoni in there.
This one's just, they're out of this one.
Oh.
I think people are jealous or envious of our relationship, you and me. I really do.
What makes you say that?
I'll tell you what makes me say that is I think people have a hard time with how tight you and me actually are.
So you're going off your tweet last night where you showed me some love.
No, this is a text I sent you after the show.
Oh, yeah. I didn't tell Evan about
it. Yeah.
Ebony.
You want to read it? You want to read it? You have my permission to read this text on the air that I sent you.
I'm getting it right now.
Stuck on the Bay Bridge, but with 20 minutes of height. I'm like all the great athletes and pro players. I need a 10-minute cooling off period after a show. Jeez, you get a lot of texts.
No, I hope I didn't delete it. You're number one up there.
I said,
okay,
go ahead. Do you have it or
no,
not?
I don't have it.
I said, Goo, my bad today. That was my fault. I'm sorry.
I don't like that.
I'm sorry.
But for what? We've gone 15 rounds.
Yeah, but I got a little personal at the end of the show.
But not to me.
Yes, I did. Remember, I said something about...
I thought it was with Wiggins, Stoney. Seriously, I read your
but I said something about how you don't listen. Or
you said you were... Somebody let me know. You said you were the...
I don't even want to know.
Yeah, but there was a word.
It was personal.
Yeah.
Well, I said Wiggins was enigmatic.
No, but you go, I'm the... Not brains of the show, but you were like the calm one. You said something to that point, but... we need counseling because that was not the day for you to send me the text. There's 20 other days I didn't get a text, so I was just like I was expecting one.
No, what if I said, the apology isn't, it's more about me than you.
Yeah, I thought you got personal to Wiggins, so that's how I read your text.
Not personal to Wiggins.
No, I didn't know if you thought you were if it was coming off that way. You didn't do anything to me yesterday.
Yeah, no, that was.
I've been to a certain cafeteria with this man. I'm blowing you out. Where you referred to me as, Goo, you might be my best friend.
You might be.
I'll never forget it.
Dana
I know
is
the day.
sliding.
Evan, you weren't around.
And Castaneda has been AWOL.
I looked at him. I said, quit serving this dude. But boy, that stayed with the Gooster.
Oh,
yeah,
so.
you didn't get started. You know what? That wasn't an apology. I thought it was to Wiggins, is what your text read, because you were saying.
You thought I was apologizing to Wiggins with a text to you?
Yeah, I really read that. Like,
no. I said something.
Stop asking that question.
I said something that you were completely in bounds, and I took it out of bounds.
Yeah, no, never.
I mean, Ebony.
The show's healthy. How about that?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
The show's as healthy as it's ever been.
You know what?
I'll just get whacked tomorrow. What happened to Goo? Oh, boy. Knock on wood.
Now, rather than go to therapy, I just use the show as therapy.
No, that's what we do.
What was it about Wiggins? Because all I said was I wouldn't assume he's in the starting lineup. Yeah. Let's see what Steve Kerr. Okay, he's in the starting. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I started reading more about Sigmund Freud. And maybe, Steiny, what this is all about
Talk to me.
Is deep down, I'm afraid that maybe Wiggins might be the catalyst to this team.
But see, it came off a little like that.
And they can win it all.
No, but then that would mean you don't want them to win it all. If that was your fear. I'm playing doctor.
The only reason I would not want the Warriors to win it all is because I've said I don't think they're going to win it all. I don't think they're going to get this done. If they get it done, I won't be like, I'll be mad at myself. I'm not going to be like, freaking Steph.
Okay.
What a jerk.
Now, we got big decks in my life. We'll get back to the Warriors.
Oh, no.
But you got another one.
Again?
No, he's fallen down the rankings. He loves you now. But my boy Vince, we call him 9 Millie. He goes, Guru, don't fall for it. In the Bible, it clearly says your enemy would use words to smooth it over as butter so you can drop your guard until the next time they attack.
What book was that?
The Bible.
That book's overrated.
Right.
First of all.
I read it, Vince.
Secondly, what can I do?
No,
Through actions?
I didn't take anything you said personal yesterday.
You want me to get on a knee?
No, you don't have to.
I will if you want.
Please.
I will if you want. Adrian Gutierrez. Notice how I'm getting new people on the YouTube channel.
Now, I didn't want to bust your bubble. They've been around.
Right, they've been around, but they're like the kid in the back of the room that you never call on as a teacher. We're going to start calling. We're going to absolutely, positively incorporate more and more people. Adrian Gutierrez says, come on, Wiggins is not making the Warriors an elite team, Steiny. You were right. We don't know that.
It's not about that. He's making you the best version of yourself.
And that's
all.
And here's the other thing.
That's all we're talking.
This is why I can't stand my mom and dad. They've made me this person where, what did you say again? Say it again.
Wiggins symbolizes to me that the Warriors can be the best version of themselves with him, not without him.
Yeah, and I just say, well, yeah, if he's the player that he's been at his best.
No doubt.
But then it's just like
But what about Curry?
What about
Nobody will say that because he's been Mr.
You worried
Consistent.
about his bursitis?
No, I'm worried about when it's playoff time, he's got to be the best version of himself.
They all do.
It's not just, I think we're walking around because we're giving this, and rightfully so, this Wiggins situation the most attention. But when it's go time for Denver or any team, Steiny, Steph's got to be Steph. Clay's got to be the best version of himself. Dre, it doesn't just start and end with Andrew Wiggins, and I think we're doing that, and it's kind of unfair to Wiggins. It's everybody in the Warrior uniform. Kerr.
What do you think the Bay Area gets more? Somebody's saying, careful, you got Christians listening.
Oh, well, boy.
See, this is, and you know what? Put me back on the couch. I got to get, like people think when I go, Moody stinks. People
we fought over him.
People actually must think, I think he stinks.
All right, I got you.
Of course he doesn't stink. Of course I'm messing around about the Bible.
Yeah.
But what do you think Bay Area fans get more upset with? Bible. Let me tell you something about the Bible.
Because now I'm getting
Bible's more overrated than Steph Curry. Come on. Like, would they?
Only the New Testament.
I'm a New Testament
There can't be a New Testament.
I'm a turn the cheek guy rather than a eye for an eye guy.
I went to go buy a Bible for my daughter's time. There was like 20.
Why?
They're just one.
Go steal one out of a hotel room.
No, but then they got these new ones. They got new Monopoly.
You notice they don't have Bibles at the Vegas hotels.
I looked in the drawer. Did not see the good book.
They're bad for business in Vegas.
I did not see the good book.
Thou shalt only steal from Las Vegas.
I won't. Yeah, embarrass my wife.
Oh.
But she'll take stuff out the shower.
Oh my God, that's not. That's
You can't
fine.
do that.
Of course you can.
It doesn't say take it.
You can and you should,
dude.
Now you can't take a robe,
but man.
Now, you can take soap. You can take shampoo. I don't use
I'm like
conditioner.
Oprah meets thief.
You can
like,
absolutely take the lotion.
Oh my, Steiner, you're one of them. I don't like it, man.
Wait a minute. So you can cheat the score in a pickup game, but you can't steal soap?
At the hotel, you use it. You don't put it in your bag and transfer it to your home.
So
and act like you're just holier than thou.
Spinoni's with me on this one.
I don't.
Listen. When I used to cover the Warriors, and it'd be like, oh boy, it's a 9-day trip. We're in Salt Lake City. Then we got to go to Denver. I get into Salt Lake City, and I'm like, God, I forgot my soap. And then you take the soap from Salt Lake City, and it'll get you through Denver. It'll get you through San Antonio, Houston, and back to L.A. again.
Well, that's a necessity. I'll give you that.
They expect you to take that.
Well,
I think it's like a parting gift.
Travel and leisure, they know all when it comes to this stuff.
I love
Travelandleisure.com, and this was from Associate Professor of Hotel Operations and Technology at the University of Nevada. I didn't even know that was a field.
Man.
That's pretty amazing. Toiletries such as bar soap, shampoo, and disposable slippers are okay to take.
Oh my goodness!
And that's an associate professor, Mehmet Erdem,
and he
of
knows.
the University of
I just think it's low. I don't know. It's low budget.
Yeah, it is. But I'm low budget. And if you're in a hotel with one of those small bars of soap, it's probably low budget.
Well,
too.
and if you use one, they're just going to toss it.
Exactly.
So that's also a waste.
Thank you, Joe. Actually, it's wasteful not to take it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now let me tell you what you can't do. Don't be loading up your backpack with the extra toilet paper. Now that's over the edge.
Now we would break up if that happened. If I was with somebody.
Linens such as towels, sheets, and pillowcases are some of the big no-nos.
Yeah,
Hair dryers and steam irons are among the items.
They'll charge you for that. You can take it. Yeah, they'll slap that on you.
Yeah, I'd never done that. What are they doing with a half-used bottle of shampoo when the cleaning people come in?
What's your one message if I was at your funeral? What did Snotty teach you, Goo?
Just because you can't do something doesn't mean you do it.
That is the greatest one of all time.
What will...
Let them figure it out. It's not for you to take.
I have figured it out. They just throw it away.
Right.
Devon is in Oakland. Back to Wiggins. Always back to Wiggins. What's up, buddy?
Guys, how you doing, man?
Doing well, man.
Hey, I love your show.
Thanks.
I love this show, guys. Especially helps me drive.
Cool.
But Wiggs, I agree with Goo, man. Like, it is, I understand what you're saying, Goo, from the standpoint of when everybody is here, like the core, the starters, kind of thing. I get it. Like, you feel like we're not missing anything anymore. With a little more chemistry, we should be a little more cohesive. However, where I also understand Stein is like, Andrew Wiggins has only been the amazing Andrew Wiggins for a small portion. So are we hoping for him to return, or are we hoping for the regular smegular Andrew that we've been getting? Because if that's what we're, banking on, our chances aren't that high, But if we get that playoff series, that final series, Andrew, well, sure, maybe we can make a little bit of heat, but I still think we're a couple pieces away from doing anything serious. But that's just my point.
You made everybody's point well. Devon in Oakland.
Yeah, but we've been hoping, like the Warriors, that the 2022 Andrew Wiggins will walk through that door. And if you can't get there, Steiny, how close can you get to that? Because that was his best. You are right. He was, there was no doubt about it. He was your second best all-around player. And that's what just gets me mad when we talk about Wiggins. Steiny, you're going to need somebody to check SGA. Okay, you don't stop him, but you can make it difficult. Kuminga, I'll never forget him picking up LeBron 94 feet. So maybe we'll see that again. Luka too, but Andrew Wiggins is gifted. It's just about the motor. If he's engaged.
Yeah, and that's...
Is Bob Myers in town? Is that why you're going to the game tonight? I just kind of figured it out.
No,
so
I mean,
enter the Draymond on the. That's why you're going.
No, it's not. What are you?
Well, you said
my mother asking me why I'm going to the game.
No, but now it makes sense because
I didn't even know he was going to the game.
But you did say, you know what, I'm going to start going more.
That was last week. I am making an effort to get out of the house more and do activities. All kinds of activities.
Well, I think I'm on to something.
By the way, this is true, and I do not like this one bit. Most of the hotels I stay at lately have the shampoo and soap attached to the wall.
There we go.
You know what?
Get back at that.
Let me tell you what I have no use for.
I have yet to
body
see that.
wash.
Hey.
Is there anybody out there that prefers body wash to a bar of soap?
No, it is the
no
worst.
chance.
Steiny, I love you for that.
You know I'm right. The stuff where you want to talk about wasteful.
Mia went
you
to-
need
yeah.
like 2 handfuls of body wash to
Steiny,
get a
I'm with
lather.
you. Yeah, I'm with you. Give me a bar.
Put the poll up.
Yeah.
Put the poll up, and I guarantee you, at least among males 25 to 54, they're going to go with soap.
Mia pulled that
80%
one.
of the time.
I came out dripping wet and like, we use Dove. And she goes, I switched it up. I don't like this. Give me the bar. Steiny, I was lost. I don't like it. And then I'm using the whole thing. I'm out.
I can't get.
Give me the Dove soap.
Give me the Irish Spring.
Look at you.
Actually, my favorite is Coast. Now you can work yourself into a lather.
I'm Dove guy.
Seriously,
I'm with you, man. I hate it.
What's the advantage of body wash over soap? The answer is nothing.
And I don't think it's as effective.
I don't either.
Yep.
I don't either.
The old soap,
I think
baby.
we should let it there. You and I agree. And body wash. The pike with body wash. Give me the bar of soap.
You seeing Myers tonight?
The Warriors take on Damian Lillard and the Milwaukee Bucks tonight. 7 o'clock. You know what we'd love for you to do? And maybe this is what I'll do. Stop by Ballast Point Brewing, just up the street from Chase Center on 16th, before the game for Warriors Live at 6 o'clock. Say hi to Evan Giddings. He'll be hosting, and he'll be also doing the post game. And then maybe we'll get into what he's doing after the post game if he approves. Again, Ballast Point Brewing Company, before the Warriors take on the Milwaukee Bucks, all on your home for Warriors basketball, 95.7 the game. And also don't forget, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today.
Why choose a Sleep Number?
What's your favorite animal?
Deer.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Why is that funny to
It's
you guys?
funny.
They're in the woods. They're part of nature.
It's funny. Don't question why. It's just funny.
Steiny, I buried the lead.
Uh-oh.
Happy 84th birthday to Norm.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, today's the day. 84.
All right, let's talk about it. What do you got going?
I was with him last night, so we kind of celebrated then, but the party Saturday. Dibs might make it. I know
Dibs
Evan.
may go?
Yeah. I'm going to invite Spadoni, which I know he
I
can't
just got
make it.
downgraded to game time.
Dude, I knew.
I'm messing Dibs. I don't want to hear it. I love you. 3:30?
Yeah, 3:30. But it's CPT too, so you come whenever. Color people time. Anytime. It ain't like you got to be there at 3:29. But you can get there.
You can say stuff that would get me fired.
What was the thing I said? You go, whoa, whoa. You put your hands. I forget. It was something to do with race, but boy.
No, I know.
You went, whoa,
There was
whoa.
There was one really, really tough one.
Yeah.
By the way, the great discussion we're having, body wash or soap, it's falling along generational lines.
Yep.
There's no doubt about it. The younger group is more body wash than the older group. I'm soap.
You can't gauge how much you're using. I'll use the whole thing.
I'm with you, man. I don't feel clean after body wash.
The soap, you know.
I think so. 3 years in Western Conference Finals. So that was Jerry West. Like I jot down notes and then I can't find what I wanted to refer to. And then I have a lack of things to say. Estimated Eyes, guy I'm going to recognize on the YouTube chat, said, geez, sounds like a low content day. Yeah, it sounds like your first time listening.
Yeah, boy.
This is who we are.
Yeah.
This is what we do.
Look at the analytics.
All right, Giannis is in town tonight. Will he play? The Morning Roast had Steve Watson of Bally Sports North on. He covers the Bucks. He does their pre- and post-game show. Here's what he had to say about Giannis and his availability tonight.
I was actually standing right in front of him as he was going through his pregame warm-up the other night ahead of the matchup, and I've never seen Giannis not finish a pregame warm-up. So that goes to show that he didn't feel right, and Giannis is definitely never going to risk it. You know, he went through the shoot-around earlier that morning pretty cleanly. You know, Doc said that he was just going to test it out, thought that he'd be okay to go, because we've seen Giannis play through some incredible injuries during his career. I mean, look at the 2021 NBA Finals run when literally his knee went inside out and he somehow not only played in the finals, but won finals MVP. So if there's somebody who can recover and can play through pain, it's Giannis Antetokounmpo. But to your guys' point before I hopped on, like, there's still 20-plus games left. There's a much bigger picture for the Milwaukee Bucks. So I wouldn't be surprised if Giannis does not play tonight, mainly because they understand what's in front of them, the position that they've set themselves up in, and they don't want to risk it, especially with an Achilles, because when these guys play at the speed and the power that Giannis plays at, it's certainly Achilles injuries are devastating in the NBA and all sports, but particularly the NBA. So they'll be pretty cautious with this one.
God,
why would you risk it? They're a half game up from Cleveland in the second seed right now. There's no doubt from about you. I know
Guy comes
Giannis
into town
and Steph.
once a year.
I hear you, man.
Not
But he
gonna
still
play.
may go. The fact
He
he's not
might.
ruled
You're
out.
right. You know what?
But
This
did you
is-
see the video of him stopping that abruptly, the workout?
I
You
didn't
could
see the
tell he
video.
was like,
And that was what, Monday or Sunday?
I want to say
Either one of those days. He's had a day off between, but I
wanted to see him.
I want to see everybody.
And I wanted to see how the Warriors matched up, which we
They
still
don't.
might.
Well, they don't.
And Middleton has just turned into a golden girl.
You don't
He
need to
just
see how the
stays
Warriors
injured.
match up with Giannis. They don't.
Who would have checked him?
Nobody.
Oh, Kuminga. Yeah.
Oh.
They almost beat Milwaukee with no Curry.
No.
December, January.
Oh,
I think
Curry
it was
missed that
January.
game?
Yes, he did. And
He and Giannis
they
have
went
an
down
agreement.
to the end. Clay was hot.
Oh, that was the game?
Yep. Well,
Yeah, didn't Pods have like 28 or
yeah,
something?
Pods was balling.
They almost won that game?
Yep.
Boy.
And that's when I knew Griffin was going to get fired. He called a timeout and just start dog cussing everybody. I was like, you're done. I was on the airplane, headed back. You're done.
Even though Jeff Van Gundy doesn't do TV anymore, he was really upset about the Adrian Griffin firing. He's upset every time a coach gets fired. Oh, it's just not fair. Tell you what's not fair, asking Adrian Griffin to coach that team.
Well, there you go there.
Mm-hmm. Filmo Mike. Filmo Mike's in the house. What's up, Filmo? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up with it, man? How you doing, Steiny?
Doing well, man.
Somebody called you Stein earlier. I thought he meant to say Stan or something.
You know what?
But anyway.
Stein was what my high school buddies used to call me. Believe it or not.
Stein?
Just Stein.
Okay, let me know. You know that's a clear sign that you from some Manny part of Pennsylvania. Hey, Stein. What's up, Stein?
Is Manny good?
Crazy. Yeah.
Manny kind of good. It's just like obscure. It's just out there. But anyway, you know, as a president of the Wash Your Back Club, man, you gotta have a soap, man. You can't be
what kind
having slime go down your back. Irish Spring. You feel me? Clear the nostrils. Clear the nostrils out with the bar soap.
There you go.
Clear the nostrils.
What's up, baby?
Guru, you was supposed to share with Steiny my all ugly team, bro. I texted you, bud.
Oh, I didn't see that one. You got to share it with us now because I know Tyrone Hill is on there.
Yeah, Tyrone Hill.
Wow.
I have Popeye Jones. I had George Murasine and Sam Cassell coming off the bench. I had Andre Karolinko. And I can't remember the other guy I had.
Was it Bird?
He was super ugly. Tyrone Hill, Popeye Jones.
Was it Larry Bird?
Karolinko. Nah, it wasn't Larry Bird. But man, you got to give me your all ugly team, Guru.
That is great. I missed that, Mike. That is phenomenal. Steiny, you throwing in Bird?
Yes,
hey, Filmo, real quick before we let you go. Wiggins back after 4 games. Where you at with the Warriors and Wiggins and Moody? Just give it to me.
We okay. I mean, it's too much though. Sometimes you got too much. You can put a little bit too much shrimp in the gumbo and it be too much, or whatever you put. We got too many average ass players.
Oh, I got you.
Too many. We don't have nobody. It's just Curry and the drop off.
You know what? Thanks, Mike. That's the biggest. Not the biggest, but that is an issue with this team. That after Steph Curry,
there you go.
And I get it, Kuminga's playing well, but no, they have Steph Curry who's a 1, and really what they have after that, they have no 2.
And that's
I don't
why
mean
Clay
position.
slipping hurts so
I mean like pecking order.
Yeah,
they got Steph Curry and then a bunch of number 3 type options.
Well, it rotates for me and that's why I hold out hope for Wiggins. And when Kuminga's on, and who did we have on the other days? Our guy from the Chronicle that Evan hooked us
Sam
up with.
Gordon.
Yes, sir. He talked about teams are defending the Kuminga, getting back and obviously you got to be a good defense to be able to do it, but Steiny, it fluctuates, and Wiggins on a good day, it's not even close. So that's what we're looking at. He needs help, man.
209. Good question on the Comcast business. If possible, can you tell me a player or players Jonathan Kuminga could be in 3 years? Everyone says he's got the potential, but name me a guy he could compare to. That's from Dylan, one of our favorites.
Well, I'll give you one right now.
Yeah.
Aaron Gordon, and that's on the low end.
All right,
because you want him to be better than that.
All right.
You give me one, and
I mean the guy
right now.
I mean. And you said it. I think if we heard that Kuminga is going to be Aaron Gordon, I think at this point people would be disappointed. Although I think Aaron Gordon's anytime you're a piece on a championship team, you're doing something right. I would actually say,
give it to me.
I don't want to get everybody's hopes up. A little like Amari Stoudemire. A little bit. If he gets bigger, stronger.
You think he could be that polished down low in the post with the moves?
I don't know. It's Stoudemire had a pretty complete package. He really did. He could face up and make shots. He's really good in the low post.
Let's be honest.
I'll say best case, Amari Stoudemire. That's easy. And you know what? He's not going to the Hall of Fame, is he? Amari Stoudemire.
Yeah, he would be in my Hall of Fame.
I know, because he was a great dunker.
No, he was.
You need to separate your Hall of Fames, players and dunkers.
But let's put it right on the table.
All right.
Brought to you by Echo.
I mean, that's a
there is no doubt that Jonathan Kuminga feels like he possesses or will get to being a 1 offensively and being able to cook like a Kevin Durant. He can, if you don't get out his way.
One more time.
I believe Kuminga thinks he can be a Kevin Durant type offensive player. And the handles, he got to still go to the lab, but that's what he's ascending to be, Steiny.
But he can't go side to side.
Right now he can't.
I don't know that you can learn that kind of
could he be as good at that level? Tell me if you want to throw something at me.
I said Stoudemire. He's a hell of a player.
Do you think offensively he could be as good as Kyle Kuzma?
Yeah, but what's Kuzma? I looked at Kuzma's number. It was the average of 20.
Just his game, though. He can handle it.
If Kuminga averages 25, if he's your leading scorer, well, I don't know about that.
Yeah. But
you don't want him to be Kuzma.
Well, then we're right. Well,
because Kuzma plays on a terrible team.
Offensively, though, Kuzma's got it. He can do some stuff.
I don't
know. Give us a name, for Kuminga in 3 years. No, he's better than Sean Marion.
Sean Marion was really good.
No, he was at being Sean Marion.
I don't see a good comparison. Not good, but I'm not
one,
crazy
guys,
about the comparison.
For Kuminga.
He's pretty unique. Because also the game is so different now. Like, I mean, comparing him to, like, Stoudemire might have played like Kuminga if he was coming up now. He probably would have shot the 3 a bit more.
Yeah.
I honestly, I don't know if there's a player. I'm not saying he's one of one, but like I don't think there's a guy that comes to mind when I think of Kuminga that's like, oh, he's just like him, you know.
No,
even
I agree.
like a lot of people comparing him to Giannis, I don't see that.
But do you think Kuminga? And I'm asking you to mind read, Evan. Do you think Kuminga just when he talks about his playing time and what was going on? I think he thinks he's a 1.
I think he thinks he does too, but the question is he actually a 1? Because that can be problematic sometimes if you think you're a 1. But you profile on a winning team as a 2, which is not a knock.
Right.
I mean, shoot, Jamal Murray's a 2. He's a hell of a player. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, and I'm like Amari Stoudemire. That's 3 years away because I think Kuminga's got a chance to still get bigger and like what is he? What's he listed at? 6'7"?
6'7" right now, 225.
To get to Stoudemire was like 6'10".
Yeah,
I mean, he was a big guy.
They got Amari at 6'9" right here.
Clyde Drexler. I'm out on that one. See, I don't think he possesses the perimeter skills
right now. Though he doesn't.
Yeah, I don't like.
He's a freight train. He possesses the LeBron.
Exactly.
Get out the way.
Exactly.
And duck.
But he's not.
I hear
as big as LeBron.
Navigating on the outside, the perimeter.
Uncle Looney saying Dominique. I never watched him play.
I love that one, man. And I was going to go there, but Dominique can handle it better than Kuminga can right now. Dominique is great.
Here's the issue with Kuminga. Not the issue. Yeah. But it's why when you say Dominique, I've heard Dominique and Clyde, my first thing is no.
And why?
Because those guys are 3s. I think he's a 4.
Wow.
I do not think he's a 3. But
Uncle Looney, I love Dominique.
Kemp. That's not a bad one.
But Sean couldn't get it on the perimeter and do what I think Kuminga wants to do.
Sean Kemp could face up a little bit.
S-Fly was one of the, but Steiner, he wasn't.
But Kuminga thinks Kuminga doesn't get the ball on the wing.
Right now he doesn't. Okay, go ahead, finish.
Jab step, beat his man. Like he'll get into the lane, then he'll have to put his back on you and do that. Like I don't see Kuminga I don't see Kuminga as a guy deceptive enough to beat a guy on the wing and get to the basket before the help gets there.
I would lock him in a room and put that Dominique Wilkins tape on.
Oh, my God, I'd be afraid to do that.
But to Evans, I'll tell you what, I believe on his computer, Kuminga's right now, Kevin Durant is on there. Because that's how I feel like he envisions himself, man. And there's nothing wrong with it.
He doesn't really have, and I'm with 925.
The handle's got to improve, no doubt.
This is the thing. We'll talk about this all say, you hate Kuminga. I just compared him to Amari Stoudemire. But I don't think he's got handles. I do not think he's got handles.
Still handy will get him
and I'm not sure he can.
James Worthy?
That's not bad.
Worthy was bad.
That's a Hall of Famer right there.
I think it's kind of hard, too, with these players from the G League that play 1 year.
Yeah.
I mean, him, Jalen Green, like,
who is phenomenal,
you look at
by the way.
Scoot Henderson, like the play.
Scoot.
I don't think that because all the guys we're talking about played in college, like they're more refined. It's really hard to project what a player from the G League is going to be just because there's not as much basketball background.
I love all the guys he named. Scoot, Green. Wow, man, it's interesting.
You guys are speaking like Jonathan Kuminga will be top 75 one day. I don't think so.
Okay, well, I need to slow down.
I agree with you there, but I'm just looking for comparisons.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's who he's going to be.
And this is what we know now about
Tracy McGrady. Goodness gracious.
Right. Athletically, right now, Stoney, this dude is up there with some of the best. Athletically. At what he possesses, right? Jonathan Kuminga's a freak of nature.
See, so he says Scottie Pippen.
Wow. He'd have to improve the handle.
You go right to the handle, don't you?
He's got to improve it.
Scottie Pippen may have been the greatest defensive player of all time.
Okay. Oh, there's no doubt.
He could guard on the perimeter. He could guard
shut Magic down in the 91 finals.
Right. You think Kuminga can do that? Come on. And the reason Pippen could do that was because he was a little bit on the thin side. So he had long arms. Let's go to Lee. We'll take some calls on this. Lee in Fairfield. What's up, Lee? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, fellas? I mean, you know what? My big knock, and I think somebody just said it, didn't go to college. I hate when these kids don't go to college.
Me too.
And he didn't grow up playing the game. And I like the Worthy comparison, can't handle. I wish he could spend a summer or two with Kawhi Leonard. He reminds me of a Kawhi Leonard, but he still can't handle the ball. And this is my last big question. You guys think about this. When will a G League guy lead a team? I just don't see it. I don't like G League. I don't like the guys that won and done unless you go to college. If you go to college, I'm with you. It's something about the college game, the atmosphere, the pressure, the challenge. You don't.
Lee, let me ask you something because I'm going to think about what you're saying. So what you're saying is you don't like the idea of a guy who didn't play at least, let's say, a few years of college turning into a guy who is one of the best.
I agree. And I'm going to say this, too. To me, when I think about Kuminga, I feel like Kuminga is acting, meaning I think I should be doing all of this stuff, but I can't really do it. They keep telling me I'm an athlete and I can play basketball. He didn't grow up like the Grant Hill.
I got you, man. You're fading out. Yeah. Obviously, like, you have to throw out guys like Jokic, right? I mean, he didn't go to college.
And I was going to say Kobe and Moses Malone, all the guys, Garnett that skipped it.
They played professionally, though.
Right. He's right. I think what the caller's talking about is the specific G League. But I think we could also throw in there, like I would put Wiseman in there, even though he went to college but only played 3 games.
Coffee, yeah. That doesn't even qualify.
So I got it. Like that one. See, that's what Lee and Fairfield. That's the kind of thing that's going to get me thinking a little bit. Magic went to college for what, 2 years or 3? Jordan went 3. So
but even like Jason Tatum, he was a one and done, but he played for Mike Krzyzewski.
Right.
Like there's
Jaylen Brown went to college.
It's an interesting point, Lee. I'm going to give that a lot more thought.
But he grouped them, the whole G Leaguers. Like, who could we say since there's been a one from the G League?
Well, and in a way, there'll probably never be one from the G League because if you're in the G League,
Jaylen Brown was from the G League, Stotty. This dude's got superstar potential.
He's got hops.
No, he's got hops. He's got game. Shout out Denzel.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's impossible.
Jalen Green is talented,
but I think
so is Kuminga.
I think what he's saying is I think there's a great premise there, and that is you ain't going to be a superstar unless you have a foundation. The question.
Why did that boil down to IQ? Was IQ
in the foundation?
No, to what the caller was saying. Is he saying they're missing something in the IQ class?
When you don't go to experience. Mm-hmm. Experience. Like, that's the one thing that I do feel like we sometimes overlook with Kuminga. Steiner, he's only 21. Yes, he is only 21. And yes, he will get better. But there are a lot of 21-year-olds who come into the game with a much better foundation than Kuminga because they started their basketball foundation at 9, 10 years old. So Kuminga's got some catching up to do there. Talented as hell. Austin in San Jose. What's up, Austin? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas. What's going on? I love this conversation, but come on, man. Don't go to KD when you're talking about JK. Come on, man. That's ridiculous.
No, Austin, real quick before you go, I wasn't going there. I think he thinks he can be that. That's how Kuminga comes off to me. That's all that
well,
was.
he should stop thinking because he's not that guy. I don't think he's going to be. I think I like the Kawhi Leonard. I like the Stoudemire, man. Was a hell of a player.
Yeah.
I don't know what people. I mean, if he could become Stoudemire,
Can he shoot it like that from the top of the key like Amari could? I don't know.
I don't know, man. That's going to take time. And here's the big question I have for you guys. And I was thinking about this.
Yep.
And I think, do you think that Joe Lacob thinks that Kuminga is the number 2? And assume that Steph plays another 2 years, 3. Does Lacob believe that Kuminga is that number 2? I would say, for me, I don't think he's sold on Kuminga as being the number 2. And so, if that's the case, fellas, you got to think about: do you write him a check for $130 million, or do you go out and get a guy that you know is going to be a number 2, and keep Wiggins and then roll with that? That's my question for today.
Thanks, Austin. We kind of brought that up yesterday.
We did,
and the one part of it we didn't really explore is because we talked about the Warriors. At the end of the season, they may need to make a big move, and they may have to make a decision on Jonathan Kuminga. Would you take a ready-made guy right now? We had a list of them yesterday.
LeBron James is at the top.
A lot of them were no's, some of them were yeses, but Austin is absolutely right. Part of the equation for trading Jonathan Kuminga for an established guy, if you could, I don't know, is sure you bring in an established guy, but the benefit is now you don't have to pay Kuminga. The Golden State Warriors, I mean, let me just say, there's no way they don't extend Kuminga this year, is there?
I think.
Are you going to let Jonathan Kuminga play out his 4th year when you didn't have Jordan Poole play out his 4th year?
Well, you're missing a step. And that's why I told you to answer Austin's question before we found out that Joe Lacob picked the phone up to call the Lakers about LeBron James. Joe Lacob, to me, had to know that Jonathan Kuminga was part of what would get him LeBron James.
Sure.
So now my answer has changed to hell yes. It's about going to see what he could possibly get. And Jonathan Kuminga is the biggest thing that you have in regard to going to land that guy that you talk about. So I would tell Austin, I think it's up to that he would include Kuminga, all depending on what it would net him.
I do too.
And up
if
until that info leaking out to the Ramona Shelbournes, I would have told you Jonathan Kuminga was off limits.
Like, here's the other thing, and I guess the bottom line is the Golden State Warriors have to do one of two things with Kuminga this summer, for the most part. They got to trade him or they've got to extend him.
Yeah, no doubt. And they got to shop.
For 30, we heard Jason Timpf, $35 million for Kuminga. Like, that's the other thing. We all love Kuminga now. Will we love him in 2 years at $35 million? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe not. It's just like Brock Purdy.
I was just
we
about
love
to bring
Brock
him
Purdy
up.
right now. How much will we like him at $40 million?
Great comp.
We can jump in here, Evan? Hey, it is time for the secret sauce of the game, brought to you by our friends at Proposition Chicken.
I don't care about the basketball part of it. Life is way more important than, the game. And so the main thing is if any of our players has a life situation where they need to be with their family, then that's where they're going to be. And you just want everybody to be okay and to give them the space they need. And that'll always be the case for, with the way we operate.
That's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr, and that is the secret sauce of the game presented by Proposition Chicken. The chicken goes 3 ways, people: fried, flipped, and fake. Order now at propositionchicken.com. Give me a comp for Jonathan Kuminga. I see some people on hold. They want to jump into this conversation. I always think these are fun. I do.
I love it.
I do too. Here's the problem when you say, who does he remind you of? And you say, well, because nobody's the exact same. So, hey, who do you think he could, who does he remind? And then you go, what about this guy? No, he doesn't do this, that, or the other. I get that.
Kobe!
But he doesn't remind me of Kobe Bryant.
The Mamba.
Kobe was a 3-2 type, 2-3.
And I don't know if Kuminga is as fluid or skinny hips like Kawhi Leonard. You know what I mean?
The other thing is if you want...
Like, he can get loose goose with it. Like, Kuminga can, but it's like, am I looking for the word stiffer than Kawhi? Kawhi
robotic.
can get slippery hips.
He can be a little robotic.
Get through the elevator doors. I don't know if Kuminga has that.
Well, that's on defense, so we don't really care. He doesn't need to play D, does he? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you see for Jonathan Kuminga down the line? Give me a comp for him. And also at 1 o'clock, we're going to switch it up. We're going to get into a little bit of baseball with Rob Bradford. He's a host for WEEI in Boston, but he's also got an Odyssey podcast called Baseball Isn't Boring. And we'll find out if he thinks the Giants can be one of those teams that aren't boring on 95.7 The Game.
Don't talk about that. A legend playing some of the
happy. I'm not.
I don't think you sound like you need help at all.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Stein and Guru, 95.7 The Game.
How do they put that stuff together?
Hey, they're creative.
They are.
Chris
What a
Paul
word.
II.
Creative. Somebody said Giannis for Kuminga. Giannis is plastic, man. Like he has no spine. He's just incredible.
Somebody on the text line, 510, said you guys are talking down about Kuminga. Like he hasn't been getting better and better. I just used to, okay, I guess
Kuminga.
I guess it's an insult to say, you know what, I see some
James
Amari
Worthy
Stoudemire
or Kawhi.
Come on,
Or
man.
Dominique.
You know,
come on.
This is what, you know what, and here's a tip of the cap to a guy who called in for the first time, that Duck Sauce. Duck Sauce has been a wonderful supporter. And here's where he would say, you know, like guys like that, don't even pay attention to him. Because we're not talking down about Kuminga. The reason we're talking about him is because he has gotten better and better. I'm just thinking of Amari Stoudemire, and what was his game? Well, he was strong as an ox, and he did develop a nice face-up jumper.
Oh, man.
And he played pick and roll with Steve Nash, and they were dynamic, and he had a little back-to-the-basket game. Yeah. Somebody says Kuminga in 3 years, Jermaine O'Neal. See,
I think he could be better than Jermaine.
Jermaine O'Neal was like an 8-time All-Star.
You're going to grow?
The other thing is I consider Jermaine, I know later in his career he faced up, but he was one of the last of the post-up guys, it feels like. I don't think Kuminga wants to be a post-up guy.
His body, I know we say he could put on weight, but he's so strong right now, Stoney. We see it. Against the teams that don't have anything like a Kuminga like Kuminga's that Spider-Man me, real quick, Stoney. When he goes up against something like himself, then you could kind of see where he needs to grow a little bit.
Wiggins?
Yeah, see, again, I see him, and there may be a fundamental difference here. I see Kuminga as a 4. Man. If you see him as a 3, you see him as a 3. But I think his best would be a kind of a stretch 4-ish. That's just me.
But there's no misses in the comps he's getting.
Well, somebody said Jason Richardson. You know, Jay Rich to me was a 2, a bona fide 2.
No doubt.
Let's go to Kevin Fro. He's in Pleasanton. Hey, Kevin, what's up?
Gentlemen, thanks for the call, man. Hey, listen, real quick. Kyrie Irving, Siakam, and Kawhi Leonard. They were all trained by Phil Handy. 94 feet, Goo.
Yep.
Do your homework. Okay.
That's my guy.
Jonathan Kuminga gets in the lab, works out with a guru like Phil. His handles would be superb. Siakam, bro, if you guys think about how Siakam looked, it wasn't good.
That's a good call.
When Phil got with him, it was outstanding. So, problem is though, Steve Kerr is not going to allow that to happen because he's going to change the way he plays the game. And what's cool about your show, guys, is after what Draymond said, we know that the Warriors listen. So what I'm saying is for Steve right now.
Did you ever? Thanks, Kevin. Oh, so, okay.
You think he knows Handy's my guy? We grew up in Union City together.
That might have been a friendly jab. Steiny, that's why you're not a coach or scout. He's a 3, not a 4. Well, he's playing 4 now. And
but
Steve
he envisions himself as a 3.
Well, that may be an issue.
And let's put the rat on the table.
Because the Warriors, for the most part, do not view him as a 3 right now.
And let's be honest.
Because his perimeter defense is not very good.
And
he can I'm sorry.
No, take your time.
He can shadow a guy up the court who's bringing the ball up the court, but a guy's in the triple threat position and he's got to guard him on the perimeter. That's a tougher story.
And that's where Wiggins, I think, on a good day, Steiny excels at. Nobody argue with me. But, Steiny, the right on the table for Jonathan Kuminga is life without Stephen Curry. When he talks about these OGs and it goes through them, and rightfully so, we understand it. But Kuminga, Steiny, is waiting. I know he's yearning for when I'm a 1 or 2 option.
Yeah, let's hope that's not on a 30 and 52 team.
No doubt.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Ray. Ray's in San Francisco. What's up, Ray? How you doing, man? Warriors-Bucks tonight, 7 o'clock, Chase Center. Catch it all right here on 95.7 The Game. And Warriors Live starts at 6 with Evan Giddings at Ballast Point Brewery, right down the street from Chase. What's up, Ray?
I got two thoughts for you. First of all, appreciate you guys, what you do.
Thanks.
First thought is if Kuminga can be that lockdown Iguodala type defender, that elevates him in another way. So he needs to learn how to do that. The second thing, I was thinking, I've changed my mind a little bit. He could be, the way he can attack the rim, he could be a better Ja Morant.
Appreciate the call, Ray. Goo?
Yeah, that's not on my board. There's one Ja, but the size is, I'm having trouble just, Ja's miniature compared to Kuminga. But as far as causing havoc on the rim when you get to your spot, I mean, that's why I say Dominique. But yeah, I can't go with Ja. Ja's just different.
Dominique really could put the ball on the floor, though.
Man, he was polished.
Dominique's a top 75,
yes,
right?
No doubt. I don't care if they vibe. He's on mine.
It's funny because
I like the Dominique.
Just half the people are saying, he's going to be the second coming, and half of the people are like, you realize you're comparing him to top 75 players.
Which is the compliment in all this.
Yeah, for me, it's not so much he could be this guy. I'm talking just similarities in their game. The guy who came to mind for me, and I'm looking at Kuminga maybe down the line 2 or 3 years, would be Amari Stoudemire.
Damn. Now that's, yeah.
I'm not right. It's the guy it could be. See, somebody says Lamar Odom. I think Lamar Odom's skinnier. Odom was a better passer.
He had no weakness, Donnie. Well, off the court he did.
He wasn't.
Odom could handle, could shoot. Wasn't a ball hog. Could D.
No, he wasn't.
Got a ring.
He was a perfect 3 or 4 for that team.
He was. Odom.
No doubt about that. So we're having some fun talking about Jonathan Kuminga. I hope we didn't insult him. I mean, comparing him to future Hall of Famers and top 75 players.
You know what I hate about where the Warriors are at in the standings right now about tonight's game?
That there are 9 teams ahead of them?
Yes, and that they could win tonight, and if the Lakers handle their business, which I expect them to over Sacramento, Lakers at home, we come in here tomorrow, and I guess it's just you handle your business, but they put themselves in this situation. You could win, and I see you tomorrow on Thursday, they're still 10th. That's growing old for me.
Yeah, but that's better than Milwaukee coming in here without Giannis and knocking you off.
No, don't talk to me.
Talk
to me.
Listen.
Damn.
If Giannis doesn't play tonight, you got to win the game. It's really that simple, I feel like. If Giannis doesn't play tonight, you got to go out and win the game.
Yeah, he won't be there.
Because if Giannis doesn't play tonight and we come in here and the Warriors have gotten beat, and let's say the Lakers win, and now they're a game and a half behind the Lakers. Then I'm with you, Goo, because then it's like, wait a minute. We just went 13-5, and we're still the 10th seed.
And we're 16-16 at home if somehow you were to drop it tonight.
Yep. But the home road thing to me, that's been going on for a couple years now. That's not that, like last year, they were terrible on the road, good at home. This year, they're kind of the same both. Like, they haven't had, traditional splits of they're just a better team at home than on the road. This year, it's kind of been they're pretty much the team they are regardless. But when you're something,
you got a home has to.
No doubt.
The year they won it, you come to Chase, you were getting your ass kicked pretty much.
You know who I blame? The fans. The fans.
And here I go again.
I'm kidding.
I know Boston was on the road.
Create an atmosphere out there.
I can't get over Toronto and New Orleans where the fans were booing. And they still have yet to fix that. So if we're talking about the play-in, you want that game at home? If this thing doesn't get fixed or they don't play better at home, Stoney, I'm looking at you right now saying, are we so sure you want that game at home?
Yeah,
because Memphis did beat them. I know it was years ago.
I'm not disagreeing with it. I think they got to get better. Yeah, they got to get better at home. You're right. Their road record's good enough. You're right.
And do you stand before you go to the next one? Do you stand by the San Antonio Saturday night and Monday game because it's Saturday here and then Monday is you think that might be a bit more difficult than what we think it because I'm counting those as 2 wins.
Yeah,
be careful.
It's tough. It's like just from everything I've heard and everybody I ever talked to about that, they say it's not as easy as you think to play a team twice in 3 nights and beat them twice in 3 nights. I'm not saying they can't. Of course they can. OG Filmo Mike's in the house. OG Filmo Mike. What's up, OG Filmo?
Hey, how y'all doing today, man?
Yeah, doing well, man.
Us, baby.
Hey, I just want to chime in and say, Kaminga is a young Bernard King in the making, with a slash of Worthy, and you know, in the background. And I'm concerned about that shellacking we just had, wondering if we might have a hangover on that. What you guys think?
That's a good call.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Hey, I'll tell you what about Worthy, though. That step is there. Kaminga's as quick as a cat, Stoney, when he gets it in the triple threat. It could get by you. It's like it's over. You know what I'm saying? Once it's over, and he might dunk on you. So I like the Worthy component. Bernard King was just, I remember the older Bernard King.
I mean, the thing I'll agree with on the Worthy is, Worthy did his damage from the mid post. He didn't. Those guys didn't catch the ball on the wing like guys do now. Worthy caught it in the mid post
and was gone.
Right, because boom, one dribble and you're there. When you're out on the perimeter, now you need to dribble and do one other thing.
Because he's got that spin move, Stoney, but now when guys are back, you're spinning into trouble, and they're either taking the ball or,
by the way, we teased this a little earlier. Yeah, Brandon Pajemski had, so they have the Rookie of the Month award. And,
I lost, I'm out.
And Wembanyama won it. He averaged 48 points, 29 rebounds, and 11 blocks in the month.
Not against Şengün.
Right. No, you're right.
Who's a baller, by the way.
Yeah. So anyway, Pajemski was not happy. He did not win the Rookie of the Month. And somebody said, are you going to use that as motivation? And Pajemski said, absolutely. He said, I played every game in the month. We went 11-3. I had the best plus minus on the team, and I had the best plus minus of any rookie in February.
Damn, don't go do your homework, Pods.
You got a problem with that?
No, I love it. Yeah. And Pods is telling you it's a popularity contest. Wemby, he got robbed. I actually love it. The fact that he knew. I'm sure Ritter gave it to him, but still.
I don't know.
All right, now you know what? Even if it's more impressive if Raymond didn't give it to him, but damn, I ain't mad at him.
That does sound like something Raymond might give to him, though, in all fairness.
Because, Wemby is just Stoney. It's about to, they're pushing him.
Wait, Goose, so, Iguodala was talking about one-on-one players down the stretch of the game, kind of maybe probably took a shot at Steph. And Pods, I just heard him say Steph stinks.
That is... wow, but he didn't. But I'll say this: I forget what game. It's early on. The Warriors that got shellacked. It might have been Toronto or New Orleans. And Pod goes to the podium. We lost because I didn't bring it, and I love that. But I say, young fella, sit down. Let me talk to you. You didn't lose because you didn't bring it. I love that you think that. We lost because the other big dogs didn't bring it. But I have no problem with that.
Let's go to Chris in Union City.
The Young.
What's up, Chris? How you doing? By the way, coming up in 15 minutes, we're going to talk a little baseball. It's about that time. And we're going to be joined by Rob Bradford. He works for WEI in Boston. He was down at spring training. He's also got a baseball podcast we're going to ask him about. But jump into a little baseball. We can do that.
I'm watching it now.
I know you are. Hey. Chris, what's up in Union City? Hey, buddy. Watching everything. Hey, Chris. That's going to do it.
He was
Chris.
at work.
Figures, Union City guy. You know what I mean?
I would give you a 4.
Push the button on the phone.
You'll be there Saturday in the
I will be there Saturday.
I can't wait, man.
It's not even your party.
No.
Are you throwing it? Are you doing anything to
I'll
facilitate?
clean the garage and house and help my sister.
Okay, so that's a yes.
I ain't cooking, but
no,
you'll meet my sister.
Dynamite.
Yeah.
Now, are you cooking or are you ordering in? Are you getting it catered?
My wife. My sister does all the hors d'oeuvres.
What you making?
This is black food. Yeah, you might get some yams.
Ribs?
Nah, yeah, no.
No barbecue?
That might just be
mac and cheese?
Nah, yeah, it ain't gonna be that type. Ain't that festive.
What? Can
alcohol?
I look forward to?
I'll bring a drink.
I need food.
Like finger foods, like salami, the cheese, little stuff like that.
Huh, you're having it over dinner.
Meatballs.
You're having it over dinner, but you're not serving an entree. I better come on a full summit.
Yeah, the menu is like snacks.
Okay.
And then you'll have the big, oh boy. But by the time, we'll be drinking down there. Yeah, a little sip. And Evan can't make it.
What are my BART options?
Oh, Union City BART, I'll come get you, which is right by the house.
All right.
If you want to Uber from there, I'll come get you.
Okay, I can Uber from there.
But you're going to meet all the dudes, Reg B, Relaford. Well, you met them, but they'll be in the house. Mello, Kane.
I better bring some friends.
Ron T, and the cousins from all over. Richmond, Vallejo,
Be a road game for Steiny.
Oh, boy. You'll fit right in.
Of course I will.
Yeah.
We
need festive Steiny, because you can work a room with the best of them.
When I'm on my game, I'm very similar to Wiggins. You know, I come to the game and you don't know what to expect. Sometimes I work a room well. Other times I'm like,
you'll be fine.
Other times I'm like, can I take leave?
Yeah, because Norm will light up when he sees you. Yeah.
I thought you said don't bring him a cigar.
No, light up meaning he'll be happy that you came.
You got to get, I'm not coming.
But we don't want to kill Norm or the cigar with the 84 puff.
I got to bring something.
What's wrong with Norm?
I can tell there's going to be a lot of lost in translation moments.
No, there'll be some smoke there from the cousins and friends. You know what I mean? The Snoop Dogg.
You know what? 888-957-9570. What would be a good gift for Guru's dad? Nothing major, but a token of my appreciation. He's 84, right?
Man, 84.
84. I could make a joke, but I'm not gonna.
No, I want to hear it.
Well, you know, I had my hip surgery.
Gotcha.
Well, they gave me, we had to pay for it, but they gave me a brand, I shouldn't. They gave me a brand new walker in case I needed it.
He has one, but
I never used it. Because I didn't need it.
Don't do that. Okay. Leave that at the crib.
Now, it didn't have the tennis balls on the back. Yeah, does he have tennis balls?
Yeah, he's got the tennis balls. He don't use them there. He got the one that rolls.
Yeah, those are the best. Those are the best. My dad had one of those. Kept him going for a while.
Shout out Pops.
Yeah. Where are we at here? 10 of 1. 10 of 1. It's 12:50 right now.
Dude, time flying. Well, I hope it's flying for everybody else.
Nah, it's going pretty good. Let's listen to a little sound. Anthony Slater. What do the Warriors need to do to finish strong and maybe slide up there in the standings?
16 wins maybe is like the target. To me, the big thing right now, I know obviously like the 6th seed is like the holy grail, like get up to that, avoid the play-in. But to me, getting in the 7-8 side of the bracket, and they're not far from that. The Kings have tumbled. You know, the Mavericks, who they play 3 more times. I feel like every time I see Brandon Pajemski, he's like, we got the Mavericks 3 more times.
So you're right. So they got Dallas 3 more times and the Lakers 2 more times. You couldn't ask for that any better than that if you're the Warriors. That's what you should want.
All right.
Because you win 3 out of 5 or 4 out of 5 of those, now you can really talk about the 7. Gives you a home game, at least one. Well, unless you win. No. 7 gives you home games guaranteed. 8 gives you at least one home game guaranteed if you don't win the opener.
This is so against everything you stand for, Radio Steiny, but I got to do it, Steiny. He said 16, Joe Montana. I got the schedule up. If you will allow me, I'm going to say where the game is at and who they're playing, and I'm going to get you the 16.
All right.
Okay. Tonight, Milwaukee at home. I think that's a win. So that's 1.
Okay.
Chicago tomorrow at home. That's 2.
All right.
San Antonio Saturday at home. That's 3. San Antonio on the road Monday. That's 4.
All right.
At Dallas, I'm going to give you an L because I think that's the game Dallas will get back.
That's the one that'll hurt you, though. But go ahead.
You are right. L.A. Lakers at L.A. That's an L.
Well, that's a real problem.
I hear that hurt you. I could be wrong.
Because it not only matters the games 16 and 6 sounds great. Maybe you can get there, but if you're telling me you go 0-5 against the Lakers and the
Dallas, but you got Dallas again. Okay, then we got New York at home Monday. That's a win.
Mm-hmm.
You got Memphis at home Wednesday. That's a win.
Okay.
You got Indiana at home Friday. That's a win. At Minnesota, that's a win. I don't think they're buttoned up. At Miami, Steiny, I'm going L.
Okay.
Okay. At Orlando, I'm going win.
Okay.
Now we're getting down to the final stretch. At Charlotte, that's a win.
All right.
At San Antonio, that's a win.
Okay.
Home against Dallas, that's a win.
Okay.
At Houston,
win.
Okay.
At Dallas, now you need it, win.
Okay.
Home against Utah.
It's a win.
At LA, that's a win. Now you got 3 left. At Portland, win.
What's LA?
At a road game.
Okay. Did they win that?
Yeah, they win that.
Okay.
At Portland, win.
Okay.
Home against New Orleans, Donnie. You guys not going to like this? I'm going L.
Okay. Well, they need to lose one game.
And then you're going to lose, you're going to end the season Sunday at home against Utah.
Is that a win?
Yeah. That might be 19.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
They ain't going 19-3.
You got the Warriors.
See,
you have the Warriors going,
sounds crazy.
winning 10 of their last 11.
Okay. And as hot as any, Evan, I know the 19-3.
Actually, I have him at 18-4.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Well, Slate's had 16-6.
I get it. I'm left with only one thing to say.
They got an easiest schedule of all the teams that are playing.
You want to bet on that?
I got 2 bets in the hopper.
They have a stretch where they have 8 of 10 games on the road coming up.
Actually, they're 3 games over now.
Okay.
They play better on the road. I could say that
they
today.
have a lot of home games left then.
But they got a lot of dump truck teams too, technically.
They got, 5 of their games are against
Memphis.
No, I was talking.
Oh, okay.
You know what's funny is
19-3.
They could go 16-6, but lose all 5 to Dallas and the Lakers, and they might not be where they need to be.
That would
assuming those other teams play well, and because they'll lose all the tiebreakers to those teams. I mean, if you said right now 16-6, but they're going to lose all 5 to the Lakers and Dallas, I would take it. I would still take it. Evan?
Oh, and also 18 wins gets you to 50. Like, I just...
Oh, boy.
So you're saying he's being optimistic?
Yes.
Well, what if I went 14-8 and you sweep the Dallas and Laker games?
Then they would be 44 wins?
But
the problem is like they we could go back and forth, but they don't really control anything except those 5 games.
No, that is a fact.
Yeah, 18-4 sounds...
I know it's crazy right now.
That's true. The 510 brings up a good point. They finish 18-4. That means they go 31-8 the second half of the season.
Well, that's the thing, too. Like that 5-game road trip late March, you got Minnesota, Miami, and Orlando on a back-to-back. Wow. Like, you could lose all 3 of those games. In fact, you might.
No, but hey, this is why people love you, Goo.
You're not bringing steel reserves. I said you're bringing that beer that's that liquid crack.
I've never had it. No, that's not true.
Yeah. You ain't been in the hood.
Goo's got the Warriors winning 50 this year. No, it's not. This is not a show from October. It's today.
Well, I'll tell you what. If we can do some math on the Draymond not getting suspended, where would they be now? I hear it.
But he's there, and you said they're going 18-4. All right, 888. Oh, no. We got a guest on the other side. We're going to get a little baseball. We're going to get into a little baseball. Giant season upon us. This is what we did yesterday. We talked a lot of basketball. We jumped into some football. You know why? Because people said they like a little break from saying, hey, a little change of pace. That's why everybody liked Wilbur Wood, the knuckleball pitcher, as opposed to like a guy like, let's say, Nolan Ryan. Hey, that segment was presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Rob Bradford on the other side. He's a host for WEEI in Boston. Talk a little baseball. Mm-hmm.
With heating bills as high as they are, proper weather...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you, 95.7 The Game. We've been talking hoops all day. And, of course, the Boston Celtics hammered the Golden State Warriors on Sunday, but we're going to Boston anyway. And we're going to be joined by Rob Bradford. He's the host for WEEI, and he also has a baseball podcast you can hear on Odyssey. Baseball Isn't Boring. Rob, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it, man.
Oh, man, it's my honor. Big fan of you guys. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I was actually out and about yesterday, and a guy was telling me, boy, who works down near the ballpark, there's not a lot of buzz about the San Francisco Giants right now. Is there any reason for hope? It seems like they got better, but it looks like everybody else in the division got better. What are you thinking about the San Francisco Giants?
Well, I think it's two different ways to look at it. It kind of surprises me because if you compare what the Giants did to what a ton of other teams in baseball didn't do, everyone would be like, "Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Chapman, Soler, all these guys. You made moves. You butted up against the luxury tax, and maybe you might make it even a bigger move because you've shown that you have the money." So I think that a lot of people in baseball would be saying, all right, yeah, we get it. Like you missed out on some players, but at least you doubled down and you got these other guys. But at the same time, I also get it. It's the sad trombone that is being in that division, right? It is the Dodgers. The Dodgers sit there, and then, Padres are there. The Diamondbacks went to the World Series. I get it. But at the same time, I don't know why you wouldn't be at least mildly optimistic. And I understand there's pitching issues, there's pitching injuries and all that. But still, the fact of the matter is that you have new players. You have new players that you should be somewhat excited about. And if nothing else, sure, no one's going to match what the Dodgers, shock and awe Dodgers did the offseason. But at the same time, didn't we learn anything from last year? Just get in. Just get in. It's okay. And so I think the Giants have shown enough that they can be a team that can be just get in kind of level.
Wow, Rob, I hear you. I got to ask you this question, Rob, because you're on the East Coast, and Gabe Kapler came in, and I was scoffing at the notion that he was going to lead the Giants. They won 107, and then last year they were sub 500. When you heard the news that he got fired, share with us what the first thought you had.
I think that the first thought I had was, wow, that it came out of nowhere. I think I was at the Giants Dodger series in LA just before it happened. I had talked to Gabe there, and obviously he's an interesting guy, a unique guy, not a sort of a typical manager. But at the same time, when you hire a guy, sometimes he's the exact right guy at the right time for the right job. And it seemed like initially that was the case with Gabe. And then maybe it went the other way. And that's how they felt when it came to, on different levels, right? It's not just one thing, on many levels. And so I think that's was, when I heard that news, I'm like, okay, it's run its course. It hadn't been a long time, but it's run its course. And for what they're looking for, it was maybe the shelf life for Gabe Kapler wasn't what they had hoped it would be. But he was always an interesting guy, but sometimes the interesting guys don't last a whole long.
You're listening to Rob Bradford. He's a host at WEEI in Boston. And speaking of Boston, you had a chance last year, obviously, to see Matt Chapman play quite a bit. And the Giants just signed him to a contract with a couple options in it. But he struggled a little bit the second half of the year. What do you think about Matt Chapman and his prospects with the San Francisco Giants, knowing that he's going to probably be their everyday third baseman?
Yeah, man, I love it. And I know that it wasn't the ideal free agent deal for Matt Chapman and Scott Boras, but I think it's a good deal for the Giants because, as you said, you looked at what he did early in the year. He was, in the first couple of months, we're talking MVP Matt Chapman. And if you watch the guy, when you watch the guy, it's so impressive what he can do defensively. And this is another big challenge for the Giants have, right? It's like, yeah, sure, you can get the pitchers there, but are you going to get the hitters to agree there? J.D. Martinez doesn't want to go to San Francisco, whether that was right or wrong. But you hear that narrative with the hitters. So the fact that you got a legitimate hitter when he's going right, and I do think that he will be going right, you'll get better. You get more of the first half Matt Chapman than the second half Matt Chapman. You get that guy who's a legit hitter, middle of the order hitter, along with an unbelievable defender. I love this acquisition by them.
Rob, I'm a 70s baby, man. I'm in my 50s, and I love the game. I'm mad at it, but I've warmed up to the pitch clock and the runner on second base and extra innings. But what happened this offseason and what's going on with the Dodgers? And, you know, you're Red Sox, so you guys spin. But I feel like, Rob, there's the haves and have-nots. And I just feel like it's the Dodgers World Series to win, and it's not like the NFL. Somebody could come out of nowhere, or a Giannis in Milwaukee, a kind of a small market. Talk to me about the state of the game. Do I sound like an old fogey? No. Talk to me, man.
You're scratching right where I itch. So I hear what you're saying, but here I'm going to make you feel good. The thing is, yeah, you know, we can talk about the Dodgers. And it's fun if you're a Dodgers fan. It was fun if you were a San Diego fan last year. But at the same time, what baseball has done, what they didn't expect, was that, bizarrely, that these teams that sneak into the playoffs, that don't have that time off, they're the teams that actually make the runs. You have the Rangers. You have the Diamondbacks winning 84 games. I just did a podcast with Mike Hazen of the Diamondbacks, and all he could talk about, not going to the World Series, but the fact that we got to do better in 84 games. We got to do better than 84 wins. And so that is what all these teams that didn't spend like the Dodgers can hang their hat on, and they should. Like I said, I mean, the Giants feel like a team that if you get in, if you can set up your pitching and you can make some additions in that respect, then why not? Because it hasn't worked out for the Dodgers. It hasn't worked out for the Braves. And it's fun to take those rides if you're on that fan base. But at the end of the ride, you got to be worried that it's going to be a cliff that you didn't expect. And that's been the case for those fan bases.
Rob Bradford joining us. He's a host for WEEI in Boston. You can also hear him on an Odyssey app. Baseball is not boring. That's the podcast. What do you expect out of the Padres this year, Rob?
See, I think they're going to be really interesting because, you know, obviously, I'll say it again, the shock and awe offseason of the Padres didn't work out. Right. It was a bad combination of people. Now they've turned some things over. They've lost, obviously, Soto. They've lost, obviously, Hader. So they lost some key guys, but I went to that camp, and I sat down with Xander Bogaerts for a while, and I feel like it's sort of like, okay, you know what? Yeah, we lost these guys, but it'll be okay. You still have a lot of talent. It's all right. And I just think that was another case of, and we've seen it with a couple teams here, you know, where it's just square peg round hole. And that's what it was last year, whether it was Melvin and Soto or whatever the case was. But I do feel like, yeah, they aren't as talented on paper as they were last year, but I'll put them in the same bucket as I put the Giants. It's like, why not? Like, what? I think that division is really, really fascinating, and so we shouldn't just say, hey, you know what, Dodgers, go ahead, do your thing, and we'll concede everything to you.
Good stuff, Rob. Let me ask you about the national perception of Farhan, because he's been here since 2018. He kind of came with the reputation like he could close, and they flirted with some big-time free agents. And Giant fans are, I don't want to say fed up, Rob, but they're looking around like, okay, where's the talent? You were the Jedi. Share with us your thoughts on the national perspective on Farhan Zaidi and the job he's done with the Giants.
Well, it's two different things, right? I mean, everybody is looking for A, either the Tampa model or B, the Dodgers model. The Tampa model being we don't have to spend a lot of money to win. The Dodgers model is we spend the money the right way. And meanwhile, we're developing all these guys. And obviously, with the Giants, that's what everyone thought was going to be the case. The problem is the development part of it hasn't taken root like maybe you've seen with some of the other teams, like the two teams I mentioned, the Dodgers and the Rays. And yeah, they've been thinking outside the box, starting with a guy we mentioned before, Gabe Kapler. And Andrew Bailey, he was a forward-thinking pitching coach. You had Brian Bannister there, a forward-thinking pitching coordinator.
You had all of that. But for whatever reason, you weren't developing like you had hoped you would. But I will say this one thing is that I think that a lot of fan bases would kill for the opportunity to have a GM that's at least in the mix to get a guy like Aaron Judge, to get some of these free agents. Even if you lose out on them, at least you're trying. And I think that should be encouraging for Giants fans. But the next step is you got to figure out a way, like the Dodgers, while you're spending the money, to develop the other part about it.
Hey, Rob, really good stuff.
Thanks
Appreciate
a lot,
it. And hopefully we can talk to you during the course of a season.
Hey, listen, I appreciate it, guys. I got the baseballs and boring T-shirts on the way, so it's going to be a fun season. It's going to be great.
All right, I'll throw you. My producer will give you our address out here. I'm an XL. My partner's a double
right.
XL.
Hey,
all right.
Yeah.
Have a good one, Rob. Appreciate it, man.
All right.
That's Rob Bradford, WEI in Boston.
I'm an XL.
No, you're not.
Stoney, the
Dude,
shirt.
you're 6'4".
Okay, I give you
That
that.
makes you a double.
All right.
It just does.
You know what? Hey, was that a throwaway line? He's a big fan of ours.
Probably. You know
Stoney,
what?
Let
me tell you what that is.
He said it like he felt it. He knew who we were.
But let me tell you what that's all about. Is he off the line? He can't hear the show.
Okay.
No, that's called being a team player. His podcast, Baseball Isn't Boring, is on Odyssey.
Okay.
So he knows we're Odyssey. Okay. So we're kind of teammates. I will say this.
I was going to double back.
I will say this, and I'll follow up with Evan.
10-2.
We should get a guy like him on once. If we can get him on weekly, that'd be good.
No, that was great.
Evan, I thought this guy was really good.
That's why we had him on.
I like this guy. I thought he was really good, Rob Bradford.
Little more positive from a Boston guy than I expected. Not going to lie, but he was very knowledgeable.
He can read the room.
Very knowledgeable.
Guys from Boston can read the room. He knows where his bread's buttered out here in the Bay.
Now, he was trying to butter you up at the beginning. I didn't like
missed
that.
it, Evan.
He works for Odyssey. We're teammates, for goodness sake.
But you didn't have to throw that in. I'm a big fan.
What if he is?
I'm a fan. I'm a Tom Hanks, big fan.
Especially because he told me before, like he heard a guru, but the Steiny guy.
What if he's a fan like Damon Chang? Or what if he's a fan like Duck Sauce? He just happens to live in Boston.
All right, I'll take him at his word.
We got Nick in Ohio. We got our guy from San Bernardino, Ring-a-ding-ding.
Yeah.
We got guys from. We have
Jonathan
Mike
in New York,
Mike in Michigan. We're nationwide.
Now
we're on the verge of going worldwide.
You don't know I'm coming with this, Stoney, but I talked about it with Evan. You know, there's the Last Supper, and you always ask, what would your last meal be? But if my last sports conversation, it would be what I'm about to get to. So we know baseball has changed right before our eyes, and averages don't mean a damn thing. Guys that go up to the dish, strike out 3 or 4 times. It used to be embarrassing. Now everybody's swinging for the fences. But Evan told me, because Matt Chapman, the newly acquired third baseman for the San Francisco Giants, only had 54 RBIs. I'm a 70s baby where Mike Schmidt, Dave Parker, Dave Concepcion, Cal Ripken, RBIs was the thing.
Right.
And Evan, to his credit, said, Goo, RBIs ain't where it's at anymore.
Okay.
And that triggered me because I've yet to accept the average thing means nothing. But now, Steiny, if you're telling me Stratomatic that you used to play, average and now RBIs ain't how you judge a baseball player, I don't want no part of it, but I'm in love, but that's bothering me.
Well, it's...
Matt Chapman had 54 runs.
Did he have that many?
Batted in that. But no, man, like, that's where we're at with the game. It's all twerked out to where there's new metrics. Evan, can you help me? I don't like
it. It's not that RBI isn't a valuable stat. It's just not, like, the Triple Crown is average, home runs, and RBI. They're not equal. Home runs would be the most valuable part of the Triple Crown in today's game. And it's like there are other statistics that would carry more weight. Now, it is surprising that Chapman, who played in a pretty good offense, only drove in 54 runs. Like, that is something that would raise my eyebrows.
And Hitters Park for 81 games,
Easy
Toronto.
to explain.
How so?
Ducks on the pond, he gets lemon booty.
Yeah, and that's a problem. Because
that's how I kind of looked at it.
You're kind of looking at a guy who's going to be 3rd or 4th in the lineup.
Right.
No, I mean, you just got to dig a little deeper. I don't know.
I mean, the only way I could answer it is well, we've kind of seen evolution in all our sports. Football, they've gone away from the run, and it's more pass. Basketball's gone away from low post to
But
all
25
about
points
three-point
average in
shooting.
the NBA is 25 points, though.
Yeah,
now,
now
how you get there is different, but you know what I
You
mean?
can make threes and get there in 8
Yeah.
shots. That's why, if you'll notice, more teams in the NBA are losing bigger leads more and more frequently.
That you're on to. I'll give you that.
I'm just saying.
I mean, it'd be the same for average, too. It's not that it doesn't mean anything, but there's less 300 hitters than ever. So instead of saying, oh, I can't believe this guy doesn't hit 300, I know it might change, but it's like, okay, like 280 is a good average in today's game.
510, Giants are a mess. They're not a mess.
Well, if you look at their rotations, Donnie, outside of...
But you can get by without great pitching, according to Evan.
You can.
Well, the Diamondbacks that was a great comp for me saying the haves and have-nots. I forgot they won 84. Now I'm like, okay, maybe that's the template. You get in there
template.
and get hot and you're playing and
that
go.
Is the template.
The Giants, Vegas has them at 81 win total.
I mean, if I'm the Giants, my win total, can we get to 86? Does 86 is 86
get in.
Lock to get you into the playoffs?
Well, Arizona had 84 and got in.
Right.
So let's just say that was it, but I see where you're talking.
I mean,
it depends on the year. I mean, it's like the West. Like if the Warriors win 44 games this year, they're not getting 6 seed kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
By the way, the Warriors in last right now in the Pacific Division.
Remember that?
They're not going to win that crown.
Man.
They used to hang division banners.
And the NBA has never done what MLB did
What's
or
that?
the NFL. I can remember when Dallas and the Cardinals were in the NFC East back in the day. You know, it was the St. Louis Cardinals, and now they just kept the Pacific. They've had teams come in, expansion, but they hadn't just changed it like the Pirates used to be in the NL East with Philadelphia and Montreal and the New York Mets. And baseball, now it's all...
The Atlanta Falcons used to be in the NFC West.
Talk to me.
The Atlanta Falcons used to be in the NFC West. There are so many more of those now. Milwaukee Brewers used to be in the AL. And now they're in the... No,
you got it.
They were in the AL back in the day.
Yeah. Harvey Wallbanger.
Memphis
by the
still
way,
plays in the West.
Memphis.
Who does?
Memphis.
Well, they won't if we get an expansion team in Vegas or Seattle. I think that if we get 2 expansion teams in the NBA...
Well, who would go in the East with those 2?
Memphis would...
Well,
Memphis, I think, is the easternmost Western Conference city.
All right.
Is Memphis east of New Orleans?
Yes.
Okay, so that would probably be Memphis that would go to the east.
Yeah, but
Maybe
Vegas and Seattle would be in the West.
You would think.
Yeah. LeBron's going to have a part of Vegas.
No, John Morant's fine in the West.
Remember that?
I do remember that.
Malika Andrews. Everybody that's kind of talked to her.
Where is Ja?
I miss him. We miss him. On the court.
I haven't thought about him till today. Tell you the truth.
But remember, Memphis was that team.
Would you trade Kuminga for Jaren Jackson III and Desmond Bain with some filler?
Man,
I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, I'm a Jackson fan, but he would need that ride with Gary Payton across the Bay Bridge to be like, if you don't get your big ass down on the block and block some more shots, he shoots threes. So I guess
that ride never works. That ride's not going to do it.
I tried to have it with Lil Durrell and Donovan a couple times.
Oh my God! How many times did he roll his eyes?
Boy,
I got about 7 of those last night.
When you realize like you could say it with Venom, shout out Spider-Man, and it don't work, Sonny, you got to do the new school parenting.
By the way, you got a minute or two here.
I was just rambling.
You know what? You know what? We're separating. You know this whole NIL thing.
Killed Nick Saban.
Yeah, exactly.
You hate to see it.
I don't like it.
Let me tell you what don't you like
specifically? The players have the power.
Okay.
And
so
now
coach him.
Ooh.
We're separating.
I shouldn't have to resell my own players.
Yes, you should. You should have to do that every year.
That used to be a thing that I had in my back pocket.
Do it every year. The great coaches are going to be the ones that take on the challenge of navigating this and figuring it out.
Saban's ego didn't want any part of it.
That's fine. And at least he said, you know what? I see the writing on the wall. I'm not into it. But my gal down at LSU, she better get with the program. Mulkey.
Oh, well.
Seriously. You can't continue to coach, but continue to run down these kids that you're trying to coach because you keep saying they're uncoachable.
I
get out
that.
of coaching if you can't do it.
No doubt. That's a great point.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah, you know what? Guess what? The rules have changed. You're
It's
a
a cold
65-year-old dude. Deal with it or get out.
But there is something to where I got to worry about the portal.
Yeah, you do.
But that's the same as the coaches lying to little Johnny in his living room and then dipping out in the first year. Be like, I'll see ya.
Yeah, the coaches never do that, do they? Coaches never leave the players or the student athletes high and dry.
Do we know who's getting the most from NIL? Is it Shakur Sanders?
Yeah.
Is he making the most from the NIL deal?
I thought Caleb Williams got like $10 million this last year.
$10 million.
I thought Saxon was getting a big chunk at St. Mary's.
Out of the Cleveland Guard.
Sponsored by the Canyon Club.
Is Caleb Williams getting $10 million?
I don't know.
Before his first pro check.
Good.
No, I get it, but it's new. I ain't mad.
Hey, I'm just saying. Like, in a way, I respect Saban.
Bear Bryant wouldn't have been able to survive. All those great coaches. Yeah, let's see it beat the portal.
We don't know that. John Wooden might have made it work.
Yeah, people would have dipped out. You know what, old man? I'm out of here.
Well, he wasn't the kind of coach that would make you dip out. Like, I'm just saying, we're going to find out who the great coaches are in college sports over the next 10 years because this is tricky. But I get it. Saban said that NIL contributed to him walking away.
And he didn't like how the team...
like Saban.
I do too, but he said also...
he didn't like how they reacted.
No, when they lost the Rose Bowl, he didn't like... I'm like, well, what were they doing on their phones? Because he didn't like how his players reacted after the loss to the Rose Bowl. So that tells me you wanted to see tears, a spread flipped over, guys going at each other.
Remember when Guru got so mad that after the Niners lost that Super Bowl in 19, they went to a post-Super Bowl party.
Little Wayne was there.
That's sponsored by the NFL.
Well, we found out later.
It was mandatory.
Kobe wouldn't have been there.
Kobe would have been karaokeing.
Please.
Stop.
In Italian.
By the way.
That dude was special.
Let me tell you something. I could talk on this mic all day in this studio with you. Friday night, I went out to a little karaoke bar. I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it. And I sang...
Do losers celebrate? They shouldn't. Just because you can.
If they gave it their all and they left it all on the court or the field, then yes.
Wow.
You have nothing to be ashamed of. Do you have something to do here?
No, just keep doing you.
I just get it. Oh, we got the Too Short.
Dude, he's going to call in one day.
I don't know. Maybe. And the Warriors are going to go 18-4 down the stretch.
You got to go, my brother.
All right, let's see what we got here. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. What's coming up next is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Guys, I got something for you. It's Prize Picks. It's America's #1 fantasy sports app. Apps, Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers, no sharks, no competitive leagues. Listen, all you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the bankroll roll in. You can now win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks with this little, Steiny, is 4 correct picks. You can turn $10 into a rack. That's $1,000 with pro basketball, hockey, college hoops. All entries can be submitted today. Prize Picks is the best way to go to get action on sports in more than 30 states across the country, including Cali, Texas, and Georgia. They even offer injury insurance, shout out Geico, so that entries stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. You got quick withdrawals, easy gameplay, an enormous selection of players and stat types are what make this an awesome experience. Check this out. I got Draymond Green with more than 3.5 assists tonight going up against, I'm telling you, one of the top teams in the NBA. Download the app today and use promo code GURU957 for a first deposit match up to $100. I got your back. That's code GURU957 on Prize Picks for a deposit match up to $100. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Download the Prize Picks app right now. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for more details.
Navien tankless water heaters, the proven leader in condensing.
time you make a reference to a Pennsylvania high school.
Just $1.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Ross.
Speaking of blow the whistle, did you see the viral video of the high school team that made a buzzer beater to go to state and it got over? They didn't count it. I sent it to Dibbs right away. And, of course, he kind of lightweight.
In New Jersey.
Was it New Jersey? Yeah, wow, that's weak.
You know, back in the day, they didn't have replay, and you just took whatever the ref said.
Yeah, well, yeah. I want those times back.
I mean, you want me to get started on when I got fouled playing Reading High my senior year? I got no call. They go down and dunk
Steph Curry. You understand what Steph goes through.
Please.
You hate that. Steiny, it's a thing. It's real.
Yeah, if you think it is, then we all have our own reality.
When we see him, we'll ask him. How about that?
Yeah, Steph's going to say, Steph, I don't get any calls.
My partner says you don't get any calls. You would just that. I owe you Freddie Johnson, so you better be careful.
He would,
because payback is you know what?
If I said, if I'd have to say to Curry, what that is that my?
You think he doesn't get a call? You think he gets the proper amount of calls?
Do I hear music or something?
Yeah, that's your. Just shut it off.
No, I hear music. You guys hear music?
Sound like Benny Hill, yakety sax.
Anyway, by the way, Matt Chapman says that finger injury's behind him, but he still played 140 games last year.
And he got off
580 plate appearances.
Yeah, he also had that finger injury, which was due to a weight room accident at the end of August. So he only played with it for really 1 month.
Well, tell the texter who said, "We know nothing." N-O.
You got to Google it, buddy.
Have you had a weight room accident? That is yikes.
I've never been in a weight room.
Well, yeah, when you played college ball, yeah.
We didn't lift like that.
You didn't have a Celebrini?
Dude, I am so old that I played basketball in college when they thought lifting weights would ruin your shot.
Wow. You're right.
I mean, look what it's done to Curry. I mean, could you imagine if Curry hadn't lifted weights, he'd be shooting 63% from three.
Dude's incredible.
Wait, hold on. You remember when that was one of the conspiracy or theories behind why he wasn't shooting well at the beginning of
that's right.
the 2021-22 season?
I do remember.
That was one of my 9 reasons that I listed to him.
He did, man.
What's he kind of nodded for everything except the ball. Remember I said, because remember they changed the balls at the beginning of that year?
Players hated him.
I was like, the pressure from the thing, he's defending differently.
Mr. Irrelevant on the First NorCal Credit Union chat. Curry listens, Goo. That's why I avoid you, please. He's been on our show too many times.
Got a selfie with him.
No, I got a video too where we talked about the Masters.
His bed.
Now that would give you a 3.
Oh, man, I had a couple things here. Let's see. Did I tell you Boston blew a 22-point lead last night?
Yep.
Who are you rooting for if you're a Warrior fan tonight? The Lakers or the Kings?
I think the Kings are free falling.
I think the Warriors wouldn't mind a Lakers win tonight because they know they got the Lakers 2 more times.
Come on, James.
I'm telling you what, you don't want to see the Kings free fall. Well, that bet's history that we made.
Boy.
You know what I mean? They got it. Like that's a
Mike Brown facing any pressure?
That's a great question.
I'm starting out. I'm in sack.
That's actually a great question.
KC and D-Lo and the callers, 90 day. I'll just say they're on Mike's bumper a little bit.
So the Sacramento Kings last year won 40 Sacramento.
And didn't win a playoff series.
Right. But if you watch the Kings the entire year last year, I don't want to say they got a lot of breaks, but a lot fell into place. Yeah. It just did. They had to me, they had what I call the year before the year.
I was just bringing that up.
Too soon. So they won 48 games last year, but they might have played more like a 42 or 43 win team. So that's why I thought they'd take a step back this year. Now, they haven't officially taken a step back, but it's going to be tough to win more than 48 games. But that's the kind of thing where you can't fire Mike Brown.
Oh, no, I'm not saying
after basically they will have consecutive 48
They need one more. That's a roster prop. They need one more dude. De'Aaron Fox needs one. Well, some days it's Malik Monk. Some days it's not. They need one more dude.
Could it be Keegan Murray in 2 years?
Wasn't Mike Brown just coach of the year?
Yeah.
Last year?
I'll tell you what, you want to have a fun exercise?
That's a death blow.
Look at all the coaches of the year that got fired the following year.
Coach Bud in
Travis
Atlanta.
fired him.
Why you say it with your chest out? That's your boy. But
you better hope Finch you don't win it this year then.
Exactly. Exactly.
He will.
Because when they were going to rebuild, they were tearing the whole thing down in Atlanta. So he said to Mike Budenholzer, what do you say we just part ways so you can get another job? It was mutual.
Wow.
They let Budenholzer go, and he got the Milwaukee job.
Won a title and got fired.
Yeah.
This game is rough, man.
Got to adjust with the times or get out.
Yeah, well, real quick about the Kings. I know we're not Zach. What do you think they're missing? They're missing one more dude. Keegan Murray, Steiny, I don't know if he's got enough dog. He can shoot with the best of them when he's going, but as we seen in the series last year, if he's off, I'm asking you what else. I love his body and size, but they need some more. They need a Draymond Green.
Maybe.
How about that?
I mean, their two best offensive players are very bad on defense. That's always an issue.
Never good, man.
You know, you look at the Lakers, it's like, who's their best two players? LeBron and Anthony Davis. And even if we say, Bron's not very good on defense, what about Anthony Davis? You know, you look at a team like the Nuggets, like Jokic is not a terrible defender. Just his mere size clogs the lane. Yeah. And then they do have a couple good defenders. All right, why not? I'll take Ken, I'll take TK in New York. Why not? What's up, TK?
Yeah. Hey, how are you doing, Steiny Guru?
Hey.
Good. Oh, my gosh. I'm super happy. I'm really a fan of you guys.
Thank you.
Right on, baby.
Since I was in middle school, especially you, Guru. What's up, Guru?
Yeah, what's
all
your...
right.
All right.
Well, I was on the fence there.
Big debut by Kenny. When he will be with us tomorrow.
When he said middle school, I was like, all right.
Yeah,
but then I was like, well, what if he's only in college now? It's not that outside there. What's our run now?
6 years.
Not much.
Longest running show at the station.
You know what we have to do, don't you? We have to come up with a number that, whether it's real or not, like our amount of shows.
Dibs can find that out. He can do what
Nobody can find it out. Those records don't exist anymore, but we could create a number. Say 365 days in a year. You know, I work 300, you work about 250.
Then we could really...
Like, how are we going to calculate on Thursday when you were here and when you weren't?
There's a way, man. Nahegan will let us know.
He has no clue. Matt Nahegan
Your
has
best friend
no
has a clue, please.
He has no clue how many shows we've watched.
But he could tell us where to go. Tim Jordan could get us that info.
I don't want it. It's a death
And the
knell.
Thursday, me missing which I'm just putting that thing to death. That thing is gone.
I know. What's his 3 straight?
But 6 years worth.
You're hotter than the Warriors on the road.
Oh, boy. Actually, 3 over.
By the way,
I want Giannis to play tonight. So if the basketball guy in me, I want to see Giannis play.
Of course.
Yeah. If I'm the Bucks, he ain't touching the court.
I also do realize that if you're a hardcore Warrior fan, you probably don't want him to play. Take the win.
Yeah.
Jump up to 9.
Well, you're assuming the win. They beat the Clippers without him.
You're right.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. What was I going to say? You know, I said something to a buddy outside, just here, Jesse, and I realized I meant it as a compliment, but it came out as an insult. I said, you know what?
Oh.
Here's how you know the boss is pretty good, is he's not here today and doesn't even matter.
I get what you...
But I meant, like, it's not like substitute teachers here and we're running roughshod. We're still doing exactly what we would do.
I get the compliment in
But it makes it sound like, he doesn't do anything.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's not the way I meant it, Coach, at all. I just meant, you know what? He's got the good fortune of managing professionals. And it just makes the job easier.
They love the mic.
Just makes the job easier for
I hate to do this before we get out. Maybe the Kings got a Harrison Barnes problem. Like, he's just not bad. He's not good.
They're not allowed to have a one-guy problem if Wiggins can't be the one guy that's the Warrior problem. All right, what do we got now? We got Willard and Dibbs on the other side. That's exactly what we have. Don't forget, you can download that Odyssey app and catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo. You can watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. And this segment is going to be sponsored by the downtown Los Altos St. Patty's Day Beer Stroll. Oh, you know it.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank...
Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Kuminga, Draymond, Chris Paul II.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7
Don't encourage that.
AJ
Anunoby. That one is now officially been put to rest. AJ Anunoby announced Chris Paul II. Chris Paul II. I got him mixed up with Gary Payton II.
Gary Payton
So you guys I'm going
Willie
first.
Dibs in the house is crossover.
I dropped a Moses Moody the first the other day just to play along with the bit, but
Well, so it was on purpose, not accident.
kind of. You get to be our age, Goo, and you're getting closer. And Mark, Mark is. Oh wait,
I'm
hello?
still hooping though.
No.
Yeah.
Stop.
So you remember yesterday's
hooping.
crossover?
Stop hooping.
Please.
I got a personal text from Steiny. This is my best friend, and he goes, "I'm sorry, it's so personal. I love you." And I thought it was about he got personal with Wiggins, but the text was supposed to read he thought he got personal with me. I said, "No, that's Andrew Wiggins. You got personal with." But you didn't.
No,
and that hurt me. You don't owe me anything.
I guarantee you, Willard will be like, "Yeah, he's right." Meaning me.
When?
At one point, I did say something like, "Well, that's because
I'm the
you
sane
don't
one of the
understand
show."
what I'm saying,
No.
or you don't."
At one point, that 5 days a week.
Not today.
That was my
No, not today.
Well, then you'll rip him on Saturday when he's not around.
But Willard, the days the text will be coming, the apology. Those are the days, not yesterday.
I wanted to know where the ones from the last 10 days were.
Yeah,
I don't know.
not bad.
I mean, the after the fact, everybody go to their corners. Apologies are always fun to me, especially in this business.
I think it's about Wiggins.
It's not. Yeah, it's not that they're not ever necessary. But I don't know, man. Everybody I've ever worked with, there's sort of sometimes it's spoken and sometimes it's not. Yeah. It's just like, dude, it's never personal, right? Ever. It's going to get stupid sometimes.
Right.
And that's.
But I've hit you with 2 over the course of 2+ years where, we've had shows, we've had moments where things have happened and we've gone to a break and you and I have exchanged ideas and, the show has ended and we've reflected and it's been my reflection that has been accurately one where, wow, and I've listened back to it 1 or 2 times.
Oh, I do that. I watched the tape.
And I've had a few of those, and it's like, you know what? This one's going to have to be on me. This was on me. And so, and something about Mark and I, we have a very open, our relationship is probably more tender off the air.
How can you get mad at Willard?
Oh, it's pretty easy.
Are you kidding me?
Tune in 2 to 6.
You got something with me.
Let me tell you something.
You can get mad at Willard, but a couple times I crossed the line and, through my own actions and behavior. And so I reached out and said, hey, ABC. And he said, you know what? Thank you for saying that. We'll get him tomorrow.
Wow.
And,
there's nothing more liberating than an apology.
No, I get
if you mean it.
I told that story, I think it was just last week.
Yeah.
Of a buddy of mine who punched me in the face.
Oh, boy.
It sure wasn't fast. One of our other buddies in high school texted me that night. He goes, you can tell that story 1,000 times and I'll listen every time. It cracks me up. But that's because he knew both of us. But yeah, man, actually what I love about this, do it today. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you drive away and an hour later, a little hot.
But that was nothing yesterday.
Brad waited about 8 years, texted me.
Right.
He's like, yeah, that was probably stupid, but, whatever. Don't let that stuff
I told Steiny we're the longest running show at the station, and he goes, how many shows do you think we've done? I said Dibs or Nahegan can help us find out how many it's been.
Yeah.
But we did an exercise last week, and we said our biggest fights, if somebody could just... And the YouTube chat reminded me of stuff
I don't like to do that.
3 years ago.
I don't like to do
when
this.
I said, you guys are incredible.
Yeah, I don't like to do this.
But there was a few of them did.
Yesterday's on the phone.
Yesterday, I don't like to talk about
that. That was a 1.2 on the Richter scale.
That might be also receiving votes, but
I love that listeners have a spot track of the whole thing.
It was incredible.
Back in,
to me, the one I don't mind talking about because it was just so funny when you think about it was Guru and me disagreeing and getting so PO'd about Stephen A. Smith charging for his basketball camp.
Oh my God, that was a crazy one.
Now that one I forgot, but
That was a crazy one.
We both really didn't know a lot about it, and I find myself saying, I'm sure he gives scholarships to some of the underprivileged kids.
That's when I flew, like, doing Stephen A. math. Oh, boy.
That is one of the more nonsensical ones.
We're not curing cancer.
Can I bring up Bob Melvin? Can I bring up Bob Melvin?
Of course you can.
Because I love Bo Mel.
I was going to say, I'd like you to call him Bo Mel. He's ours again.
So I read a article in the Chronicle, and he has a mandate about everybody standing for the national anthem. And he said, and I read it, it wasn't political, but I got to tell you guys, it just didn't sit well with me in our climate that we're in now. You might be taking on what you're trying to avoid by making it. I just went Jerry Jones when he said, everything was going on with the kneeling situation. If you're a Cowboy wearing the star, you're going to kneel. And I was like, man, Jerry, that don't sound right.
Or you're going to stand, he was saying.
Or you're going to stand.
Yeah.
But
that just a different story.
And again, I'm not coming at Bo Mel, but it was kind of odd that he said, I want to show the other teams we're united. But I'm like, what if some guys are like, oh, damn, Willard, I can't believe, they're doing it, but you're really not bonding. Like, I just thought it was odd. I don't know. I just wanted you guys to
It's not that it didn't catch my eye. It catches my eye for maybe and I think maybe this is where you're at, or maybe not. I don't know. Like this, just me now. If I were leading a group like that in sport, I wouldn't mandate one of the like I wouldn't go there anymore. Gosh. Because this is such a well-traveled topic. And what I've found, everyone is so dug in on, and it's very clear. You're on one side or the other.
Okay.
You're on one, and everyone is so dug in to the point where they can't really even try to understand what the other side. So to try to unite that, and I don't know, maybe this is not a very eloquent answer. No, but it just feels like you're bringing up something that's like 4 years bygone. I don't think that this is something that really galvanizes everybody anymore. I don't think it's going to show that you're a united front.
Well, it just actually galvanized a women's softball game recently where, and I want to get the team right, I think it might have been Stanford where they're on the road and they had 3 or 4 players kneeling and they were getting jeered by the road crowd and like over the anthem, like stand up and like openly getting lambasted for kneeling during the anthem. And I think it's Stanford. I could be wrong, and I'll double check here in a moment. But if I'm Bo Mel and I've got players who maybe don't want to stand, I would say to them, you can kneel if you want, or you can just don't come out. And if either one, it's your choice. I would not mandate that my players have to do something that they're not comfortable doing.
I wouldn't say anything to anybody. I was like, do you?
Steiny had an ingredient of Mark Jackson in the church, which he didn't say you had to go, but players felt like if I go, if I want to, you know what I mean? Like, why? And today, why are you making it a mandate? Because it's a big deal. Yeah, and you're saying it's kind of not.
I feel kind of like Mark. It's like, well, this is a dated topic, and I get it. It could come front and center at any point.
Of course, like you can make it a
Cal
topic
softball,
again.
not Stanford. I apologize. Cal in at Louisiana Lafayette.
I was literally saying, were they visiting the state of Louisiana?
Correct.
That was
and
in
this
my
was
mind.
February 12th, and you could see the video. And you hear fans stand up for the anthem, and all the rest of it. And you had like 3 players kneeling, and then you had another couple players go over and kneel with them, and then pretty soon the whole team is like rallied around the kneelers, and they're like hugging them and protecting them, and the whole anthem was marred by these fans, and it was more than just 1 or 2.
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
It was 40 or 50 fans saying, "Oh, you need to stand up for America."
We're none of us are going to be alive 75 years from now. But here's one thing.
Watch your mouth.
Well, I can tell you already.
You got the best chance.
75 years from now, I can already promise you something. Berkeley and Louisiana ain't going to see eye to eye. They're never that's just.
Well, they're going to be different countries by then.
Maybe. I don't know. What struck me, Goo, was that was a priority.
That's
what struck me, man. I don't really have much of a reaction at this point anymore. Don't, otherwise. But like, okay, season's about to start, and here's
I'm trying to make an
here's something
impression.
that's on my top 10 list of
It's
issues.
just
I'll be
risky or
like,
tricky.
Really?
Like, yeah,
You made
no
that one of your
doubt.
top
Yeah.
10 issues?
Yeah. No doubt.
All right.
You know what I thought, and doesn't mean anything, but he went to Cal. Bob Melvin's a Cal guy.
Right.
Just a little interesting.
Pretty liberal.
Yeah, you would think. The school sure is.
For sure.
Yeah, he went there.
Because Kapler actually kneeled.
I get it. It's not like Cal's
I'm
never
just
turned
saying,
out a Republican or a conservative.
Cap won a lot
but-
of people
Right.
over what he did. I'm just saying.
Right.
Yeah.
And honestly, for me, the idea of let's play the national anthem before the game
Talk
is
to me,
such
man.
a dated modality anyway. And we're in a game now where we have a pitch clock and our bases are so big now that it's no longer 90 feet between bases and you can't knock the catcher over. And there are new rules about like guarding and blocking the base at second and third on tag plays. So if everything else is going to change, can we change this?
I'll
this
never
tradition?
understand.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I get it.
That's fair. I also, I think it's fair when people are like, you're screaming at what players or coaches are doing down on the field, but you have no problem going to pee in the middle of the anthem. You're like, I'm gonna go get a beer.
Talking to your neighbor.
It's just like, so I don't know. The whole thing being uniform it isn't now, and it never will be. And so I think everybody's gone blue in the face, and it's just like that. It's going to be what it's going to be. So that's all. And again, that's not to just sort of like flick it aside, but it surprised me that was a priority.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Andrew Wiggins back tonight, Milwaukee in town. Giannis looks like he's going to be a game-time decision. I was a little surprised to find out he has not missed back-to-back games this year because of injury. So he's only missed one game at a time. We'll see. Here's what we kind of threw out there today. You brought this up yesterday with, it's time to cut that rotation down a little bit. Well, now they have everybody available for the first time since late November. I'm saying tonight, you only got 9 guys you can use.
We did this.
Who are you using? I already know what he did. I went through the whole roster. I missed it. He's cutting Looney and Sharich. They're off the team.
And so TJD.
He did
all 3.
Yeah.
They got one bigger option.
You tell me who you're going to cut then if you want a quote-unquote big. And Mark made a good point, and we looked at the game log. Kavon's getting 10 minutes.
Okay.
He's getting 5 here and 5 later. So if you want to count him in, if you count him in your 9, well, now you're playing 8 because Kavon's only playing 10 minutes.
Right. Obviously, we got the starters, and we got Clay, Chris Paul, and
longest running show.
Pods is starting, so he's part of that top 7, I'm assuming.
Moody.
The one thing about...
Steve said Moody's in.
Right.
So there's your 8.
To me,
that's
Moody,
what's interesting.
Can you have Moody and Gary Payton
I
in
said
the rotation?
no, and I would take Gary, and I love Moody, but Gary Payton would be before Moody.
You can, but I think the whole thing
Matchups.
you're just opened up to the same thing that they've been dealing with all year. Whoever ends up on the bench, the fan base can yell about that person the next day. The Golden State Warriors have a roster-wide backup quarterback dynamic issue, which is that the fan base is all turned up about whoever's not playing. And Steve is stuck in this spot of predicting who's going to play well. And if somebody doesn't play well, apparently you're supposed to yank them in 2.5 minutes and go to the other guy, which is not a good way to coach. So I don't know what the answer is, but I do think the rotation needs to be shortened, and therefore there's going to be people who are quote-unquote unfairly put on the bench. I would not be surprised if we're only a few games away from Moses Moody being back on the bench again and out of the rotation.
It's possible.
Gary Payton the second, Steiner. You had Moody before him. That just shocked me.
Me too.
In the playoffs, where you're going to have to see Luka and Kyrie. I mean, that's
he
Gary's.
Can guard those guys.
There's no doubt.
He can guard them.
And his hands are great.
His hands are great.
Hamstring.
Well, that'll give you 2.
Yeah. He can guard 1 through 4, and Moses Moody's a good defender, but he's not as good as GP2.
But and you know what? And that's fair. If you think GP2's got to play over Moody. To me, that's why he put Moody in for Wiggins, because that was a way to get Moody. He didn't have to mess with GP2. Hey, GP2, you're going to start. He can move Moody from the 10th man into the starting lineup, We're going to give you Wiggins minutes, and we can keep Gary Payton II where he's at. Like, that's why in a weird way, I get why is Moody either in or out? Well, that's why, because if you want him in all the time, then it's probably going to cost you Gary Payton II consistently.
Yeah, he's been bringing up, Steve has brought up, how many times has he brought up with us this year math?
Oh, every time.
Like 5 times. Math.
And how many times has he talked about what a pro Moses Moody is? Every time.
I do think there's something to, he's such a pro. What does that mean? He's the easiest guy to screw over.
Well, it's the same thing with Kevon Looney.
No doubt.
Right.
Absolutely.
No doubt.
And everybody knows that you do this with your kids, too. Like, whichever one is going to have the tantrum, right? They're all fighting, and you're like, okay, which one's going to lose it?
Oh, boy.
So you tend to take their side. So, yeah, there might be something to this. Look what happened to Kuminga. He's like, okay, I'll be good. Yeah. I'm going to Shams.
Yeah. No doubt.
Played 27 minutes at least every night since.
Yep.
So, I don't know, man. Like, I sort of relate to this. Like, sometimes, and maybe Moses Moody is getting closer to this, he might not be good enough yet, but you also have to set boundaries with the people around you. Jonathan finally set them, and that's worked out well for him. Maybe we're about to get there with Moody. I don't think we ever will with Looney.
Well, Moody doesn't have that same leverage, though, and neither does Kevon. And Kevon's never tried to flex. You've never heard Kevon say one word about playing time or role or usage.
It's not in his DNA.
No, it's not.
No doubt.
And Moses can't go and, throw that same sort of a fit like Kuminga could, because Kuminga, if it got bad, he could demand to be traded, and then 28 teams would line up to try to get him. I don't think Moses has that same leverage.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this about Kevon Looney. You just got me thinking about it with Coach Kerr. Dibs, you're right. He's playing 10 minutes or 9 minutes, but for me on my computer, there's no way in heck I say, okay, that's a prelude to what's going to happen come playoff time. I could see Looney getting 17 to 18 minutes game one of the playoffs, because you look at the West, they need size.
Right,
and we've yet to see, even if we think Moody's kind of taking a step back, we've yet to see him get blamed for playoff failure. They lost to the Lakers. Not that Moody was Moses Malone, but they lost to the Lakers because collectively they could not shoot. So I'm expecting more of a run for Looney when the going gets tough and you got those trees out there. He's going to get that. Like,
at least to give up his fouls. Give me 4 or 5 fouls if that's what it comes to. I think you're right about that, but we talk about a 9-man rotation tonight, and if you want to add Kevon into that, it's really a 10-man rotation. I didn't have him on mine either, but Mark and I talked yesterday, and I looked at Kevon's game log, and if you look at his last, 50 games, it's 8, 10, 12, 10, 12, 12, 14, 12, 10, 8, 8, 10, 8, 10, 10.
But
so he's getting his 10.
And I think that it's kind of a good point. I mean, just the mere fact that we said Payton or Moody, and I was like, you know what? I could see Moody. I could see Payton. Yeah. That's kind of their inherent problem. Is they've got Steph Curry, Steph Curry, and then nobody else has distinguished themselves.
It's by committee.
Kuminga. Kuminga. He's obviously,
but it is their issue at the top end well as the bottom.
Exactly.
End, which is and we've asked this for a few days in a row. Who's the two? It's a rotating answer.
And every other team in the West, we can say who the two is, good or bad.
Don't give me the
3 or 4.
Right. Wow. And don't give me the old, that's a good problem to have. Right. No, it's not. Not in this case.
I mean, I think it's got to be Kuminga right now.
The Warriors lack definition. And that is very, very hard to coach, which is why I sound sometimes like I'm.
What do you expect her to do?
What do you do? Everyone's like, you're supposed
hot shot?
Yeah. You're supposed to be some sort of a psychic or something. And know that Clay's shot's going to go in tonight. No, Clay's shot's not going to go in tonight.
If it is, you'll finish tonight.
And then if you miss 2 in a row, it's like, what, you're supposed to yank him out of the game? Yeah. Like, how's the locker room going to treat that? So I don't know what the answer is, but they better get to it pretty quick.
And they're only one game over at home. I know we talked about it yesterday. You got to fix that, man. We're the only one to play a game at home. I'm telling Stoney, are we so sure?
Well, and I tweeted it earlier today what they've done over the course of the last 6 weeks, and they've been remarkable. And you look at where they've gone from where they were on January 29th, they were the 12 seed, and they've gone 14-4 over
13-4.
13-4, Steiny, and you've gone from 12 to 10, and you've picked up like 3 games between 1 and 5 games on the teams you're competing against, and you're still the 10. So
It's not baseball.
if you think about the next 22 and you want to get from here to the 6, you probably need to go 15-7.
Oh, at
minimum.
least. Well,
Yes, coach.
I don't think that gets you.
Mark,
there.
ask Goo what
he went through game by game. You might not have heard
The
that
last
segment.
22, you guys were out there.
Did you play?
Goo had him at 19-3.
19
Did you
and
play
three.
win-loss and you came up with 19?
But
Did you have him at 19-3?
Yeah, 19-3.
Oh, I was just kidding.
Slater had him at 16 and 6.
Accuracy is 18-4.
Okay,
Well,
18
Slater,
and 4.
I think Slater was answering a question.
Oh,
though.
okay.
He said, "What do they need?"
What
Who
he
was?
Kinda,
Slater with the Morning Rose. He got to 16.
Thank you,
So,
Slater.
Yeah,
I still need a little Kapler every now
I
and
kind of
then.
ran through it, Willa, but 19, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Led Zeppelin trampled underfoot.
I would kneel for the anthem.
It starts
anyway.
tonight.
Still a 4.
Well, here I tell you what, I'm gonna move to your side of the room a little bit about last Sunday.
Oh,
Okay.
boy.
If
I lost it. I don't know what happened.
If it looks
Okay. Oh, yeah, no
if
doubt.
it looks like that again tonight,
If they lose by 51
That
tonight,
can't happen again.
or
Yeah.
even 30 plus,
what if they lose by like 16?
We're good.
I got to see.
No, it's a bad. If
I got to see how.
132, 116.
if
No,
you
but
lose with
I'm
no
not a-
Giannis, then we got. Hey,
Well,
what's going
you
on?
heard what Steve said a week and a half ago. He hates it when the best player of the other
That's
team is
wild.
out because you can't prepare for it the same. And he goes, and some bench guy comes in with his butt on
And
fire.
they almost beat
G.G.
Milwaukee
Jackson.
in Milwaukee without Giannis. Remember
Exactly.
that? Oh, and
So
no Curry.
I think
Giannis played. I'm sorry.
There are two dynamics, and we've brought both of them up recently. This team has got to start being a more dynamic team at home, and this team has not beat good teams. And
It's incredible,
tonight
man.
you're getting a team that is starting a roadie. They put a lot of energy into winning on Monday, coming from behind.
And they've been playing better since the break.
They've
Milwaukee.
won 6 in a row. Giannis is a maybe. Middleton is a no. And
whoa.
Dame's having his homecoming.
He don't play good at home.
At minimum.
Now, but Dame is fueled off of
Yeah.
going to the Oak Tech Ohio game last
Shout
night.
out. I gave him love. They're
Oakland
going
Tech
to
with the win.
State.
Dame in the building. Dame comes in, and I would go over 30 for Dame.
Would you
And
really?
I'll be
Shout out
betting it.
Prize
Bobby
Picks.
I'll
Porter's
be
coming
betting
in
it,
hot
yeah.
That's
too.
fine. That's fine.
Bobby
Over
Porter.
under on a fight tonight, 0.5.
Yeah.
With Bobby Porter.
Well,
Stay
Dre
out,
can't
Draymond.
fight, so Dre, yeah.
No,
We
but
hope.
there's no must win or anything like that. But I would say that tonight is a very important game for the Warriors to look very different than they did on Sunday.
That's just one, man.
They've got like this house.
You mean they need to show up?
And the
this has
line was
to-
only 3. Warriors
this
minus
has to
3.
be at least
Tonight?
a
Yes.
competitive game.
You got to beat him if Giannis doesn't play.
There's
you
no
just gotta beat
doubt.
him. Well, I
After
don't care
getting
how.
lambasted.
I'll take no style, but just beat. No Giannis.
Well,
you got to
see,
beat him.
When you're waiting for the answer on whether someone's going to play or not, that's the first place I go.
The line.
What do you think that's telling you that the Warriors are minus 3?
He's playing.
You think he's playing?
No, he's
Why-
not
why
playing
was it
if
so
they're favored
low?
by 3.
This morning it was minus 3. Done. Why? If it's more likely he won't play, you would think that would go to 5 or 6.
Why would you think the Warriors would be favored over the Bucks
If he
Giannis
played,
is
yeah.
playing?
No.
Why would you think they're favored at all? I think that's what Dibbs is saying.
Yeah, if Giannis is playing, it's Warriors minus 1, or maybe it's it's a pick 'em and flick 'em.
Yeah,
It's kind of what I would.
or
I would-
Bucks minus 1
So
or
that
2.
minus 3 where I'm
The
like,
Bucks.
oh, this is easy. But you know.
Right, but I wonder what an NBA player equates to, because you have talked to your odds maker friend who came on our show, and he was fantastic. And
Giannis has to be at the highest.
Patrick Mahomes, though, in football is worth, I
Oh,
think,
my
6 or
God.
6.5.
Oh.
He's the highest line-moving player
Giannis
in
should
football.
be up there with Curry.
But I wonder about the association if a player actually moves the line that much.
Well, I think it is different when you have a team like
Call
the Bucks.
Johnny.
Well, the Bucks have another player who has been and can act as an NBA 1.
Good call.
So I think it's teams that don't even
But
have
no Middleton. He's already out.
I know, but like I look at the biggest line movers might be like a Jokic, a Luka,
Steph.
Shout out the Suns.
Yeah.
Big win last night in Denver.
Huge,
OT.
yeah.
I wonder if Steph's a bigger line mover now that they're not as good as if he would have sat when they had
Probably less
all the
so.
big boys.
Well, maybe more so, like what Mark is saying about having only one.
Right.
And we're going to get into this, like, who's your 2, and
Yeah.
it's a Giants
That's
conversation,
incredible,
and
man.
it's also a little bit of a Niners conversation. Not as pertinent because they have a multitude of 2s, but Giants, who's your pitching 2, and Warriors, who's your 2, and can you win without a 2?
Yeah.
All right, gents. Well, tonight
Warriors are up to 3.5.
Okay.
3.5.
Somebody's got some info about an Achilles.
And I like to see Giannis just as a fan. I want to see.
Of course, yeah. My son was disappointed on the way to school today when I told him that he was questionable. I started with Giannis.
Wait till you take your class.
You're going to see Wemby.
Wait till you take your class to see the Spurs and Wemby sits.
Come on. We went to story time today at the library. I know the bag's on the shoulder, so we're up against
2 minute
it. But it's like maybe 30 kids under 2, and this little toddler girl comes in rocking a green 34 Bucks jersey. She's ready.
Nice.
She had her Antetokounmpo. She was rocking it hard.
I hope you handled that appropriately.
The diaper hanging out.
That's a T.
I said, you going to lose tonight, toddler.
Sit down. We got green eggs and ham on 95.7.
Toddler
The Game.
Talk with Dan Dibley.
You're trying to get me in a bad mood, and you can't do it today. I'm in a great mood.
No, well, there's a hot dog party outside. How can you not be happy?
And I had a nice little late lunch, and the baby and I had fun at the library. Library. Because it's story time on a Wednesday. It's a good morning, Mark. I come in bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
You know better than anyone I know how to not make someone else jealous.
Mark, I spent all morning. I spent all morning.
Great morning. I went to a library with a kid.
I changed 3 diapers.
God,
dude, it was French toast day.
Boy, you know how to make a
she
guy.
She only threw half her breakfast on the floor.
Yeah, I'm like fighting with high schoolers to get them to school.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? I think I'll keep it.
That's on you.
It's way better.
I would not trade a 1.5-year-old for 2 teenagers. You couldn't.
Oh,
you'd have to offer me like future draft compensation and a player to be named later.
Yeah, I know. But
the amount of attitude from the baby is next to nothing.
Well, remember, dealing with a high school in the morning means you're dealing with no one at all. It's just a closed door in a dark room. Exactly. It's not like there's anything you have to do.
And the inevitable sulk and the deep sigh. God.
Well, that's the voice I'm going to use if the Warriors are not at least competitive tonight, because there's a couple characteristics that are, at this point in the year, I don't know if I want to call them head-scratching, frustrating, maybe a little bit of all of that. Here comes another good team. The Warriors don't beat good teams. The Warriors have a better road record than home record. God, by quick aside, if you want to think of all the little Bay Area sports factoids that you could have thrown at me last summer, and said, what would you say
Mark,
if this were true? I'd punch you in the face if you had told me that in March the Warriors had a better road record than a home record. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Well, you probably would have countered with, what are they, 16-50?
Right.
And they happen to be like 8-22 on the road and 8-21 at home.
So they got to fix this stuff, man. They got to fix this stuff right away. And I do think these are two very different. Like, you talk a lot about a schedule loss, and I wonder if everybody even kind of has the feeling and vibe of what that is. And I think 2 things about Sunday. One, it was a schedule loss, and then the size of the loss was a different story that was based on circumstances, the way they kind of went about it, their fatigue, the fact that they pulled everybody, whatever. So that becomes a big whatever. But I'm going to change my tune about last Sunday if they go out there and get dominated again. You know, like, even if they play tonight, if you get a result like you did against Denver a week and a half ago, I find that to be a concern. This is a game. I'm not going to say the Warriors should win, but at minimum, this has got to be, what's the stat? Clutch stat? Is this a clutch game?
Right.
This better be. You better be within 5 with 5 minutes to go, or I'm going to sound an alarm and something's wrong. Something's wrong. I watched the Lakers the other night absolutely take apart the Oklahoma City Thunder. Them old 39-year-old Lakers were looking at all the little 23-year-old Thunder and running up and down the floor like it was the seniors versus the freshmen. And I'm like, how come the Warriors have never had a game like that? And by the way, when I said that yesterday, a line of people were like, they beat Boston, you dummy. That was in overtime. I'm not talking about have they won a good game.
Right.
I'm talking about have they totally outclassed a good team on a given night because you've got home court or the other team is missing its star, right? They played the Clippers without Kawhi a few weeks ago. Looked like they were going to outclass them. Then they coughed up the game. They've done this a bunch. And I'm not going to call this a measuring stick or anything like that. Not sending any messages. I just think that it's March. It's March, and it's a game where you're at home and they're starting a road trip. They put out a bunch of energy 2 nights ago, and they're down at least a man and maybe two. And you are at full strength for the first time since 2002 or something like that.
Right.
This has to be a performance tonight. You cannot go out there and get outclassed. If you do, something's wrong. And I will be here tomorrow morning to call you the Dallas Cowboys of the NBA.
Well, and I'm looking back at their schedule, and I'm going backward, and I'm trying to find when the last quality win was in terms of what you're talking about. You beat Toronto, whatever. You beat New York. They were compromised. You beat Washington. They're not good. You beat Charlotte. You beat the Lakers. They didn't have LeBron. You beat Utah. They stink. You beat them twice. You go back to February 10th. You beat the Phoenix Suns at home. They had KD. They had Booker. They had Beal. That's a nice win. That's a nice home win. Yep. That's probably the last time you won a game that was a quality win, and it took
a Curry-gasm.
It did.
It took a miracle.
But a win.
Yes.
It's a win.
It's a win.
But that, if you go backward, that's the last victory. You beat Indiana on the road. You beat the Sixers twice. They didn't have Embiid. You beat Memphis. They've had nobody. You beat Chicago all the way back in January. They're not very good. You beat Detroit. You beat Orlando. You beat Portland. You beat Washington. You beat Boston in December in overtime.
Overtime.
You've got a win over Phoenix, a Curry-gasm, and you've got a win against Boston at home in overtime.
Yeah.
And I'm going back to mid-December.
You're going back to mid-December. It's a completely different team.
It's playing right into your point as far as like those wins, and you look at the Laker win over OKC, they were on the second half of a back-to-back. They played at Phoenix.
Exactly.
And you lost. I mean, you beat Phoenix by 8. You exerted. You had to dig deep. You beat Phoenix. You go to LA the next night, and you lose by 12. That's kind of a scheduled loss.
I don't want to hear any more about the scheduled losses. I'm looking for the scheduled wins.
Well, they don't have them, Mark.
Where are they?
They don't have them.
Where are they? And I don't want to hear
scheduled wins against actually good teams.
That's what I mean, right? Like I don't want to hear about they beat the Pacers on the road. The Pacers. Listen, here's what I can't do.
Good little team.
I'm never going to put it down to one night. I don't watch sports that way. I don't make huge narratives based on just last night. So it's not only about tonight, but if half of you, even half of you, and it feels like more, believe that the Warriors are capable of something in April and May, something, not a championship, but just something, capable of dancing with the big boys, then at some point, this is the NBA, and you are that team, and you've got great players. In your home gym, you should be able to dominate a good team. It hasn't happened all year. You just went to December. Keep going. Is there any? Go back to the beginning.
Oh, boy.
Have they dominated a top 6 team in their building all year long?
Going back, they beat Portland and Brooklyn.
Great.
They beat Portland. They beat the Clippers on November 30th, Mark. 120 to 114.
Okay, that's by 6.
Kawhi and Paul both played.
Yep.
Russell off the bench.
Yep.
I don't believe that they had the beard yet, but it's a nice home win.
Ish, yeah.
Clippers. They beat San Antonio and Houston.
Okay. I'm talking about outclassing somebody.
They beat the Adorables November 1st, Mark.
By how many?
102-101.
Right. Was that the Klay Thompson buzzer beater?
It might have been, yeah.
That's right.
And then they lost to Phoenix in the opener.
When are you going to play a good team and look better?
At home.
At home. Look like you're like, dude, you're not beating us tonight. Stop.
0-1, 1-1, 1-2, 1-3, 1-4, 1-5, 1-6 at home. 2-6, you beat Houston. 3-6, you beat San Antonio. 4-6, you beat the Clippers. That's a nice win.
It's a nice win.
5-6, you beat Portland by 4. 6-6, you beat Brooklyn by 4. You're hot. You beat Boston in overtime. That's a good win.
Yeah.
No matter how you slice it. 7-6, you beat Washington. 8-6, you beat Portland. You're 9-6 at home. You're cooking with gas. Lost to Miami. I was there, sitting next to FP. Brought my wife. He stunk. Lost to Dallas 9-8. Beat Orlando 10-8. Lost to Denver 10-9. Beat the Pistons by 4. Hello.
That was big.
11-9.
By the way, I
lost
just
to Toronto and New Orleans back to back. You're 11-11 at home.
I just scrolled. You're never gonna find it because it doesn't exist. Philly was here.
You beat a gutsy Atlanta team by 22.
Philly was here. Embiid left.
Yeah.
The Lakers were here. LeBron didn't play.
Dude, I'm going through all of it. The win over Phoenix with the Curry-gasm and the OT win over Boston.
Right. Great,
end of list.
Great wins, but like...
End of list.
But like by the hair on your chinny chin.
I got some long
Not
hair
yours.
now.
You got plenty.
I'm due to shave.
Right? That's...
No, you're right.
Tonight, this is the one. And it's not all about this, but the scenario, the situation, this calls for it. When are you going to actually make your fan base not sound silly? That's what I'm waiting for. And I'm not making fun of our listeners because I sound the exact same. But we are all running around right now with hope and a bag of chips. And it's like at a certain point, as the months go by, something in the realm of reality is going to have to buoy this run. It cannot just be history, names on the backs of jerseys, memories of confetti on market.
And wins over bad teams.
We can't do that. If you fancy yourself a good team, show the other good team. And the scenario is there tonight. I'm very interested. I think this is a different level regular season game. This is a different one. You are coming off an embarrassing loss.
Yeah.
You are back to your home building.
You got rest.
The calendar is flipped to March.
You're healthy.
You're still in the 10 seed. Oh, we're going to come up because you're still there. Yeah. I loved your tweet earlier. The Warriors have played their butts off. 17 games, they won 13 of them. And they have trimmed a 6-game deficit to 3 and simply moved from the 12 to the 10.
Right.
Making up ground in the NBA is flipping impossible. So you can't do, but we're playing Chicago tomorrow. No. I think tonight's a monster.
It is. It is. And you've got 10 home games left. And you've got Milwaukee. You've got Dallas, and you've got New Orleans in terms of the biggest games left. Yeah, New York is good. And if you want to play Indiana, 5, that would be the top 5 games remaining at home. But it's really tonight, Milwaukee. You've got Dallas coming up April 2nd, and you've got New Orleans in the second to last game of the year. Those are the last 3 really monster home games. The rest are mostly cupcakes. You've got Memphis, a couple of San Antonios, 2 Utahs and a Portland. I mean, if those aren't wins, then what are we even doing here?
By the way, Giannis participated in shoot-around earlier today.
Okay.
And looked smiley.
All right.
As he took jump shots.
No grimaces?
No grimaces.
All right. He's playing.
But he remains questionable.
We'll check the line here as we go.
You know what today is? Warrior Wednesday.
Love it.
Brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. We'd love to take your calls. Why don't I throw this question out there? I'd love to hear your answer to this, Dibs. Why don't they beat good teams? Let's talk it out. Let's get into the characteristics of this team that we think have prevented that so far. Why don't the Warriors beat good teams? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. Tim Kirkjian's going to stop by today. Glad you're with us. It's Willard and Dips.
Is this house a good price compared to others?
95.7 The Game.
I know I'm not supposed to like refer to the music. This song always puts a weird. This was like, you know how TikTok messes up songs?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this. Like, depending on, do you have kids? Are you on TikTok? I'm not on TikTok.
My daughter's not on TikTok.
Not yet. Not yet. But my son used to do that. Your camera's all wackadoodle, by the way.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
The YouTube audience likes that.
I only see the crown of your head, and it's very disturbing.
Oh, I want to see it now.
Please get to YouTube very quickly.
Now I got to see it.
The crown of Dilb's helmet.
It's not a forehead.
And Tony,
it's like a 12 head.
And Tony Kornheiser in the background with his 5 head.
Oh, yeah, Tony.
Yeah.
Although if I'm Tony, you got to cut whatever's working on the side. Just go straight chrome. And I know it's his go-to.
I'm with you.
But
no, I'm with you. I don't know what that does for guys. If you're one of those guys,
look at Michael Wilbon.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
It's clean.
So fresh and so clean.
Like, I get the comb over. You're trying to hang in there. But when you've got nothing to comb over and you just got the ring.
Right.
What like the genuine question, what's that doing for you?
Right. It's the ring. And I would love to like grow it out for 3 months to show you what I'm working with. Show you what I'm working with. It's Patches O'Houlihan. Because I've got there are some areas on my head. It's like, yeah, Dibber. And then there's some vast wasteland.
A teenage wasteland. Yeah, absolutely. All right.
Whatever. I'm getting laughed at by the engineers in the hallway. I hate that.
As you should.
Whatever.
No, they're mad.
Anyway.
No, they're mad because they just saw me eat a turkey
You were saying
burger.
something about TikTok and The Weeknd.
No, not really. It doesn't matter. No,
I'll just say this.
That song was really like, the kids have like specific dances that go with specific songs because some influencer somewhere did something and brushed her hair a certain way or whatever the hell they all do. And that song, when its origins, it had like a specific dance on YouTube, and they taught it to my littlest one when he was really little.
Yeah.
And so I have a video somewhere of him trying to do the dance to that song, and it's very, very funny. And so that pops into my head every time I hear that riff. That's all I was going to say.
Okay.
Yeah. Not a great story. Just
it's a good story.
No, it's just whatever. It's just
that song.
That's where my head goes.
And that song and that artist reminds me of the pandemic because he was the pandemic Super Bowl halftime artist. And I thought it was a great show.
And that's kind of when TikTok really got going.
In like 21.
During the pandemic.
Right. That was 2021 when he performed.
TikTok had great timing. Kids were sitting in their room for 18 hours a day. And they're like, I think I'm going to dance. And poof, TikTok was born.
Yeah. I thought I thought his performance was awesome.
Yeah, it was great.
Especially considering where we all were at the time. And, people thought it was weird and he got panned, but whatever. I thought it was great.
Ladies and gentlemen. Anyway.
Yeah, we're not quite there yet. Let's go. Let's go. You get me excited.
Wednesday.
That's a Grandy special.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Grandy.
Why do you think the Warriors' record, and Luke wants me to say it's 13-25 against teams with a winning record.
Okay.
But I'd take it way further than that because sometimes teams have a winning record and they're like, we're 31-30. No.
Well, and I always wonder about that stat. Like, if you're 13-25 against teams with a winning record, is that teams that have a winning record now?
When you play them?
Or teams that had a winning record when you played them?
It's a great question, Dibs.
Thank you. And I know
It's a great question.
I don't get credit for it. That stat, nobody can ever answer it because we just give that stat. And the real answer is that stat is measured based on where the teams are now.
That's a really good question.
So it could change. That record could change without you even playing.
Of course.
Okay. Is that right, Luke and Grandy? Is that record, is that based on the records of the teams now? Or
Sounds right.
Yeah, you don't know.
No, it is.
No, I believe you. I'm less interested. Like, that's interesting, but I'm more interested in this. When we do what we just did and we scroll the schedule.
Right.
Every time that they beat a top level opponent, like a really good team, that team was either missing its top player or two, or the Warriors won by 1/1000th of a point.
Tough to do, but yeah.
But they did it. Right? I mean, I guess, we
just played this game.
Oklahoma City. You beat them once by 2 with a funny court. The Clippers by 6. Boston, overtime. On and on. Phoenix, miracle shot. What's your answer to that question? Why is their record so bad against those teams? Now,
to me, it's a very simple answer.
I figured it might be. I think it's more intricate than what you're about to say, but go ahead and say it.
I'm going to give you the simple answer, and then I'm open to a more elaborate discussion because we're doing 4 hours, and I like to talk to you about the nuance of topics, especially this one. But the short answer is they're not that good. They're not as good as the good teams. And that is maybe too simplistic, but when you look at the record against the top 4 in the West, and I think they are 2-12 against those 4 teams, OKC, Minnesota, and the Clippers, and who am I forgetting? Among the top 4 in the
Denver.
West. Thank you, Denver.
The champs.
Only the champs.
Forgetting the champs.
These are the teams that have dominated you. So if I look at just those 4 teams, you're not as good as those 4 teams. So that skews this conversation dramatically because those 4 teams are 4 of the 5 or maybe 6 best teams in the association.
Yes and no. But what gets left out of that conversation is the normal ebb and flow of the NBA. And there are circumstances in play constantly. And if I bet I can do this now. If I go to the schedule of any one of those top teams that you're bringing up, I'm going to show you some double-digit losses to stupid teams. Like, what the hell were you doing? I'm in Milwaukee's right now. Milwaukee boasts just this year a 17-point loss to the Hawks, a 19-point loss to the Toronto Raptors. Let me keep going. They've got there's a 16-point loss to the Utah Jazz. Hell, they lost by 40 to the Cavs. At least the Cavs are good.
Yep.
They lost by 3 to the Blazers.
Bulls got wins.
They lost to the Blazers. This team lost to the Miami Heat by 26. They lost to the Memphis Grizzlies just 2 weeks ago. So when you say, well, the Warriors haven't done that because they're just not that good, but not that good teams still have a cup of coffee and do that themselves.
Well, the Warriors have some of those wins.
No, they don't.
The Warriors beat Boston in overtime.
The
Warriors beat Oklahoma City by 2.
But these are
wins.
They're wins.
They count.
But Milwaukee lost to the Hawks by 17. They lost to Utah by 16. These are crap teams. The Warriors...
It happens. There's hiccups. The Warriors have lost to crap teams.
But they haven't done this. They've not beaten a good team by double digits all year long.
Right.
With their good players.
Well,
with their good players.
Part of it is because they haven't had their good players all together for the majority of the year.
Yeah.
Draymond missed a dozen or so.
It feels like a cop-out.
It's not a cop-out.
It feels like it.
I think it's the reality of what this team is and what this team has been. They've been really good against the bad teams. They've been so-so against the mediocre teams, and they've been bad against the good teams. And I'm just looking at OKC's record as you were bringing that up about, how teams have done. And OKC's got a loss to Houston in December by 9. They've got a loss to Atlanta. That was only by 3. They didn't get blown out. They lost to Brooklyn 2 nights later. Teams go through ebbs and flows. They actually lost to Detroit by 16 at Detroit. That was the 3rd game in 4 nights where OKC went to Detroit.
Right.
And they got blown out.
Because
these things happen.
They do, but not for the Warriors. That's my point. And
I do think that teams also, when they come to Golden State,
you're going to say you're going to get your best shot.
You're going to get up for Golden State.
I think it's such a cop-out.
I don't think so.
I really do.
If you're a young team and you're going up against the Chef and Clay and Draymond, you're going to be more motivated than you are against Utah on a Wednesday night.
Yeah, but I'm not comparing them to what they do against Utah. I'm comparing them to what they do against Giannis. And you're going to get up for that too. Or Tatum.
Sure.
Or the Joker.
No one's gone to Boston and won.
I think
they have 3 losses.
3 teams have. I look at this and I think that there's plenty of this rampant in the Warrior fan base. My God, we will search high and low with a magnifying glass to come up with excuses when they lose. We really do. And I'm not sitting here taking shots at them. They're 32-28. I mean, the reason I don't really accept your answer of, well, they're not that good or not good enough is because I think the Warriors, through 5 months of the season, have been 5 different teams. I don't think this team right now has anything to do with the team that we saw at Christmas. Nothing to do with them. Even early January. It's a completely different roster with a completely different skill set. Draymond was gone. Kuminga hadn't bloomed yet. There's all kinds of different things going on month to month. But I am wondering out loud here why the Warriors have not seemed to benefit from the normal ebb and flow of the NBA. There's a reason teams, even the dominant ones, don't go, 73-9. There's a reason you don't do it. Because there's certain nights where you're just like, it's the end of a trip. It's a back-to-back.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a load management going in. The other team gets hot. Yeah, they're all NBA teams. But have you noticed, without excuses, that the Warriors, not once this year, have seemed to benefit from, there's a good team here tonight, but it's not a good spot for them, so we're going to beat them by 16. It hasn't happened all year long.
Well, it's because you haven't been good enough to do that. To me, that's the baseline of it.
But even bad teams do that sometimes. Like you've got a team in your building at the right time and you beat the tar out of them. They haven't done it.
Not a lot of good teams lose like that in those spots.
I just gave you 5 examples of the Bucks doing it this year alone.
Right. Were those games at home? Those games are on the road?
On the road. I'm talking about road games for the opponent.
Right.
Why have the Warriors not been better at Chase Center? Let's talk about it. They're 16-15.
Well, I think there are a number of reasons for that.
That's a putrid home record for a team that thinks it's good.
Well, they're not good. They're mediocre. So let's be fair with who they are after 60 games. You can think that they're good.
There's an answer
based on the names on the roster. Yes, the names on the roster, they've got 4 Hall of Famers on their team. There's only one other team in the association, as far as I can tell, that has 4 Hall of Famers on their team, and that's the Los Angeles Clippers. And they are yet to be a team that's defined by real postseason success. Kawhi's got chips, but nobody else does. Russell, who's hurt, James doesn't, and Paul certainly doesn't, but they've got 4 Hall of Famers. And maybe this is their year. I think that it is. And I said a month ago that I thought that it was, and now it's not looking as strong because they have injuries. But this Warrior team, based on their names, the names are better than their performance. So
for sure.
That's a big piece of it. The other piece, and let's just put the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
Let's go.
Chase Center is not a home court advantage anymore. Oracle was a home court advantage.
Okay.
Teams don't come in here now, and you don't have to face the same sort of fan energy, fan wrath, fan emotion.
I can't.
I'm not saying that's worth 7 points a night.
I can't dismiss.
It's a thing.
I can't dismiss what you're saying, but I honestly how many arenas around the NBA are you like, that's a tough place to play?
Boston, for sure.
Oklahoma City is a tough place to play.
Yep.
How many more? I mean, you're not going to.
A lot of it's circumstantial.
Right. Well, that's what I'm getting at.
This used to be a circumstance where you came here and the crowd, it was let's go Warriors chants an hour before tip, and you came in here knowing that the crowd was going to be a factor.
But
the crowd's no longer a factor,
A veteran team shouldn't need that, Coach.
This team needs it. This team is not good enough to not need it.
I guess my point is they shouldn't even. You don't even have to be that good to have a good home record. Do you think it's scary to go play in Houston?
No.
Okay.
They stink.
Do you know what their home record is?
Probably about 500.
21-10.
Houston?
Yes.
They're terrible.
21-10.
Do they have a road win?
Do you know what? There's 6. Do you want to know what Utah used to be a hard place to play? Do you think it's tough now? Is Utah scary?
Denver's a hard place to play.
Yes, that's a good example.
Add that to the list.
Is Utah hard?
No, because they're not very good.
19-11.
Yeah.
In the NBA, you can stink and you should still win 60% of your home games.
I'm with you.
What are we doing? I think this is relevant right now. The Golden State Warriors, especially if Giannis doesn't play tonight, this should be 3-0. It is go time. It is your building. You are as healthy as you possibly could be. 16-15? Totally under-discussed this year.
I agree with you there.
People are spending bajillions of dollars to go watch you play 500 basketball, and then we come here on the next day and we're like, I think they can go on a championship run. I don't get it. It is part of what I'm saying. This isn't critical. I don't even understand. They have the same home record as the Bulls.
You could look at the anatomy of the home losses, and you can go one by one, or you can take them in totality. And I think the problems with this team are comparable to what they've done on the road and what they've done at home. They've given many games away. You've given games away on the road. You've given them away at home. So this is not to blame the crowd for the Warriors' home struggles. They've struggled in close games because they struggled late. Rebounding, turnovers, decision-making, things that you should not be suffering through as a veteran team. You don't get to the foul line enough. You commit too many fouls and you turn the ball over. And you go back to early in the year, and I'm looking at the schedule right now. You're 6-3. You come home and you lose to Cleveland by 8, Minnesota by 6, Minnesota by 3, OKC by 21, OKC in overtime. Then you beat Houston. That's a 6-game homestand. You went 1-5. 6-game homestand. You go 1-5. And I know you went up against Minnesota twice, OKC twice, and they're the class of the league, the class of the conference. But normally a good team would split those. You split it. You split both. You wind up with an not so great 3-3 homestand, but it's at least workable. And you look at through the whole home schedule. They've given away a ton of games.
A ton. And this is what I look at, and a lot of us do, right? Ever since the tragedy with Coach Decky, they have played 20 basketball games. They've won 14 of them. It's a much, much better basketball team. All right? Let's just spotlight what they've done at home during that time, okay? During that time, here are the good teams that have come to chase. Sacramento, lost. Lakers, double overtime, lost. Philadelphia, Embiid leaves halfway through, you win. Then Phoenix comes in, Currygasm. Clippers come in, you blow it. Lakers come in, no LeBron, you win 18. Denver comes in, totally outclassed.
You forgot Charlotte.
Right. I'm talking about the good teams.
Oh, sorry.
I went through just the good teams.
Okay.
Just the good teams.
Charlotte was an ugly one, too.
You lost to Denver. You lost to the Clippers. You lost to Sacramento. You lost to the Lakers. The games you won, you beat Philly with a portion of Embiid. You beat the Lakers with no LeBron. You beat the Suns with a miracle shot from Steph. Scene.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, man. To me, that's not good enough for me to feel what a lot of you seem to feel, which is that they can do this. They can do this in April and May. I'm not saying it won't happen. I'm saying I haven't seen it yet. You have got to be really good at home. And they're not there yet. They are not there yet.
Well, they got 10 games left to do it.
Right. And that's what, but I'm uber focused on tonight.
Right.
Because this is a scenario where you're fully healthy. March is here. You're home. You're starting a homestand. You're coming off of a really forgettable loss. And so I just think there are a bunch of signs that point to if you really, really got designs on being something special the rest of the way, this is a type of game you come out and you play really well.
Or just being something. Forget special. Just be something. And by something, I mean a team that's not in the 9-10 play-in, hoping against hope that you can win 2 road games just to get into a series as the 8 to take on the 1 seed. To do something special, to me, quote unquote, would be you wind up this season going like Guru talked about, 16-6. And the over-under for this team at the start of the year was 48.5. So you would need to go 17-5
I think the
to hit that number.
Yeah.
No, but you can look at it and you could say, all right, if you do beat Milwaukee, Chicago and San Antonio, followed by San Antonio, you could stack 4 in a row right there. Dallas on the road will be tough. The Lakers on the road, always tough.
Curry House of Horrors.
Right, and you never know who's going to play for LA
or the Warriors.
Exactly. So there are games on the schedule that you would mark down as quote-unquote expected scheduled wins, and there aren't too many scheduled losses, honestly. If you look at the way it goes, like Dallas on April 5th the second half of a back-to-back, that feels to me like a scheduled loss. You play at Dallas here, you play Dallas here, one night off, then you go at Houston, at Dallas, 3 games in 4 nights.
Yep.
That's a tough little stretch right there, including a back-to-back in Texas.
Like, that's what I mean. Like, the idea of only losing 5 more games when you have 3 against Dallas, you have 2 trips to L.A., New Orleans is going to come here, Milwaukee is here tonight, you have to go to Minnesota, and all of that presupposes that you never lose any of the ones that are like the middle toss-ups.
Yeah.
Like the Knicks are coming in a couple of weeks. That's just a win?
Indiana, too.
I mean, you're asking a lot. Real quick, Paul in Oakland. Hey, Paul, what's going on? What are you doing? You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
I am just driving back from a hailstorm on the other side of the 580 Dublin grade and listening to you guys. Let me preface my comments with, I am a Warrior guy going back to when they first got here with Wilt Chamberlain and Guy Rogers, Al Attles, and Tom Sherry.
Damn.
So I've been through that whole deal, the Rick Barry years, the Joe Barely Cares years.
Oh, what do you want to say? What do you want to say? Oh, like, I don't mean to be rude, but we're short on time.
I want his resume.
We got your resume. What do you want to say, brother?
I want to say that the 30 games that you guys seem to make the most cogent, which I agree to, against the, quote, better teams, 23 of those 30, they weren't good enough. Bottom line. You can dissect it, put it under a microscope, talk about inconsistent lineup, failure to close games, whatever. They weren't good enough. They're good enough in 7 of them. Moving forward, we don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
The next 20 games have to play out. What I would be interested in knowing is when they won the chip 2 years ago, how were they against the, quote, better teams over the course of that season?
Okay, let's dive into that a little bit. We can take a look back at that. I can promise you it'll be better than what it is this year. But we'll keep this conversation going. David, stay right where you are. We'll keep going with your calls. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah, and Dan Dibley here. And let me just tell you about Fremont Bank, Mark. It's a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel. They're deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals and empowering the community. Fremont Bank is proudly celebrating their 60th anniversary. 60 years ago, Fremont Bank set out to build not just a bank, but a local ecosystem built on relationships that would benefit Bay Area communities. They're proudly independent. They're active members of the communities they serve. They support local nonprofits and are a top local corporate philanthropist. They keep dollars local and reinvest them into the business, organizations, and activities that make the Bay Area better. When you deposit your hard-earned money with Fremont Bank, your dollars stay local, supporting family-owned businesses and homeownership right here in the Bay Area, supporting nonprofits and making meaningful grants for the betterment of Bay Area communities. Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
A legend.
He just has a currygasm.
I lost you.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I don't know why we still do this. I still do this. I don't know why we still do this. It's just like open up social media. You see what's trending. And you're like, well, uh-oh. I've already done this 18 times in the month of March where I thought the Giants might have signed someone or a trade went down because it's like, Farhan's trending. And it's usually just like you click on it.
Damn it, Farhan.
Right, and that's what people are tweeting. Damn it, Farhan, do something.
And it depends on the age of the person who's trending because sometimes you see a name pop up and you go, oh, no. No.
Yeah, right.
No.
You're like, they didn't die, did they?
No.
You hope not.
Yeah. And then it's like, oh, Robert De Niro's had another kid. It's like, oh, okay. You do you, Bob. Get loose.
Trey Lance is trending.
Oh, no.
He's not dead.
Hey, okay. I just played in the bit. Sorry. I was trying to play. Oh, no, Trey. He's too young.
I clicked on it. I'm like, all right, I'll bite. Why is Trey Lance trending? You ever heard of JPA football on Twitter? He's got like almost 300,000 followers.
No.
And it's just like, follow.
John Paul Anderson?
Yeah, exactly. Follow for the best and most accurate NFL news. In other words, follow my site. I guess stuff.
My kind of guy.
Yeah. Aggregation sensation.
Cha-ching.
Just throwing up stuff that anybody... Listen to this report.
Cha-ching!
This is my favorite tweet of the year.
According to sources.
It's not according to sources. At least they're honest. Listen to the way they just said this. Rumors.
Oh, there it is.
Cowboys quarterback Trey Lance could be a possible solution at quarterback for the Vikings if they lose Kirk Cousins to free agency. Someone at the Combine told Rich Eisen. That's the best report I've ever heard.
So it's rumors, possibly.
It's a possible solution.
It's a rumor about a possible solution
It's a possible
on something
solution
that somebody said to someone else.
If they lose Kirk Cousins, according to a human who might have talked to Rich Eisen.
Yeah.
At the Underwear Olympics.
I love that.
It's a great report.
It's like a 7th tier report.
And I guess Jerry Jones just said 5 days ago that, quote, the arrow is really up on backup quarterback Trey Lance. He's exceeded expectations as a person and as a worker. He's...
He didn't say his arrow's up, did he?
Jerry's?
Yes.
Or Trey's?
No, the arrow's up on Trey.
The arrow's up on Trey.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Possibly.
Take it easy.
No.
Just take it easy.
With Jerry, you have to double check.
Take it easy.
You
Papa
never
John.
know when we're talking about arrows.
Quote, he's very much what we had planned on and hoped when we gave up the pick.
Right.
A third string quarterback.
Listen. I don't want, how do I do this without being mean? He's exceeded expectations as a person and as a worker. That's totally like, go on this blind date. They've got a great personality.
Yeah, well, also you're talking about
the business of the NFL
he's
is not
exceeded expectations. What were your expectations?
as a person and as a worker.
Exactly. Not as a thrower or a quarterback or a leader.
Right. I think he was a phenomenal 49er with regard to being a person and a worker.
No doubt.
That was the only report we ever got. Head screwed on straight. Good dude, good kid. Does all the right things, says all the right things.
Yep.
There's never been one question about Trey Lance as a dude. But that's what Jarrah's got after a year with Trey. Good guy. Good worker.
Yeah.
All right.
So, I mean, is that all you could say to try to keep his trade value high?
I don't know.
If you're not going to...
The Vikings are also not turning to Trey Lance if Kirk Cousins goes to the Falcons.
Right.
It's not going to be... I mean, they may get him, but not as their starter.
Yeah, Trey Lance's upside for this upcoming year is as a QB2 somewhere. And currently he's QB3.
Agreed. Yeah.
So, I don't think any team is going to turn to Trey and say, here you go. The job is yours.
The Giants are also trending.
New York or San Francisco?
Good question. Oh, yeah. Well, both. Yep. The Giants, apparently, we've got videos of Giants at spring training, but we're also talking about Saquon Barkley's contract, and we've got politicians talking about giant corporations. So, could be any of the three.
It's a mixed bag.
Good luck to you. Let's go to David in Walnut Creek on Willard and Dibs. Hi, David. What are you doing?
Hey guys, how you? I got rained out of work, so I'm chilling. By the way, I'm a better than average person and worker. So if somebody wants to talk to my agent,
good for you, David.
Contract.
Hey, what kind of job you got that you get to go home when it rains? What are you doing?
I'm a landscape installer.
Atta babe. Yeah, unfortunately, Dibs and I still work indoors.
I've been there. I'm just not there today.
Yeah, that's okay. You're a good worker. What's up?
If we're still talking Warriors, I'm a reluctant caller. I like to listen to you guys, but this thing's been driving me crazy. And I think Dibs had a point when he said Oracle's. This arena is not the same as Oracle. And I feel like there's a little delusion that has kind of followed the Warriors' leadership from that old situation to the newest situation. I guess what I mean is they want to be entertaining, and they're used to having this brand of basketball that everybody loved because they could make it look easy and they could make it look like it had a flair. So they get into playing more for the entertainment and the style points. They want to play hero ball. They want to have a night moment. And so they start to cough it up. And I'm talking about the leadership. I'm talking about Steph, Clay, Dre. They don't appear to want to grind out the win. And it's frustrating when you are sitting on your couch, obviously it's easy for me, and you can see that the win is right there, and that their delusion kicks into this style of play where the win seems less important than I think it should be. And I want to see them just grind it out and grind out that shot clock and not just, toss up something that's going to make a highlight.
That's okay. This is interesting, David. I appreciate you bringing this up. And I wonder what you think about that, Dibs. Like, yeah, your Oracle point is totally on. Like, you're right. This is not Oracle as far as a home court.
Right.
I just argue, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to win most of your games. You have Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and you're just at home. I don't care if you're playing on a park outside here in San Francisco. You're home. You win most of your games when you're a good team at home in the NBA. That's the way it works.
So if you're any team at home, as you pointed out earlier.
Almost. I mean, the Pistons have a losing record at home, but you get my drift. Like, even some of the bad teams have a winning record at home. But this idea that part of the problem for the Warriors in the fourth quarter is that the Warriors are still trying to play entertainment basketball as far as effective basketball. I get what he's saying. Steph Curry does have a lot of loose passes, it feels like, this year in the fourth quarter. But at the same time, I have a hard time fully processing that idea because think of who we've said the Warriors have been for 12 years now. Smart basketball team, share the basketball. Draymond Green, for God's sakes, like, he's a genius. He's a genius when it comes to basketball,
right?
And decision making. That's been the Warriors' calling card. So now to suddenly, maybe they're just not as good at it anymore. Maybe that's part of it. Like, I can't dismiss the idea, but I don't think the Warriors are losing basketball games because they're all about show and not for dough. That's kind of what it sounds like the accusation is there.
Yeah, that's part of it. I also heard him saying that they're trying to play shortcut basketball, which I do see at times. I see them trying to, make the special play or hit that knockout three where there might be a more sensible play to be made. And, instead of grinding out games, you're trying to hit that night, as he was saying in his call. I do see some of that at times, maybe not only at home, but also on the road. And that's natural when you're an older team. You start to try to, put teams away, and it's harder to go out there and really grind out basketball games.
I mean, I do think that we absolutely, and I'll tell you why here in just a couple minutes, I think that we could get to a point. I know I said an hour ago, it's never all about one night. And I do believe that in the regular season. But there probably is going to come a time this year where it is. all about one night. And you better have a freaking home court advantage when you get there. More on that coming up. We'll keep taking your calls. Why do you think the Warriors don't beat good teams? Why do you think they're only one game over 500 at home? 888-957-9570. Sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising future? The Alameda County Probation Department.
question.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
888-957-9570. The guys, I assume this is Luke. Luke put it out on Twitter, the statement I made that if the Warriors get bounced hard tonight, that I'll be here tomorrow to call them the Dallas Cowboys in the NBA. Yeah. And there's some people out there that are like, the hell does that mean? Let me explain if that one didn't. I know you get it.
I get it, yeah.
I don't know if that landed with everybody. The Dallas Cowboys, to me, are defined by, we can beat the Washington Commanders. We're not going to beat the 49ers. You beat all the bad teams. You lose to all the good ones. Miami Dolphins, Dallas Cowboys, Paper Tigers, good records, find your way into the playoffs. Did it solely by beating bad teams. And I think the Warriors, I don't want to say run that risk because I don't blow that off as being all bad. Part of the definition of what is good is you beat the bad. So that means you're kind of good. However, when it all comes down to one game, and it probably will, I don't want anyone to forget that now. You already ran those metrics, the numbers, looking at the rest of the schedule. It is highly likely, I will use that phrase, that the Warriors are in the play-in tournament. It is highly likely.
They went 13-4 over their last 17 and gained 3 games on the 6.
And went from the 12 to the 10.
Right.
And we're all over here being like, they could get to the 6.
And 2 of the teams that they climbed over, Utah and Houston, they went 5-10 and 4-10 over that same period, and they both have reverted to where they should be. So the Warriors are the 10 in a 10-team race. So, yeah, you climbed over 2 teams, but the 2 teams you climbed over, they stink. And it's no disrespect to Houston and their plucky young core and Utah and Lauri Markkanen, who's a great player, but neither of those 2 teams is a real playa
right
in the Western Conference. So you went 13-4 and you went from 12 to 10. Okay, so now go 13-4 again, and then maybe you get from the 10 to the 8.
That's how, right? Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's what my prediction right now would be, that the Warriors end up in the 7 or the 8, and I think that's great. However, better be a badass at home, because that's all the 7 or the 8 gets you. It gets you home. It gets you home for a win-and-in situation, and you better be awesome. You better be awesome. And those of you, I can already see you, who are all up in your feelings about putting the Warriors and Cowboys in the same sentence. I'm talking about this year.
Right.
This year.
Well, Dallas hasn't won 4 titles in the past 10 years.
Chill. I'm talking about this year. And it does feel very similar to me. It feels very similar to me. The Warriors are good enough. They are good enough to handle the dregs of the league. They are not good enough to handle, so far, they're not good enough to handle the good teams in the NBA. And we're all over here being, well, you better watch out, Oklahoma City, because we got pedigree. You can't even win barely 1 game against a good team. And you think you're going to beat one of these teams 4 times?
4 times.
If that is in their fanny pack, I haven't seen it yet. Not saying I won't, but I haven't seen it yet, and it's why I'm kind of turned up about tonight. I'm a little turned up about tonight because I think that the scenario is there for the Warriors to get this one and to be the better team tonight. Middleton out. Giannis, don't know, but might be out. And even if he's not out, it's an Achilles, which tells me that there's a real decent chance. If that guy feels one thing, let's say he plays, if he feels one little twinge, he's out. So it could be an Embiid deal where he's like, I'm in. No, I'm not. I'm out.
Right.
They're on the road. You've had 2 days rest. You're coming off that embarrassing loss to Boston. All of those things. You're fully healthy. Wiggy is back. You got to look good tonight. You have to look good tonight if you want any of us to really, and I mean really, take you seriously. Really take you seriously. You go out and perform tonight. That's all I'm saying.
Not only perform, but win. This is one where you can perform and lose by 4 or 5. To me, it doesn't matter worth a hill of beans because you need to stack wins. If you have designs on the 6, which is, I think, a bit pie in the sky, but that's their goal. Their stated goal is to get to the 6. Well, if you want to be the 6 seed, you better go 16-6 minimum the rest of the way. And even that may not be enough. And if you're going to go 16-6, then you can't afford too many home losses. You need to have a better home record. And I'm going to defend your Dallas comp with some facts before people really come at you, because nobody comes at you unless I say they can come at you.
Come at me. I don't mind you coming at me.
Here are Dallas's wins this year.
Thank you for being my big brother.
Always, brother. And I got you, except when you're out of line, and I'll be the first one to take shots at you.
Which is twice an hour.
At least. But here are Dallas's wins against quality teams this year. They went 12-5 in the regular year. They beat the Giants and the Jets, yawn. They beat the Patriots and the Chargers, not playoff teams. You beat the Rams. That's a nice win. At home, off a bye.
Mm-hmm.
You beat the Giants again, the Panthers, and the Commanders. You beat the Seahawks. You did beat Philadelphia after the Niners had broken them. That also was at home. That was the week after the Niners broke Philadelphia. And you beat Detroit by 1 in a game. Wasn't that the fluky Detroit failed to report game? It was 20-19.
Oh, gosh.
Wasn't that the Lions game where they went for 2 and then...
Yes.
So your quality wins were Detroit, thank you officials,
thank you, refs,
for the non-report.
Right.
Philadelphia, who was broken the week before.
Totally broken.
And a
The
Ram
Rams.
team coming off a bye.
That's it.
End of list.
That's it.
So to say this Warrior team, and we ran down their quality wins already, and they have more games to play, and they have more wins that they have gotten. They have about the same number of comparable quality victories.
And why am I putting such importance on tonight? I said this off the top of the show. I will say it again. It's never all about one night. This is not a season-defining game. The point is, though, you have already had like 30 tries. This isn't about tonight. This is about the fact that all of these times you've had these tries and you've barely been able to do it. And when you have, there's usually some sort of a miracle kind of a feel to it. Boston in overtime. Curry gasm against Phoenix. Embiid leaves the game. Whatever. You've had these good teams in town, and rarely have you looked up to snuff. And to me, tonight sets up to be the night. So I'd like to see it. Is the season over if they don't win? No. And I do think there's a difference between if they lose this by 2 or if they lose it by 20. But if tonight looks like what the Denver game looked like, right? They came out halfway through the second quarter. You're like, they're going to beat Denver. Woo, they're going to beat Denver. Look at this performance. Gone. Denver torched them for the next 2.5 quarters. Totally outclassed them, and you could feel it. That's what I don't want tonight. Do not walk away feeling like, oh, they just couldn't. That's just like a different class of basketball. That's how I felt when they played Denver. That's certainly how we all felt when they played Boston last week.
Right. And it's how they've looked against the top 4 in either conference. And your record against the top 4 in the East and your top 4 in the West is 4-16. Think about that. You're 4-16
right
against the top 4 in each conference. And that includes what you've already described, where you beat Boston in overtime, which was incredible, and you were able to beat the Clippers earlier in the year. Unfortunately, against Minnesota, you're 0-2. OKC, you're 1-3 with a 141-139 unbelievable game in the play-in tournament.
2 unbelievable losses also.
Right, but you got up for that one because it was the IST, the in-season tournament. So you knew you were going to get up for that one. But
oh boy,
the proof is in the pudding in your record. You're 4-16 against the top 4 in each conference. So this is a game where, and I know you don't like measuring stick game.
No, it's not a must-win. It's not a measuring stick. It's not anything. It's just like I don't know how many months in a row we're all going to keep going. No, the Warriors, they can be good. It's like, well, at a certain point here, you've got to live up to it. Is that tonight? No, it doesn't have to be, but it kind of makes sense. And this record that everybody wants them to have over their final 22, I'd argue you better win ones like this. Like in our minds, they could win 16, maybe even 17.
Right.
Okay, go over the list. If you want to win 16 or 17, tonight you win. Tonight you win because there are at least 7 games still on the schedule harder than this one, largely because they're on the road.
Yeah, I don't know about 6 or 7, but that's a good ballpark. 'Cause I look
mean, at Minnesota,
at Dallas, at LA,
Dallas twice, at LA twice,
at Miami,
at Orlando
on the second half of a back-to-back,
right
in the association.
Yeah,
at Dallas, and then you mentioned at LA
twice,
again,
twice. Yeah, exactly. At Dallas twice.
Well, even home to Dallas too. I mean, you can't expect to go 3-0. If you go 2-1 in those three, you'd be thrilled with that.
Yeah,
with two of those games in Dallas.
Yeah,
so
New Orleans is coming to town. The Knicks are coming to town. Like,
if you're gonna notch a quality win, you would want it to be at home, check, off of copious rest, check, with your entire complement of players available, check. This is a game where you haven't played since Sunday, and even when you played Sunday, you didn't really play Sunday. You played a half against Boston on Sunday. Wiggins didn't play Sunday. You flew back on Sunday. It was a matinee. You had all day Monday to golf if you're Steph, and I don't know where he played, but I'm sure he played and played well. Lift, clean, and place this time of year. Tuesday,
you ain't kidding.
You get back to practice, and then now you have all Wednesday leading up to a night game. This is the way you want to lead into a big game. Rest, health, home.
I love that you called it lift, clean, in place. It's more like dig out, scrub off, clean in place. You got to find it first before you can lift it.
I played 9 holes last week at Diablo Hills.
How'd that go?
Fun. Little 9-holer. I'd never played there.
I want to go.
Right there in central Walnut Creek. They do have a par 5. I think it's a par 34.
I hate this about myself, but 9 holes is starting to become a little bit more attractive.
It's honestly, for me, Mark, 13 is the sweet spot.
I love 18. I just, like, who's got 5 hours?
And I get through like 12 or 13, honestly, and I'm like, all right, I'm good. I've about had enough, but
I'm already mad at myself. I can't believe I just said that.
It was lift cleaning place where you're almost 50.
No, it's not about that.
You're knocking on the door, 50 burger.
It's not because my body stops working. It's not that. It's just I don't like the scenario that allows 5 hours plus driving time is like, when do we get to do that? Golf, 18 holes is becoming the same as binge watching on Netflix. How do y'all find the time?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I watched 23 episodes in a row. What are you doing? Don't you have something to do? I wish I had that. I don't have that.
Coming up on Saturday, the clocks change. And honestly, the time that I enjoy 18 holes the most is when I do a wake and rake. And I say wake and rake because I'm in the bunker.
Wake and rake.
Wake and rake.
Rake.
Yeah.
Got it.
I'm off the lettuce. It's a wake and rake for your boy because I'm in the bunker. You get off at like 7 o'clock. You're done at 11. You still have your day.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's a wake and rake, Mark, because I'm in the bunker.
Rich in Fremont is with. Hi, Rich. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Rich.
I'm sitting up here trying to stay dry. Can you guys hear me?
Got you.
Yes.
Okay. So anyway, to answer your question, you trying to ask, the question was, what's wrong with the Warriors and why can't they beat teams when they need to? I think the real reason is because, they say the best reliability is availability. And I think when you look at this roster, you look at what happened this season to them, they've had a lot of guys who've just been in and out. And nothing against Andrew Wiggins. I'm sure whatever he's dealing with is a personal matter, and he has the right to keep it personal. But the team has to flow from the beginning of the season on to the end. Now, there's obviously going to be things that happen, right? There's going to be situations like Andrew Wiggins, people are going to get hurt, all that type of stuff. But I'm saying, when you look at them up until this point, they have had a lot of people that have been in and out. GP2 is out. Pajemski, I don't even know if he came back yet, but I think he's still out.
He's back. He'll be back. He'll be back tonight.
Oh, he's back?
Yeah.
The
Warriors are full go tonight, right, Grandy? No injury report. Yeah, full go, whole team.
Okay. So now, what you're going to start to see, you're going to start to see them coming together if they can stay healthy. Thanks, guys.
All right, Rich. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, by the way, that's another piece to the point I'm trying to make. These losses that we're still talking about that happened in January with no Draymond and December when Jonathan Kuminga was still watching basketball games or whatever. It's a different basketball team. One thing that the Warriors have always done really well, especially in the second half of their dynastic run, is they're really good. They're really good at angling for being at their best at the right time. I thought 2 years ago, that was the most impressive example of it I've ever seen in my life, where a team just was like, you remember they got to the playoffs and you snapped a finger and they went, okay, we're all healthy, let's play. And they played great. And you're like, yeah, you guys didn't look this good all year. This is incredible. And they won a championship.
They did start out 18-2.
They did.
Which was the cushion they needed to have some pick and pop and some rest and relaxation.
They did. But again, the way Wiggins, like the way they looked in the playoffs was a completely different animal. And obviously then that's why it was a surprise championship run. But the Warriors are very, very good at that. And if that characteristic rings true again this year, I think we can start holding them to a higher standard, kind of starting tonight. You went on the road and went 3-1. I thought that was great.
Yep.
I'm not bothered by Sunday at all. But if they're going to get a 7 or an 8, hell, a 6, if they're going to get a 6 or a 7 or an 8, and they are going to be this team that we hope them to be, which is a noisemaker in the playoffs, not a title team, a playoff noisemaker, and then see what you get. If they're going to be that, I totally think it's fair. And I bet they would say the same thing. Like, starting tonight, when you're at home, you need to be held to a higher standard. 16-15, that's a no from me, dog.
Yeah,
you can't,
exactly.
That's not good NBA basketball.
It's not winning NBA basketball, to your point. And so if you get into the 9, let's say you're the 9 or you're the 8, and you do have one home playoff game in the play-in scenario, you're not going to be expected to win if you wind up the year and you're 21-20 at home in your 41 games and you wind up as a 9 or a 10 seed with that home record. That's not going to instill confidence in anybody. But if you do rattle off over these last 10 home games, and tonight, as far as the home games go, this is probably the most difficult, depending on Giannis's availability.
Sure.
You only have 2 or 3 that are really tough at home. So why don't you wind up going 9-1 in these last 22 at home, and then go ahead and split your other games on the road?
Grandy, when do we find out? I know you're when you're doing all the pregame stuff, like when do we find out if Giannis is in or out, or what's going on? What about what time?
I guess it kind of depends on the individual circumstances, but we might not know until after you guys are off the air.
Well, that's too bad.
Yeah.
We would like that breaking news.
I mean, he was on the court at their shoot-around today, getting shots up.
I know, he was on the court at shoot-around on Monday,
Smiling,
too.
not wincing.
No, he did not wince.
Reportedly couldn't miss either today.
Yeah, well,
jeez,
don't waste all your good shots in warm-ups. That's what I used to do when I played. Oh, my God, I was good warming up. Whoo-wee! Oh, man, set records. It was incredible.
Warm-ups were my game, so I took warm-ups seriously.
Warm it up, Dibs.
Because that would be about all I would get.
Yeah.
I was about to.
Well, there. that was your line for when am I going in the game? You're about to.
Yeah.
Coach said that 15 times.
Although freshman year, shout out Casa Grande, we won the Sonoma County League Championship, so we'd be up 17, and I'd be doing the look down, the Lithuanian look down,
towel waiver.
We're up 52-34 with 2:10 to go.
You're like, Coach?
Seriously.
Coach.
Is it dibber time? Is it dibber time? And then, there'd be a stoppage in play, and I'd let out and he'd look down and be like, dude, there's no threes, Coach.
There is.
Coach.
Like, take it from somebody who's also, because I was one of these players that freshman and junior year, I was a bench warmer. Sophomore and senior year, I played a lot more.
Right.
So with each team, I kind of had to go through the pay the dues type of a thing. So I've learned there is strategy to how to get put into the game. There is where you sit.
Yeah.
When you can catch the coach's eye. When you got to position yourself, and it works sometimes because if you've got a coach that's excitable. And the coach sometimes will look to sub when he gets ticked at the mistake that the person who on the floor made. I'll never forget one time it happened. And Danny Bin, I wonder if the Bin family.
Danny.
Well, I wonder. Dave Bin, his older brother, played for the Chargers. He was the long snapper for the Chargers.
I know Dave Bin.
Dave Bin.
Okay.
This is his younger brother. He had 2 younger brothers, Danny and Michael. They lived right around the corner from us in Foster City. Look at me sounding like you, just bringing up names from 1,000 years ago.
I'm proud of you.
But Dan Ben was a power forward, and I was like his never-played backup. And Dan just threw the ball at someone's feet out of bounds for no reason.
Damn it.
And I positioned myself. I saw it. He threw a bad pass, and I gave a little bit of a left hip shrug, and I moved down the bench a little bit to position myself, And the coach was so mad, and he took 2 stomps, and he damn it! And he turned left, and I was right in front of him. And I looked at him, and I raised my eyebrows, and I leaned forward like, Coach, I'm ready.
I won't throw it away.
And he looks at me, and he pauses, and you could see him go, well, this isn't going to work, but I'm pissed. So he looks at me, and he goes, get in there for him. And I'm like,
Winston, get in there.
Ran in there, and I ran around and did nothing for 4 minutes, and then came back out. All right, sit down.
That's perfect.
You got to position yourself. You got to be ready. Hey, Moses, get in the right position tonight. When Steve gets ticked at K-Wig, you got to be in the right spot. And he may get in there for him. He may give you one of those.
Mitch Moody, get in there. What's your name? I was a 12th man on a 12-man team, so I even in that scenario, there's no way.
The second 5 went in, and you were like, what about now?
The only time that I would get in would be when we were beating Annalee by 17, or if we were cuffing around Montgomery, or we had El Molino by the short hairs. And only then would I do the Lithuanian look down. It's like, Coach, we're up by 26. It's
now?
safe, Coach. It's safe to let me run around there and act like a moron.
Coaches never think it's safe.
Dude, 4'10" as a freshman. Can you just throw the redhead in there?
What are you doing on the team?
I've worked hard.
I'm sure you did.
Grinder.
I'm sure. Did you dive?
Even when the ball wasn't loose, your boy was on the floor.
One of my 12 nicknames was Floorburn. You got to get on the ground.
We practiced at 6 a.m. I was never late, and every ball that was even remotely loose, your boy was,
You were diving before the play even started.
We were running line drills and I was diving.
That's called tripping.
Fake hustle is what it's called.
That's different. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm getting at. Maybe it's less about us and the way I look at it or we look at it or whatever. I just feel like this is an energetic moment for the Warriors season, and I'm sort of hoping that they look at it that way. When's the last time, and maybe the answer's never, how many times this year have we gone into a game where the Warriors are like, there's no injury report, full strength, all availability? Have there been any? Grandy, have there been any? Any.
My first thought goes to opening day, but Draymond was hurt to begin the season.
There you go. I don't know that they've had any of these. Okay? You lost by 52 the other day. The Bucks are in town. It's March. Here we go for the final. Basically, if this were a football game, this is the fourth quarter. You've played 60 games.
Yep.
Hold the 4 up. Not Clay to yell at the Suns. Hold the 4 up because it's go time. It is go time, and you are healthy. And
Number 4.
And you have had trouble in 2 spots, which is 1 against good teams and 2 at home. And so I just feel like, man, you can wipe a big old slate kind of clean if you go out and have a really good performance tonight. So I'm not like, this is no ultimatum. This is hope. And I think a win tonight would create a lot of it for everybody who follows Warrior basketball.
To me, it's more than hope. It's about show us that you're for real. You're rested, you're home, and you're healthy. And Milwaukee's not. They're on the road. Giannis is a maybe, and they played a couple of nights ago. So if you can't take care of this one at home, then maybe you're just not for real.
Yeah. Chris Middleton is out. I think we were expecting that. Giannis is still a question mark. And whenever that news breaks, we will have it for you. But right now, we'll keep taking your phone calls right here on Willard and Dibs.
Tune into 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live.
subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that's worlds colliding. This is just such a baseball song.
And he's a Dodger fan.
Never mind, he's dead to me. I hate this song. I didn't know that.
Steve Kerr.
Oh, I thought you meant Fogarty.
Fogarty. Is he still with us?
Fogarty?
Kerr? Jesus, Dibs.
God, this whole thing. Dibs does.
Game show music,
He does
please.
love to
What is
kill
going
people.
on here? Fogarty from Berkeley. I would guess he's a Giants fan.
Okay, then
I'm
keep
a Giants
playing
fan.
it. Keep playing it. And
Fogarty
still
currently
alive.
70.
Yeah, 78 years old.
Going to be 79 here in May. 79. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I love when you just Google like a star like that and you see what comes up. Apparently, he was blindsided by an Australian country music festival dropping him from 6 days ago.
Oh, like
Fogarty, not Steve Kerr.
emotionally blindsided.
Right.
I thought like he was in a car accident or something like that. I'm like,
No.
what happened? Is he
He
okay?
was removed from Country Fest Queensland.
And he didn't know it was
Blindsided,
coming.
No.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, big time.
That's terrible.
Anyway, still
tough
with
break
us.
for Fogarty.
Yeah.
I hope he's able to survive.
Fogarty, likely Giants fan.
Likely.
From Berkeley.
From Berkeley.
You never know.
Or maybe he hates sports. I don't know.
Who knows?
I don't know. He's an artist. You know those people. All eclectic and everything.
That would be weird because that song that we just came back with
it would be
is
very weird.
one of the most iconic
I bet he
baseball
loves,
songs, right?
I bet he loves sports.
Unless he's not even talking about, baseball, sitting in center field for a concert at a baseball
Maybe
stadium.
He was singing to a woman who was dating someone else. Come on, put me in, coach.
Exactly.
I'm ready to play.
Yeah.
Today.
Look at
Babe,
me.
I'm coming.
Over here.
Let's go live to Lucas, who has this Warriors social media update.
I have two. Would you like to hear what GP2 has been up to on social media or Klay Thompson?
Let's go with GP2 first.
He tweeted, Cybertruck, ...
The hell's that mean?
Have you seen the Cybertruck? I don't know. I was thinking about Cybertruck.
I don't know what that means.
Gotta Google it.
You know, the whole thing, and it's Elon's truck, and they threw a rocket.
Great
in.
update, Luke.
Yeah, this is way over my head. But anyway, what's Clay doing?
Thought maybe you guys had a take on Cybertrucks. Anyways.
It's apocalypse proof. The Tesla Cybertruck.
Yeah.
Apocalypse proof. So all those people who are out there trying to torch Teslas.
I don't even know.
Which I don't.
Oh, this car. Dude, there's a dude that lives down the street from me that has one of these things. I didn't know that that's what it was called.
It's hideous.
It's crazy looking.
Hideous would be the word I would use.
It's like if a Tesla and a Hummer had a baby.
So GP2 shouldn't get one, is what you're saying.
He can have one.
Get whatever he wants.
Hey, Dub Nation.
Yeah.
It's GP2 here.
Yeah, GP2. What'd you have? A Tesla and a Hummer and sex?
What?
I don't know.
Saying.
What's the Clay update, Lucas? Jeez.
Seriously, save him.
About 15, 20 minutes ago, Clay was taking a boat live into the stadium. In the Chase
on
Center.
a boat.
Yep. He went live on his Instagram, and Zaza Pachulia commented, "Don't be late."
Yeah, I like that. Clay,
It's a beautiful day.
If Clay's in that kind of mood, again, that's why the Warriors should win tonight. Like, this has got all the feels. Clay took a boat to the game.
Of course he did.
Yeah, as he should. I didn't know it was going to turn into such a beautiful day. I mean, we had some people in certain parts around the Bay who just said to us, absolutely going crazy. But I think we get a break now for a few days.
Yes. I got a live video from my the caregiver of my baby, and it is absolutely dumping in the Walnut Creek area.
Yeah.
Like hailing and just an absolute deluge.
But now gone. Like, look.
Well, here in the city, it's wonderful.
City, it's gorgeous. The sun is like just gushing into the room right now. So this is amazing.
Matt Chapman's out there shooting videos to promote how wonderful the city is. And thank you, Matt. I appreciate that.
How much are you loving Matt Chapman?
I've
so
never
far?
loved him more.
Yeah, exactly.
Talking about how much he loves the city and how he's going to change the notions. He's going to change the preconceived notions out there.
Quote, I chose to come here.
Right. Here.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about that, like, Hi, I'm Matt Chapman here at Pier 39. And hi, this is Matt Chapman at the Golden Gate Bridge. And Matt Chapman doing like a San Francisco tour.
Yeah.
This is Matt Chapman in the Inner Sunset.
I'm on Klay Thompson's boat right now.
Seriously.
And we're fishing.
No doubt.
And the bite is good. Yeah, man. Like, be real about the whole thing. I'm still stuck on the Cybertruck. Yeah. Someone asked if I live under a rock. Kinda. Like when it comes to that stuff, because I don't care. I'm not a car guy. I don't, you know what I mean? Yeah, Elon is a wackadoodle, whatever. I don't care about all that stuff. All I know is that when we drive down the street, my two sons, every single time we drive down the street, they're like, what the hell is that? Look at that. Like, what is that dude's got? And they're all into it. They kind of know. I just didn't know that that's what's called a Cybertruck. But yeah, I've seen this guy driving all over town. Total nut job. I think his other car is a regular Tesla.
Yeah.
Some people have too much money.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to withhold further comment
go for it.
in this space.
I don't know the guy.
I do think that Tesla drivers, many of them, it's a flex. Like, it's a Tesla flex.
Well,
look at me. I'm in a Tesla. I'm special.
Okay, but I mean,
it's a flex.
That's kind of true about a lot of cars. Like, it's a very American thing.
But now it's very much, I think it's a current, like, look at me flex. And I live in a community where there is a preponderance of Teslas.
Oh,
as do you.
As do I.
I know. And I see them. I referee in and about your community, and I see it. And a lot of these individuals, they have nicknames that I won't utter here on these airwaves.
Nicknames that you've given them?
Yes.
Got it.
Second word is bag. And I'm not talking about a bag alert, although it is a bit of a bag alert.
They are in their bag.
It's a major bag alert.
No doubt about it.
Tesla. Thank you. Anyway. Major.
It's a Warriors Wednesday.
Thank you.
And it's brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. And we've also learned a lesson that when it is Warrior Wednesday, don't go to Luke for social media updates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are great. What are you talking about?
That was some sour fruit on that tree. Good Lord. Anyway, I don't care what you drive. I drive a Kia. Looking for something new though. Looking for something new. Yeah.
I like your Kia.
I like my Kia
nice
too.
Little car.
It's just time for something new.
I drive a Honda Fit, and I'm proud of it. And I'll drive it for probably 8 more years. I will drive that until we get close to 500,000 miles. Yeah,
it's appropriately named. You could drive it actually into this studio.
Yeah,
everybody in the city
might be in this room right now.
Everybody's looking for parking. Not Dibs.
Yeah,
not Dibs. Dibs is like I put it in the next to the trash can.
Totally
in the bathroom.
Yeah,
it's in there. You're like, all right, cool.
The Mini Cooper is a little bit smaller, and then those little smart cars, those are also smaller. But there aren't many other vehicles out there that are smaller. So yeah, I'll park that thing anywhere.
All right.
Put it in your pocket if you don't watch out.
888-957-9570. That is the number. And we're getting ready for this basketball game tonight. Listen, I don't know. This is not normally kind of my thought process. And I have promised at least 5 times in the last 2 weeks, we're not doing this. I'm not going on the roller coaster. I'm not coming in the day after games and they're going to win a title. And then the next day they lose. And you're like, oh my gosh, this whole thing's just a big paper tiger, house of cards. There's too much of that. But I do, for whatever reason, I feel like this one's a little bit different. Doesn't mean that if they lose tonight, I'm going to come in tomorrow and do the whole season's over. They're like, no, it's one basketball game. I would find a poor performance tonight excessively discouraging. Excessively discouraging. I really would. And I will stand by my statement that we are getting damn close to being able to label the Warriors if they can't win a game like tonight comfortably sometime soon. If not tonight, then when? Then I do think the label of the Dallas Cowboys of the NBA for this year is getting real close to being fair. It's getting real close to being fair. We've gone through the whole schedule.
Yeah.
5 different iterations of the Warriors this year. And you cannot find the easy peasy cruise control win over a top 5 seed. You can't find it.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist. Everybody's got those. Everybody has them, but not the Warriors. It just feels like everything for this team is very hard. And maybe that's a characteristic that we're getting to with this team that I find frustrating and unsavory. You know, even when they do have a 15-point lead as the fourth quarter starts, you know what you all think. I think it too. Start the fourth quarter, you're up by 15. Do you start talking to friends in the room? Or are you like leaning forward on your couch going, okay, guys.
It's how are they going to blow it?
Please don't screw this up.
And how soon are they going to blow it? And can they recover after they squander this lead? It's not they're up 15, they're going to win by 22 to 25. It's they're up 15, and man, how do they hold on to this one?
Right.
Can they hold on? Because we've seen it too many times.
How you feel tonight? Fourth quarter starts, Warriors up 8.
Oh, up 8? It's a barn burner. I mean, up 8.
Up 11.
Still, I mean, it's not, even if they're up 17.
Exactly.
Because, Curry won't be starting the fourth quarter, and so you'll see if you can get to where Curry comes back in at the 8-minute mark and you're still up by 17 or 15. At that point, you'd feel better, but the non-Curry minutes have still been a little bit uneasy, and even when Curry's been in there, they've blown leads late in games.
So that's all. And to me, there's something about, sports always has a clock. Even baseball now does. And there's something about tonight that feels clockish, right? I really do. I think the clock is ticking on this idea of getting to the 6 or the 7 or even the 8. And I do think firmly, let me state this, if we haven't already, I don't think the Warriors are going to go anywhere or even to the playoffs if they are not one of those seeds. I think the 9 or the 10 is a death march for this particular basketball team against the teams that we're talking about. The idea of the Warriors winning 2 straight on the road against the Lakers and the Kings or something like that, I think is far-fetched. I just do. And I'm largely basing that on what we're talking about here today. They've shown no ability to do something like that. Now, maybe they're going to show it between now and then, and this is a completely different fastball that they're going to have now that they're at full strength. But I don't think they've shown that yet. So they've got to get to the 6, 7, or the 8, and it is very, very difficult to move up because all of these teams are going to start winning basketball games because it's go time for all of them. But a couple of them do look a little bit ripe. Dallas is struggling. The Kings are wobbly.
Yeah.
Kind of curious why the Kings are only dogged by 2.5 tonight in L.A. I took them because of it. That's a smelly line.
Yeah. And when you see a smelly line, you usually
lean into it.
Yeah, you lean into it.
Why are the Kings only 2.5 point dog in L.A. with the way they're playing? They lost to the Bulls at home the other night.
Yep, 7 and 8 since January 29th. And I use that date because that's when the Warriors started on this run. The next night they beat Philadelphia, and including that Philly win, they've won 13 of 17, and they've been remarkable. And during that time, the Lakers are 10 and 5. New Orleans quietly 11 and 4 over that stretch, and the Kings 7 and 8. So the Kings have been a team that has struggled mightily over that stretch. And geez, I wonder why they're only a couple of point dogs in that one.
Can I give you a compliment?
Sure.
I have to do the legal first.
It'd be rare, but I'll sit here for it.
Okay. Just build it up a little bit.
I love it. Making my day over here.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Did you hear Slates with the morning roast?
I did.
You did? Did you hear him say this?
It sounds like because of the way Moody performed when Wiggins was out, he wants to give Moody a rotation chance even with the full roster available. That's still, if you're the 10th, 11th man, that still might be 8-10 minutes. But that's still, is that taking, is Sarge now a DMP? That's one of my questions. Right. Looney has this incredible games played streak, second in the league behind Mikal Bridges. DNP would end that. Is that possibly heading toward an end? Is it absurd of me to say Peyton might be on the edge right now? Yeah. I mean, he can be so good, but you got to find somebody.
Anthony Slater suggesting that Dario Saric and Kevon Looney could be DNPs tonight or soon, if not tonight, those are candidates, and those are the guys that you threw out there last night that might sit down. I don't think you're wrong. Obviously, you're right with what you said yesterday, and Slater is suggesting we might be headed that direction. Boy, I'm going to be looking at that tonight, though, because this is a wee little tiny basketball team.
Right, you said that yesterday.
If you decide that those are the two guys that are now going to get knocked out of the rotation. We're sitting here, Wiggins is back, and our whole conversation yesterday about, boy, how come he doesn't rebound like he did 2 years ago? Well, he better now. If you're going to start taking all those guys out of the lineup, Podziemski and Wiggins and obviously Draymond are going to have to be maniacal rebounding the basketball. You'd be the smallest team in the NBA and it wouldn't be close.
Yeah, and that becomes a huge problem, not only in rebounding, but defending some of the bigs that you're going to face down the road here. I don't know if it's as much of a factor tonight against Milwaukee. No Middleton, don't know about Giannis, and Lopez is more of a perimeter big. He's not a guy who's going to absolutely dominate you down low, but if you talk about a 9-man rotation for Steve Kerr and you start to crunch the numbers, you run out of spots pretty quickly. And if it's TJD and Looney and Šarić, and you start to think about which of those big men might not play at all, I would probably play Looney over Šarić, and TJD for me is still a guy who's probably your 11th or 12th man no matter what. Now,
see, I got him in before those two.
See, I don't. I don't because Kevon Looney, to me, is a much more reliable player. He maybe is the most reliable player in the association. Now, it doesn't mean that he's got a tremendous ability to elevate, move, or explode, but when you play Kevon Looney, you know what you're going to get. And if you're Steph and Clay and Draymond, you want that reliability as opposed to playing alongside a youngster who, I mean, TJD's a rookie. He's still learning how to be a reliable, consistent big in the association.
Right, but when you say, like, you know what you're going to get, I mean, sometimes I would rather have a little bit of the unknown with what I'm going to get in exchange for the firepower and the bounce that provides. Like, when you say with Kevon Looney, you know what you're going to get,
yeah.
I bet that everybody listening to you had multiple reactions to that idea. Or you know what you're going to get, and some of them were like, yeah, not much. I mean, I hate saying that because there's nobody we love more than that guy. He has not given the Warriors very much this year. He just has not.
Right.
He has not. He's
what
not
he does give, outside of what the box score would tell you, is he's always in the right spot. He sets terrific screens. He's not going to turn it over if you flip him the ball. And if you're Steph and Clay and those guys, that's really important to you, the screen setting and the reliability. I'm not going to sit here and stump for Kevon to get 28 minutes a night. And I do think that his games played streak, that's a thing.
No doubt. I agree with you there. I agree.
And Slates. As he pointed out, he's second in the association behind Mikal Bridges, who played 83 games last year inexplicably. The guy's got the longest streak of games played in the NBA. I do think that if it's going to be close, you got to play Kevon to keep that streak alive until he's got a complete liability, which he's not.
I do remember into the playoffs last year when there kind of became a thing about who's playing and who's starting in the minutes and how are we kind of doing this. And Steve sat down with the vets and with the big three and was like, what do you guys think? And they went, Kevon. You got to go with Kevon. Right. So I'm totally catching the vibe of what you're saying. I just can't get out of my mind the way he looks this year. He looks like he aged 5 years overnight.
Boy.
And he's 28. He's the oldest looking 28-year-old in the NBA by far. Like, he doesn't look flexible. He has a hard time finishing at the rim. So offensively, the screens that you talk about, that's pretty much what you get. You get the screens.
Oh, such great screens.
I'm looking for more than screens, aren't we? Like, I mean,
right.
You know? And yes,
he plays good defense.
Be in the right spot, be a good rebounder, but unfortunately, there is very little, possibly nothing dynamic about what he's able to do out there. TJD, that's a different answer. And for everybody who's been thirsting for a big and for a rim runner and a shot blocker and a finisher, Chris Paul with a lob, all of that stuff, like, come on, man. TJD offers that. And so, listen, we're back into riding the line again in terms of winning versus development. Looney and TJD is another example of that exact conversation.
Yeah.
Do you want to go with what you know, or do you want to go with upside who might make a mistake here and there? Warrior basketball has always been what you're suggesting. Go with what you know. But it's adjusted a little bit in the last 2 months. It really has.
It's adjusted, but it's adjusted to players who have, and I'm going to borrow from Smith Barney and say they've earned it.
He hasn't?
Not to that level, no.
TJD hasn't earned a look each
he's
night?
earned a look.
Oh,
He's earned a look, but he has not earned to where Podziemski's earned it. He starts now because he's earned it.
That's 30 plus minutes.
Kuminga's year 2 because he's earned it.
Right, but that's 30 plus minutes. I'm talking about like
I know what you're saying.
There's a dynamic that he presents that nobody else provides, and I think you
in
need
the front court.
You need it for at least a handful of minutes every night. That's what I
also think that what Kevon provides, and if we're talking about a 12-minute a night guy here. Either way, TJD this year is averaging, when he plays, he's averaging 13 a night. Kevon's averaging 17 minutes a night. We're talking about the ninth man now. So this is not something where I'm going to dig my heels in and fight with you until we shoot our shot because it's all we've got. I do think that there are pros and cons, though, to each. Yes, TJD is your leading shot blocker, and he provides the threat of a rim run. Rebounding-wise, they're about even. Defensively, I think Kevon overall is a better defender. He knows where to be. He doesn't make the same mistakes. He sets better screens, but he's not near the offensive threat. So it comes down to, what do you want out of that ninth man?
I think also, and we deal with this a lot in Warrior basketball. This is kind of a new thought that I think is something you're touching on. And with Warrior basketball right now, we deal a lot. We just dealt with it with Brandon Crawford, and some people criticize the Giants. We deal a lot with emotion. And the emotional part of moving off of a player that has earned greatness in this town, even the role players, like a Kevon Looney. Steve Kerr touched on this a few weeks back when we had him on, and I asked him about the whole Looney situation, and listen to the way that he answered it.
I don't think Loon has a bigger fan than me. I mean, what this guy's done for us over the years, both on the court and in our locker room, just the leadership, who he is as a human being, the example he is for our young guys. He's amazing. He's an amazing guy, and he's meant so much to us. So this has been a hard thing for me to go away from him. I think what's happened is just the evolution of our team. How things have transpired, the way we started the year with a lot of guys struggling. It really impacted Loon and impacted his ability to stay on the floor. We've just had to open up the floor and get more spacing, more speed in order to survive. And that's the bottom line. I mean, the league has changed, over the years, but it feels faster than ever right now and more wide open than ever. You see some of these scores, 148 to 140. I mean, it's just a sign of where the game is and where things are going, and the way our team has kind of transpired. It's just been harder to find combinations to really put Loon in the best position for him to succeed. So it's rough because, like I said, he's my guy, and it doesn't mean he's not going to make an impact. I still think he will, but things have turned away from him for the time being.
You know what the most damaging part of that entire statement was for Kevon Looney is when he said the league has gone away from what Looney does. So this isn't just like, oh, it's not working for this kind of circumstantial. Like, I take those statements and I'm like, I don't know if Kevon Looney is ever really going to have a major presence on the Warriors ever again.
In the league again.
Or maybe ever in the league
In the league again. And this is where, and I don't want to get into the offseason because you and I agreed we'd take it one game at a time. Warriors Live with the Grandy Man, I believe, or
coming up
could be E-Dog. 7 o'clock. Is it the Grandy Man?
It's Evan today.
It's Evan. Okay. I saw him lurking, so I wasn't sure which way we were going. But
sorry, Grandy.
We're going to take it one game at a time. He gets his touches. He gets his chance. He'll shoot his shot tomorrow. It's all he's got.
Just stay ready, Grandy. We're going to come to you. You're out of the rotation tonight, but just stay right there, okay?
Yeah, I'm Moses Moody.
He's totally Moses Moody.
You always handle it professionally. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He really does, actually.
Yeah.
As much as I don't like Mark Grandy, I respect him. Yeah. And there's a drop for that somewhere, and I'm sure he'll fish it out. But I think about the future of Kevon Looney as a player because his option for next year is not fully guaranteed. I don't think the Warriors will bring him back. It'll be a painful thing. And I don't know what sort of a market there is for a 52-year-old, 28-year-old.
Well said. We're sponsored by Robert Half. Get some more of your phone calls next. Vince, Candlestick Rick, everybody on the line, stay right there. And it's Willard and Dibs.
I used to hate Mark Grandy, but now I admire him.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help.
And Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's probably not enough for us to play the breaking news sounder, right? Like, it's not firm enough. It's breaking speculation is what it is.
Okay.
And you know what that is.
That's a speculation sensation, Mark.
Appreciate you paying that.
Yeah. I had to fix the channels here real quick.
It's like it's not like a Woj bomb. It's like a Woj birthday candle.
Like a Woj firecracker.
It's like this little thing
It's something, though.
Anyway, yeah. Woj says that the Bucks are optimistic that Giannis will play tonight. There you have it.
Okay.
And by the way, so is that enough to move the line, or did the line already know? Oh, it did move, and it moved to. I nailed that one. Luke said, I was on my way to the restroom there a minute ago. He goes, "What do you think the line move is?" Said, from 3.5, I think it'll go to 2, and it did.
Down to 2.
Down to 2, and it is on the move. It is on the move as we speak, based on Woj's words, and it's interesting, right? I didn't know because you look at a line, and we were talking about this earlier. Warriors by 3.5. Is that telling you that Giannis is in, or is that telling you that Giannis is out? And you and I were both sort of leaning on the side of it's telling you that Giannis is out. I think if Giannis is in, this is closer to a pick'em or what have you. We'll see where it ends up by tip-off. But yeah, the 3.5, I guess, was suggesting that Giannis might be out. And now he is probably in. And so the spread is dropping. In other words, I bet it too soon.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're laying the 3.5. Is that what you got?
But I got the Warriors at 3.5. Eat your heart out, Warrior fans.
Well, it'll feel better if it covers now.
If they win by 3, I'm gonna.
You'll be furious, no doubt. But
I won't. I'm never furious when they win. You win, right. It's all good. You lose. You fumble the football. I will break off my foot in your John Hine parts.
That's always rough though when you get it at 3 or 3.5 and then it moves to 1, and if they win by 2, then it's a bad beat.
I took a shot. I thought he was going to be announced out and it was going to go up to 5. I took a shot.
Yeah, it's all you got, and you could chase it now and bet it at 1 or 1.5 and hedge it and hope you don't middle.
Robert De Niro, you blew it.
Totally,
I blew it. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Well, and like you said earlier, this spot, they're healthy, they're home, they're hungry, and they're rested.
And when they're up 2 with 9 seconds to go and Wiggins is at the free throw line, the rest of you will not be stressed, and I will be.
Yeah, if he's even in the closing lineup,
That's a good point.
Coming off of 10 days off. And that was a topic that some had thrown out before about, how do you handle Andrew Wiggins tonight coming off of a 4-game absence? You play him. You play him 30 minutes, his usual.
What does anybody else do if they turn an ankle and they miss 4 games? They come back and you play.
Come back and you play
there's
for the most
ramp
part.
Up. It's not like you practice 5 times before you play or whatever. Yeah.
And it wasn't an injury thing where, you got to worry about the this or the that.
Yeah. And
he was fine.
And by the way, I think that, he, like, when you see and you hear someone goes away for a family emergency, I think in your mind, you're like, so did you not do anything? And he said he was working out the entire time.
Yeah.
And so he's not going to be winded or anything like that. Maybe his minutes are down to 24. Who knows?
Yeah.
We'll see. Let's take some calls, huh? Vince in the city on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Vince, what you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm on my way home from work. But I called in because I wanted to talk about, and I can't believe we're talking about the 9th guy on the roster right now, but Kevon Looney, there's been a lot of tape and a lot of film that's been posted of Kevon Looney's play in high school and in college where he was actually a bucket. And I know that the competition's different, but I feel like putting the ball through the hoop is not a skill that just evaporates out of nowhere. So, and I know that that's not his role on this team, but there's a lot of times where he's open, free throw line extended or around, and he's not even really looking to shoot where there's clearly tape where he could put the ball down. I don't know why he doesn't do it. I feel like Draymond shied away from scoring opportunities, and this year he's kind of resurged with that. He's being a little bit more aggressive on the offensive end, and I think you're not getting an effective use out of Saric. I just don't like Saric, to be honest, but I think you would get more substance and more use out of Kevon Looney in place of Sarge's minutes if Kevon Looney could go back to what he was doing in high school and in college when he's getting those wide open looks. Do you guys think that's something that he can do kind of the same way that Draymond has, or no?
You know, for a while I did, but Vince, I think I've changed my mind. Thanks for the call. By the way, quick aside, isn't it interesting what happened to Dario Saric? 40 games into the season, there was not a Warrior fan that didn't love the signing. And now people seem to want him, like, get off the floor.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, and part of it was the Chris Paul injury, I think, took him out of his flow. And then the Warriors, some things started to turn away from him a little bit. He looked like he lost his shot a little bit. He's not hitting at the same level. So, yeah, it's been a tough look for him lately. I don't think that you can throw him out yet. I still think he's got a portion of this Warrior season left. But the bigger question he's asking about Kevon Looney, I don't think that he can confidently stroke the 15 or 20 footer anymore. And it will forever be a huge mystery to me because I've never seen a player look in the NBA this different as opposed to what he looked like in college. If you go back and watch Kevon Looney at UCLA, I swear to you, it'll take you 7 minutes of staring at the screen before you even believe it's Kevon Looney.
I get it.
You're like, what? That's Kevon Looney? This guy used to dribble, pull up, turn around, jump shot from 20 feet, like a completely different skill set. And so it's not that he can't do it, but he doesn't. It's kind of like pitchers in baseball. Usually the pitchers, when you're coming up through youth baseball and high school and everything, pitchers are the best players. Therefore, they're the best hitters too. Something happens in the minor leagues where they're like, okay, don't hit anymore. And they get to the bigs and look like Johnny Cueto. It's just like, why? Like, what happened? And maybe Shohei will change that a little bit, where guys can pitch and hit too. But I think
I doubt it.
I think Kevon can't do it anymore because he doesn't do it anymore.
Well, there's a couple different things to that. First and foremost, Kevon Looney in UCLA was only a Kevon Looney who had, I think, an ACL surgery, a knee issue. He came into the association and he had hip surgery. And hip surgery, as our colleague, Matt Steinmetz, who was a good basketball player in his day, and now he's not in the association, but it's very debilitating, especially when it comes to trying to be a guy who's going to elevate. And Kevon Looney's only 6'9", and he's trying to play center against much bigger and stronger and more athletic bigs. So he's already at a disadvantage, and now he can't move as well, and he can't jump. As far as him shooting goes, there is no possession ever, unless you get late in the clock, where the Kevon Looney 15-footer is going to be the best shot you can get. So, and he knows that. So if you're playing with Steph and Clay,
now, though, there was a time,
even early in his career, you're still playing with guys who
could do it.
He can do it, but it's still, if you're talking about getting the best shot on a possession, the Kevon Looney shot, unless he's at the cup, and even at the cup, it's a struggle. It's painful to watch him sometimes.
It is now, but it wasn't always that way. And there was a time where I really was like kind of encouraging the idea of more of that, because I thought if you look at Warrior basketball, you've known for years what Steph and Clay can do. When the Warriors were unbeatable, and I mean unbeatable, it was like when Draymond's hitting his shot. I was like, wait a minute. Draymond's hitting his shot, the opponent's got no chance. Because all of the focus is on Steph and Clay. If the Warriors, and I bet all fans will agree with this, if at any point, and there have been moments in their whole dynastic run, but in the last 3, 4, 5 years, if the Warriors had someone 6'10" or above who could just knock down the open 15-footer, oh my God, what a weapon. Because that guy's going to be left alone every possession. Every possession. And there were times earlier in their dynasty where they did have that. They did have David West. You know, even before Draymond, they did have David Lee, and that wasn't a dynasty part, but you had guys who could knock that shot down. It was impossible to guard when Steph and Clay are on the court at the same time. So I loved the idea. There was a time where I loved the idea of Looney doing that, but it just never got really fostered, and now it seems like physically it's you're chasing, you're on a goose chase.
Yeah, and it still is not, even when you have Kevon out there, him shooting a 15-footer, if you're the other team playing defense, you're going to leave him open all day, every day.
All the time.
Because the contrary is Steph doing anything or Clay with a 3, even Andrew Wiggins. You'd rather have Kevon shoot from the elbow than Kuminga shoot a 3 if you're on defense. And the Warriors did have a guy who you were describing, 6'9" and above, who could shoot the rock. And his name is Dario Saric. And I just looked at his game log because you had said earlier in this segment about it seems like he's kind of lost his way, and it seems like he isn't shooting the way he'd been shooting. And I went back to that Philadelphia game that I've been referencing. Warriors are 13-4, including that game. Dario is 4 for 29 from 3 over the course of those 17 games. 2 of the games he didn't play, but by and large, he's just not shooting the ball.
No, it's been
0
terrible.
of 1, 0 of 1. He's only made multiple threes once in that 17-game stretch. And if you go back earlier in the year, and I'm kind of cherry-picking games, but there's a 3 for 5 from 3, a 4 of 7, a 3 of 11, a 3 of 7, but he was shooting
He was really good. Well, part of that is
even when he was missing, he was shooting it.
Part of it is that his minutes have gone down. So fewer minutes, fewer shots. Part of it is that. He's also never been, he's not the 15-footer guy. He likes to either get to the cup or shoot a 3.
Right.
He's very much an analytics basketball player. And he was getting 20, 25 minutes a night alongside, maybe not 25, but he's getting 20 minutes a night alongside Chris Paul, and he's getting a lot of good looks. Feels like he's got to work harder for them now. Feels like he is just in a rut, and that has led to 20 minutes turning into 10, and now you get 1, maybe 2 shots a game, and it's really hard to get into a flow, and you miss a couple, and you go sit down, and that's it. And he's had a bunch of those. I feel like he's had a bunch of goose eggs lately in points.
Yeah.
What are his point totals last 10 games?
Oh, for the last 10?
Yeah, 10 games for Dario. What's he got?
Oh, geez, it's not pretty. Going backward, it is 4-2-0, 5-4-2, 4-7, 0-0-0.
So you got 4 zeros and no double digits?
No, his last double digi was at Indiana. He had 11 in a game they won by 22, which I believe some of those points were, it smells like garbage. Garbage time.
Yeah.
But he's really, and going back to, he had 5 straight games in double digits in early January, 12, 12, 13, 10, and 14. And then he got to a spot where, you're right, Mark, it's, you can't score when you don't play, and you can't play when you don't score. So is it chicken or the egg with Dario? Whatever it was, he fell out of favor. TJD took his minutes. Kevon has been steady, getting about 10 or 12 no matter what, and I think that he still is going to get those minutes.
Well, no one worries about his stats anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
You're not looking to him to shoot the 3. I think he's made 1 3
in his life?
In his career, yeah. I think
in his pro life, yeah.
Yeah. So Dario was brought in to be that stretch 5, a guy who could, run the pick and pop and shoot the 3, but once he hit that skid, there's really no sense in playing him if he's not going to be able to score.
Now I'm looking that up. How many 3-pointers does he have in his career? Kevon?
I want to say it is 1.
It is. Oh no, he's got much more than that.
Oh, my fault. A bunch more
than that.
Oh, he's got 10. Sorry.
10.
My fault.
10 for 60.
Not bad.
5, not 6, not 7.
Jordan Poole dreams about those numbers.
2020
that was mean-spirited.
2020-21 season, he attempted 17 threes.
Ridiculous.
What the hell are you doing, Kevon?
Light it up, Kay. Yeah. Looney! Haven't heard that one from Tim Roy.
He went 1 of 2 in his rookie year, and he was like, I'm a 50% three-point shooter, so you better start making a little space for me.
Let Looney eat.
Yep.
That was in 5 games. Cut short by the hip injury I mentioned. If you just Google Kevon Looney injury, like 7 different things pop up. And that was all early in his career, and I do think that robbed him of any athleticism that he once had.
Yeah.
The hip especially.
He's attempted 3 threes since the pandemic.
Yeah.
Missed them all.
Yeah, come on, Kevon.
Maybe tonight's the night.
Maybe.
Candlestick Rick, what are you doing? You're on with Willie and Dibby.
Yo, first off, really quickly, want to shout out, I don't know if anybody has, the Oakland Tech varsity boys basketball team. My nephew, Kalik Trotter, he had a hamstring injury he was coming off of, didn't play, but the team played very well, and they're going to the state championship up in Sacramento. So I'm proud of those boys. They did their thing against Ojai, who also played very well. But I want to say, yes, applause. And I want to say really quick, Willie and Dibby.
Yeah.
Man, Willie and Dibby, you guys are keeping it litty like Candlestick Ricky. And one point about Kevon Looney and TJD, you got to play TJD more. The young guy has way more upside. Looney is a low-key legend and an unsung hero, and he has always been. And those of you who don't know that just don't watch Warriors basketball. But we got to put GJD in and get him more run so his upside can keep moving upward. You feel me? And also, you guys were cracking me up last week with the Mary Mons, the Harry Lawns, whatever you were saying.
Yes.
I was guessing JP Flo was the guy.
Yeah.
We're listening.
Harry Mons. Is the statute of limitations up? Can I say who it was?
You can. Mark was referencing an unnamed Giants player, and I was guessing by rhyming with people who I thought it might be.
Right. Well, and that player was referencing...
Mitch Homelia was one I threw out there.
That player was referencing Harry Mons, which made everyone go, okay, now I can stick an era to it. He was a teammate of Harry Mons.
Yeah.
And he was.
Phil Willer was one of my guesses, I think. Bill Miller.
Yeah.
Wrong. Threw out a bunch of them.
Now that we're sort of like removed from the statement, I think I can go ahead and say it because now no one will be able to attach exactly what was being said.
I don't even remember.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. That's exactly what I was going for. All right. So, Candlestick Rick, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
All right. The man who was texting me, his name, and thank you, Rick, it rhymed with... Don Festus. Don.
Fezzy Fell?
No. Oh. It rhymes.
Oh.
Don Festus.
Okay, I got you.
Don.
I got to give a shout out to Willard and Dibbs.
Thank you, Fezzy Fell. Appreciate you.
I know exactly who you mean now.
What's up, Fezzy Fell?
I love this man.
He's a great man.
Yeah.
He's the best. He's a good storyteller. He's a phenomenal storyteller.
Yeah, if you got a minute.
Festus, yes.
You got a minute?
Hey, I like people like that. What are you trying to say?
Don will stretch out
What are you trying to say about long-winded people? You got a problem with long-winded people?
We used to have Don Festus on a weekly back in the Rise Guys days, and the joke always was, in a 15-minute interview, would it get to me with the third question?
We did this.
Because Whitey would lead it off, and then Crides, hey, brother, how you doing, Don? He would do his thing, and it'd be whether or not it actually gets to the dibber for some ridiculous, nonsensical slapstick question.
There's a broadcaster. His name rhymes with
this is fun.
Fawn Filler, and this is back when I was still hadn't moved back home yet, and I think he came on the show, and we were like, all right, let's count how many questions do you think we can get, and then let's time the interview. The interview went 17 minutes. Total questions was 3.
Oh.
Number 3.
Hang on. One of the 3 questions was, how you doing?
How you doing? Yeah, it had to be. Had to be. So well, I'm glad you asked me that. I'm currently recuperating from...
Are you kidding me?
An ingrown toenail from my third metatarsal, actually. The least known of the toes.
Now, because he's one of my favorite people.
Me too.
Favorite people.
And that man, Phil Filler.
And I could listen to uninterrupted Fawn Filler all day long.
He's one of the GOATs. Yeah. And I'm not trying to do his cadence as a way to disrespect what he does, because it's incredible, that man.
He does an incredible impersonation sensation of the great
Cha-ching!
Let's see, how can we do this one? Ben Foley.
Ben Mully.
Yeah.
No relation to Chris. No, it's...
And there are casuals who we lost 4 minutes ago.
Yeah.
They're like, I don't even know what the hell these two are
What is
talking
going
about.
on here?
Secretly, our very own Evan Giddings does a Vin Scully as well.
Does he?
It's like a 7-word Vin, but
okay, well, that's fine.
I heard him do it on Steiny and Goo, and I was like, I almost stopped the car to call or text him. I waited till I got in, and I said, Evan, you know I'm a big fan, but that was incredible.
Can Evan do that on Warriors Live tonight?
I hope so. He won't.
Does he take requests?
Dana does.
Yeah, he does.
I asked him for a rain dance, and he delivered. Rain dance! Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you. Dana had a good run last week. He had a really good run last week. All right. Glad you are all with us. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs in the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, you can check out Slates.
Never gets old for me.
On the morning roast from earlier today. We're also presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We would love your Warrior phone calls as we head into our final hour. And again, Giannis, I don't even know if they've changed the designation to probable, but it sounds like there's optimism that Giannis is in, and the spread has moved from 3.5 to 2.5. Went to 2 and shot back up. Bunch of Warrior money. They're like, oh, I'll take it at 2.
Yeah.
Even with Giannis in, the Warriors remain favored tonight, and I think that is important, not from a gambling perspective, but manage your expectations.
Yeah.
I think this is a perfect night for the Warriors to show all of the stuff that they haven't shown so far this year. Beat a good team, be a dominant home team. You're going to have to be that if this is going anywhere.
It's not a must win.
No,
and I figured out what it is, Mark.
Oh, what do you want to call it?
It's a trust win.
I knew you were going to say that.
You did?
Without even knowing exactly what you meant. I go, he's going to say it's not a must win, it's a trust win.
It's a trust win.
Tell me what do you mean by
want
that?
me as a fan to trust
Okay.
that you can be a team worthy of real April consideration?
I like that.
It's a trust win. And it's not that if you lose this one, then wad it up and I throw it away and I'm never going to watch you again. No, we're taking it game by game. But a win tonight tells me that in the Dubs, we can trust. You're home, you're rested, you're healthy, you've got everybody here for the first time. You're facing a good team. This is the kind of game where you come out and you win. You're coming off a 52-point loss. Great road trip. I'm not trying to diminish.
It absolutely
You've been
was.
playing great. That game in Boston does not diminish what you've been doing since late January. You've been one of the best teams in the association. It's not a must win, it's a trust win. I want to trust that you can be a real threat to be a top 6 and a real threat to win a series in the playoffs.
I like that. Not a must win, but a trust win.
I can't believe you knew where I was going.
I did, but I didn't know exactly why. Now I
That
do.
to me is why.
I get it.
It feels fair to me.
Well, I agree with you, and I'll put it this way: if the Bucks win by double digits tonight, I will feel very disappointed, like truly, like disappointed. I'm making cheeseburgers tonight, Deb.
Oh, it's a burger night.
It's a burger night
for the game.
For the game,
because we get out of here and we hurry. And we get home usually about tip time.
Yeah, you reffed one of my son's games earlier this year.
Yeah,
you
did a damn good job.
You know whose shoes he wears? You know what he wears?
Does he wear Giannis's?
Sure does.
Man.
And he babies those suckers. He will not wear them outside because he don't want to get any spots on his Giannis's. All right? It's a big game tonight.
I saw a toddler at the library this morning for story time, and she was rocking a Milwaukee 34.
Well, that's different. I'm glad you trash talked her.
Of course I did.
Yeah, that's not okay.
You call that a diaper? I didn't say a word to her.
All right. Wiggins is back in the lineup. How do you want this to look? Why do you think the Warriors have not been able to do well against the top of the league? Why do you think they're a 500 team at home? We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here for Golden State Window and Door. And as a homeowner, you may wonder what the best options are for comfort.
97 The Game.
I would like to, I'm going to keep it all anonymous, but I would like to thank the person who just called for calling and an incredibly kind invite. But I tell you what, when the kids want burgers, you got to eat it. Yeah, you got to give kids burgers. So anyway, yeah, it's home tonight, and I'll find out when I get there what the 10-year-old wants to root for, Bucks or Warriors. I don't know.
Well, there's only one correct answer, and if he gets that question wrong, then no burger.
No burger.
No burger.
No burger. No nothing.
I mean, empty bun. You get a bun.
Broccoli that's not cooked.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're eating broccoli.
Raw brock.
Raw brock.
Raw brock?
Yeah, exactly.
Little Scooby-Doo in that.
Well, I tell you what, to me, and I don't know if I'm just making something up in my head, this feels a little bit like a new season starting tonight to me. Am I making that up?
No, and I think I know where you're going, and I don't dislike it, because if you think about where they are, 60 down, 22 to go, you're the 10 seed, and it's a little bit like the pre-playoffs, because you're going to be in the play-in, barring an absolute collapse, unlike one we've never seen before, and even if you totally collapse, you probably could still get the 10. Based on San Antonio, a couple of Utahs and a Portland.
They're in the play-in.
Right. So with that as the backdrop, 22 to go, 10 home, 12 road, it does feel like the regular season is over, and then this is like the seeding season. So now you have a chance to seed. You'll be either 10, 9, 8, 7, maybe 6. I guess in a miracle you could catch the 5. You're not going to be 1 through 4. So let's just say anywhere between realistically 6 and 10. It's seeding season.
Yep.
So I like what you're saying about it feels like it's a new season. Well, you've got everybody back.
Right.
22 to go.
That's a big part of it.
Seeding season.
That's a big part of it. It's you came out of that road trip that had a lot of attention on it. You did what you needed to do. Remember, last week at this time, we were in full oh God, is Wiggins out for the year mode? You made it through all that. And now you're sitting here going, okay, feels like a little bit of a fresh start. You are at full strength. You've got a handful of games at home. You have solidified, in my opinion, no worse than the play-in tournament. And so, sure, seeding season, but for me, it's not just seeding. There are other goals. I know that Steve Kerr has even said, stated goal, go get the 6th seed. And that's fine, but I'd like to, I don't know if they're stated goals, but I'd like to state some other things, which is that in the process of chasing that 6th seed, which I don't even know if you want, to be honest with you, you do, but if you end up with the Nuggets, you don't.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't know how the whole thing's going to shake out at the top, and that affects what you want at the bottom. But in the process of going for whatever you're going to get, I think the Warriors need to prove to themselves and prove to their fans that there are some things that they can do that you will need to do if you're going to have any fun in the playoffs. And these are characteristics that I think one of them we've talked about some, one of them we haven't talked about really at all, and they're really starting to come into focus, which is that the Warriors do not beat really good teams, and for whatever reason, they are just very, very average at home. Very average at home, which is stunning. A 16-15 record, and that comes on the heels of playing pretty well at home. I know they lost to Denver, but their most recent homestand, they were 2-1. That means they went into that homestand literally with a 500 record at home. That's terrible.
Yeah.
That's not no, that's terrible. That is an awful, awful thing. You don't make the playoffs in the NBA with a 500 record at home. That's a lottery team. And so that's got to change. You want to go get the 7 or the 8 seed and then be like, cool, if you're the 7 or the 8 seed, you're guaranteed at least one. If you win that first game, you're in. If you've got to play that second game, it's at home. That's got to be comfort zone. That's got to be like a 90% chance that you win that basketball game. And they haven't shown that yet for whatever reason. But this feels like a new group. You're now healthy. You're back. Take a deep breath. And so they need to see it at some point, and there's no better night than tonight.
Right, because tonight is an opponent that's actually tough and formidable, so you could check a number of boxes with a win tonight. It would be a rare victory against a top 4 team in either conference. You've only got 4 of those by my count, Mark, in as far as, Minnesota, OKC, Denver, the Clippers, and then on the other side, it's Boston, Milwaukee, Cleveland, and Orlando. Those wins have been few and far between. And you mentioned the home record, 16-15 at home. I do want to point out that they started out 1-6 this year at home. So they've been better at home since that dreadful opening, 15-9 since they opened up 1-6, which still 15-9 is not where we're used to seeing this team at home. Normally they've been really good at home and they've been 500 on the road, but this year has been just about the opposite. They've been better on the road than they have been at home, but now's a chance over the final 10. If you rack up an 8-2 in these 10 games, 24-17 at home, that would be pretty good. That would feel a lot better than where they currently sit at 16-15.
So Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Here's the other thing that I really am looking for, and I'm open to it looking a few different ways. I don't even necessarily have the answer to how I want it to look. I just want to, it's one of those things where you know it when you see it. Definition. That's going to be my word here for the rest of the year with the Warriors. I think they need definition. It needs to be a more defined group. We started this conversation with Fitz yesterday. What do you think? Who's the 2? Who is it?
Oh, you asking me?
I'm asking you.
Who's the 2?
Who's the 2?
It's Kuminga.
Who is it? Who should it be?
It should be Andrew Wiggins. Klay Thompson's coming off the bench. It used to be Klay, but it's not Klay anymore. He's not starting. It should be Andrew Wiggins, but it is Jonathan Kuminga.
Interesting. It should be Andrew Wiggins.
When you were a championship team, it was Andrew Wiggins.
Right, but
that's what I mean. It should be. And I look at Andrew, and I don't want to do a whole nother Andrew show. I look at Andrew and what he can be. And this has nothing to do with him being the number 1 overall pick and him being Air Canada or whatever his nickname is. That was Vince Carter. He's like the Maple Jordan is what he is. Forget Maple Jordan and all the rest of it. I look at what he was just 20 months ago when they won an NBA championship. He was the 2. And when he's your 2 playing like that, 17-16 in game 4 of the NBA Finals, you're a very, very good team when he's that guy.
I agree.
You said, who should it be? To me, it should be him, but it's not. It's Kuminga.
Yeah. Okay. Let me say something about that, though, because especially with what has now happened to him 2 marches in a row, obviously last year very different than this year, although he stated yesterday that it's not necessarily all taken care of. We'll see. I do think it's almost an unfortunate byproduct of this whole conversation that we have reached a point of total obsession with who Andrew Wiggins was for 2 months. For 2 months. 2 months in a decade-long career.
Yeah.
And now holding him to that standard. To some people, that's fair. That's fine. To others, that's chasing ghosts. Whatever. When that happened, you can say Andrew Wiggins was the 2, but he wasn't. He wasn't the defined 2. If I were introducing you to the Warrior players and I was doing it by the pecking order, I would not have introduced Andrew Wiggins as the 2. That surprised us. We didn't see it coming. It might have been 2 or 3 series in before we even realized it. And even when we saw it, we didn't count on it to last because that's never been Andrew. Klay Thompson was the 2 years ago. Andrew Wiggins outplayed him for a playoffs, but Klay Thompson was the Warriors 2. Whether he lived up to that, whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like, just because someone doesn't play up to snuff doesn't mean that the pecking order changes in a short sample size. So I would love for the Warriors to have a better sense of who they are, shorten the bench, know who people's roles are, and then if people outperform or underperform those roles, that's life, that happens. But that's kind of what I'm getting at. Klay Thompson was the 2. Andrew Wiggins just overperformed for 2 months.
Yeah, I don't know if I would say that because Clay missed, and I'm looking at it, he missed the first 38 games of that year. He was still coming back from injury. So he wasn't really the 2. He was a guy coming back, and
But playoff time, he's playing back-to-backs.
By the time he came...
By the time they got to the end of the year, I know there's no back-to-backs in the playoffs.
I don't know if I would say that he was the clear-cut 2 at that point. I think that, Andrew Wiggins certainly played his way into it. Clay played well in the playoffs. I'm not trying to discount what he did. He played really well in the playoffs, but...
What was the PPG?
For Clay in the playoffs?
And Andrew.
Clay averaged 19 in the playoffs. And Andrew averaged, I think, 16.5. Big numbers for Andrew. Yeah, 16.5.
Okay.
16.5.
Clay was the 2.
7.5 rebounds for Andrew.
There you go.
And playing defense against the best player.
Totally. He was two-way Wiggs. He started rebounding the ball. But
Clay was 4 rebounds a game.
Right, but what I'm talking about, I'm not talking about performance and stats even. I'm talking about pecking order.
Right.
Talking about options. You come down the floor on offense, who's option 1? Okay, that's not there. Who's option 2? Clay was the 2.
Clay shot 17 times a game. Andrew shot 14 times a game.
Clay was the 2.
Yeah, I think it was...
Andrew was the 3.
It was less clear-cut than it normally would be, or it's less clear-cut than it was previous to that when Clay was healthy. Although, when Clay was healthy before the 2 injuries, you had Kevin Durant, so Clay was the 3.
Very much so.
Steph and KD were the 1 and 1A, and then Clay was the 3. So
you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First Norcott Credit Union. I would love to see that. I would love for the Warriors, when they play basketball, when I watch, I'd love to have a better idea of what their plan is. And it feels to me like the plan changes every 3 days.
Due to injury and due to ineffectiveness.
Understandable reasons.
I'm with you, though.
Yes,
I'm with you.
But for my wish, the Warriors won't do that. They would have health and an idea. I mean, how many days are we removed from Steve Kerr having a press conference who's like, look, we love Moses, but he's out of the rotation. And then 4 days later, now Moses is starting.
Yeah.
And then 3 days later, now Moses is not starting, but he's in the rotation. It's like, my God. And I don't blame Steve for that. It's circumstantial, but it's not good. It's not good. I think you've got guys who don't know what's expected of them on a night-in and night-out basis. You've got guys who are frustrated with what's actually happening. And even just within offensive possessions, sometimes you start to see a little bit of a hesitation in terms of how to go about your business. One of the things that's been great about Kuminga is more often than not, but not always, more often than not, he now feels the freedom.
Yes.
You're down. Go, dude. Go. But then, remember, like 2 weeks ago, there was this little stretch where it's like, and then now it's gone. And then it came back when Andrew left. Now, what happens? This is a big question for me tonight. Now Andrew's back.
Everybody's back,
so Kuminga, are you going to go, okay, I'll start to, spend some possessions hiding in the corner again? Or are we focused on you early in the shot clock, focused on Andrew late in the shot clock? Warrior basketball, when it was great, had a very specific idea of what they were going to do with the ball when they came down the floor. I watch this team. I see less of that now. I see less of that, and I don't think you can do that and win playoff-style basketball, and it might just damn well be the key to why they lose all their games against really good teams. When you watch the Nuggets, Yeah. Oh, my God, they have a clue. They're like, we're going to do this.
Pecking order.
Oh, that's not there. We're going to do that. That's not there. Okay, there's Aaron Gordon. Boom, baseline. Boop. Like, they've got a plan.
Yeah.
Warriors don't.
Well, it's been difficult to have a plan when you've had Clay ineffective and then now Clay to the bench and Andrew's been in and Andrew's been, sometimes a little off the ball and not super interested, and then he missed time. And Kuminga, I think, is a good case as far as, what you want from a young player. He hasn't had that real consistent, go ahead and get it done leash to where he can go out and play. But I think about the last 17 games, Kuminga's averaging 30 minutes a night. He's shooting it 14 times a game, over 50% from the floor, 52.6%, and he's getting you 18 points a night. So Kuminga has become the 2. Does that change now with Andrew Wiggins coming back, Clay coming off the bench? You got CP3. You've got everybody back now. So you don't, quote unquote, need Kuminga as much as you did out of just pure desperation when you didn't have those other guys. But Kuminga still is your 2. So does he get that license to go out there and shoot it 14 or so times? Or does he, to your point, does he start to feel a little bit of that veteran presence and think, maybe I need to defer a little bit to Clay when I'm on the court with Clay, and I need to make sure that Andrew gets his.
That's kind of what I'm getting at.
You're not wrong, Mark.
Right.
You're not wrong.
And neither are you, but I think you're saying any of us who are saying he's the 2, we're saying that for 2 reasons. Number one, in a couple of recent months, he has been the second best scorer. And secondly, we kind of want him to be. But when you watch the game, do you feel the whole game like Kuminga's the 2? Or does it float?
It floats.
Floats all over the floor.
When Clay's on the court, it feels like Clay's the one, at least in his own mind. And I'm not saying that to disrespect Clay because he's earned that. And the way Clay plays is Clay looks for his shot, and that's what makes Clay such a great player. So when Clay's out there, Clay's the one, and everyone else is the 2. And that's just kind of the nature of the way he plays.
Oh, and part of that is now the bench role. So when he's out there, a lot of times it's the second unit, and he is the one of the second unit. But it's undefined. Last 2 games, Clay's been back in the starting lineup. Bobby Fitzgerald, we asked him yesterday, who's the 2?
If Jonathan Kuminga on a short mid-range post-up can be your second best option, then the Warriors have all kinds of chances in the playoffs. I don't know if it's there yet, but if I have all that perimeter shooting, but I can ISO or cross-match and put JK on somebody and let him bulldoze somebody to the rim when I need to in crunch time, now the Warriors look real different than they have in previous years.
So I look at that, and he's saying something similar to what you're saying, which is if the Warriors are going to do something in the playoffs, that's what they should strive for. Definition and put a name on it. Jonathan Kuminga. So... And look, a lot of us have not been calling for that and saying that for very long. You go back to before the turn of the calendar, and I had all kinds of reservations that Jonathan would get to this level, certainly not this quickly. I didn't see it. He's proven me wrong. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's great for the Warriors. But now, yeah, I do think you got to lean into it even a little bit more. The Warriors right now are a team that forces Steve Kerr to go on a nightly journey to find out who's doing what and when. And I think it's shown to be an almost impossible assignment.
But with these last 22, and I'm going to assume that Andrew Wiggins is able to compartmentalize and play these 22, which we don't know if he's going to need another break from the team. We won't even be able to entertain the if or the why. If it happens, it happens. But assuming that Andrew's able to play and stay healthy, as is everyone else, you do have an opportunity now to look at your team if you're Steve Kerr and say, all right, we've got everybody. This is what we're going to do. We're going to go with Steph and Brandon to start, with Andrew and Jonathan and Draymond. And here's how our bench rotation is going to work, all things created equally. We got GP2, CP3, and Clay. We know you're coming off. That's my 8. And the other 5 of you, well, it's going to be mix and match. It'll be Moses and Dario at times. Kevon's going to get his 10 minutes. TJD's going to get a shot at it. Maybe a little bit of Lester Quinones. Maybe a taste of Gee on the side. But I do think Steve now has the opportunity to look at it and say, this is what we're going to do. Clay, you're still going to come off the bench, and you're going to anchor the second unit with CP3 and GP2, and then we're going to mix and match everyone else.
Side point. End of 1 in Houston. Clippers in town. Houston by 8.
Okay.
Why?
Because the Clippers are a damn puzzle.
No, because they're at home.
Houston?
Yes.
Home?
That's what happens in the NBA. Hard to win on the road. Warriors did it 11 times all last year. Very hard to win on the road. I've reached a point of frustration with this. The Warriors, by the way, are back up to a 3-point favorite.
Oh, movement.
Back up to 3. Yeah.
Okay.
Back up to 3. So
back to 3.
Why? I don't know. Somebody know something about Giannis? Or does everyone just think that the Warriors are going to beat him with Giannis anyway?
Oh, could be our positive talk.
They should. They're at home.
Houston's second half of a back-to-back at home. So you may want to live bet the clip joint while you can. Houston.
Yeah, no, I won't bring it up again if that happens because that would not support my point.
Yeah, I get your point. And it's
only one quarter, but that's like
Clippers at the end of a 3-game road trip.
Like this has got to stop at some point. And
what does the fact
like,
that road teams don't win?
Yeah, no, the fact that the Warriors are just kind of blah at Chase Center. You can't do this. You can't do this and win. You can't do this and win. Your next 3 games are at Chase Center. And as I look at this right now, if they don't win all 3, I'm going to be so disappointed. They should win all 3. They have had more than their share of losses at home this year. And there's no reason for this.
Only 3 teams with more home losses, as you mentioned, in the West. And Houston's not one of them.
Yeah.
It's Memphis, Portland, and San Antonio.
If you'd like to know who your brethren are in terms of your way you play at home,
right.
you just mentioned it. It's terrible.
And Dallas is with you. Dallas is 18-15. You're 16-15 at home. It's not, the company that you keep is not the company you want to keep.
It's not good enough.
Right.
It's flat out not good enough. So that to me has got to be a different focus. The old protect this house. Like, I don't know. Some of it is circumstantial. I understand that, but it does not make a whole lot of sense that the Warriors are 16-15 at home. And that's got to change right now, starting tonight. I was thinking of something else also about this lack of definition. Think of the fourth quarter as something much closer to playoff basketball than the other 3 quarters. Agree?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The game slows down. You need to get somebody who can create their own shot. I'm sorry, what quarter is it where the Warriors struggle the most this year?
Probably the 4th.
Okay.
4.
So here's another projection of playoff basketball. You're getting a little mini look at it in the fourth quarter. When the Warriors need an easy bucket, right? Like, I see this team right now starting to reek of what made Draymond Green text Kevin Durant years ago, which is we're really talented. And we can usually get by without that because Steph and Clay were at the absolute height of their powers, which they're obviously not anymore. And you think about that. Fourth quarter, Jokic is at one end. Boink, layup. What do the Warriors get at the other end? Well, Steph Curry's going to run around for 20 seconds like an absolute crazy person. Draymond will set a screen, and Steph will fire from 26 feet. It doesn't go in as much as it used to, and it's not a high percentage look. And if you go into the fourth quarter and miss those shots, you give up a 15-point lead, lickety split.
Yeah.
They need to be able to go, who can get us a good high percentage look? Who are those people? Jonathan Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins, quite frankly. And which one is playing better basketball right now and which one's more effective.
Right.
So I think that's what Bobby Fitz is saying. You got to be able to get into the fourth quarter, or also known as playoff basketball.
Crunch time.
Yeah. Clutch stat. Dump the ball into Kuminga on the post and let him get to the free throw line or create around him. If you can't do that, you're not scary to the really good teams.
You
in the
become
NBA.
what Charles Barkley described so many times about a jump shooting team not being able to win. I just looked it up. They are 29th in the association in fourth quarter scoring differential. They're a minus 1.4 per game in the fourth quarter. Do you know who is dead last, Mark? Grandy, game show music, please, if you would. Scat-da-da-da.
So the Warriors are second to last.
Scat-da-da-da.
Say the stat again. Minus 1.4 fourth quarter point
per
differential?
Game, yes.
Per game.
Last.
They're second to last.
In the association.
Who's dead last?
First is Boston. Second is OKC. Just to give you some point of reference.
Yeah.
Two of the better teams in our league. It always drove Steiny crazy when Guru called it our league, so I wanted to drop that in there for Steiny.
My first guess would be the Washington Wizards.
Good guess, but no. They're 27th.
Whoa. Did you just say to me that the Wizards are better than the Warriors in the fourth quarter in terms of efficiency?
They're only a minus 1.1, Mark. They're far better. And think about this, though, in terms of Washington.
That's sad.
There's probably a lot of games where they're down by 28, and they cut it to 21 in the fourth quarter. So
for sure.
There is that.
I'll go with...
That was actually a really good guess because they're bottom 5.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem.
I am going to go with the Charlotte Hornets.
It's random. They're dead in the middle, minus 0.1.
Really?
Give me one more guess.
Okay.
This is just a hard one. This is a really hard question, Grandy. Grandy, do you have a guess?
I could use...
You're pretty astute.
I'm being fed an answer on YouTube. Should I go with it?
Sure.
The Phoenix Suns.
That is correct.
Yeah, good job.
You got to Google it, YouTube.
That's Pierce and Uncle Looney. I see you, boys.
Yeah.
Good job.
Phoenix is minus 3.2.
And if you want to know why they are also frustratingly not as good as they should be, there you have it. There you have it.
They are far and away the worst. The Warriors are minus 1.4. Phoenix is minus 3.2.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
That is, that's horrendous. That's ferocious.
Especially with 2, potentially even 3 guys. I know none of them ever play together.
Right.
But 3 guys, like these are people who can create their own shot. And by the way, Steph Curry can create his own shot. I don't want to make it sound like he can't.
The other anomaly in this is because the good teams tend to be at the top. Utah is 3rd.
Huh.
And they're not very good. New York is 4th, but then you have Minnesota and Milwaukee and Cleveland. Those are all good teams at the top of the fourth quarter scoring margin. Yeah, but you're spot on when it comes to like what this team needs to do going forward. Yes, you need to win, but you also need identity, and you need to get into these clutch games and actually win them.
What is the Warriors' identity?
Right now?
Yeah, and don't
Steph Curry.
I knew you were going to say that.
No, that is the identity.
That's too easy.
Well, their identity...
I understand that's the franchise. He's their personality, their heart, their soul, their centerpiece.
Right.
He's all of those things. He is their Earth's core. I get that. But I mean in terms of like, the Warriors beat you how? What is it they do? What's their identity?
They don't have one. And that I think...
Well, then there you have it.
Well, when they do win, it's because their defense shows up.
Yep, and they pass.
Right.
They make the extra pass. And
Steve has said it to us and to everyone within earshot. It's, defense without fouling and turnovers.
Yep.
That's what it comes down to. But when their defense is good and they hold teams under, probably 120, and I'll get the actual number, the breaking point for them. But defensively, they've started to be a lot better. And Bob mentioned this, Bob Fitzgerald, when he joined us yesterday. Since Draymond's come back, their defense is top 5 in the league in adjusted defense or net defensive rating.
And that's why you win most of your games. That's why you win most of your games. It's why I think the Oklahoma City Thunder are going to the NBA Finals. I do.
Because their defense.
Yeah. It's really good.
Also, their offense is phenomenal.
Well, they're the highest scoring team in the Western Conference.
Yes.
You know who the highest scoring team in the NBA is?
I think I saw this. It's a middle of the pack team in the East. Is it Orlando?
It is not. You're right that it's a middle of the pack team in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, it's not Orlando.
It's the Indiana Pacers.
Jeez.
But the second highest team in terms of points per game is at Chase Center tonight.
Okay.
So
With,
yeah, defense is going to need to be on point tonight. Absolutely. So 888-957-9570 is the number. A lot of stuff we've been bouncing around with today. Who's the 2? Who needs to be the 2? Sounds like Giannis is going to play. Is tonight the start of kind of quarter 4 of the season and a new season? Why do the Warriors have such a hard time against good teams, and why do they have such a hard time at home? The home one, you gave a reason earlier that I think got widely applauded by our audience because there's something emotional to it. I just don't know if there's something functional to it.
Right, the crowd factor.
Yeah, that Chase Center is not the home court advantage that Oracle was. I agree with you completely, and that's a very normal sort of a part of the process when a team gets a new building, kind of goes from the old Heartbeat building to something that's more kind of sterile and corporate and big. I totally agree with you on that. but I also feel like that's giving the Warriors an out that they don't deserve. Like, a team should not need some sort of close-knit, loud noise, freak-out fans. I mean, listen, how often has the message been sent from even from, the Warriors? They've done this. Steve Kerr will have a press conference, and it's like, the game starts an hour earlier. Make sure you're all in your seats. So, yes, I get it. It has an effect, and the team feeds off of that. But by the same token, I mean, when I ask you in the NBA what creates a home court advantage, is that the whole thing? Is that what you think of? The crowd and their noise?
A lot of it. It's a big factor. It's also like the altitude.
The comfortability?
Sure, the altitude's a big one.
You're going to get all triggered on this one. The officiating.
Well, you're trying to imply that some home courts get different officiating than others.
Statistically, they do.
Like which home gyms?
No. All home gyms.
Oh, yeah.
The home team gets more calls.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah.
So that I don't think that creates any unique home court advantage over another home court advantage.
No, but it creates a home court advantage.
Yes,
the Warriors,
human nature as an official, even if it's a subconscious bias, you got the crowd on you. You're more likely to try to keep the crowd at bay by maybe giving them a call or two. I think that's a natural way to look at it.
Totally. Yeah, you get caught up in the whole energy of the thing. And so the whistle blows more, and there's plenty of data to show that.
It doesn't trigger me because it's a statistical fact.
I was just kidding with you, but
I get you.
For me, this is the kind of the head scratcher of the moment. Is why the Warriors have not been able to be a more effective team at Chase Center this year.
I think you can look at the start of the year, and you could look at a team that went through an early funk, and they kicked away some games, and then you had a stretch where you didn't have Draymond Green, which certainly hurt your chances. I think Klay came out, and he struggled early. The team wasn't playing great early, and you had a very home-heavy schedule at the start of the year, and you opened up 1-6.
Yeah, you coughed it up.
You coughed it up like repeatedly at home, and that's where you start to look at the record and, man, they're barely above 500. Well, they've rallied. They've gone 15-9 over their last 24 in order to get back to where they are.
Yeah, comfortably now with a winning record, comfortably into the play-in tournament for sure, but the goal needs to be higher than that. I know that you often think that the play-in tournament is not some sort of a death sentence, and Miami Heat did some good things. Lakers did some good things out of the play-in. I will make this definition, though. I think 9 or 10, they're not coming out. I don't think they can do it. I do not think that the Warriors will make the playoffs if they are the 9 or the 10 seed. They're the 10 seed right now, and they've got to find their way into the 7 or 8. The good news is, believe it or not, they are tied with the Mavericks in the loss column, and they are only a game out. They're only a game behind the Dallas Mavericks right now for the 8 seed. And the Kings, they're only 2 games behind them. They're right there. So I think all of that is very, very possible and on the table. But the urgency is here. The urgency starts now, and you got to start seeing it with this one tonight.
And you look at the bar that you have to reach and meet in order to maybe move up in the standings. I put this out on X, on Twitter. They were 13-4 since January 29. And they've only gained 3 games on the 6th seed. So you went from 12th, 6 games out, to after 5 or 6 weeks, now you're 10th and 3 games out, which is good, but you went 13-4 to even make that move. So if you extrapolate that out over the final 22 games, how are you going to close in on the 6? Well, 13-4, and you add in another 5 games on top of that, you're probably going to have to win 16 of these last 22 to even be thinking about possibly getting the 6.
Bobby Fitzgerald was on with us yesterday, and listen to the way he responded to the idea of, is this a fool's errand that we're on, or could the Warriors be noisemakers in the postseason?
If you take each series in and of itself and the Warriors get to focus on you and just you, and you've got Steph Curry and you've got Draymond Green and you got Klay Thompson and you got Chris Paul and you got Steve Kerr, and you go win the first game on the road, and then all of a sudden it's all that competition that's in their DNA and all that championship experience, teams, there's a reason the Heat make the finals from the 7th seed. There's a reason the Lakers make the Western Finals out of the play-in. There's just something in a shorter period. What if a guy rolls an ankle for the other team or this or that? Like, you never know. So, but are they, oh no, they're going to win 65 games and they're going to roll teams? No, those days are over with. The Durant era where they were just more talented than everybody, that's not here. But you think OKC and Minnesota, these teams are lining up to, hey, we hope we get the Warriors in round one? I don't think so.
Yeah, probably not. By the same token, I don't know if you've noticed this. I noticed something, and this is just fans, so it's not like this has some sort of an effect on the team, but tucked into the bravado and confidence of a Warrior fan, there is actually some examples of the opposite. I think right now when you watch the Warriors play, when they're going up against a good team, we like in the back of our mind, we already put it in the loss column. You can hear it when people like go on schedule, like Goo did win-loss today, and he thinks they're going to win all their games. That's great. But people are like, okay, the Warriors need to make a run, and then you're like, oh, Milwaukee's in town. So what? So what if Milwaukee's in town? You want me to read the freaking scoreboard off the NBA live right now?
Live scoreboard?
There are 4 games being played.
In the association?
The home team is winning them all. And one of the home teams is the Washington Wizards.
It's a good little team.
They're winning.
Looking for win number 10, I believe.
They are winning by 9.
Let's go, Wiz.
Okay, against a playoff team in the East. The Hawks are blowing the 3-seed Cavaliers off of the floor. The Rockets are blowing the 4-seed Clippers off of the floor. They're almost up by 20. It's not even halftime yet. The Sixers with no Embiid. Sure, the Grizzlies are in town. Maybe that's a bad example. I think we're ready to demand more from this year and this team.
But Mark, they don't beat the good teams. They have 4 wins against top 4 teams in either conference this year. How can you rightly expect this Warrior team to win at home against a good Milwaukee team that's going to have Giannis playing?
Then it's probably time to move on from whatever you're doing. It's probably time to move on from whatever you're doing. That was the thought 3 weeks before the trade deadline. Then something changed. They're 13-4. That's great. That's great. There are analytics that would mute the excitement on that. And I'm certainly not suggesting that you do anything right now. You can't. Now you're pot committed. You've got Steph Curry. You've got ego. The trade deadline has passed. Obviously, you've got to play this out. And it is a moment of optimism for the Golden State Warriors. And I'm not here to throw a wet blanket on that at all. I'm simply saying that nights like tonight, if you feel like that's overwhelming and you can't stand up to that and you can't count that as a probable win when you're desperate and trying to chase a playoff spot, if you can't do any of that, then I've got a different prediction for you. They're breaking this thing up in the summer because this is if you're even within a sniff of this being something that you could tweak and go or whatever. This is, again, I never make it about one game. Oh, did you win this game? No, but you win this type of game most of the time.
If you're a good team.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and
absolutely.
I think that's why I look at this not as a must win, but a trust win because of everything you've laid out. And Giannis is probably going to play, but he's a little bit compromised. You're playing at home. You have everybody healthy. You've got rest. You didn't play except for Sunday. Wiggins didn't play Sunday. Steph, Clay, and Dre played a half. Even if that, they played about 16 minutes a pop. You flew back and you had plenty of rest. You're home. You're healthy. You're rested. You're motivated. I'm with you as far as, you should be able to handle this Milwaukee team in this spot.
The starting lineup has been announced.
For the Golden State Warriors?
For the Warriors tonight against the Bucks.
All right. Are you going to do it like our good friend Matt Pittman, the PA announcer who works right? Maybe we could bring him in real quick.
Go back to Chicago. North Carolina!
He's got to hand it off to the hype man, Franco Finn.
Yeah.
Franco Finn does it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I was just going to, I wasn't going to do any of that. I was just going to tell you one thing. And
I thought you were going to really dress it up.
One thing.
All right.
No, I wasn't going to dress it up. I was going to play some Steve Kerr, though, for you. Andrew Wiggins is in.
The starting lineup.
He is in the starting lineup.
All right.
And Steve was asked about his new rotation and if he will do what we ask all of our toddlers to do.
Clean up after themselves?
No, share.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to share. But you just do the math, and there's going to be some people who are left out of the rotation. There's no getting around it. And so we're just trying to do what we think is right based on how we've been playing and who's been playing and who's been playing well, that sort of thing, and just try to do everything we can to win the game.
That sound is courtesy
Steve,
of...
you need to share.
Slates. The Athletic sharing that sound with us. Steve Kerr asked if he will share. No, he will not share. By the way, I had a preschool teacher one time share the opposite philosophy with that. So we do that too much.
We share too much?
Well, the kid is playing. And then we run over there because some other kid is crying, and we go, now you've got to give up the toy that you rightfully are just playing with.
Right,
you're trying to play. Let the damn kid play. How about if you tell the crying kid, wait your damn turn?
Yeah.
What about that? Think about that?
I like that.
Hey, Moses, wait your damn turn. And he did.
And don't cry about it.
Right.
And
he didn't.
You'll get your turn. And when it's your turn, then we'll share. But just because I'm playing with this toy, just because I'm getting the minutes, doesn't mean that you can throw a tantrum. And now Steve's going to say, hey, Andrew, I got to take you out. Moses is in tears down here. Moses really wants to play with the ball.
Ref, could we play 6?
Yeah.
Because we've got a tantrum over here.
We're having trouble sharing right now.
But no, that's the sharing part. But, maybe the more sort of compelling part is when Steve brought up his favorite word. And he said math. You can do the math. You can tell some people are going to be left out. So here we go. Yeah. Is that like your prediction from yesterday when I said, boy, Dibs, cool prediction, that's a short team. You might have been spot on.
I believe you said it's a wee little team.
It's a wee little team.
You did your Scottish.
A wee little team with no rebounding. Yeah, we'll be watching tonight. Who's out? Warriors Survivor continues on 95.7 The Game. Who is getting voted off the island? Wiggins is back. Moody stays in the rotation. Is Looney going to get a DMP? Is Saric going to get a DMP? What is this whole thing going to look like? I'm calling for more Warrior definition. And so it's going to be another night of moving parts and moving pieces. But to me, if the Warriors are really going to get to where they need to go here coming up, that's got to be kind of what Steve Kerr and the rest of the staff are focused on, which is when they start to see something working, I'd love to see them just go with it. Even on nights when it's not working, you got to stick with it. You got to get a little stubborn here because you have to pretend this is that whole dress for the job you want, not for the one you got.
Right.
All right. Start acting like a playoff team. Maybe you'll lose a game here or there, but start acting like a playoff team. Get your 8.5 guys and let's go.
Well, Warrior fans don't necessarily want that because if you're going to act like a playoff team, that means TJD doesn't get to play because he's a young player.
I don't know if I agree with that.
That's the way they do it.
Well,
I'm not asking you to agree or disagree. The history of Steve Kerr has shown that when we get into playoff time, he's going to default to veterans.
Well, sure.
And I think if we're asking for that 9th spot, even Moses Moody, younger player in his 3rd year, you're going to want him to play more than Steve Kerr is going to be willing to play him, I would predict.
Yeah. I mean, TJD, that's going to be the next one. He's the next Moody, where everybody's going to line up, you got to play more.
For sure they are.
Absolutely. But, yeah, maybe he will. Maybe he will be out tonight. There's a dynamic that, to me, leaves the court. And, again, you just took 3 of your 4 players that can even play as if they're 6'10". And, actually, you did take the only 3 players who are 6'10", and you sat him. Draymond Green's now your tallest Warrior.
Yeah. Looney 6'9", sorry. Dario 6'10", nah.
TJD?
6'9".
Yep.
It's a pass. It's going to be a no from me, guys. Sorry.
That's just the tiniest team.
It's wee little.
That's enough for me,
That's the
Thank
tiniest
you.
team I've ever seen.
But then again, and you've actually made this point on this very show, when you look at the championship team, they didn't have a center on that team. You did it with guards and wings and guards, and that was good enough.
No, you're not wrong. I mean, you sit those three guys, you still have 9 people who are playing. If you're playing Moody, which he said he is. Said he's playing Moody. Well, if Moody's in, Draymond, Kuminga, Steph, Chris Paul, GP2, Poughkeepsie Kid, Klay Thompson,
Poughkeepsie Kid,
Andrew Wiggins. That's 9 players.
Yeah.
And he's essentially stated that all of that, we know they're going to be in.
Yeah.
That's already a done deal.
And Kevon Looney's getting 10 minutes.
I don't know. Maybe not. Do the math, Dibs.
I'll do the math.
You can figure it out.
I've done the math because if you think about how many minutes are available in a regulation game in the association, the number is 240. So if you want to do a 240-minute pie and you want to start giving out slices of pie, assuming you don't get boat race like you did in Boston where everybody got a sliver except for, the bench guys who all got to eat. If you're trying to share 240 minutes among 9 guys, that's not a lot of minutes to go around when you're giving Steph 34 and Draymond gets 34 and then, Pods is getting 30 and Clay's getting 28. You run out of minutes pretty quick.
Hit the thingamabob. That's big enough. Hit the thingamabob.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Giannis is playing tonight.
Mock. I mean, is he going to be good to go? He went through his warm-ups. Are you sure?
He feels good. He feels good. He went out there. He went through warm-ups. We looked at his Achilles. We said, what the hell? It's $50 million if it doesn't go well. Get in there. Giannis is playing tonight.
Thank you, Mock Rivers.
Yeah, Giannis is
Cash
in.
me out one
That
time.
was per Doc Rivers. Sorry. Yes, Giannis is officially in, listed as questionable. Giannis will play tonight, and Steve Kerr is thrilled.
Yeah.
Steve loves it when the best player plays.
He does.
Okay.
Spread. I'm still seeing the spread at 2.5. Is that
I'm seeing it at 3. Let me refresh.
Okay. I'm looking at
so fresh and so clean.
I'm looking at the home of Jeremy Schaap.
Yeah, I still got it at 3.
ESPN.
I'm looking at
and I don't know where they populate their spreads from where they populate.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at an illegal
ESPN bet.
I'm looking at an illegal overseas book.
Call my message phone. Totally.
1-800-3. -3.
Okay.
.com. Yeah, -3. So they were already assuming Giannis was in, and boy, it didn't move much.
Yeah.
Which tells me that on some level, that spread from earlier today was suggesting that Giannis was at least a good possibility.
Yeah.
At least a good possibility because it went from 3.5 down to 2 and then back up to 3, even though Giannis is in. So no big time break for the Warriors tonight.
And their lineup is Stephen Pods and Draymond and Wiggs and okay.
Kuminga.
Okay, and Kuminga.
And Kuminga. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Rich in Daly City. Hi, Rich. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Rich.
Can you okay?
We got you.
Yeah, I don't understand why they don't just stick with the working formula. I've had a beef with them with size, but that being said, we've seen the lineups, starting lineup with Curry, Pods, JK, and Wiggins, and Draymond, and then off the bench with CP3, Moody,
Clay,
Moody, and then TJD and Sarek work. I don't know why they don't just stick with those starting 5. I mean, those 10 guys and just stick with it. I mean, those lineups have worked with and without injuries. I don't know why we need to worry about everyone else. And then they should just kind of pick and choose what they need to use, like with Gary Payton or any of the other folks.
Well, Rich, I tell you what, the only thing I'd argue with you, I guess, is the premise. When you say we've seen it work, not really, because nothing's been consistent. There at no point this season have they had a run where everybody was available for a lengthy period of time. So when you say it's worked, it's also not worked.
Right.
It's also worked when it was different because certain people were out. It worked on the road trip. Wiggins wasn't there. Klay Thompson started 2 of the games. And then he didn't start 2 of the other ones. They won both of those. Moody started them. I just think it's been all over the place. So when you say it's worked, I'm like, I don't even know what it is, number one. And number two, you listed off at least 10 players there.
Right.
And that is not at least the traditional way to go about it in the NBA.
And you mentioned it, Mark, and I think you nailed it right on the head, which is it's worked and it's also not worked. And that's been this season through 60 games. We've talked about this. When so-and-so plays, they're about 500. When so-and-so sits, they're about 500. There's been no constant secret sauce to anything other than they've been up and down.
Yeah. Bucks are in town. Giannis is in. Warriors Live with Evan Giddings is coming up at 6, presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices, and we'll start the build-up or continue it, as it were, between the Warriors and Bucks. Coming up next, still room for your phone calls, 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
A legend playing some of the
That was not a great question. That was just probing crap.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. I was just watching something.
I was going to say, you're going to bring that to the air? It sounded pretty exciting.
Yeah. Well, I've reached the moment of the spring where I'm just Twitter searching names so that we can find out what in God's name's going on
with these remaining free agents.
I mean, I'd say, what are we doing? Except for I know exactly what we're doing. We're baseballing. This is what we do now. We get to November, and people are like, some big names. There's some big free agents out there. And then we do Thanksgiving, and then we do Christmas and New Year's.
Yep.
And as you know, in my family, birthday season.
Bunch of birthdays. Everybody's birthday. And you get a birthday. And you get a birthday.
There's 5 birthdays.
I thought you were going to swear right there.
And then we get to March, and we look at each other, and we're like, I'm drunk. And they're still sitting there.
And then your credit card bill comes.
Oh my!
And then you drink again.
Oh my God. Oh my God. So anyway, I just did.
It's your fault for loving your kids that much.
Yeah,
you know that.
It is. I did a Twitter search for Blake Snell.
Uh-oh.
And I got 3 minutes of John Heyman on MLB Network.
Okay.
And he said, at first, he goes, well, I doubt it's going to be today. And this was earlier today. I doubt it's going to be today. I doubt it's going to be tomorrow. There's still work to be done, but I can't believe I'm sitting here saying this. The reigning Cy Young Award winner, 2-time Cy Young Award winner, and an ERA over the second half of the season that was under $1.50. He's like, I can't believe this. He said it's still a guessing game in terms of where he's going to end up. But at long last, after a full minute of talking, he finally got to teams. But I'll caution you, he said it with sort of a shrug. But the first 2 teams that came out of his mouth were the Giants and the Angels. And then he started into, and then the music started, so I had to stop it. I didn't get all the way through.
Okay.
But he started going into the whole, like, the Giants have indicated that they're done, but they also said that 2 weeks ago when they signed Jorge Soler, and then they signed Matt Chapman, so they weren't done. And then they said they were done again, but they're probably not done because they also said that they're done unless they're not done.
Right.
So, you know, the indications are there. What is the work that's being done? What is it that's being debated? You know, these are complex deals, even when they're the short ones. So it's a negotiation sensation, and
that's a buck.
And there are indication sensations. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're going to get him, but they still sound like they're the reporter leader in the clubhouse, and a lot of times that's like the death sign. When all signs indicate, but if you look at this offseason, I would argue that the big names have kind of all gone exactly where the number one prediction said they would go. Cody Bellinger, Cubs. Shohei Ohtani, Dodgers. Matt Chapman, Giants. That's the stuff we heard with these clients all offseason, and that's where they've gone. So where will Blake Snell end up? I don't know. I still think there's a really good shot it's here, but it ain't today. And it's probably not going to be tomorrow.
Right.
And that's annoying.
Well, it's annoying, but it's less of a concern than it was last year because Farhan's actually gone out and gotten guys.
He's done some things.
When they've been rumored to be the leading candidate, he's gone out and landed the fish. And that's not something that he's done in the past. So the fact that the Giants are rumored to be one of the front runners, even if it's with a question mark or with a pause or however John Heyman delivered it, the Giants are said to be in the mix, and they've been in the mix this year, and they've actually gotten some things done. So that makes me feel a lot better about his ability to bring in the one last piece that they need to bring in, because you and I have gone around this for the past week and a half. If they get this starting pitcher, just a starting pitcher, sure, but this guy, 2-time Cy Young Award winner, he's pitched in the park, he's pitched for the skipper, he's a good pitcher, they need a good pitcher, they've got the money. Their defense is already vastly improved, and the lineup has got some pop and some sizzle. This turns everything now into let's rub our hands together and let's figure out what their slogan is this year, and let's get after it. It's no longer nobody likes us.
Giants baseball. Some people like us.
Yeah.
I think that's what it would be.
Giants baseball. Hey, look at us. Look at the big brain on Brad.
Right.
I don't know what the slogan is, but has it been released yet?
No, I don't think so.
Giants baseball. We have guys you've heard of. Not that catchy, but
we can do at least 10 minutes on this.
Maybe we save it for tomorrow. It's a good bit. But we got Giannis in town, so we got to buckle up here. We got to get serious.
Giants baseball. Cha-ching!
Totally.
I don't know.
Cha-ching!
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
I don't know. I'll also say this, and this is worth a big box of donuts. It's really not worth much. But the Giants reporters have sort of tipped their hand each time. Like, in other words, remember Susan Slusser's like Jorge Soler and the Giants are in discussions.
Right.
Week later, Jorge Soler. Matt Chapman, this thing, that was the drumbeat. Yeah, they're talking. Oh, I know they said they're done, but they're not done. They're not done. Matt Chapman, boom, Matt Chapman. Second Matt Chapman signed. All of the local reporters, the beat, the people on the inside, they're like, they're still in on Snell. They're still in on Snell. Drumbeat. Okay, so is it going to happen? It's the first time in 3 years that I think you can look at this and go, I like their chances. Like I believe it. I believe that they're not going to finish in second this time, even though they might. They absolutely might.
But they really haven't. I mean, you could look at Shohei Ohtani and whatever place they finished in, he was going to be a Dodger. We knew that last year. Yoshi Yamamoto, did they come in second? Maybe, but I think that he was always going to be a Los Angeles Dodger. He was going to go with Shohei Ohtani. I do think that combination makes so much sense that even I, the cynic, won't hold that against Farhan. Then you got Jung-Hoo Lee, and you got Soler, and you traded for a guy who's only going to be hurt for a couple months. You know, he's not gone for the year, but he actually is going to be a good pitcher when healthy.
Well, and think about what many of you have said, which is, if I'm looking at these two teams, so many have said for the last 2 years, why would I pick the Giants? I want to win. Well, if we're down to the Giants and Angels, well, it's the other team you would say that about. You want to win, and those are your two options. Which team are you joining?
Yeah, the Giants.
Good Lord, yes.
Yeah.
Good Lord, yes. Bud in Oakland, who's back to Warriors. Hey, Bud, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, real quick about that Giants slogan. I guess they can go with swing for the fences. Hey, but as far as the Warriors, man, I think what they have to do is they have to, like you said, you have to start playing like a playoff team. So if barring any setbacks, you know, Andrew Wiggins doesn't have to have any more personal reasons or nobody rolls an ankle, Steve Kerr is just going to have to shorten his rotation. You know, you're going to have to just start playing 7 to 8 guys, and you're going to have to just buck it. Some guys are going to miss out. I mean, you know, everybody's a grown man. I remember you not too long ago, you referenced that Tyler situation about, you know, the tantrums and whatnot. But, you know, all these guys, they make millions. And, you know, for you to sit around on the bench and make a few millions, yeah, everybody wants to play, but you got to start playing like a playoff team. You know what I mean? Shorten that rotation. You go with your best 7 to 8 guys, depending on who you're playing. I know it's got to be matchups and stuff like that, but, I mean, if you won small ball before, you can win small ball again. And granted, this is not the same team, so I'm not saying that they're the same small ball Warriors, but at the same time, start playing like a playoff team. Dumb down that rotation, and maybe you guys can just go ahead and pull out the next 10 out of 15 or so like that. But thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, Bud, thank you. I think that's realistic. It absolutely is. This one tonight, I don't know why I feel this way. I'm anticipating this one at a level that has only happened maybe 2 or 3 other times this year.
Yeah.
This is,
it's a spot.
Yeah.
It's a spot, it's an opponent, and it's everything we've talked about all day where the Warriors have played their way into a spot where they can climb the standings. It's going to take another one of these furious runs coming off a 13-4 in their last 17 type of a run, but it starts by beating a good team. Then you've got a couple of winnables. Then you've got some San Antonio in there, and you can you can really start to stack some things here. But it has to start tonight against Giannis.
Want to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, I can't wait till tomorrow.
Yeah,
it's going to be a
good.
fun one. Yeah,
it is. By the way, Buster Olney is going to join us in addition to reacting to Warriors and Bucks. But what's coming up in the game, which is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, is of course Warriors Live with the great Evan Giddings standing by. Warriors Bucks tonight on 95.7 The Game. Thank you all for being with us tonight. We appreciate it as always. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot because it's all you got.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game